Do you feel like you don't speak enough Italian? That you need to know more words? Then stick around. With these lessons, you'll pick up some of the most common words in just a few minutes. Now, this video is a small portion of our learning program. To get the full lessons, translations, and Fluency Fast study tools, click the link in the description and sign up for your free lifetime account.
My name is Daisy, and in this video, we're going to talk about two verbs that sometimes make people confused, and those are andare and camminare. Andare, andare, camminare, camminare. First things first, andare, andare means to go, while camminare, camminare means to walk. Also, camminare is regular, so you take camminare, say goodbye to are at the end, and just add the endings that you use for other verbs too, like parlare or cantare, so to talk, to sing, and it becomes io cammino, tu cammini, lui cammina, noi camminiamo, voi camminate, essi or loro camminano. Okay? While andare is irregular and it changes completely. It becomes io vado, tu vai, lui or lei va, noi andiamo, voi andate, and essi or loro vanno. Vado, vai, va, andiamo, andate, vanno, which may lead you to prefer camminare over andare. Unfortunately, you can't always use camminare, even when you're walking, okay? Because even though in English you can say, I walk to the supermarket, so you're going to the supermarket by foot, you're walking there. In Italian, even if I would understand what you mean by cammino al supermercato, we actually say vado al supermercato. And that's because andare is really used in Italian, especially with the compound of andare a fare qualcosa, so to go and do something. So vado al supermercato implies that you're going to buy stuff. So vado al supermercato a fare la spesa, to do groceries. Or vado al supermercato a comprare due cose, to buy two things, okay? So cammino al supermercato focuses the attention on the fact that you're walking. So we would rather say cammino fino al supermercato e torno indietro. For example, like I'll walk till the supermarket and then come back, which puts the attention on the fact that you're walking till there. So for example, you want to say that you're gonna take a walk and you're getting till there and then coming back. So the point is not that you're going to the supermarket, it's that you're walking till that point. It doesn't have to be the supermarket, okay? The focus is on you actually moving your legs, okay? That's the point. While if you say andare a fare qualcosa, the focus is on that something that you're gonna do. Stasera vado al cinema. Tonight I'm going to the cinema. I don't say stasera cammino fino al cinema. Like tonight I'm walking till the cinema. That's not the point. The point is that I'm going to the cinema. While if I want to say that I'm gonna walk, and that's what I want to convey, I would just say vado al cinema a piedi. Andare a piedi. Going by foot, so by walking. Vado al cinema a piedi. And of course, camminare a piedi is something that you would never say because camminare is walking already, so you don't have to say that you're using your legs to do that. Unless you want to say cammino sulle mani, which is like walking on my hands, then in that case you have to specify, okay? Something that really sums this up is the example vado a camminare. So I'll go walking. I'll go and take a walk. Another way you can say that, which is a colloquial way, is vado a fare due passi. So I'll go take in English 2 steps, just to take a walk. Vado a fare due passi. In that case too, you would say, for example, vado a fare 2 passi fino al parco, till the park. Vado a camminare fino al parco. Let's take the example of the cinema again. And if I say stasera vado al cinema to my mother, tonight I'm going to the cinema, and let's assume she knows that my car is broken or something, she may ask me, how do you go till there? Come vai fino a lì? And I can say vado a piedi. So I'm gonna walk there, right? And she would say, cammini fino al cinema? Are you gonna walk till the cinema? Vuoi che ti presti la macchina? You want me to lend you my car? And that would be really nice. But yeah, to sum up, you don't put camminare together with a piedi, but also not only camminare with just the place where you're going, because in that case, it's more natural to just say andare al cinema, andare al supermercato, and not camminare al supermercato. Okay? Hopefully this will be useful for you when you have to decide between andare and camminare. Everyone, and welcome back to Italian Pod 101. My name is Daisy, and in this video we're gonna talk about something pleasant, which is the verb piacere in Italian, especially the expression a me piace, mi piace, and me piace, which it's not correct. Let's say it straight away. Piacere, piacere, mi piace, a me piace. Even though generally the verb piacere is translated as to like, the real meaning, literally, is to be pleasing to. So for example, a me piace la pizza, yes, it does mean I like pizza, but actually means that pizza is pleasing to me. And that's why we use a me and mi, because that's the indirect object, the pronoun, right? A me piace la pasta. Pasta is pleasing to me, a me. And that's why then it becomes a te piace la pasta, is pasta pleasing to you? Let's go through the other pronouns together as well, but first let me say that saying a me or mi is the same, still the same indirect object pronoun, which is needed for the verb piacere, okay? So mi or a me piace is the same, a me piace la pasta, mi piace la pasta. But saying me piace la pasta is just not correct. Me piace is something that you may hear in the Rome area, because it's a dialect expression, okay? And it's completely fine if you want to speak the dialect. And of course, if you say that, I would still understand what you say, even though I'm not from Rome. But it's just not correct, okay? So just stick to mi piace or a me piace. And yeah, when you hear me piace, you know what it means, but you also know that it's not correct. So don't use that unless you're, I don't know, trying to impress someone from Rome, I guess. And also sometimes it's used in an ironic way. So yeah, just stick to the standard one, okay? That being said, mi piace la pasta, I like pasta. While ti piace la pasta is for you. So to you, pasta is pleasing. A te piace la pasta or ti piace la pasta. Let's change and put something else instead of pasta from now on. When we talk about her, someone, female, a lei piace la musica. She likes music. Music is pleasing to her. If you go through this construction, it's easier to understand why we say that, but I know that it may take longer for you to say that, so you can also just learn the verb as it is. Lei piace la musica, a lei piace la musica, a lui piace il calcio. Gli piace il calcio. He likes football. A noi piace andare al mare. We like to go to the sea. Going to the sea is pleasing to us. Ci piace andare al mare. Here too, sometimes I hear ce piace andare al mare or te piace. Again, it's incorrect and it's from dialect from Rome. So the proper expression would be ci piace. Vi piace fare le torte. You like baking cakes. A voi piace fare torte. A loro piace studiare. Studying is pleasing to them. Lucky them. They like to study, basically. In the spoken language, though, sometimes we just say gli piace something something, even for them, plural form. Okay? Even though, grammatically speaking, it should just be a loro piace. Also, when something that you like is plural, so not when the pronoun is plural, but what you like is plural. For example, I like books. Books is plural. It's not mi piace I libri, but mi piacciono I libri. because the plural is the subject. So, books are pleasing to me. And now you understand why it changes so much. Mi piacciono I pasticcini. I like pastries. Hello everyone, welcome back to ItalianPod101.com. My name is Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. And in this video we're going to talk about some basic sounds in Italian. Vowels. Le vocali. Le vocali. As you may know, the vowels in Italian are 5, so 5 letters, but 7 sounds. Maybe tricky, but that's what we're gonna learn together. Even though when we learn them, it's common to group them as A, E, I, O, U. I know I said that super fast. A, E, I, O, U. But since E and O have 2 different sounds, in this case una vocale aperta or vocale chiusa, we talk about 7 sounds. And in order to learn them, we are gonna use a different order, okay? So to make the sound I, you wanna think that you're smiling. So the corners of your mouth are looking up, right? But what you need to pay attention to is the position of la lingua, so the tongue. Inside your mouth, you want the tongue to be touching the palate, there, at the back. I, not closing the tongue with your teeth, like I, of course, you see, there's no air going out, right? So, I, isola. Now I'm stressing the I, isola. You want to smile, right? Isola. India. Now, to pronounce the E chiusa, so the closed one, you want to keep the same position that you have when you pronounce I, and just make sure that the sides of your tongue don't touch the rest of the mouth anymore, and that the end goes a bit down, but you just want the tongue to move, not the whole mouth, right? So from I, it goes to E. So you see, the mouth is still closed. I, E. I'm just moving a bit the tongue from I, E. It can't be a long sound, right? E. It doesn't have to be long, because otherwise it's easier for it to become an open sound, right? Of course, when you talk, you don't think that much about the position of la lingua, right? Try not to move the mouth. Just make some space for the air to go to the sides too, okay? While for E aperta, we have an accent that is called grave, and in this case, in my opinion, it's easier because you just open your mouth, the tongue is relaxed, la lingua è rilassata, relaxed. So it's not from lui, we said we just move the lingua, but it goes down, right? E. You want to make more space for air to go out, so you also have to move the tongue down so that you have more space. Let's pretend that this is how much you can open your mouth, right? So for the one that is called chiusa, you want to keep your mouth shut as much as you can. E. If you want to try with the same word but 2 different sounds, then use the word pesca, okay? Pesca, as I just said, when it's open, pesca. So I don't think too much about keeping my mouth closed, I just say pesca. That's the peach, il frutto, fruits, right? Pesca. While if you want to try and keep your mouth as close as possible, pesca. Not pesca, but pesca. You can think of it as a shorter version if it helps you, and in that case is to fish. So from the open I, la E aperta, it's easy to talk about A. So from E, you open your mouth even more, and then you just let the air out, right? A. Albero. Amico. Automobile. Albero is tree, amico is friend, and automobile is car. From A, you just close your lips, not the whole mouth, but just the lips. And the tongue is a bit at the back. While A, you can even say A somehow with O, O. Since the lips close a bit, there's no space for la lingua, right? There's no space to stick your tongue out, right? So it's just O, O. Orologio, orologio, clock. For this sound, you have to put your lips a bit closer. So not O, but like this, like you want to whistle, kind of. I'm not able to, but anyway. And while before the tongue was at the back, we said like O, O, it doesn't touch anything inside the mouth, right? For the second one, you want to press it against the rest of the mouth, like you can almost not let any air go out, like There's less space for air to go out. Like with the E that we practiced before, right? E, but the position of the lips are different. And again, here too, if you want to practice with the same word, there is one, and it's botte. Botte. Now, as I said it right now, like botte, with an open sound, botte, botte. Like there's a lot of space in between my lingua, the tongue, and the rest of the mouth, botte. It's like I'm beating you up, basically, because it's when I kick you or punch you. Here too, you can try like with not giving yourself too much space to open your mouth, botte, botte, botte. In this case, it's the barrel where you keep your whiskey or wine. But don't worry too much, because actually when the word is inside a phrase, so in the middle of the sentence, it's not like we need to make such a difference by sound, because it's pretty obvious depending on the context. Something else that can help you with this O chiusa, with this sound, is thinking about the letter U. U. As before, with I and E, where the position is almost the same, with U and O, like Umberto, which is a name for a male, uomo, 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 man. If you really want to practice and also learn a word, my favorite one, especially when I was a kid, is aiuola, which is the singular form for flower bed, and it has almost all vowels inside, right? But if you make it plural, aiuole, a-i-u-o-le, aiuole, then you can practice all the vowels all together. Aiuole, aiuole. Everyone, welcome to ItalianPod101.com. My name is Desi. Mi chiamo Desi. Mi chiamo Desi. And in this video, we're going to talk about some basic knowledge of Italian language, consonants. Le consonanti. Consonanti. First of all, let's say that there are 16 of them, plus 5 used only for words that come from another language. Let's see their sounds together, starting with the basic ones. B. B. You see what happens here with the lips? B. Bambino. K. 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 For casa, house, casa, but the K sound can also be pronounced as ch, as in cesto, cesto, which means basket. So when do you pronounce it as a K and when as a ch? When K is followed by A, O, or U, it stays as a hard sound. So it's pronounced as in casa, cuoco, cuoco. You see it has both O and U, cook. While when there is I or I, it's a soft sound, like in cibo, cibo, food, or cena, cena, dinner. Now, the letter I can also be followed by some other vowels. In that case, it's not pronounced, like in ciao, ciao, hi, ciao. You don't say ciao, ciao. So it just modifies the hard sound and it makes it a soft sound, right? Not cow, but ciao. So you know that it's soft, like in cielo, cielo, sky. It's not cielo, but just cielo. D, as in Desiree, my name, Desiree. Or dado, dice, dado. D. F, farfalla, butterfly, farfalla. G comes from here, G. Sometimes, same as with K, it's pronounced J, and the rules are the same. Gatto, cat, gonna, skirt, gusto, the taste, the flavor, gusto. Or gustoso means tasty. While with I and E, the sound is soft, like in gelato, ice cream, gelato. Or giusto, which means right. So the same gusto with the I becomes giusto, right? Flavor and right. Gusto and giusto. Now, the H is always mute in Italian, so you don't pronounce it, like in hotel, or as you know, io ho, the verb to have. And when it follows a K or a G sound, it makes it hard, even if it's followed by a vowel, like che. With the K, there are not so many actually, like chimica, chemistry, right? Chimica. While if there was no H there, it would be chimica, which is not a word, but just in order for you to understand how the sound works. L, leone, lion, leone, here before your teeth, leone. M, mamma, mom, mamma mia, mamma mia, oh my god, or my mom, right? Mamma mia. N, nonna, grandma, nonno, grandpa. P, penna, a pen. Q. Now, Q is always followed by a U in Italian, Q, and there are actually not that many words. Quadro, like a painting, Q, the one that everyone has problems with. R, it's rolled, right? R. You have to make it vibrate. You don't have to prolong it too much, rosso, but it still has to roll, rosso. Practice this, rosso. What we say, like to kids when they're not able to do that, to make them practice, is ramarro, marrone. Ramarro is a green lizard. Now I'm emphasizing that. You don't have to say that long. Ramarro. Just ramarro, marrone. Marrone is brown, right? So ramarro marrone is an actual like brown-green lizard, which doesn't have to exist, okay? It's just for the sound of the words. Ramarro marrone. S. We actually have two pronunciations for this letter. One is the most common one. It's called soft one, and it's when the letter is at the beginning of the word, like in sister, sorella. You see, it's the same. Sister, sorella. S. Soft one. While there's also an hard one, which is actually more close to a Z sound, a Z, which is when the letter is in between two vowels, when the S is in between two vowels. Like in naso, nose, naso. You see, it's not naso, which would be the S from sorella, sister, but naso, more like a Z, right? Naso. T. Televisione. televisione, television. V, vaso, vaso, vase. Then we have Z, z, which is kind of like S, right? But Z, stronger. In fact, the problem with Z is that, as I just told you, S has two different pronunciations, right? And one is really close to Z. So when we pronounce actually the letter Z, it's often heard as a double one. Like in stazione, stazione. It really seems like there are two Z, right? Stazione. But the truth is, spelling-wise, it's just one. Also because there are not many with double Z, just maybe zazzera. But you see, in the pronunciation, you can't really understand the difference. Zazzera is when you have like messy hair, but it's really peculiar anyway. So yeah. The last thing is that, as I mentioned in the beginning, there are 5 consonants that are used for words that come from foreign languages, right? Those are pronounced like in the foreign language that they come from. So we have J, for, let's say, judo, judo, because that's how it's pronounced in Japanese, right? That's where the word comes from, judo. Kappa, or K, kappa, it's just like a K, right? But stronger. Kit, kappa. V doppia, because V is just V, right? So V doppia, W, like in wow. So wow comes from English, so it's pronounced as in English, wow. While for Waffe, for example, since it comes from German and that's how they pronounce it, it stays as Waffe. Makes sense, right? Then we have X, xylofono, xylofono, like ex ragazzo, ex-boyfriend, ex ragazzo. And finally Y, which is the only one that may be harder to say, ypsilon, ypsilon, ypsilon. But it's not pronounced as ypsilon in a word, it's just like yogurt, 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 yogurt.
Camicia. Shirt. Camicia. Camicia. Shirt. Sto lavando la camicia. I'm washing the shirt. Sto lavando la camicia. Pantaloni. Pants. Pantaloni. Pantaloni. Pants. I pantaloni sono lunghi. The pants are long. I pantaloni sono lunghi. Vestito. Dress. Vestito. Vestito. Dress. Guarda il mio nuovo vestito. Look at my new dress. Guarda il mio nuovo vestito. Dire. Say. Dire. Dire. Say. Non dire una parola. Don't say a word. Non dire una parola. Chiamare. Call. Chiamare. Chiamare. Call. Devo chiamare un avvocato. I have to call a lawyer. Devo chiamare un avvocato. Trovare. Find. Trovare. Trovare. Find. Dobbiamo trovare una via di fuga. We must find an escape route. Dobbiamo trovare una via di fuga. Pulire. Clean. Pulire. Pulire. Clean. L'asciugamano non è pulito. The towel is not clean. L'asciugamano non è pulito. Sporco. Dirty. Sporco. Sporco. Dirty. Il piatto è sporco. The plate is dirty. Il piatto è sporco. Carota. Carrot. Carota. Carota. Carrot. Il dottore consiglia di mangiare una carota ogni 2 giorni. The doctor suggests eating a carrot every 2 days. Il dottore consiglia di mangiare una carota ogni 2 giorni. Cipolla. Onion. Cipolla. Cipolla. Onion. La cipolla dà sapore a ogni piatto. Onion gives flavor to any dish. La cipolla dà sapore a ogni piatto. Lattuga. Lettuce. Lattuga. Lattuga. Lettuce. Vorrei una lattuga e 2 carote. I'd like 1 lettuce and 2 carrots. Vorrei una lattuga e 2 carote. Pecora. Sheep. Pecora. Pecora. Sheep. Abbiamo smarrito una pecora. We lost a sheep. Abbiamo smarrito una pecora. Coniglio. Rabbit. Coniglio. Coniglio. Rabbit. Il coniglio marrone sta mangiando delle foglie in giardino. The brown rabbit is eating leaves in the garden. Il coniglio marrone sta mangiando delle foglie in giardino. Foca. Seal. Foca. Foca. Seal. La foca sta facendo girare l'hula hoop. The seal is spinning hula hoops. La foca sta facendo girare l'hula hoop. Nuvola. Cloud. Nuvola. Nuvola. Cloud. Quella nuvola è rosa. That cloud is pink. Quella nuvola è rosa. Sereno. Sunny. Sereno. sereno. Sunny. Oggi il tempo è sereno. Today the weather is clear. Oggi il tempo è sereno. Piovoso. Rainy. Piovoso. Piovoso. Rainy. In Italia, marzo è sempre un mese piovoso. In Italy, March is always a rainy month. In Italia, marzo è sempre un mese piovoso. Bambino. Baby. Bambino. Bambino. Baby. Che bel bambino. What a nice baby. Che bel bambino. Bambina. Girl. Bambina. Bambina. Girl. La bambina sta per dormire. The girl is about to sleep. La bambina sta per dormire. Bambino. Boy. Bambino. Bambino. Boy. È un bambino testardo. He is a stubborn boy. È un bambino testardo.
Welcome to Fun and Easy Italian by ItalianPod101.com. You might know what ciao means, but do you know what I'm asking if I say Bella zio, come butta? Let's find out in this lesson. Ciao a tutti, sono Felice. Hi everyone, I'm Felice.
And I'm Alicia. In this lesson, you'll learn all about how to say hello in Italian. Greetings are an important part of a conversation. Regardless of whether you already know the person you're talking to or not, most of the time we need to say hello before saying anything else. If you want to learn a language well, it's important that you know how to greet people in different situations. In this video, you'll learn how to say hello in Italian in all types of situations. Let's start with how to say hello to a friend. If you have an Italian friend, you're likely to hug, kiss, hold hands, and exchange nice words as a casual greeting. Italians don't like it if you're too formal.
As for what to say, the Italian hello for friends is, of course, ciao. Hello. Ciao. Ciao. Here is an example sentence. Ciao, come stai? Hello, how are you? Ciao, come stai? Ciao, come stai? You could answer this question with Ciao, tutto bene, grazie. E tu? Hello, I am alright. Thanks. And you? Ciao, tutto bene, grazie. E tu? Ciao, tutto bene, grazie. E tu?
Italian friends usually kiss once on each cheek and hug. Shaking hands or patting each other's backs is very common among friends as well. Kissing is done more often by people from southern Italy than those from the north.
To then say goodbye to your friends, while kissing, hugging, or shaking hands, you can say A presto! See you soon! A presto! A presto! Or Alla prossima! See you next time! Alla prossima! Alla prossima! A simple ciao is okay as parting greeting as well. Next, let's look at how to say hello to someone who's a bit older. Remember to use formal Italian when talking to an older person. Instead of say ciao, for example, you'll say buongiorno, which literally means good day. Buongiorno. Buongiorno. Until 4 p.m., you can also say buon pomeriggio, which means good afternoon. Buon pomeriggio. Buon pomeriggio. If you meet the other person after 4 p.m., you can say buonasera. Good evening. Buonasera. Buonasera. As for when you are leaving, if it's before 4 p.m., you can say buona giornata. Have a nice day. Buona giornata. Buona giornata. But if you are leaving after 4 p.m., you should instead say buona serata. Have a nice evening. Buona serata. Buona serata. If it is late at night, however, it would be best to say buonanotte. Good night. Buonanotte. Buonanotte. In addition to the time-specific greetings, there are other more general greetings as well. A greeting that works for both meetings and farewells is salve. Hello. Salve. Salve. And last but not least, we also have Arrivederci, which means goodbye. Remember to only use this when bidding forward. Arrivederci. Arrivederci. If you want to be polite and correct in any situation, but you don't want to appear too formal, you can use salve and arrivederci.
As for body language, outside of business situations, older people in Italy will expect you to kiss them on the cheeks, especially women. Sometimes, men prefer to shake hands instead of kissing. But if you're not sure what to do, you can follow their lead instead.
Now, let's look at an example. This is how a conversation would usually start when talking to an older person in Italy. Buongiorno, come sta? Good morning, how are you? Buongiorno, come sta? Buongiorno, come sta? The answer to that could be buongiorno, sto bene, grazie. E lei? Good morning, I'm fine, thanks. And you? Buongiorno, sto bene, grazie. E lei? Buongiorno, sto bene, grazie. E lei?
Let's next see how to say hello in formal situations. If you were to attend a business meeting while in Italy, the formal greetings used would be similar to those used for older people. That being said, there are still a few differences which you have to be careful about. For example, remember to shake hands instead of kissing people on the cheeks. And in addition to using polite Italian, be sure to use the person's title and try to avoid asking, "How are you?"
Here is a sample conversation. Buongiorno, professore. Ha fatto buon viaggio? Good morning, professor. Did you have a nice journey? Buongiorno, professore. Ha fatto buon viaggio? Buongiorno, professore. Ha fatto buon viaggio? Buongiorno, signora Rossi. Sì, grazie. Good morning, Miss Rossi. Yes, thank you. Buongiorno, signora Rossi. Sì, grazie. Buongiorno, signora Rossi. Sì, grazie.
Next, let's briefly consider a rare yet interesting scenario: how to say hello to the Pope. Being able to say hello to the Pope might seem impractical, but who knows? It's always better to be prepared than not, right? So let's get started. When the Pope enters a room or simply stands or walks, be sure to stand up as a sign of respect.
If the Pope talks to you directly, you should bow and shake his hand. You may also kiss his ring if you are Catholic. When talking to him, you should use formal Italian and call him Santo Padre, Saint Father, Santo Padre, Santo Padre.
Let's now consider the complete opposite end of the spectrum: how to informally greet friends, on the street, for example. Informal Italian greetings are just like those in any other language. They differ from the common language and vary from city to city.
But here are some common expressions which you are likely to come across. Bella lì. Hi. Bella lì. Bella lì. Bella zio, which also means hi. Bella zio. Bella zio. Come butta? What's up? Come butta. Come butta? And here is an example conversation. Bella zio, come butta? Hi, what's up? Bella zio, come butta? Bella zio, come butta? Bella lì, tutto ok. E a te? Hi, everything's good. How about you? Bella lì, tutto ok. E a te? Bella lì, tutto ok. E a te?
Next is a brief note about what gestures you should be using when greeting someone. Italian greetings and introductions are not only composed of words. The body language that you use is just as important as the spoken language. Italians talk not only with their hands, but also with their arms, head, shoulders, and eyes. Here's a quick recap of the most common gestures used with Italian greetings. For friends and relatives, you may kiss twice on the cheeks, one on each side. You may also hold hands and give warm hugs. If you meet someone on a formal occasion, however, be sure to shake their hands and avoid kissing. This is also true in northern Italy among male relatives and friends. Lastly, let's go over how to say hello on the phone. Have you ever wondered what's the right greeting to use when making a call? Or how do you answer the phone properly?
Well, when you answer the phone, you just have to make sure to say pronto, which means hello. This word literally means ready. Pronto. Pronto.
The rest of the conversation doesn't differ much from a normal conversation.
Here is a simple example of two people talking over the phone. Pronto? Hello? Pronto? Pronto? Ciao Marta, sono la zia Antonia. Hi Marta, it's Aunt Antonia. Ciao Marta, sono la zia Antonia. Ciao Marta, sono la zia Antonia.
In this lesson, you learned how to say hello in casual and formal occasions, including when meeting the Pope. You also learned how to speak to the elderly, some tips about Italian body language, and how to say hello over the phone. Want to learn the language fast with PDF cheat sheets? You can get cheat sheets for all kinds of topics: travel, hobbies, love, and much more. And you'll learn all of the must-know words and phrases for each. So click the link in the lesson description and sign up for a free lifetime account to get them. That's it for today.
Alla prossima! See you next time!
See you next time! Hey everyone! Welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is how to get back on track after language learning failure. If you've ever made language learning a goal, you've also likely experienced failure. Maybe you quit studying for some time. Maybe you came back to try again later. But how do you bounce back after failing? Well, it might be easier than you think. In this episode, you'll discover 1. The key points to consider after failing a goal, and 2. The steps to getting back on track with language learning. But first, listen up. Here are this month's new lessons and resources. First, the Cooking Conversation Cheat Sheet. Learn all the must-know cooking phrases with this new cheat sheet. Download it for free right now. Second, our brand new visual flashcards. Want to speak more of the language? You'll need to learn more words. And with our new printable visual flashcards, you'll learn over 1,500 words. Just download and print them out. Third, can you talk about your favorite shows? Learn how to say no spoilers, what are you watching right now, and other useful words and phrases for video on demand. Fourth, what's your New Year's resolution? With this bonus phrase list, you'll learn to say read more, save money, learn a language, and other common goals. Fifth, must know words and phrases for the new year. If you're learning the language and can't yet talk about the new year, then access this 1-minute vocabulary lesson. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. How to get back on track after language learning failure. So, how do you get back on track with language learning after failing? Think back to your school days. Did you ever miss a homework assignment? Most of us did. You'd have to make it up and do the next one. You had to double up on your work. So if you've ever missed a goal, you might be tempted to do the same thing. Finish your old goal and achieve a new one. However, that might not be such a good idea. A key point to remember after failing a goal is don't set the same goal again. Let's explain why. 1. If you failed the goal before, there's a good chance that the goal might be too much for you. In that case, you want an easier goal. 2. You need to give yourself a chance to succeed. And if that requires setting a super easy goal that you actually can reach, then so be it. Do that. For example, if you tried to learn 100 words in 1 month and failed, but you want to try again, go for something smaller, like 20 words. Between trying and failing the 100-word goal again or reaching a smaller 20-word goal, you're much better off with the 20-word goal. It'll be better for your motivation to hit a super easy goal instead of failing multiple times in a row. It'll get you back in motion with language learning. Now that you know how to get back on track, here are some steps you can take. 1. Think back to the last language goal you set and failed. Was it last year's New Year's resolution? And was it something like, I just want to be fluent, or I want to speak the language? You can let us know what your old goal was in the comments. 2. Aim for a smaller, more realistic goal. With that last goal in mind, think about how you might make a new, easier goal. Remember, your goal should always be 1. Small, 2. Measurable, for example, 1 minute of conversation, 100 words, 10 grammar rules, 10 lessons, etc. And 3. Have a small time frame with a deadline. In other words, it's a goal for the week or for the month, and the deadline is January 31st, for example. So if your failed goal was to just speak fluently, aim for something smaller. Set a goal like, I want to speak for 1 minute this month, or I want to be able to introduce myself by the end of this week, or I want to master the alphabet by the end of this week, and schedule a deadline for yourself. All of these goals are small, measurable, specific, and easy to achieve. You'll easily know if you've reached 1 minute of speaking, if you've learned the alphabet, or learned how to say, my name is, in the language you're studying. So now that you have a goal, 3. Find a way to fit language learning into your life. Instead of creating new routines that you may have trouble sticking with, work with what you already have, your existing routines. If you already spend 10 minutes on chores in the morning, you can listen to a lesson and learn a bit of language. If you take a walk, you can listen to a lesson then. If you watch YouTube for an hour in the evening, you can spend 5 or 10 minutes watching one of our lessons. Piggybacking off of your existing daily routines is the easiest way to introduce language learning into your life. Okay, now let's talk about learning material. 4. Get back on track with easy learning material. An easy way to restart learning is with our audio and video lessons. All you have to do is hit play and follow along. And if you have to, you can multitask. For example, as we mentioned, you can be doing chores and listening in. Taking steps like these can help you form study habits. It's a lot easier to listen and do what you usually do, as opposed to buying a textbook, setting aside time, sitting down, and trying to go through it, especially if you're not used to learning a language. Finally, another very easy thing you can do is take advantage of our Word of the Day lessons. These are daily emails that teach you one new word a day. The goal of these emails is to get you used to learning and create a simple routine. If you can stick with spending 1 quick minute every day learning a new word, then you can grow to stick with almost any other routine. So to recap, we often fail and give up on our goals because we overwhelm ourselves. Whether it's with an unrealistic goal, a heavy routine, or complicated resources. You want to do the opposite. Avoid overwhelming yourself. If you failed a goal before, aim for a smaller goal. Avoid heavy learning routines and piggyback off of your existing daily routines. If you take a walk, then use that time to listen to audio lessons. And finally, use easy learning material, such as our audio and video lessons on our website. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about how to adjust your routine and learn language from home. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way, and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! What if you could go from struggling to speak to speaking with confidence? Reviewing is a huge part of achieving this. In this video, you'll learn 6 ways our language learning program helps you review. Number 1, replay your lessons. If you're using our language learning program, you can download lessons and review them at a later date. And since lessons are 3 to 15 minutes long, your preparation and review sessions won't take a lot of time. The easiest way to review is to simply replay past lessons. Of course, make sure you pay attention. Number 2, read the lesson notes. Imagine you've finished reading a big book or watching a video course. Do you remember everything you've learned? Of course not. When you get a lot of information at one time, it's normal not to be able to recall all of it immediately. But you can refresh your memory by going back to reread, rewatch, and take notes. It takes effort. This is why you get lesson notes with every lesson. These notes give you the lesson in writing, so you can review the conversation, the vocabulary, grammar, and cultural points quickly. Number 3, listen to lines from the lesson conversation with the Dialog Tool. The Dialog Tool is a premium feature that our users love because you get line-by-line breakdowns of conversations. For every line of the conversation, you get audio, the transcript, and the translations. This tool helps you master entire conversations, speak faster, and improve your listening. You can listen to each line one by one, read along, and repeat out loud. Repeating out loud will help your speaking skills. And because you can listen as much as you want, you can also use this tool to work on your listening skills. Number 4, the Vocabulary Slideshow. With this, you can review words and phrases from a specific lesson. Just press play and watch the slideshow. For each word, you'll hear the native pronunciation. You'll also get the meaning, the text, and translations right there on the screen. You can even put the slideshow on loop to review as much as you want. Number 5, practice your speaking skills with the voice recorder. With the voice recorder tool, you can record yourself and compare your speech to that of native speakers. This can help you find out where you can improve your speaking skills. It's a great way to practice speaking and perfect your pronunciation. Number 6, review conversations with the Dialog audio track. The dialogue track gives you just the conversation. It's purely the target language, no translations. You get it for every lesson. Listen to it again and again until you completely understand every single word. This is a great way to see how much you understand, and it's a great language immersion tactic. Want to learn new words and phrases fast so you can speak and understand more of your target language? In this video, you'll learn all about spaced repetition flashcards. You'll learn about why this particular study tool is so useful and how using it can help keep vocabulary words fresh in your mind. First, here's what's new with our flashcards. You can now access your flashcards on any mobile device. They're mobile responsive, so visit the site on any device: iPhone, iPad, Android, or any tablet. Access the flashcards and learn anywhere, anytime. But what if you're a new language learner and have never seen this tool before? Second, what are spaced repetition flashcards? What are they? And how do spaced repetition flashcards teach you words and phrases better than regular flashcards? First, imagine a regular flashcard. Imagine a teacher is quizzing you with paper flashcards. On the front, you see the word in the target language. The meaning of the word is on the other side. Your teacher shows you the target language word and asks you what the word means. If you get the answer right, your teacher puts the card in a pile of correct answer cards. If you get the answer wrong, your teacher puts the card in a pile of wrong answer cards. Spaced repetition flashcards are like a digital version of this, but a computer sorts your answers into correct answers and wrong answers, and then chooses which cards to quiz you on accordingly. With a spaced repetition flashcard, you see a word. You mark whether you know it or not. You learn whether you are right or wrong. Then you get the next word. But what exactly is spaced repetition? Third, how spaced repetition works. This is the part of the tool that makes the flashcard so powerful. If you get a word wrong, you'll see that card more often until you get it right. The card will keep popping up until you remember the answer. Spaced repetition flashcards help you focus on the words you don't know yet, or the words you're weak with, instead of asking you to review words you already know well. If you get a word right, you'll see that word again in perhaps 2 days. If you get the word right again after waiting 2 days, you might see the word 4 days later, then 16 days later, and so on. As you study and remember words, the flashcards will appear less frequently. This is because you're remembering the vocabulary and don't need to spend time studying the words you already know. Spaced repetition flashcards help you study words at the right time. The flashcards will track your progress. This means you don't have to remember which words you got right or wrong. The flashcards you are quizzed on will be customized to your knowledge level every time you study, and the quizzes will also help you keep your memory fresh. Remember, we don't learn things simply by seeing them once. By repeating our studies over a period of time, we remember things better. And the best part is that you can study vocabulary and phrases in just a few minutes a day. So if you're on the train or bus going to work, you can put that time to use. Take out your phone and learn new words. Just a couple minutes every day will help you learn new words fast. A common question that first-time language learners ask is, where do I begin? Classically, the answer to this is with guidance. Finding the right teacher can be tricky, especially online. There are a lot of options to choose from. We've got one we'll tell you about. In this video, we'll show you how our Premium Plus learning option can provide you with guidance to help you reach your language learning goals. Our Premium Plus study tools are designed to support and guide learners. There's access to thousands of lessons, a voice recording tool, and spaced repetition flashcards. Most importantly, Premium Plus users get a personal language instructor who can provide weekly assignments. Let's talk about these items in detail. Number 1. Gain unlimited access to audio and video lessons. As a Premium Plus member, you'll have full access to the lesson library and other premium features. Best of all, you're not limited to one level, and you can learn to your heart's content with upper-level courses. There are lessons on various topics that tackle crucial language learning elements like reading, writing, listening, speaking, and conversation. More specifically, there are pathways. Pathways are collections of lessons that focus on a specific topic. Some pathways are even geared towards proficiency tests. There are also pathways in the lesson library to help you prepare for certain events. such as speaking at a restaurant, buying a ticket, or making friends. One of the most helpful is the Top 25 Questions You Need to Know pathway, which can help you in your everyday life. Each lesson has lesson notes to read while you listen to the audio lesson. This will help you follow along with key points. Lesson notes generally contain the dialogue, new vocabulary, the target grammar points, and cultural insights based on the dialogue. Podcasts and lesson notes are available on the Innovative Language app, so you can also learn on the go. Number 2, practice speaking with the voice recording tool. Pronunciation is an important part of language learning. Proper pronunciation ensures understanding during conversations with native speakers. Many learners think speaking is one of the most challenging components of learning a language. To help with this, the voice recording tool is a great way to improve speaking skills. Lesson dialogues are spoken by native speakers, so you can record yourself repeating after them to practice speaking naturally. Your Premium Plus teacher can assign you tasks to help you progress with any new sounds you might be learning. For these assignments, your teacher can listen to your voice recordings of the sounds and help you learn how to pronounce them. Completing these tasks under the guidance of your teacher can help you boost your confidence in speaking. This feature is also available for vocabulary words and sample sentences. Being able to hear these recordings improves pronunciation skills, especially when incorrect intonation can change the meaning of a word entirely. The voice recorder examines your speed and tone. Don't forget to also follow up by sending a recording to your Premium Plus teacher for feedback. Number 3, increase your vocabulary with spaced repetition flashcards and more. One of the best ways to learn vocabulary is with spaced repetition flashcards. Spaced repetition is a system designed for learning something new and reviewing it in varying time intervals. You can create and study flashcard decks, whether from your word bank or a specific vocabulary list. For example, if you need to visit a post office, the post office vocabulary list for your target language would be beneficial to study prior to your visit. Premium Plus offers various features to expand learners' vocabulary, including free gifts of the month, such as the 400 Everyday Phrases for Beginners ebook. Find opportunities to use them with your teachers, friends, or classmates. For even more practice, each lesson has a vocabulary slideshow and a quiz to review the lesson's vocabulary. There's also the 2000 core word list, which includes the most commonly used words in your target language. Starting from the 100 core word list, you'll gradually build up your knowledge of useful vocabulary. These lists can be studied with spaced repetition flashcards too. With the flashcards, you can change the settings to your liking. The settings range from different card types to number of new cards per deck. Give yourself vocabulary tests by changing the settings. After studying a number of flashcards, change the card types to listening comprehension. You can then test yourself by writing the translation of the word or the spoken word or phrase. Changing your settings allows you to remember vocabulary and learn how to identify the words. This can be especially helpful when learning to recognize new characters in certain languages. Number 4, get your own personal language teacher. Your language teacher will work with you in your goals to create a personalized and achievable study path. Once you share a short-term or a long-term goal with your teacher, you can establish a plan or pathway to lead to success. Coordinate with your teacher regularly to ensure the personalized learning programs are still working for you. If not, you can always change it up. There are so many ways your Premium Plus teacher can help you. If you have a speech you need to write, they can help you come up with the right way to say what you want to say. If there's something you need help translating, your teacher can lend you a hand. Or if there is a specific movie or song you want to consume in your target language, your teacher can gear your lessons to help you achieve your goal. Being in planes, trains, and buses can be an uncomfortable experience for many people. Often there are small, cramped seats, not many things to do, and sometimes the experience is even scary. Despite this, you often see people working in these environments. How do they do it? In this video, you'll learn 3 tips to help you be able to study anywhere. The first one is adjust to your environment. Most of us would probably agree that a plane or a bus is not the best place to study. These environments are usually dark and cramped, and you may have a crying baby next to you. But the point is, there's never a perfect time or place to learn. The reality is that a lot of us use transportation every day. We face environments that are typically considered unsuitable for study. Trains get crowded. You can't do much in your car. Even in your own home, you'll get distracted by the TV or Facebook or something. And some days you'll be sick, you'll be tired, you'll have dinner plans. Once you accept that there's rarely such a thing as the perfect time to study, you can start thinking about how to make the best of the environment you have at that time. For example, if you ride a train, you might stand up for a long time. It might be difficult to focus on a book. In a case like this, you can use the Innovative Language 101 app to study, listen to the audio lessons, or do the word of the day by email. There are ways that you can learn in just about any situation. The point is, you need to adjust your study method to your environment. So take a look at your day and see where your time goes. Are there any gaps in between your activities where you feel like you can't study? And is there any way you can adjust? 2. Take advantage of your limited time. We've surveyed tons of learners over the years, and every year we find that the #1 reason most people don't learn a language is they say they have no time. But there's a chance you may have some spare time to study. You might just not recognize it yet. Let's say you commute for 30 minutes every day. You can ask yourself, how do I put these next 30 minutes to use? Or if you finish work at 7 p.m. and spend an hour doing nothing, you can think about what you might do in that hour that will help you work towards your goals. You don't have to use all 30 minutes of your commute or the full hour of your free time, but you can definitely fit in a short lesson or take other steps towards your goals. 3. Have an on and off mindset. When you work, it can be really helpful to have a kind of on-off switch for when it's time to work and time to rest. You can apply this same idea to your language studies. When it's time to study, you can focus solely on that. You don't spend time thinking about doing it, you just do it. It doesn't matter where you are or what kind of studying you're doing, as long as it gets done. And when you're done with a lesson, reward yourself. It can be as simple as telling yourself, "Great job." When you're finished with the time you promised yourself for studies, feel free to focus on the next thing. Great work. Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Access your free language gifts right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Love Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to ask someone out in your target language? With this new cheat sheet, you'll master tons of romantic phrases, just in time for Valentine's Day. Download it for free right now. Second, the Slang Words and Phrases PDF ebook. Do you know any slang in your target language? If not, download this free ebook and master all the must-know slang across 10 chapters. Third, can you talk about containers in your target language? Learn how to say box, bottle, bin, and much more with this quick vocabulary bonus. Fourth, must-know Valentine's Day vocabulary. Can you talk about Valentine's Day in your target language? You'll be able to with this quick 1-minute vocabulary lesson. Fifth, the top 15 encouraging phrases. Want to be able to say positive phrases like believe in yourself and don't give up? Then get this bonus phrase lesson. Sixth, free audiobooks. Unlock our huge library of language learning audiobooks. Save them to any device and listen and learn. They're yours to keep forever. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, take the 12-month challenge and get 12 months of Premium or Premium Plus at up to 45% off. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Hi guys, welcome back to ItalianPod101.com. My name is Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. And in this video we're gonna talk about comparative and superlative. Comparativo e superlativo. Comparativo e superlativo. As the name suggests, of course, we need two terms of comparison, right? The question is, what do we put in between? So in Italian, to compare, we call it 3 degrees of comparison, 3 gradi. There is the comparative of majority, il comparativo di maggioranza. So when in English you say this is more interesting than that, right? In Italian, this is expressed through the pattern first term of comparison, verb, più stays for more, quality or what we're talking about, di or che Second term of comparison. So, for example, it's easier said than thought about. Luca è più alto di Marco. Luca, first term of comparison, è, verb, più, more, alto. It's not like in English where you have to think if it's shorter then you add er, otherwise more and blah blah. No, in Italian it stays the same. So, alto, più alto, di Marco. Luca è più alto di Marco. Luca is taller than Marco. And if you're curious about a longer word, then we can say la bicicletta è più economica dell'automobile. The bicycle, the bike, is cheaper than a car. La bicicletta è più economica dell'automobile. Now, what you want to pay attention to is when to choose between di and che to express then. But don't worry, there are rules. Di is used when the two terms of comparison are nouns, like in this case, it can be proper noun, so a person, or just a thing, like we just said. Luca è più alto di Marco, noun. La bicicletta è più economica dell'automobile, another noun, right? You also use that with pronouns. For example, io sono più giovane di te. I'm younger than you. I don't know if it's true. Anyway, di te, di lui, di lei works the same. Meanwhile, che is used when you're comparing two verbs. For example, giocare è più divertente che studiare. Playing is funnier, more exciting than studying. Giocare è più divertente che studiare. Che is also used in between adjectives. For example, Maria è più bella che intelligente. I'm sorry to any Maria out there. I just thought of a random example. Maria is more beautiful than intelligent. Quelle scarpe, those shoes, sono più belle che comode. Those shoes are more beautiful than comfortable, actually. Più belle che. Che is also used with prepositions. For example, in Piemonte fa più freddo che in Sicilia. Piemonte is a region in northern Italy. So, in Piemonte fa più freddo. In Piemonte is colder than in Sicily. Che in Sicilia. There are also cases when you can use both. For example, with adverbs, like oggi fa più freddo di ieri. You can also say oggi fa più freddo che ieri. It actually depends, like, on regions or where you're from. We understand it the same, and you don't have to think too much about that. You can just go with the flow. The same goes with the comparativo di minoranza, so minority. The only thing that changes is that instead of più, so more, you use meno, less. Luca è meno alto di Marco. Luca is shorter than Marco, and so on. While for comparativo di uguaglianza, so when the degree is the same, equality, you use the pattern tanto quanto, or così come, always in between the two terms of comparison. For example, Luca è tanto bello quanto intelligente. Luca is so beautiful as much as clever, intelligent. Tanto quanto, as much as. Quel palazzo è tanto alto quanto casa mia. Sometimes we don't put tanto. Quel palazzo è alto come casa mia. Non sono tanto bella, non sono bella quanto te. Non sono bella come te. I'm not that beautiful as you. I'm not as much beautiful as you are. I'm not beautiful like you. Non sono bella quanto te. Or non sono bella come te. While, speaking of the superlative, so when you want to express that a quality is possessed to the top, like it exceeds every expectation, like there's no comparison, it's absolute, right? Superlativo. There are actually two types of superlative. As you may know, the relative, il relativo. For example, Maria è la più bella tra le ragazze. Maria is the most beautiful among the girls. So we specify a group in which they are the most beautiful or the most something else, right? L'italiano è la lingua più difficile tra le lingue europee. This may not be true, but Italian is the most difficult language among European languages. The important part is the, la, più, so the most. Più is the same, both for more and most. The thing is, without the article is just more, with the article is most. La più, il più bello, tra I ragazzi, among the guys, okay? While if you don't want to specify a group, you just want to say that it really is the best, doesn't matter what we're talking about, l'italiano è bellissimo. So you add issimo to the adjective. L'italiano è bellissimo. So you could say l'italiano è più bello del francese. Sorry, no offense. Italian is more beautiful than French. Più bello di. And it's just comparison between two terms, right? L'italiano è la più bella tra le lingue. Italian is the most beautiful among languages. Or l'italiano è bellissimo. Italian is beautiful. L'italiano è bellissimo. Italiano is the most beautiful. It's beautiful. It's superlative. Superlativo, right? And you can use that with everything. Altissimo, purissimo, difficilissimo, complicatissimo. You just add issimo. So let me know in the comments what is the most difficult thing in Italian. Cosa è più difficile in italiano? In my opinion, parlare, in any language actually, parlare è più difficile che capire. So speaking is more difficult than understanding. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Remember to like and subscribe. And if you want to learn Italian in the fastest, easiest, and most fun way possible, remember to go to ItalianPod101.com and sign up for your free lifetime account. There you can find more lessons as well. And that's all for this video, but I'll see you soon. Thanks for watching. Ciao ciao. Bye bye. Hi everyone, welcome back to ItalianPod101.com. My name is Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. And in this video we're going to talk about something that Italians use really often. Filler words. Parole riempitive. Or we could say riempitivi. Riempitivi. Riempire means to fill, right? So riempitivi, filler, fillings. As in English, those are words that we use when we don't know what to say exactly or when we want to take some time, right? So to waste some time while we can actually think about what we want to convey. For that reason, even though in some other contexts they may have a meaning, in this case they don't. Basically, you can take them out of the phrase, like off the phrase, and the phrase would still make sense. Actually, probably sometimes even more than when we have those, right? And in Italian we have so many, because basically anything can become a filler word, but we're gonna check together some of the most common. The one that everyone uses and they don't even know that they actually use that as a filler word, me included, I just love it, is allora. 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 Sì, allora means then, so, well. The thing is, when I put that in a phrase, when there is a timeline and they say, I said this, and then, allora, he said that. But when I start the phrase with allora, it just means I'm just taking time and trying to tell myself that I have to start. And you can't see that because sometimes I just cut it out, but I basically start everything with allora. So yeah. Allora. And you can notice that this is a filler word, especially when someone is answering a question. I remember in school, it's the most common one, like, dimmi la risposta per la domanda numero 3. Dimmi, tell me, la risposta, the answer, per la domanda, for the question, numero 3, number 3. And I would usually start like, allora, sì, allora. And it just takes some time, right? Either like you want to open the page, either you did that for real, either you have no clue about the answer. Allora works just fine. So allora is the best filler word to begin a phrase. Of course, then we have all this e. In Italian, I think you would hear e the most. Something else that is not really a word, but more of a sound, are things like be, bo, ma. These three are actually really common. They convey doubt. Volevo uscire, I wanted to go out. Boh, andare al parco. Bah, al mare. Bah, going to the park, or yeah, to the sea. It's just like, yeah, whatever. Something else that actually has the same meaning is che ne so. What do I know? Literally. Again, same phrase. Voglio uscire, che ne so, andare al parco. I want to go out, but what do I know? Maybe the park. Che ne so, fare questo. I don't know. What do I know? Maybe doing this. Che ne so. Or I'm telling you an example, a story, and I say, let's say, for example, che ne so. Diciamo, per esempio, che ne so. What do I know? It's just a way to take more time. What do you know instead is just sai. You know. Voglio comprare dei vestiti. Sai, per il matrimonio di mio cugino. I want to buy some clothes. You know, for my cousin's wedding. Actually, you don't know. I'm just saying, you know, sai. Just like, you know, sai. Doesn't mean that you really know. I mean, you can know as well, but I just say, sai, you know, taking some time. Another one really used is praticamente, basically. Praticamente. Per fare questo, to do this, in order to do this, praticamente, basically, truth is, I notice I use that especially when I'm trying to explain something. When you do this, when you have to do this, praticamente, basically, also it's long, so you can take a lot of time with that. Praticamente, basically, and then you give instructions, so you can think about those. I mean, you can use that anytime, not only with instructions. Stavo andando al supermercato e praticamente I was going to the supermarket and basically this guy comes up to me, questo ragazzo mi dice, like that. Or stavo camminando, I was walking, praticamente sul marciapiede, basically on the sidewalk. I mean, what else? But I just say praticamente to take more time or more pathos and emphasis, right? So a filler word, praticamente. For the last one, which are actually two, I kept my favorites and I know that I abuse them. And especially young people are accused of using them too much because they use this instead of basically anything else. And the words that I'm talking about are tipo and cioè. Tipo, like. It's just so useful. And it's like in English when, you know, like you're talking and like you don't really know what to say, like that, right? And you just say tipo for anything. The problem is that people that abuse this word, like me, put that even when you don't need it. And when you actually know what to say, it's just because it's like so usual, like you're so used to say that it's everywhere. Voglio comprare tipo una giacca. I want to buy like a jacket. Tipo lunga, like long, ma tipo anche larga, but like also loose. Cioè tipo, cioè means I mean like, and in this phrase only, I said, voglio comprare tipo una giacca, tipo lunga, però tipo larga, cioè tipo, and it's like the fourth time. And if I could avoid to use them, I could just say, voglio comprare una giacca, lunga, ma anche larga, cioè, I mean, blah blah blah, right? But tipo is just something that you use anytime. And yeah, it's really a filler word because it doesn't convey anything. Actually, it just shows that you don't really know what you're saying if you abuse that. But otherwise, you can use it like in the middle, as like, just to take some more time or to make the phrase longer. Tipo, che ne so, praticamente, ecco, allora. And this is just to start talking, right? I mean, you can combine them as long as you want. The problem is that at some point, the person you're talking to will stop listening, basically. I don't want you to start abusing them, but if you want to put one or the other here and there while you're thinking about what you want to say, that makes you way more natural. And I also want you to understand that sometimes there's no meaning for some words, so you just have to take them as they are. Tipo, tipo. Like tipo, for example. Okay? Let me know in the comments which one is your favorite, or if you have heard some others and you want to discuss them. Thank you for watching, and if you want to know how to have real Italian conversations with Italian native speakers, click the link in the description, check out our PDF lessons, and remember to sign up for your free lifetime account on ItalianPod101.com. Ci vediamo tipo presto. I see you tipo soon. I'm kidding. I'll see you soon. Thanks for watching. Bye bye. Ciao ciao. Hello everyone and welcome back to ItalianPod101.com. My name is Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. And in this video we're gonna talk about phone call phrases. Frasi al telefono. Frasi al telefono. Telefono is phone, and when you call someone, you can use the verb chiamare. Chiamare, so literally to call, but that works on the phone as well. Chiamare. Or telefonare, to telephone. Telefonare. Of course, when you talk on the phone, you have to say things depending on the situation and depending on what you want to know, what you want to convey. So it goes like a normal conversation, right? But in this video, we're going to check together the things that you can only hear on the phone. First of all, because it's the most important, but also because it's literally the first thing you say when you pick up the phone is pronto. Pronto. It's in between an exclamation and a question, like pronto or pronto. It works both ways. The thing is, pronto means ready. I think Italians are the only ones that have it. You basically say I'm ready. And if you think about it, it's really funny because it comes from the past, when there was a switchboard, a contact center, you know, because it had to put you two in contact, right? So when you called them, they called the person that you wanted to call and they asked them if they were ready. So the moment they said, the other part said, I'm ready, they switched the line to you, right? So that's basically the first thing that you hear. The other person being like, pronto, pronto, yes, I'm ready, ready. And so that's said like that. I think like most of people don't even know that that's the reason, but I searched because I was really curious. Like, it's a really fun thing to say, right? Ready, ready. Yes, of course you're ready. You're picking up the phone already. But yeah, so pronto. And then the other person would say who they are, or like ciao, sono Marco, and then you actually say hi. Ah, ciao, come stai? So pronto is really the first thing. And if you're not sure that the other person can hear you, you can repeat that even if you're the one who called. So you're calling me, I say pronto. You say pronto, pronto, like you can't really hear well, right? Another thing that you can say to make sure that the connection is stable is mi senti, can you hear me? But this is informal. If you want to be more formal, like let's say you don't know the person you're calling, you say mi sente, which is the third person, and as you know, that makes it formal. Mi senti? Mi sente? Sì, sì, ti sento. Or sì, sì, la sento. And then you can start the conversation. If you don't know who's calling and the other person didn't say the name, you can ask, chi parla? Scusi, chi parla? Sorry, who's speaking? Chi, who, parla, talks. Who is speaking? Chi parla? Or, con chi sto parlando? Who am I speaking to? Who am I talking with? Scusi, con chi parlo? You can always add scusi to make it more formal anytime. Scusi, mi sente? Scusi, chi parla? But I'm not gonna repeat that every time because it's a bit redundant. But you know that you can use that if you wanna be extra polite, okay? Let's assume that I ask, who am I talking to? And the other guy says, it's me, Marco. And I'm like, don't know you. Or you are the one who calls and ends up finding out that that's not the person you were searching for. Then you can say, ho sbagliato numero. Ho sbagliato numero. Scusi, ho sbagliato numero. Mi dispiace, ho sbagliato numero. Sorry, I got the wrong number. Excuse me, my mistake. Ho sbagliato numero. It's the wrong number. If you want to suggest that the other person got the wrong number, you can say, forse, maybe, ha sbagliato numero. Lei, or tu. Hai sbagliato numero. Anyway, numero sbagliato means wrong number. It's something that can save you, so keep that in mind. Let's assume you got the right number, but the wrong person. So you're talking to me, but you wanted to talk to Maria. C'è Maria? Is Maria there? Can I talk to Maria? Posso parlare a Maria? Posso parlare con Maria? And then I'll just be polite and say, un attimo per favore. One moment, please. Resti in linea. Resta in linea. Stay on the line. Wait a second. Just wait. And then probably I'll put you on hold and go look for Maria, right? Linea is the line that you're on. So if the line gets disconnected and you have to call back, then you can say, è caduta la linea. Cadere means to fall, right? And we use that with the line. So basically the line dropped. The line fell. È caduta la linea. There was no connection anymore. I got cut off. Or somewhere where reception is not good, I can just say non c'è linea. There's no line technically. Non c'è linea. Posso richiamarti? Later, dopo. Can I call you back? Posso richiamarti? Can I call you back? Richiamare. Chiamare, to call. Call back. Richiamare. Or something else that we say when we have to call back. Let's say, we agree on getting some pizzas for tonight, and they say, okay, I'm gonna get those. I'll give you a call to let you know when I'll be there, right? Ti faccio uno squillo. I'll ring you. I'll give you a call. Sometimes that means that you don't really have to pick up. It's just to let you know that I'm calling you, like, just to make the phone ring so you know that it's me, if we had a prior agreement on that. Otherwise, it also means that I'm gonna call you, but for a really brief call. I'm just gonna let you know this, that we just talked about. Ti faccio uno squillo. For example, ti faccio uno squillo quando esco di casa. Assuming I'm coming at your place, I'm going to your place, I say, I'll ring you, I'll give you a call when I'm going out. So you know about the time that I'll take to get there. Right? So yeah, this is basically what we say at the end of the call, and that's only something that we say at the end. I mean, you can say that at the beginning too, but it's more common at the end to thank you for the call. Grazie per la chiamata. Thank you for calling me. Grazie per la chiamata. The call. Thank you for the call. And yeah, for the rest, it depends on the conversation that you have to have. But something else, the last thing that I want you to remember is the word segreteria telefonica. Segreteria telefonica. So literally, telefonica is something that has to do with the telephone, right? And segreteria is the reception. So in this case, segreteria telefonica, altogether, means voicemail, answering machine. Ciao Marco, sono Daisy. Ho provato a chiamarti per sapere come stai. Chiamami quando hai tempo. Ciao. That would be a normal voicemail message. Hi Marco, I'm Daisy. I tried to call you to know how you are. Call me when you have time. So yeah, this is basically it about phone phrases. Let me know what you would leave in my voicemail, and if there was something in particular that you liked. I really liked the pronto thing. And yeah, I hope you liked it. Thank you for watching. And remember that if you still haven't done it, you can sign up for your free lifetime account on ItalianPod101.com and download our PDF lessons in order to learn Italian in the easiest fastest and most fun way possible. I'll see you soon. Bye bye. Ciao ciao. Hi guys, welcome back to ItalianPod101. My name is Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. And in this video, we're gonna talk about things that you should not do in Italy. Cose da evitare. Things to avoid. Evitare. I've thought about this for a while and I realized that everything has to do with food. And of course, I'm excluding things that are not permitted by law, so I'm just talking about manners or anyway things that would make people go like this when you do that. Okay? So if you want to be socially accepted, try to avoid the followings. First of all, let's not order a cappuccino after a meal. Ordinare un cappuccino dopo un pasto. Order a cappuccino after a meal. Pasto is meal. It's a big no-no, okay? You can have coffee. And at most you can have it macchiato, so with a bit of milk inside, but not a cappuccino. That's something that you just order for breakfast or a second breakfast, so let's say till 12-ish. If I hear someone ordering a cappuccino till that time, I'm okay, fine. I'm the first one who does that, actually, because anytime is fine for me, but not after a meal. And if you ask why, it's because we had this belief, and probably it's even true, but anyway, it became a rule not to do that because it's said that milk does not help digestion. So after you eat, you try to avoid a big quantity of milk, okay? So no cappuccino a pranzo o cena. No cappuccino for lunch and dinner. The second thing that it's kind of similar but a bit different is try not to ask for American coffee. Non chiedere, don't ask, un caffè americano. An American coffee. Any time of the day. Okay? I mean, you're free to do what you want, of course. But if you're in Italy, try to go for espresso. And if it's too much for you, ask it a bit longer. We say lungo. Un caffè lungo, so it has more water, but still it's really small, okay? It's not like American coffee. Or with milk, as I said before, macchiato, macchiato, technically stained with a bit of milk on top. Or cappuccino if it's before 12, okay? But try to avoid the word americano and caffè together, mostly because some people don't even know what it is. I mean, we do know what it is, but it's not common to ask for that, so they would just go like, what? Also because I believe Americano, sometimes it's a name of a cocktail, but we don't really associate that with coffee. So yeah, don't do that if you don't want people to go like, scusa cosa? Excuse me, what? Okay? And this was about coffee. Now, let's talk about edible stuff. What is the most common pasta that you know? Spaghetti, right? Some people even think that pasta is just spaghetti. Let's say, for everyone, for once and all, it's not true. We have many, many kinds of pasta, right? It's like corta or lunga, penne, farfalle. There are really many, many shapes. Spaghetti is the most common one, okay? Fine. Please, 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 do not cut them. Like, no. In Italy, you see that only sometimes with children. Like, I remember my grandma and my mom used to like cut those because they didn't want me to choke on them. So that was acceptable. But that's the only thing. Like, that's when you do that for kids. But if you're having spaghetti, you commit to eat them in their length. Tagliare gli spaghetti. So, tagliare, cut, gli spaghetti. Spaghetti, no. Some people are even upset when you're cooking spaghetti and you break them, like in order to fit them in the pot. That's also something that you should avoid. I mean, some people do that, Italians as well, but a lot of people are just like, you are betraying your country, so you should just leave right now. So if you can avoid to do that, just in case. But for sure, when you're eating them, don't use the knife. And technically, I know it's tolerated and a lot of people do that. Technically, you're not even supposed to use the spoon. So you're not allowed, let's say, to help yourself with the spoon and like turn them on the fork, okay, to wrap them around. You just have to use the fork and the plate. And if you cannot do that, You don't eat spaghetti. I'm sorry. I'm kidding. Of course, I'm just saying you can do whatever you want. Another thing that you're not supposed to do, and this applies to all Italians as well, not only you as a tourist or as a foreign, let's all remember that it's not a good manner to rifiutare il cibo, to refuse, to say no thanks to food. Okay? Rifiutare il cibo. Of course you can refuse that when they're asking you to buy it, but I mean in a family or like in a group of friends, and especially with grandmas, really endure it and try. Worst thing, you just accept it and then take forever to eat that, or just like have a bite and then put it there. It's still better than saying no thanks, because people really get offended and you don't want to do that, right? When we offer you some food, it's because we're really trying to share with you what we have and to show you that we care for you. So unless you're like allergic and you're gonna die if you eat something, that's fine. Try to avoid to refuse food. And coffee as well, you know, when people are just like, hey, let's go grab a coffee, or I'll make you coffee when you go visit them at home. Yes, please. Sì, grazie. Molto volentieri. Gladly. Okay, you can say, no, really, sono pieno, I'm full. And that's kind of acceptable, but you should always have some space. Yeah, come prepared with a big stomach and get ready to eat a lot. But if there is something you should not eat in Italy, okay, not even ask for, like the Americano, but that was for drinking, but for eating, please don't chiedere la pasta Alfredo. Ask for Alfredo's pasta. We have no idea what that is or who even Alfredo is. I know it's a thing in the world, but the first time people asked me, I was just like, who? Is it like a famous restaurant or something? It's like the Napolitan sauce, right? I know it's famous all over the world, but it's not what we associate that with. And in particular with Alfredo, we have no clue. Like, maybe restaurants, because they've been asked a lot, but it's not a thing. So, I mean, you can ask for Alfredo's pasta, but I can't guarantee what you're gonna get. Maybe avoid that. Just go with what they have on the menu, or for the classic carbonara, sugo, pesto, and you'll be fine. So those were the 5 things that you should not do in Italy, but I have an extra one which is not related to food, but also really important, okay? Non avere fretta. Don't be in a hurry, okay? Like, really, first of all, because you're probably on vacation, so don't do that. It's better for you to relax. But also, if you're living here or if you're visiting for a longer period, just put your mind at ease. Don't be in a hurry, because it's gonna go wrong. I'm not saying that we're all just relaxed and not doing stuff. No, we do have times and schedules, but you have to keep in mind that transportation may not be punctual, like buses, trains, anything. Sometimes there are strikes and people on the street are also really slow, like with the car. Some people just park where they shouldn't, so you maybe can't pass by, or people just stop to say hi to other people that they meet on the street. So relax, okay? Or like people like to talk, right? So even when you're buying something, maybe the guy before you knew the stuff, the clerk, so they're talking a bit. Relax, take your time. You're in Italy, okay? Let me know in the comments if there are things that you're worried about, like if you should or not do something. Remember to like and subscribe, and if you still haven't done it, you can sign up for your free lifetime account on ItalianPod101.com in order to learn Italian in the easiest, fastest, and most fun way possible. Thank you for watching. I'll see you soon. Ciao, ciao. Not too soon, because remember, we like to take it slow. I'm kidding. Ciao, ciao. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Can Do Italian by ItalianPod101.com.
Ciao a tutti, sono Felice Angelini. Hi everyone, I'm Felice Angelini. In this lesson, you will learn how to use parting greetings.
This is Karen Lee, and she's talking with her former homestay mother, Chiara Lombardi. As Karen says goodbye, her children join her in saying goodnight. Focus on the way each person says goodbye.
A presto. Buonanotte.
Buonanotte.
Ci vediamo, ciao.
Once more with the English translation.
A presto.
See you soon.
Buonanotte.
Good night.
Buonanotte.
Good night.
Ci vediamo, ciao.
See you. Bye.
Let's take a closer look at each of these expressions.
First, do you remember how Karen says, "See you soon"?
A presto.
This starts with the preposition
A.
which means something like until in this context.
A.
Next is
Presto.
soon.
Presto. Presto.
Together
A presto.
means something like until soon, but translates as see you soon.
A presto.
Note,
A presto.
is a shortened form of longer phrases, most commonly
Arrivederci a presto.
see you soon.
A presto.
Is fairly informal, which indicates a close relationship between Karen and Chiara Lombardi, her former homestay mother. Do you remember how Sasha says good night?
Buonanotte.
Good night.
Buonanotte. Buonanotte.
Literally means good night.
Buonanotte.
Buonanotte.
Both Sasha and Ben use this expression when saying goodnight to Chiara. You use
Buonanotte.
good night when you don't plan on seeing someone again that night, and often when someone is about to go to bed. It's like saying, have a good night's sleep. Do you remember how Chiara says, see you, bye?
Ci vediamo, ciao.
See you, bye.
Ci vediamo. Ciao.
First is,
Ci vediamo.
see you.
Ci vediamo.
This starts with,
Ci.
which means something like each other.
Ci. Ci.
After this is,
Vediamo.
we shall see.
Vediamo. Vediamo. Vediamo.
Is from the verb
Vedere.
meaning to see.
Vedere.
Together
Ci vediamo.
literally means each other we shall see, but translates as see you. Note,
Ci vediamo.
is an informal parting greeting, and you should avoid it in formal situations. Next is,
Ciao.
which translates as bye in this context.
Ciao. Ciao.
Remember,
Ciao.
can be used as a parting greeting, meaning bye, as well as a greeting meaning hi. Altogether,
Ci vediamo. Ciao.
see you, bye.
Ci vediamo, ciao.
This sentence is informal. Chiara uses this to say goodbye to everyone. She's the most senior person in the conversation, and she uses informal language to sound friendly.
Let's look at the parting greetings once more. Listen and repeat, or speak along with me. A presto! A presto! Buonanotte! Buonanotte! Ci vediamo! Ci vediamo! Ciao! Ciao! Notte! Notte! Arrivederci! Arrivederci! Did you notice the last parting phrase I used? Arrivederci!
Arrivederci.
Goodbye.
Arrivederci. Arrivederci.
You can use this greeting when you're sure you'll meet the other person again.
Arrivederci.
Let's review the key words.
Notte.
Night, as in good night.
Notte. Notte.
This is a shortened form of
Buonanotte.
good night.
Buonanotte.
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say, "See you soon"? A presto. A presto. And how to say, "Good night"? Buonanotte. Buonanotte. Do you remember how to say, "See you"? Ci vediamo. Ci vediamo. And how to say, "Bye"? Ciao. Ciao. Do you remember how to say, "See you, bye"? Ci vediamo, ciao. Ci vediamo, ciao.
Let's practice. Imagine you're Mark Lee and you're talking with Chiara. Respond by saying, good night. Ready?
Ci vediamo. Ciao.
Buonanotte.
Listen again and repeat.
Buonanotte. Buonanotte.
Let's try another. Imagine you're Sasha Lee and you're finishing class. Respond by saying, bye. Ready?
Ciao.
Ciao. Listen again and repeat. Ciao. Ciao. Let's try one more. Imagine you're Ben Lee and you're finishing coffee with your college friend, Federica. Respond by saying, see you.
A presto.
Ci vediamo.
Listen again and repeat.
Ci vediamo. Ci vediamo.
This is the end of this lesson.
Remember, these can-do lessons are about learning practical language skills. What's next? Show us what you can do. When you're ready, take your assessment. You can take it again and again, so try anytime you like. Our teachers will assess it and give you your results.
Now you know how to use basic parting greetings in Italian. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson. This is the end of this lesson.
Remember, these can-do lessons are about learning practical language skills. Each lesson brings you closer to natural, fluent Italian. Want to learn to speak even more Italian the fast, fun, and easy way? Then sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. Sign up in seconds. Access hundreds of audio and video lessons and start speaking like a native speaker.
Now you know how to use basic parting greetings in Italian. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is how to adjust your routine and learn language from home. Many of us are spending more and more time at home. So how do you make the best of this time and learn your target language? Learning at home can be tough with all the distractions. And in this episode, you're going to discover the pros and cons of learning at home and how to successfully learn from home without getting distracted. But first, listen up. Here are this month's new lessons and resources. First, the Love Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to ask someone out in your target language? With this new cheat sheet, you'll master tons of romantic phrases, just in time for Valentine's Day. Download it for free right now. Second, the Slang Words and Phrases PDF ebook. Do you know any slang in your target language? If not, download this free ebook and master all the must-know slang across 10 chapters. Third, can you talk about containers in your target language? Learn how to say box, bottle, bin, and much more with this quick vocabulary bonus. Fourth, must-know Valentine's Day vocabulary. Can you talk about Valentine's Day in your target language? You'll be able to with this quick 1-minute vocabulary lesson. Fifth, the top 15 encouraging phrases. Want to be able to say positive phrases like believe in yourself and don't give up? Then get this bonus phrase lesson. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. How to adjust your routine and learn language from home. Recently, many people have started to work and take classes from home. With language learning, since it's something people do in their own time, a lot of it is done at home anyway. But that doesn't mean that all of this hasn't affected how people learn. If you used a language learning app or listened to lessons during your commute, but you don't commute anymore, the pandemic has probably ruined your flow. With many of us spending more time at home, being able to learn from home efficiently is a good skill to have. Because while learning or working from home sounds good, it's not exactly easy to do. Part 1. The pros and cons of learning at home. First, the pros. There's convenience. You can learn whenever you want. You also have more time in the day since you're not commuting or walking from the train station into work. It's also easier to practice speaking. Many people might find it hard to practice on the train or at a lunch break or in the office during work. It might sound a little strange, but at home, you can dedicate more time to practicing speaking. What's your favorite pro of learning at home? Leave us a comment. Now, what about the cons? Distractions. There are a lot more distractions at home. There's the TV, there's the couch and the food and family members coming in and out. Next, there's no physical or mental separation between rest and work, which is crucial for focus. It's the same reason why people prefer going to the gym instead of working out from the comfort of their own home. If you're in a place where there's only one goal, like working out, and you're surrounded by people working out, you'll have no problem doing it. But if you're in a place you associate with rest, eating, and watching TV, you might have trouble focusing. But if you're spending more time at home, then you should at least make the best of it and learn your language at home. Part 2. How to successfully learn from home without getting distracted. So, here's how you do it. First, pick a dedicated place for learning, and preferably not your bed. Just like an office is associated with working time and your bedroom is associated with rest, you need a place associated with language learning. It could be your desk in the corner of the room. It could be your basement, as long as it's far from distractions and places of rest. Second, pick a time. That way, for example, when it's 9 p.m., you know it's time to put in 10 minutes of language learning. 3. Time box your study sessions. What's time boxing? Time boxing is simply setting a fixed amount of time for an activity. For example, you're going to dedicate the next 10 minutes to language and nothing else. If you usually have trouble concentrating, time boxing is a good way to set boundaries and get things done. 4. Start small. Just like with setting small, measurable goals and realistic routines, don't set aside 2 hours for study time. Instead, try to time box 5, 10, or 15 minutes and stick with that for a week or two. You can always increase your time later once you get more comfortable with your routine. 5. Do multiple sessions in one day. Instead of trying to master a lesson and the lesson dialogue in one shot, space out your learning throughout the day, in the morning, afternoon, and at night. So take an audio or video lesson and read along with the lesson notes in the morning. You'll get acquainted with the conversation, all the words, and grammar rules. Don't rush to memorize it all. You'll come back to it later in the day. And do this for around 5 to 15 minutes. During the day, practice shadowing the dialogue. Practice recalling the words. Do this for around 10 minutes. You can also write out the lesson dialogue, practice using the grammar rules, or drill the words with flashcards. And at night, come back and review for about 10 minutes. You can re-listen to the lesson or just the dialogue track. By doing multiple sessions in one day, you'll be a lot more comfortable with the language, simply because you spaced out your learning and came back to review. And while it may feel repetitive, it's the repetition that helps you master the language over the long term. 6. Use at-home time to practice speaking more. It would be hard to practice if you were commuting or out on a walk, but if you're at home, you can easily speak out loud without drawing attention or feeling embarrassed. So, to recap, 1. Pick a specific place for learning that's far from distractions like your bed. 2. Pick a specific time for studying. 3. Time box your study sessions. 4. Start small. 5. Do multiple sessions in one day. And 6. Use at-home time to practice speaking more. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about the power of learning a language with someone else. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! If you wanted to learn a language even just 25 years ago, you would have needed to go to a library, take in-person classes, and dig for the right resources. Before you could even begin regular practice sessions, you had to find the tools you needed to learn. Now, with just a quick Google search, you can find literally anything you need to learn a language online. If you forget how to conjugate a verb, you can refresh your memory right away on Wikipedia. If you want to watch a foreign language movie with subtitles, you can search for one on YouTube. You can even have one-on-one lessons with native speakers of the language you're studying. Tons of platforms offer video and audio lessons. These days, the challenge is finding the resources that are right for you. In this video, we're going to take a look at how you can get the most out of our language learning resources. Number 1. Aim for one podcast a day. At the beginning of your studies, it's easy to set a big target, like 2 hours of language practice every day. But for most of us, that's not realistic. After a long day of work or school, it's difficult to commit to more hours studying language. Instead, you can make your goal to do small things consistently. This can help you move forward, sometimes almost without you noticing it. Try to listen to one podcast every day. They're only 10 to 15 minutes, so everyone can make time for that. You can review previous podcast lessons or listen to new lessons. Just make sure you get in one each day. Number 2, use the lesson review tools. If you want to maximize your learning after you listen to a podcast, make sure to use the lesson review tools. Reviewing what you've learned is an important part of learning anything. The more you see or practice a specific word or phrase, the better you'll remember it. Number 3, review the 2,000 most common words in spaced repetition flashcards. In each language, there are some words that make up the majority of written and spoken conversation. You can use this knowledge to focus your studies. If you learn the 2,000 most common words in the language you're studying, you'll have a great foundation. The vocabulary lists in our program are a great tool for this. You'll get example phrases with the target words. You can listen to the correct pronunciation and intonation of each word. Use these lists along with a spaced repetition program and create your own flashcard deck. This is a great thing to have on your phone. You can study vocabulary on your commute, when waiting for someone, or while traveling. Number 4, make use of short periods of time. How much time do you spend every week doing things like commuting, shopping for groceries, walking, or cleaning? Probably more than a couple of hours, right? These are examples of time you can be using to build your language skills. You can use it to listen to language podcasts, and you can do this without specifically scheduling a time to practice. If you have all the resources you need wherever you are, you can use every opportunity you have to practice. You can download all of our lessons to your phone. Each season of podcasts will be stored as an album, so it's easy to put on your headphones and listen to a quick lesson whenever you've got the time. Number 5, have the right expectations. It's easy to find all sorts of so-called quick language learning systems and secret tricks that promise fluency in just a couple months or even weeks. While you might find some good tips now and then, most of these claims are not based in reality. Make sure you don't measure your own progress against these impossible standards. If you've been told you can completely master a new language in 3 months, but by the end of your studies you've made just a little bit of progress, it can be demotivating. Fluency in a language can take years to attain, and getting the confidence to use that language can take more time. Set small goals for yourself when you're learning. When you achieve them, celebrate. Learning a new language is not a short-term journey, but with our resources, you can see improvements every day. If you want to get more tips on learning language, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to speed up your language learning? Take your very first lesson with us. You'll start speaking in minutes and master real conversations. Sign up for your free lifetime account. Just click the link in the description. Have you ever wondered if you could learn a language faster? We asked our experienced learners for their best tips, so you can steal these and use them for yourself. In this video, you'll discover 5 tactics for faster language learning. Number 1, try more challenging lessons to improve faster. If you're wondering, why should I try a harder lesson? Think about the gym. Studying is a bit like working out. If you want to get bigger and stronger, you need to exercise with heavier weights. But you might think, if I try a harder lesson, I won't be able to understand everything. Remember, that's normal. When you can't understand 100% of a lesson, it means there are things in the lesson for you to learn. Keep in mind that you should challenge yourself, but not choose lessons that are impossible. And make sure to use the tools you have to study the things you don't know. With our learning program, teachers break down the conversation in every lesson. You also get the translations and explanations right there on the lesson page. There are also lesson notes, transcripts, and dialogue study tools for you to use. Remember how you felt when you started studying, and try to keep that beginner mindset. When you realize you don't understand something, don't run away from it. Instead, use the tools you have to work to understand it. This will help you learn faster. Number 2, put your learning on autopilot. Imagine you have a bunch of learning apps and textbooks. Maybe you have a bunch of study tools on your smartphone, or a bunch of books piled on a table you want to read. Where do you even begin? A lot of learners begin with a lot of enthusiasm, so they buy a lot of resources, but then get overwhelmed. They're not sure where to start or what to do or how to continue. Let's think about a textbook. It's easy to understand how to use a textbook. You follow the pages. Begin with Chapter 1, then go to Chapter 2, Chapter 3, and so on until you finish the book. The road forward is clear. You don't have to think about anything except moving forward with your studies. So how do you apply this kind of autopilot approach if you're not using a textbook? You can actually do this with our language learning program's tracking feature. With our progress tracking dashboard, once you've chosen your learning level, we'll give you a recommended lesson pathway and feed you lessons one by one. The dashboard will tell you which lessons to take, from Lesson 1 to Lesson 2 to Lesson 3. You'll be guided as you work on improving. Number 3, read lines from the lesson dialogue out loud, slowly. Then reread and increase your speed. This tactic is powerful for 2 reasons. It helps you become able to read faster and speak faster. Speaking smoothly is something many beginners say they struggle with, so this kind of practice can be very beneficial for beginning learners. With our language learning program, for every lesson, you get a conversation. Read the dialogue with the line-by-line dialogue. Read out loud slowly once, then reread a bit faster, then again, and keep increasing your speed until you can say the lines comfortably and sound like a native. You can take it a step further and try to memorize the dialogue too. Try recalling it after your study session and say the lines out loud. This kind of review will help you progress and help you remember. Number 4, review old lessons to master them completely. Review is essential for your learning. If you come across a new word, you won't remember it if you see it only once. It takes repetition to remember something. Make sure to take time to review past lessons. Give your brain a chance to remember the things you studied previously. For example, if you try our listening comprehension lessons and you don't understand absolutely everything, check the translations and try listening again. Use the study tools you have available to make the most of your review sessions. Number 5, download the dialogue tracks and listen to the conversations. This is a super popular immersion tactic. Here's how it works. When you're done with a lesson, download the dialogue track. You'll get the conversation in your target language. Then, make a playlist of the dialogue tracks. Each track is about 10 to 30 seconds long. You can even put the tracks in playlists on your device and listen to them throughout the day, just as you would listen to music. This helps make the language feel a bit more natural, more like part of your everyday life. Instead of music, you're immersing yourself in conversations. This can be a great way to work on improving your listening skills. This video covered 5 tips to help you learn a language faster. For even more ways to learn faster, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to speed up your language learning? Take your very first lesson with us. You'll start speaking in minutes and master real conversations. Sign up for your free lifetime account. Just click the link in the description. All cultures have a form of music. Music is one of the most basic tools we can use to learn a language. Parents use music and songs to teach their young children simple words. Music can help us focus, help us remember better, and thus help us as we acquire a language. Music can aid our coordination and physical development too. So, how do we use music to support our language learning now, as grown people? In this video, we'll look at 4 ways to use music to study a language. Imitating structures and rhythms is important when learning a language, and the same is true for music. When children play with other children, they listen to songs, move their bodies as they play games, and try to imitate what they see and hear. This practice of regular imitation aids children as they gain their language skills. Repeating song lyrics like those from nursery rhymes helps kids retain words and expressions. Children may not know the meanings of all the words in the songs they sing, but they remember the songs, the vocabulary, and the rhythms. Children practice making sounds by mimicking the pronunciation of words. This can be the first step to the child understanding the meaning and use of a word. You might not realize it, but you probably still remember many of the songs and rhymes you learned when you were a child. We're able to remember expressions, words, and ideas effectively when they're put to music. This is also the reason you can memorize the lyrics of songs you like rather easily. Patterns like those in many popular songs are repetitive. We review the rhythms and the words each time we listen. Everybody's different, so if you want to use music to support your language learning, we're here to provide 4 different ways. Number 1, passive listening. One way to study with music is through passive listening. You can do this with songs you have in your target language on your computer, a CD, your favorite streaming site. You can use this method as long as you have access to music in the language you want to study. Turn the music on and let it play in the background while you do something else, like studying, cooking dinner, or cleaning the house. Do this regularly and let your mind get used to the idea of hearing your target language in your environment. This kind of familiarity with the language will help you as you work towards fluency. Passive listening is one form of language immersion. As you listen to the background music over and over and get more comfortable with it, you'll start to notice keywords, intonation, grammar patterns, and so on. With enough practice and with enough different music to listen to, you might even start to recognize certain sounds and words when you hear them somewhere else. Number 2, memorization. You can use music to help build your vocabulary and memorize words effectively. This method focuses on studying lyrics and songs to improve your ability to recall the words. Look up the lyrics to a song you're listening to and review them line by line. You can read the lyrics as you listen to the song or try to remember the next line in the song before it is sung. Memorization practice like this enhances your listening skills and boosts your reading skills. Number 3, sing along. Our first tip in this lesson was to listen passively. This tip, however, is to listen actively by singing along to your music. Look up the lyrics of a song you like. Play the song and try to sing along. You may also be able to find videos on YouTube of popular songs with the lyrics included. If it's difficult at first, don't worry. Remember, regular review and practice is essential. Just as we usually need to hear a song in our native language a few times before we remember the words, you can expect to need to listen several times over a few days before you feel comfortable with all the words. Through practicing this way, you'll learn grammar, spelling, and pronunciation. You'll also get to enjoy a song you like. Moreover, this type of exercise will help you work on your reading and listening skills. A good way to check your progress is by trying to sing the song by yourself. You can sing with no music, or you can try looking for a karaoke version of the song you like. If you can sing all the words, great. If not, you can go back to the lyrics and study a bit more until you master the track. Number 4, transcription. To do this exercise, listen to the song. As it plays, write down or transcribe the lyrics. You can start and stop the song at the end of each line to slow things down a bit. If you begin your studies with this method, you might catch only a few words, but don't get frustrated. Play the song and write down everything you can hear. Then play the song again and write down the words that you missed the first time you listened. With practice like this, your listening skills will improve, and so will your spelling. These are just a few ways that you can use music to study another language. Be patient and don't forget to enjoy the music you're listening to as you study. If you want to start simple, try listening to children's songs in your target language. The song lyrics tend to be repeated a lot, and this can help you identify key words quickly. Learning a language through music is fun. It can help you focus your attention and improve your memory. This can be a great part of your self-study plan. If you want to get more tips on learning language, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to speed up your language learning? Take your very first lesson with us. You'll start speaking in minutes and master real conversations. Sign up for your free lifetime account. Just click the link in the description. When learning a new language, everyone should have an ultimate goal to work towards. Whether you want to be able to connect with a relative, easily order food while traveling, or go somewhere new, having an end goal for your learning can be very motivating. A popular but challenging goal is being able to speak like a native speaker. It's difficult to measure exactly when you reach this goal, and it's not something you can pick up using textbooks alone. So how do you work on making your speech more natural? That's what we're going to look at today. Here are 3 tips to help you practice talking like a native speaker. Number 1, focus on vocabulary. If your goal is to speak like a native, you might be really focused on speaking quickly or using as many complex grammar patterns as possible. But in our native languages, we're not always trying to speak as fast as possible, and we use complex grammar patterns when necessary, not to show off. Vocabulary, however, is extremely important to expressing ourselves naturally. Your choice of words can reveal a lot about you and your understanding of the language. Most learners have had the experience of using a phrasebook or a dictionary to find a word they want to use, trying the word in conversation, and getting a look of confusion from the native speaker. In some cases, although your word choice may be grammatically correct, the word may be inappropriate for the situation or totally unnatural. This is especially important in business and other formal situations, where the right level of formality and professionalism is key. Being able to understand nuances in vocabulary words can also help you understand relationships between people just by listening to the conversation. Try to listen to many different types of conversations. Listen to how people talk to their friends, their superiors, and in customer service situations. This will give you a better idea of how to talk to others naturally. In some languages, you can omit words from sentences or use more direct communication styles. It's important to be aware of these things so you can apply them yourself. Colloquialisms and slang are also commonly used in most languages. As this sort of vocabulary is always evolving, it can be difficult to keep up with the latest words. Talk with native speakers and consume media in your target language to make sure you pick up these kinds of expressions. Media is a great resource for your learning. Ultimately, knowing the appropriate vocabulary to use for each situation will really help you sound more knowledgeable. Number 2, perfect your accent. With every language, there are unique pronunciation and intonation challenges. Some languages are tonal languages, and a change in pitch can completely change the meaning of a word. Then there's the fact that most countries have multiple dialects, and so people from one area of the country may sound different from those in another. So what is the best way to listen to a wide range of accents and different pronunciations? Video and audio resources are a great way to do this. YouTube is a perfect place to start because people from all kinds of different backgrounds upload videos to the platform. You can watch educational videos, daily life vlogs, cooking shows, a travel series, whatever interests you. Pay attention to the different ways people speak. Everyone is unique. And then practice speaking like them. This kind of practice can help you sound more natural. One note, please be aware of the type of resources you're using. For example, if you find a video where a speaker uses a rare dialect, it might not be a good idea to use that for your pronunciation practice, unless you have a special reason for studying a specific accent. As a general rule, it's best to try to search for practice resources that use a standard form of the language you're studying. Number 3, copy what you hear. Do you remember how you learned to speak as a child? We rarely learned new words just listening to them, or reading after we learned how. When we were little kids, we imitated the sounds we heard by repeating the sounds out loud. While you're talking to a friend, watching videos, or listening to audio in your target language, you can do this to try and replicate the way they speak. Doing this will help you work on mastering the flow of the language, your accent, intonation, and pronunciation. Of course, you might also pick up some new vocabulary this way. Make sure to repeat new words often. It's a great way to make sure you remember them. Try doing this using a number of different mediums and sources. That way, you'll be exposed to the diversity that the language offers and master the fundamentals of pronunciation. For example, you can watch and imitate several different YouTube videos and audio CDs, but try a few different sources, like different creators or different audio types, to make sure you experience a wide range of communication in your target language. If you're using our language learning program, you can even get your own teacher with Premium Plus. Your teacher can answer questions, give assignments, and even listen to your recordings and give you advice on pronunciation. Completing these kinds of lessons with a native teacher can really boost your confidence in your speaking skills. Becoming able to speak like a native is a popular goal for many people learning a new language. It feels great to be able to communicate smoothly, especially when the people you're talking to expect basic level sentences or broken communication. Try using the tips we've shared in this video to work on improving your speaking skills. Of course, it'll take time and persistence, but the reward will be more natural communication. And for even more tips on speaking, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Access your free language gifts right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Love Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to ask someone out in your target language? With this new cheat sheet, you'll master tons of romantic phrases, just in time for Valentine's Day. Download it for free right now. Second, the 400 Everyday Phrases for Beginners ebook. This bonus ebook will teach you over 400 words and phrases related to daily activities, like waking up, making breakfast, going to work or school, and much more. Third, can you talk about containers in your target language? Learn how to say box, bottle, bin, and much more with this quick vocabulary bonus. Fourth, must know Valentine's Day vocabulary. Can you talk about Valentine's Day in your target language? You'll be able to with this quick 1-minute vocabulary lesson. Fifth, the top 15 encouraging phrases. Want to be able to say positive phrases like believe in yourself and don't give up? Then get this bonus phrase lesson. Sixth, free audiobooks. Unlock our huge library of language learning audiobooks. Save them to any device and listen and learn. They're yours to keep forever. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, take the 12-month challenge and get 12 months of Premium or Premium Plus at up to 45% off. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Hi everyone, welcome to ItalianPod101.com. My name is Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. And in this video we're going to talk about some shopping phrases. Fare shopping. Fare shopping. So as the title says already, shopping is a word that became normal in Italian as well. So when I say, ho voglia di fare shopping, I feel like doing some shopping, I feel like going for shopping, it's completely fine. Fare shopping. If you want to say that in a more Italian way, something else that we say is fare compere. So to make purchases, to make buys, to buy, fare compere. Or fare spese, to make expenses, literally do expenses, fare spese. Or andare per negozi, where negozi is shops, andare is to go. So to go through shops, to go among shops. Andare per negozi. It means that I want to go to one shop and the other, right? While if I say fare la spesa, so singular, la spesa, le spese, okay? Fare la spesa means to go grocery only, okay? Fare la spesa means that you're buying something that you need to eat or like for the house. That being said, something that you will need like the moment you step into a shop, of course you say hi, buongiorno, buongiorno, and then the word is commesso or commessa. It's the clerk, the staff, right? Commesso if it's male, commessa if it's female, and it's general, so like you don't have to specify if it's a waiter or if it's like a cashier or something. You just go for commesso or commessa, and commessi is the plural, of course. So when il commesso or la commessa asks you, when they see you coming in, they will probably ask you, hai bisogno? Hai bisogno? Which means, do you need something? Can I help you with something? Cerchi qualcosa? Are you looking for something? Cerca, in case it's more formal, right? Cerca qualcosa? Qualcosa is something. In this case, if you want to be helped, you can say, sì, cerco un regalo. yes, I'm looking for a gift. Sì, vorrei, yes, I'd like, vorrei 2 mele. I'd like 2 apples. Okay? While if you're really going for shopping, which means like you just want to look around, you can say no, grazie. No, thank you. Sto solo guardando. I'm just looking. Sto solo guardando. This is really helpful because people will come and ask you. And if you want to take your time, just go with sto solo guardando. And then later on, you can still ask them if you really need something or if you can't find what you're looking for, right? Let's assume you found something that you like and you want to know how much it is. Quanto costa? How much does it cost? Quanto costa? And then they will tell you the price, right? 2 euro. Be careful because euro doesn't change the word. It's never plural. It's not 2 euri. It's still euro, okay? Costa 2 euro. Costa 10 euro. Costa 1 euro. And then you can be like, no, troppo caro. Too expensive. Caro is expensive. Troppo is too much, right? Too expensive. Troppo caro. Now you may want to try and ask for a discount, right? So you can say, posso avere, can I have, a sconto, a discount, sconto. It's kind of similar, right? Sconto. Discount, sconto. C'è lo sconto? Is there a discount? Posso avere uno sconto? Can I have some discount? Now, when you're in a shop and the price is there already, you don't ask for that, right? That's a normal rule, I guess, everywhere in the world. While if you're at a market or the price is not shown, you can ask for a discount. It's not like the rule for you to ask, but you can try and then you'll see. While when you see the word saldi, saldi, it means that there are some sales going on, okay? Saldi, saldi. So you may want to plan your trip in Italy, this is a tip, when saldi are on, which is in July, August, or of course January, after the Christmas period. Saldi. So if you don't want to say that that's too expensive, but still want to ask for something cheaper, you can say c'è qualcosa, is there, di più economico? Cheaper, più economico. Economico is cheap, so più economico is cheaper. Is there something cheaper? C'è qualcosa di più economico? Just asking, you know? For example, when you're looking for a gift, you can give an idea of how much you want to spend. Vorrei spendere, I'd like to spend, vorrei spendere, intorno, around, ai 20 euro. I'd like to spend around 20 euros. Vorrei spendere intorno ai 20 euro. 20 euros. You can change the number according to your budget. Then when you decide, you can say prendo questo. I'll take this one. Prendo, prendere, from take. I'll take this. Prendo questo. And la commessa will probably ask you qualcos'altro, qualcos'altro, something else. You can say no, thank you, no, grazie, basta così, this is enough, basta così, that will be all, basta così, or sì, anche, blah blah blah. Yes, something too. Anche means too. And this is just about vocabulary basically, right? But something that is really specific of Italian is, for example, when you're queuing, there are times when a number is given, so you have to take a ticket with a number on it and wait for your turn, right? If there's not a number, for example, at the market, and you're just like lining up, waiting with people, but people don't really line up, they're just waiting there, okay? The person that is selling at some point may ask this, a chi tocca? A chi tocca? Toccare means to touch, right? And chi is who. A chi tocca literally means who is the one that has to be touched. Okay? But don't worry, no one will touch you. It just means who's next, whose turn it is. We can also say è il mio turno, it's my turn, turno, tocca a me. It's my turn again, but literally it is time for me to be touched. But that doesn't mean what it means literally, okay? Remember this, because I find it really funny when I think about it, but it just means it's my time, it's my turn. Tocca a me. You have to imagine that the turn is something physical and now it's touching you, like go for it. It's on you now. So the turn is touching you, okay? Tocca a me. Related to this, sometimes you can see something like prendere il numero per essere serviti. Take the number, take the ticket to be served, okay? Prendere il numero per essere serviti, to be served. Let's say you found something to buy, now it's time to pay. Pagare, pagare, to pay. Posso pagare con carta? Can I pay by card? Can I pay with a card? Posso pagare con carta? No, solo contanti. No, cash only. Contanti is cash. Solo contanti. Nowadays it's common to use the card in many places, but it's not as common as in America, for example. So yeah, be ready to always have some cash on you, especially if you go to markets, which in my opinion are the best place to buy stuff in Italy, because you can see people talking to each other, screaming sometimes, but it's really lively, okay? So yeah, always have some cash on you, not too much because you don't want to risk it, but and something else that they may ask you is hai moneta? A moneta, I informal, a formal. Moneta is coins. So do you have some coins? Let's assume you're paying by cash and you just have a big note. Banconota, banconota is note. They ask you for some coins. Moneta, moneta. Of course, this is just in general like how the flow of buying, of shopping would go, with some phrases here and there. There are many specific words that depends on the shop that you're in, but as last, I want you to remember this. You can see that sometimes in shops, but it's a general rule, okay? Controllare il resto prima di uscire. Controllare, check, il resto, the change, prima, before, di uscire, exiting. So check your change before going out, okay? I mean, this is a general rule, but it's always nice to remember this. Controllare il resto. Resto, change. Hello everyone, welcome back to ItalianPod101.com. My name is Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. And in this video, we're gonna talk about time. Che ore sono? Che ore sono? Che ore sono? It's a question. What time is it? First of all, let's clarify that even though the word tempo, tempo, tempo does mean time, we also use that for weather, like che tempo fa? How's the weather like? So we don't say che tempo è for time, but we use the word ore, which is hours. The good news is that you don't have to worry about singular or plural, because you can either say che ora è, so singular, un'ora, an hour, che ora è, or che ore sono, plural, hours, che ore sono. Even though for the question you don't have to think about singular or plural, you just have to combine it, right? So if you use ora, then you use the singular form of the verb to be, ora è, che ora è, while if you use the plural ore, then you use the plural form of the verb to be, right? Che ore sono. That's the only thing that you have to think for the answer as well. And what I mean is that when you say 1, so it's 1 a.m. or p.m., we're gonna see how to say that later, you just have to say è luna. È luna. Because it's singular, right? Just 1 hour. So è luna. And that's the only case when you use è. For the rest, you just use sono, plural, because it's always more than 1 if it's not luna, right? Follow me. For example, sono le 2. Sono le 2. It means it's 2 o'clock. Che ore sono? Sono le 10. What time is it? It's 10. Sono le 10. If you want to add sono le 10 in punto, it means it's 10 o'clock. In punto. Punto. Punto literally means dot. So it's just 10. Le 10 in punto. While in English you say, for example, it's 5 past 4. 5 past 4, so 5 minutes past 4 o'clock. We just add and to the hours to say the minutes as well. So we say sono le 4, it's 4 e 5. Sono le 4 e 5. And that implies 5 minutes. Sono le 4 e 5 minuti. It's 4 and 5 minutes. 5 past 4. Sono le 4 e 10 minuti. 10 past 4. Sono le 4 e 15 minuti. It's 15 past 4. Of course, when you want to say the time, you have to know numbers as well, but there are some expressions that don't involve numbers, not at all, but that can help sometimes. For example, if you don't want to say and 15, so 15 minuti, you can say un quarto, a quarter. 12, 12, e un quarto. Sono le 12 e un quarto. It's 12 and 15. Be careful though, because when it's half, we don't say 2 quarters past 12, but we use the word mezza. Mezza, which literally means half. And we use that with the female exception, because ora is feminine. Ora. So, sono le 12 e mezza. 12 e mezza. Sono le 9 e mezza. It's 9:30. Or it's 12:30. 12 e mezza. 9 e mezza. Or, of course, you can say 12 e 30. Or 9 e 30. 9:30. 12:30. 9 e 30. While if it's 12:45, so you can either say 12 e 45, 45, or you can say 1:45. E l'una meno un quarto. Meno literally means less, minus. So it's 1 minus a quarter. Minus a quarter. E l'una meno un quarto. L'una meno un quarto. 15 minuti all'una. 15 minutes to 1. And this meno word, which as I said means minus, can be used with other numbers as well. For example, le 2 meno 10. 10 minutes to 2. Le 3 meno 5. 5 minutes to 3. Le 3 meno 5. Of course, when you're asking what time it is, it's kind of obvious, like if it's day or night, right? But if you want to specify, you can say è l'una del mattino. It's 1 a.m. Mattino is morning. Del mattino, so of the morning. L'una del mattino. Or l'una del pomeriggio. Afternoon. Del pomeriggio. Pomeriggio. And talking about parts of the day, we have mattino, as we just said, it's morning. Let's say, odio svegliarmi presto al mattino. I hate waking up early in the morning. Odio, I know it's a strong word, but it's true. Odio, I hate. Svegliarmi, waking up. Svegliarmi. Presto, early, presto. Al mattino. In the mornings. Odio svegliarmi presto al mattino. Let me sleep. In the middle of the day, we have midday. Mezzo giorno. As I said before, mezza means half, but also in the middle. So mezzo giorno, the half of the day, in the middle of the day, mezzo giorno. Then we have pomeriggio, pomeriggio, afternoon, afternoon, pomeriggio, sera, evening, sera, and then notte, when it's night, right? Notte. And same as midday, we have midnight. So if midday was mezzogiorno, midnight will be mezzanotte. Mezzanotte. Mezza just because notte is feminine. Mezzanotte. While mezzo, giorno. Dormo, I sleep, sempre, always, before, prima, di mezzanotte. Mezzanotte. I always sleep before midnight. Dormo sempre prima di mezzanotte. That's a good habit, but it's a lie for me. That's why I hate waking up early in the morning. So if you don't want to ask what time it is, but at what time something happens or happened, then you use the expression a che ora. Literally, at what time. A che ora. What time does the movie start? A che ora inizia il film? A che ora, what time, inizia il film? Does the movie start? So, I have a question for you. A che ora sei nato? What time were you born? A che ora sei nato? Io sono nata, I was born, alle 8 di sera. I was born at 8 o'clock in the evening. Io sono nata alle 8 di sera. I was born at 8 o'clock in the evening.
This is Mark Lee, and he's in the office break room. He greets Matteo Marino, a colleague, and asks, "How are you?"
Come stai?
Listen to the conversation and focus on the question. Ready?
Come stai?
Sto bene, grazie.
Once more with the English translation.
Come stai?
How are you?
Sto bene, grazie.
I'm well, thank you.
Let's take a closer look at the conversation.
First, do you remember how Mark asks, "How are you?"
Come stai?
First is,
Come?
how?
Come? Come?
Next is,
Stai?
you are.
Stai? Stai?
Note,
Stai?
is a shortened form of
Tu stai?
you are. In Italian,
Tu.
you is usually omitted as it's understood from context.
Stai?
Is from the verb
Stare?
meaning to be.
Stare?
Altogether, it's
Come stai?
how are you?
Come stai?
Note the rising intonation to mark that it's a question.
Come stai?
Let's take a closer look at the response.
Do you remember how Matteo says, "I'm well, thank you"?
Sto bene, grazie.
I'm well, thank you.
Sto bene, grazie.
First is,
Sto.
I am.
Sto. Sto.
Note,
Sto.
is a shortened form of
Io sto.
I am. In Italian,
Io.
I is often omitted when it's understood.
Sto.
Is from the verb
Stare.
meaning to be in this context.
Stare.
Next is
Bene.
well.
Bene. Bene.
Together, it's
Sto bene.
I'm well.
Sto bene.
Note,
Sto bene.
may translate as I'm well, I'm fine, I'm good, I'm okay, etc. But we'll use I'm well for this lesson. Next is
Grazie.
meaning thank you.
Grazie. Grazie.
Altogether, it's
Sto bene, grazie.
I'm well, thank you.
Sto bene, grazie.
Note the question
Come stai?
is for informal situations. For formal situations, simply replace
Stai.
with
Sta.
the formal form of you are.
Come sta?
How are you? For formal situations.
Come sta?
Remember this variation. You'll see it again later.
In Italian, there are two verbs that translate as to be, stare and essere. When talking about well-being, use stare. When responding to come stai? How are you? Always use the verb stare, as in sto bene. I'm fine.
Let's look at some more examples. Listen and repeat, or speak along with the native speakers.
Come stai?
Sto bene, grazie.
Come stai?
Sto bene, grazie. Come stai?
Sto abbastanza bene, grazie.
Come stai?
Sto abbastanza bene, grazie. Come sta?
Sto bene, grazie.
Come sta?
Sto bene, grazie.
Come stai?
Sto benissimo, grazie.
Come stai?
Sto benissimo, grazie.
Come stai?
Bene, e tu?
Come stai?
Bene, e tu? Did you notice how I added the phrase e tu? Bene, e tu?
I'm well. And you? First is
Bene.
well.
Bene.
Here
Bene.
is the shortened form of
Sto bene.
I'm well. Next is
E tu?
and you?
E tu?
First is
E.
and.
E. E.
Next is
Tu.
an informal word meaning you.
Tu. Tu.
Together, it's
E tu?
meaning and you?
E tu?
You can use this phrase to reciprocate the question when someone asks you about your well-being. For example, if someone says,
Come stai?
you can respond with,
Bene. E tu?
first respond to the question, then inquire about the other person's well-being with,
E tu?
and you? Note, as
Tu.
you is informal, this expression is appropriate for informal situations. Remember this pattern.
Bene. E tu?
You'll see it again later. Let's review the key vocabulary.
Abbastanza bene.
Pretty good.
Abbastanza bene. Abbastanza bene. Benissimo.
Great.
Benissimo. Benissimo.
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say how? Come? Come? And how Mark Lee asks, how are you?
Come stai?
Come stai? Do you remember how to say well? Bene. Bene. And how to say I am well? Sto bene. Sto bene. Do you remember how to say thank you? Grazie. Grazie. Do you remember how Matteo says, I'm well, thank you?
Sto bene, grazie.
Sto bene, grazie. Do you remember how to say, and you? E tu? E tu? And how to say, pretty good. Abbastanza bene. Abbastanza bene.
Let's practice. Imagine you're Matteo, Mark's colleague. Ask how Mark is doing using informal Italian. Ready?
Come stai?
Sto abbastanza bene, grazie.
Listen again and repeat.
Come stai? Come stai?
Let's try another. Imagine you're Karen's teacher, Rosa Romano, and you're starting class. Ask about Karen's well-being using formal Italian. Ready?
Come sta?
Sto bene, grazie.
Listen again and repeat.
Come sta? Come sta?
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Sasha and you meet your friend at school. Respond by saying, well, and you? Ready?
Come stai?
Bene. E tu?
Listen again and repeat.
Bene. E tu? Bene. E tu?
This is the end of this lesson.
Remember, these can-do lessons are about learning practical language skills. What's next? Show us what you can do. When you're ready, take your assessment. You can take it again and again, so try anytime you like. Our teachers will assess it and give you your results.
Now you know how to ask about well-being in Italian. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson.
Hey everyone! everyone. Welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is how to adjust your routine and learn language from home. Many of us are spending more and more time at home. So how do you make the best of this time and learn your target language? Learning at home can be tough with all the distractions. And in this episode, you're going to discover the pros and cons of learning at home and how to successfully learn from home without getting distracted. How to adjust your routine and learn language from home. Recently, many people have started to work and take classes from home. With language learning, since it's something people do in their own time, a lot of it is done at home anyway. But that doesn't mean that all of this hasn't affected how people learn. If you used a language learning app or listened to lessons during your commute, but you don't commute anymore, the pandemic has probably ruined your flow. With many of us spending more time at home, being able to learn from home efficiently is a good skill to have. Because while learning or working from home sounds good, it's not exactly easy to do. Part 1. The pros and cons of learning at home. First, the pros. There's convenience. You can learn whenever you want. You also have more time in the day since you're not commuting or walking from the train station into work. It's also easier to practice speaking. Many people might find it hard to practice on the train or at a lunch break or in the office during work. It might sound a little strange, but at home, you can dedicate more time to practicing speaking. What's your favorite pro of learning at home? Leave us a comment. Now, what about the cons? Distractions. There are a lot more distractions at home. There's the TV, there's the couch and the food and family members coming in and out. Next, there's no physical or mental separation between rest and work, which is crucial for focus. It's the same reason why people prefer going to the gym instead of working out from the comfort of their own home. If you're in a place where there's only one goal, like working out, and you're surrounded by people working out, you'll have no problem doing it. But if you're in a place you associate with rest, eating, and watching TV, you might have trouble focusing. But if you're spending more time at home, then you should at least make the best of it and learn your language at home. Part 2. How to successfully learn from home without getting distracted. So, here's how you do it. First, pick a dedicated place for learning, and preferably not your bed. Just like an office is associated with working time and your bedroom is associated with rest, you need a place associated with language learning. It could be your desk in the corner of the room. It could be your basement, as long as it's far from distractions and places of rest. Second, pick a time. That way, for example, when it's 9 p.m., you know it's time to put in 10 minutes of language learning. 3. Time box your study sessions. What's time boxing? Time boxing is simply setting a fixed amount of time for an activity. For example, you're going to dedicate the next 10 minutes to language and nothing else. If you usually have trouble concentrating, time boxing is a good way to set boundaries and get things done. 4. Start small. Just like with setting small, measurable goals and realistic routines, don't set aside 2 hours for study time. Instead, try to time box 5, 10, or 15 minutes and stick with that for a week or 2. You can always increase your time later once you get more comfortable with your routine. 5. Do multiple sessions in one day. Instead of trying to master a lesson and the lesson dialogue in one shot, space out your learning throughout the day, in the morning, afternoon, and at night. So take an audio or video lesson and read along with the lesson notes in the morning. You'll get acquainted with the conversation, all the words, and grammar rules. Don't rush to memorize it all. You'll come back to it later in the day. And do this for around 5 to 15 minutes. During the day, practice shadowing the dialogue. Practice recalling the words. Do this for around 10 minutes. You can also write out the lesson dialogue, practice using the grammar rules, or drill the words with flashcards. And at night, come back and review for about 10 minutes. You can re-listen to the lesson or just the dialogue track. By doing multiple sessions in one day, you'll be a lot more comfortable with the language, simply because you spaced out your learning and came back to review. And while it may feel repetitive, it's the repetition that helps you master the language over the long term. 6. Use at-home time to practice speaking more. It would be hard to practice if you were commuting or out on a walk, but if you're at home, you can easily speak out loud without drawing attention or feeling embarrassed. So, to recap, 1. Pick a specific place for learning that's far from distractions like your bed. 2. Pick a specific time for studying. 3. Time box your study sessions. 4. Start small. 5. Do multiple sessions in one day. And 6. Use at-home time to practice speaking more. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time we'll talk about the power of learning a language with someone else. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! There are a lot of people working to learn another language, but there are also a lot of people who grew up speaking 2 or more languages without even thinking about it. If you're able to speak 2 languages, you're bilingual. If you can speak more, you're multilingual. In many countries, being bilingual or multilingual is normal or even expected. But in some countries, people grow up speaking and learning 1 language. If you speak 1 language, you're monolingual. So, what can monolinguals learn from bilinguals or multilinguals? This video will look at what it's like to be comfortable in 2 or more languages. Here are 6 pieces of information relating to bilingualism and multilingualism that you can use in your language learning. First, bilingualism and the brain. How does being bilingual or multilingual affect the brain? Do you dream in both languages? Do you see subtitles in your head for the other language as somebody's talking? The answers to questions like these are different for everyone. Some people may dream mostly in the language they're most comfortable with, and occasionally in another language. Some people may be able to effortlessly move between the languages they know, while others may get stuck from time to time. These are all normal parts of knowing more than 1 language. People who were exposed to another language since birth may have certain advantages in language acquisition over monolinguals. They may already be familiar with certain sounds and sound combinations that monolinguals are not familiar with. As a language learner, you're probably quite familiar with this. If you've already mastered a language and have decided to start learning a new one, you're probably going to unconsciously make connections to words in different languages. You'll think to yourself, this word has the same vowel sound as another word I know, so it should sound pretty similar. When it comes to studying things like new vocabulary words and grammar, however, monolinguals, bilinguals, and multilinguals all need to spend time learning and memorizing. So in your own learning, don't be discouraged by people who speak your native language and your target language. They may have had a totally different learning experience than you. Consider your language studies, not language abilities. Second, language mistakes and confusion. You may be wondering if bilinguals ever confuse languages in their heads. Generally, people who are fluent in multiple languages can separate the languages mentally. However, there are situations where people momentarily forget words, even in our native languages, or we think of a word in one language but not in another. In some cases, we might even want to use a word that exists in one language but not in the other. An interesting concept from academic literature on this topic is perfect bilingualism. It's the idea that someone can speak 2 languages perfectly at an equally high level. Many people assume that someone who grew up speaking 2 languages would be able to use both of them perfectly and sound flawless, but this is generally not true. Bilingual people are often more comfortable talking about certain topics in specific languages. There are also situations where bilingual people may pronounce words with a slightly different accent than monolingual people. Interestingly enough, there's also a similar pattern among bilingual couples. Bilingual couples usually have a single dominant language. Even if they can speak another language with fluency and ease, people will usually use the language that's most efficient and comfortable. Third, bilingual societies. Can you imagine a place where you talk to your family in one language, your neighbors in another, your boss in a third, and write letters in a fourth? This might sound like a dream for many language enthusiasts, but in some societies, it's normal. This type of multilingual society occurs on border regions all throughout the world. In northern Iraq, for instance, people usually speak Kurdish, Turkish, and Iraqi Arabic, and many of them use modern standard Arabic and English at school. In some parts of China, people might learn English at school, speak their city's dialect of Mandarin when out shopping, speak standard Mandarin at work, and perhaps even speak another language when at home with their families. Some of these people might even say they're bad at languages. When people say this, it's often because they grew up using these languages, not learning them in school. When they were using a language at a friend's house and got their pronunciation corrected, there was no anxiety involved. This kind of learning is different than learning in a school setting, where tests and classrooms can cause pressure and discomfort. Media exposure plays a huge role, too. Many people around the world are functionally bilingual in English thanks to TV and YouTube. Sometimes parents, even in societies where people speak several languages, will put on educational English videos for kids to watch. But what's even more fun is something that's enjoyable for the kids that's already in English. You can do this too as an adult language learner. There's a time and a place for coursework, but if you're able to shut off the learning part of your brain and simply absorb content you're interested in, you'll be surprised at what you can pick up after a couple of months. Fourth, heritage languages. You might know someone from an immigrant family who speaks a different language at home than they do with everybody else. That language is referred to academically as a heritage language. Basically, a language that someone learned at home without using it very much anywhere else. You can imagine that such an arrangement would produce huge variation in language ability. Some people have heritage languages that they learn from visiting their grandparents once a week. Others learn through rigorous homeschooling routines enforced by their parents. Heritage learners often have some marked differences in their speech compared to speakers who grew up in a monolingual environment. They might have an accent that's affected by the dominant language they grew up with, or they might feel uncomfortable using some grammar or vocabulary that they're not as familiar with. But on the other hand, they might be able to smoothly use things like tone, grammatical gender, and other aspects of language that are extremely difficult for learners to master. Their listening comprehension is also likely good. Another big difference is in reading and writing. You probably don't remember, but reading and writing took time to learn. It may be difficult to motivate yourself or a child to learn to read or write in a new language, especially if that language has a different and complicated script. We may be tempted to rely on the reading and writing skills we already have instead of learning something new. If you have a heritage language and you're working on reactivating it, be kind to yourself. Maybe you feel like you should know how to read or write in your heritage language, but you don't. And that's okay. You can work on building those skills as any other language learner would. A great way to build literacy is to read text with audio that you can listen to at the same time. You can use the lesson notes from our language learning program or watch videos with subtitles. This is easy to do from the comfort of your home. Fifth, gaining fluency in a second language. There's a lot of divided discussion about whether it's possible to learn a language to a native level. It's important to consider what native level means. Maybe a native speaker of your target language can talk about their work flawlessly, but they can't speak in depth about a topic beyond their field. You don't expect yourself to be able to talk about absolutely everything with 100% perfection in your native language, so don't expect that you'll magically be able to communicate perfectly in the language you're learning either. Moreover, it's important to remember that nobody speaks flawlessly all the time. We all make mistakes, and we know how to correct ourselves and clarify information. The best speakers in the world make mistakes, even on stage. Everybody's stumbled over their words before. Does that mean they're not fluent in their own language? Of course not. You can do some amazing things to get a native-like accent in a foreign language, but they all take a great deal of work. Lots of people convince others that they're native speakers for the first few minutes of conversation. Does it really matter if you end up making mistakes after 40 seconds? 40 minutes? Remember, the perfect speech is not required to speak like a native. As we've talked about in this video, lots of bilingual and multilingual people have strengths and weaknesses too. Sixth, can a bilingual person forget a language? Language skills can deteriorate over time if they're not used. If you're very busy with one language and rarely use the other, you might see a drop in your abilities in the language you don't use as often. Completely forgetting a language takes a very long time, though. While you might forget a word here and there in one language, you likely won't lose a language completely unless you don't use it for decades. This is something to think about for anyone who is considering spending their life in another country. Make sure to keep your language skills up. Otherwise, as time goes on, things may be harder and harder to remember. Being bilingual or multilingual is pretty interesting. A lot of language learners compare themselves to bilinguals or multilinguals. Remember that bilingual and multilingual people put in work too, when they were kids. So don't feel discouraged if it seems like your own learning is slow. It simply takes time, and that's true for everyone. For even more tips and information related to language learning, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! If a native speaker of your target language spoke to you, how much of their speech do you think you could understand? Your answer, of course, depends a lot on your vocabulary skills. In this video, we're going to cover 5 tips for memorizing vocabulary quickly. When you learn new vocabulary words, you increase your skills in reading, writing, listening, and speaking. As you learn a language, you gain the ability to recognize vocabulary words and learn when to use them. It's important to have a vocabulary that covers a range of topics so that you can understand important announcements, safety information, conversations between friends, and posts on social media. In this video, we're going to talk about why vocabulary is important, some features in the tools we offer that help you focus on memorizing, and some tips for memorizing words faster. Throughout this video, remember that consistency is a key component to memorization. If you haven't done this already, consider adding a number of vocabulary words you'd like to master to your monthly language goals. Okay, let's get to our tips. First, master our core word lists. We offer 11 core word lists. These lists are made up of the most common words in your target language. The 100 core word list is the best list for absolute beginners. After you master that list, you can move on to the other lists in the series. The 2000 core word list is a combination of all of the lists plus an additional 1,000 words. Having knowledge of about 2,000 vocabulary words in your target language will set you up for success. Knowing a variety of words in your target language is important because it allows you to speak about and understand many different topics. While grammar is certainly important, having the vocabulary you need to go about daily life, study, or make plans is essential. So, how do you use the core word lists? With our flashcard feature. Our flashcard tool can display the vocabulary word, show a picture and translation, and play an audio recording of the vocabulary. You'll work on improving your recognition, production, and listening comprehension skills. Using a tool like this helps you associate new words with images. You also get to hear pronunciation and pitch accents from native speakers. You have the ability to choose how many new cards you'd like to learn daily. By the way, using the 2000 core word list isn't the only way to review all key vocabulary words. You can also merge your preferred lists. If you lack confidence in speaking, studying vocabulary can help you. If you master the most common words in your target language, speaking will become a bit easier. Among our core word lists are popular topics relating to hobbies, nature, food, and recreation. If you need some help making sentences with your new vocabulary, you can take a look at the core word list example sentences for ideas. These are all steps you can take to improve your speaking confidence. Second, create your own sentences. Creating your own sentences is a great way to work on memorizing new vocabulary. You can create sentences related to your daily life so that you can easily remember the sentences and use them. You can also try creating sentences you think you're likely to need before a conversation with a native speaker. In addition to our core word lists, we also have a dictionary feature. If you need help finding a certain vocabulary word, you can search for it in our dictionary. The dictionary includes audio from native speakers, so you can hear how the word is pronounced naturally and at a slower speed. With a premium membership, you'll have access to your own personal word bank. You'll be able to add words from the dictionary and our lessons to this word bank and study them using flashcards. Another thing that can help you with memorization is reading along with lesson dialogues and listening to the host's explanations. When you find a sentence that stands out, or when you make a sentence you think will be useful, make sure to actually use the sentence. Your memory will grow stronger and stronger as you review sentences and practice saying them from memory. Third, read every day. How often do you read in your target language? Reading is a fun activity that can motivate you to spend some time studying new vocabulary. When you read, you encounter words you've seen in lessons, but you also find new words. Apart from reading for fun, our language learning program offers reading comprehension pathways for all levels. These pathways feature video lessons with vocabulary you're likely to see in real life. For example, an advanced pathway might include lessons for understanding promotional information, medical instructions, and directions. These pathways are designed to test your ability to recognize words. Another way to memorize words fast is by learning songs in your target language. If you're studying a language with sounds that are very different from your first language, this can be a really helpful tactic. You can make a monthly goal to memorize 1 to 3 songs you like in your target language. You can find the lyrics to the song with a search online, and you can search for a translation as well. As you listen to the song, read the lyrics. This can help you connect the sounds you're hearing with the characters or the letters you're reading. And remember, the songs can be from anywhere. It could be a kid's song, a new pop song, or a TV show theme. You can choose. The key is to find a fun way to read every day. This will help you improve your vocabulary. Fourth, test your listening skills. Test your listening skills with our listening comprehension pathways. Each of the pathways presents a conversation, asks a question, and then gives a breakdown. In our audio lessons, the hosts break down the dialogue by talking about the usage of key vocabulary and phrases. They also explain the grammar. After you listen to the breakdown, the dialogue is easier to understand. Make sure to re-listen to the lesson dialogues to review these important concepts. Another way to use our site for listening comprehension is by changing the flashcard settings. With our flashcards, you have the option to focus on building listening comprehension. If you choose this setting, the front of your flashcard will play an audio clip, and the back will show the answer. Additionally, if you're a Premium Plus member, you can practice listening with your native speaker teacher. You can request audio responses from your teacher instead of text. If you understand their message, you can respond with an audio file of your own, or with text. If you don't fully understand, you can ask your teacher for help. One more thing you can do is use TV shows to practice listening. You can choose a segment of a show to practice. Watch it once with subtitles, then once without subtitles. Determine how much you can comprehend. Then look up the words you don't know. Fifth, take vocabulary quizzes. There are many ways to test yourself with vocabulary quizzes. Each of our lessons includes a vocabulary slideshow and quizzes that you can use for review. We also have video vocab pathways, which introduce new vocabulary based on certain themes, and they include pictures. You can also try making your own written tests with our flashcard feature. Change the flashcard settings according to your preferences. You can choose between recognition, production, and listening comprehension card types. Based on the card type you chose, write down either the vocabulary word or its translation when the card appears. Check your answers and give yourself a score for your study session. Writing vocabulary by hand is another great way to work on memorizing words. Earlier, we talked about learning vocabulary with songs. A fun and effective way to test your vocabulary and writing skills is to fill in the blanks. Copy and paste the lyrics of a song into a document and replace some of the words with blanks. Test your knowledge of the lyrics by filling in the blanks with the correct words. You can make it a little easier by including a word box, a list of vocabulary to use somewhere in the song. You can also do this with dialogues you want to practice from TV shows. To make sure you get all of the tools mentioned in this video, subscribe to our premium plan. You'll get access to all of our resources, including the core word lists and the flashcard tool. So, to recap, in this video we talked about 5 tips for memorizing new words. They were: master our core word lists, create your own sentences, read every day, test your listening skills, and take vocabulary quizzes. These tips are fun and effective ways to help you reach your vocabulary goals a bit faster. If you want to go the extra mile, subscribe to Premium Plus to get access to your own native teacher. What are your vocabulary goals? How will you achieve them? Share your answers in the comment section below. And for even more tips on how to remember vocabulary fast, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Consistent hard work is one of the biggest factors that determine someone's success, and it's true for language learning too. While it's important to choose a course and study method that's right for you, at the end of the day, the results you see are a product of the effort you put in. However, the quantity of time spent studying a new language doesn't necessarily determine the quality of your study. Spending 3 hours a day watching movies doesn't help you learn much if you're not actively engaging with the language. In this video, we'll talk about how to actively engage your mind while studying. Number 1. Think of your brain as a muscle. You might be familiar with the phrase, "feel the burn," or maybe "no pain, no gain." If you've been to your local gym recently, there's a chance you might have heard one of these phrases or seen something similar on a poster on a wall. In the world of sports and workouts, there's a common idea that the discomfort you feel when running, lifting weights, or doing some other physical activity is what brings results. The discomfort you feel is your muscles being pushed to their limit. It's the limit pushing that strengthens your muscles so that over time your performance increases. In the context of language learning, it's helpful to think of your brain as a muscle being trained. Just as we need to push against our physical limits when exercising, we also need to push our mental ones when learning a foreign language. Have you ever studied or practiced your target language in a way that left you tired or even exhausted? If so, you've experienced what it's like to push your brain out of its linguistic comfort zone. Number 2, practice active listening. One of the easiest ways to push your language skills is to practice active listening. Active listening is when you listen to spoken language and do your best to understand what you hear. The best way to accomplish this is by using audio that you can't completely understand on the first listen. Preferably, you want to use audio that has subtitles or transcripts in your target language, for you to double-check your understanding after you listen to it. You can use movies, YouTube clips, or our lessons. During this exercise, you might feel like you're able to pick out only a few words here and there. During this practice session, you should listen to the audio several times. The first time around, it's okay if no words or just a few words stick out to you. Simply make a mental note of any words or sounds you recognize. The second time you listen, you're likely to recognize a little more than you did the previous time. Expect similar results with your third or even fourth time listening. When you reach a point where you can't understand any more words, go ahead and look at the subtitles or transcripts. Listen to the audio again and read along with the text. Odds are that you'll see words in the text you know, but didn't hear correctly. You're also likely to encounter words that are new to you completely. As you play back the audio and read along, try to guess what these words mean from the context of the words around them. After you've read along a couple times, look up the unfamiliar words in a dictionary or translator app. This active listening exercise routine is a great way to increase your listening and comprehension skills, while picking up some new vocabulary along the way. It also allows you to learn new words in context, which itself is a powerful way to help you retain what you study. Number 3, practicing with native speakers. Practicing with native speakers is the best way to push your language skills. Using what you've studied to communicate in real time is how you'll really challenge yourself. Try to connect with a native speaker on a weekly basis. Remember, consistency is important when you're learning a foreign language. If you live in a large metropolitan area, then there's a chance that there are some local native speakers nearby. Try visiting a local language exchange or meetup group to make the necessary connections. If you're unable to find a practice partner locally, then you can take your search online. There are a number of sites that help you find and connect with other language learners from around the world. For example, if you're a native English speaker learning a new language, you can find a native speaker of your target language who is learning English. There are tons of language learners around the world who have learned or are learning a second language. You're likely to find someone who knows your target language and is looking to improve his or her English. Learning a new language isn't always easy, but it's the discomfort that comes with pushing your ability in the language that produces results in your studies. Don't be afraid to step outside of your comfort zone. It's okay to move far outside of your native language. You'll expand your mind and your skills. Also remember that language learning is in every way a lot like an adventure. There will be fun times and times when it feels like you're swimming upstream. It's by keeping your head up through these ups and downs that you will experience the satisfaction that comes with learning a foreign language. Keep moving ahead. And for even more tips on how to engage better in your language learning, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our free language gifts of the month right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Going to a Restaurant Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to order food in your target language? You'll learn how with this PDF cheat sheet. You'll get the must-know restaurant phrases and vocabulary for common dishes. Second, the Daily Conversations PDF ebook. With this, you'll learn over 100 phrases for everyday conversations. Download and review the ebook on any device. Third, can you talk about grammar in your target language? If you're learning the language, you'll need to know how to say verb, adjective, and much more. And in this 1-minute lesson, you'll pick up over 25 grammar-related words. Fourth, how to talk about working from home. You'll learn how to say Wi-Fi, online meeting, work from home, 25 phrases in total with this 1-minute lesson. Fifth, must-know art vocabulary. Learn how to say canvas, brush, and much more with this quick vocab bonus. Sixth, looking for a new language learning app? With the Innovative 101 app, you can learn fast and start speaking in minutes because the audio and video lessons are just 3 to 15 minutes long. Learning is that easy. Download Innovative 101 for free for the Android, iPhone, and iPad. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get up to 35% off with our Ready, Set, Speak sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Hello everyone, welcome back to ItalianPod101.com. My name is Daisy, mi chiamo Daisy, and we're all here, formally united, to talk about job interviews in Italian. Colloqui di lavoro. Colloqui di lavoro. We're going to talk about some commonly asked questions and, of course, how to answer. First of all, what everyone asks is to talk about yourself. There are two options here. If they are trying to be super friendly and polite, then they would ask you, dimmi qualcosa di te. Tell me, dimmi qualcosa di te. Tell me something about yourself. Dimmi qualcosa di te. Or parlami di te. Talk to me about yourself. Tell me about yourself. Parlami di te. If they are using a formal form, and I think this is what happens in most cases, unless the human resource guy or girl is young and they want to be friendly because you're like the same age, they would talk to you in third person. So, mi parli di lei. Mi parli di lei. Tell me about yourself. It's still the same thing, but in a formal way. Mi parli di lei. Mi dica qualcosa di lei. Lei, in this case, is always you. How to answer? Let's take me as an example and say, for example, dopo aver studiato lingue, after studying languages, lingue, and here you can put anything else, right? For example, informatica, informatics, informatica, computer technology, architettura, architecture, or economy, economia. Dopo aver studiato economia, after studying economy, ed essermi laureata and graduating all'Università di Torino, in my case, and after graduating at Turin University, ed essermi laureata all'università di, and then you can put the city, or if you don't have a degree, just leave this part out, ed essermi laureata all'università di, and graduating at University of Torino, Turin. Ho lavorato per, I worked for, ho lavorato per, and here you can say the name of the company you worked for. Ho lavorato per ItalianPod101, or un'agenzia, un'azienda, una compagnia. These three words all mean company. Agenzia, agency actually, compagnia or azienda. Di traduzioni, for example, translations, or di tecnologia, technology. Di marketing, marketing is still marketing. So you say where you worked, what you worked for. Another way to say that you worked for someone is sono stato assunto da. I was hired by. Sono stato assunto. Assumere is the verb for to hire. Sono stato assunto da. By. From. Sono stato assunto da ItalianPod. Ho lavorato per ItalianPod. The difference here is just I was hired by, I worked for, or ho trovato impiego da. I found employment by. Ho trovato, I found, impiego, employment, da. By. ItalianPod. Ho lavorato per 2 anni in questa posizione. I worked for 2 years in this position. Ho lavorato per 2 anni in questa posizione. I worked for 2 years, you can change, of course, the amount of time, in this position, in questa posizione. Mi occupavo di. I dealt with. My duties were. I miei compiti erano. I miei compiti erano. My duties were. And for example, let's say, mi sono appassionata a. And I got passionate about. Mi sono appassionata a. La grafica. Graphics, for example. Ai computers. Alla tecnologia. Technology. Ai numeri. To numbers. To anything you'd like to say, right? My suggestion is to finish with a hint to this new job, right? So you can say, e per questo motivo, and for this reason, per questo motivo, mi sono candidata. For this reason, I applied. Mi sono candidata. Per questo motivo, for this reason being my story, penso di essere il candidato ideale. Per questo motivo, for this reason, penso, I think, di essere, I am, il candidato ideale, the ideal candidate. So you said something about yourself, but also showed your interest in this position, right? Then something that everyone asks is, quali sono I tuoi pregi sul lavoro? Quali sono I tuoi pregi sul lavoro? Or I tuoi punti di forza? Punti di forza. What are your strengths? Which are your qualities? Sul lavoro, when you work. Quali sono I tuoi punti di forza sul lavoro? And here you can say anything, really. But for example, you could say, sono molto paziente. I'm really patient. Anche quando faccio errori. Even when I make mistakes. Anche quando faccio errori. Anche quando faccio errori. Sono calmo. I'm calm. Sono collaborativo. I'm collaborative. Sono collaborativo. Penso sempre al gruppo. Al team. I always think about the group, the team. Penso sempre al gruppo. And here you can also say something that is not just positive. For example, sono competitivo. Competitivo. I'm competitive. And this brings you to the next question, which is quali sono le tue debolezze sul lavoro? Which or what are your weaknesses when working? Debolezze. I tuoi punti deboli. Weak points. Quali sono i tuoi punti deboli sul lavoro? Quali sono i tuoi punti deboli sul lavoro? Here too you can use some of the strengths trying to put them in a different perspective, right? For example, sono un perfezionista. I'm a perfectionist. Sono un perfezionista, molto preciso, really precise. Quindi, therefore, qualche volta, sometimes, lento, slow. So sometimes I'm slow because I'm a perfectionist. Qualche volta sono lento perché sono un perfezionista. Qualche volta, sometimes, sono, I am, lento, slow, perché, because, sono un perfezionista. I am a perfectionist. Sono disordinato, 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 where ordine means order. Sono disordinato, so the contrary, right? I'm messy. Perché? Because sono molto creativo. I'm really creative. Sono molto creativo. Not talking about myself here. Asking for a friend. Something else you can say is ansioso, anxious. Sono un po' ansioso. I'm a bit anxious. Un po' ansioso. Or distratto, distracted. It's important to be sincere, I think. So you can say that to be honest, a essere onesti, a essere onesti, a dire la verità, to tell the truth, a dire la verità, sono, I am, and then you talk about what you want to say. Something else that they may want to know is è disposto, or sei disposto, but anyway, disposto is the key word here, and it means are you willing to? Sei disposto a viaggiare? Are you willing to travel? Sei disposto a. Are you willing to? Sei disposto a trasferirti? Sei disposto a trasferirti? Are you willing to move? Sei disposto a lavorare su turni? Lavorare su turni. To work shifts. Sei disposto a fare un periodo di prova? Are you willing to have a trial period? Probational period. Un periodo di prova. Certo, of course, volentieri, gladly, or no, ho già un'altra offerta. No, I already have another offer. Ho già, I already have, un'altra, another, offerta, offer. But something that I really want you to remember and that can save you in any case from every question is vorrei del tempo per pensarci. Vorrei del tempo per pensarci. I'd like some time to think about it. Vorrei del tempo per pensarci. I'd like some time to think about it. Vorrei del tempo, I'd like some time, per, to think about it. Per pensarci.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is how to make sure you keep going when your reason for learning language changes. Did you know that the reason most people start learning languages isn't why they continue with the language? Successful learners change up their reasons along the way in order to keep themselves motivated. So if you started learning for whatever reason, but no longer feel motivated, then this episode is for you. You'll discover 1. Why your reason for learning a language can and will change, and 2. How to keep going with language learning when your initial reason no longer works. But first, listen up. Here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Going to a Restaurant Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to order food in your target language? You'll be able to. With this PDF cheat sheet, you'll get the must-know restaurant phrases and vocabulary for common dishes. Second, the Daily Conversations PDF ebook. With this, you'll learn over 100 phrases for everyday conversations. Download and review the ebook on any device. Third, can you talk about grammar in your target language? If you're learning a language, you'll need to be able to say verb, adjective, and much more. And in this 1-minute lesson, you'll pick up over 25 grammar-related words. Fourth, how to talk about working from home. You'll learn how to say Wi-Fi, online meeting, work from home, 25 phrases in total with this 1-minute lesson. Fifth, must-know art vocabulary. Learn how to say canvas, brush, and much more with this quick vocab bonus. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. How to keep your motivation going, even when your reason for learning a language changes. First, here's a question for you. What was your reason for starting this language? You might have started learning for travel, for the culture, to watch TV shows or understand music, or because someone you know speaks it and you want to try speaking with them. All of these reasons have something in common. They're external, meaning you're trying to get some outside reward or benefit, like a friendship, a personal relationship, travel, or living in the country. You can say they're also external motivations. All of these reasons are why most people start learning languages. They're exciting. All of us want to understand a TV show 100% or have a conversation with native speakers. But the problem with external reasons is that they may not last very long. Have you ever been motivated to start learning only to lose that motivation? And months later you realize you made no progress on a goal you wanted? It happens quite often. For example, you want to learn a language for travel, but then the pandemic happened and you weren't able to travel. Or you were learning to enjoy TV shows, but the shows are way too complicated and you find you're no longer enjoying them. Or you're learning for your partner, but then you break up. When that happens, all learners come to a crossroads: continue or quit. Most people quit because the reason they started is no longer motivating. So how do you keep going? In the first part, you learned that most reasons for starting are external reasons, like traveling, meeting new people, being able to watch TV shows and such, or external motivations. However, your reason for starting a language isn't often the reason why you continue learning. It's natural for your reasons to change. So what do you do when your initial reason for learning is no longer working? If your current motivator isn't working, switch to an internal reason. External reasons are about getting some outside benefit. Internal reasons have more to do with yourself. For example, you could say you're learning the language because you want to improve yourself. You want to achieve this goal. You've failed goals in the past, so now you're determined to make it work for once. You're the type of person that gets things done. All of these are examples of internal reasons, where you make it about yourself. External reasons can only last so long. Even external reasons like you want to live in that country, so you want to learn the language, aren't enough. There are plenty of people that move abroad to learn a language but end up losing their motivation anyway. And psychology studies show that internal reasons, internal motivation, doing it for yourself, is much more powerful than external. Doing it because you want to is much more powerful than doing it because you have to. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time we'll talk about the first step in your language learning journey that will guarantee your success. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way, and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! Know any good tips for mastering conversations? Well, there are some words and phrases that tend to be used more often than others in everyday conversation. So if you know the most common questions, answers, and phrases, you'll be able to handle a lot. When you think about it, a lot of conversations are quite predictable. They're about topics we're already familiar with. So if we approach our studies to these conversations like we're working on remembering parts of a script, we can study efficiently. In this video, we'll cover one hack for improving your speaking skills. First, understand what you say. When you meet a new person, what do you say to them? Things like, "What's your name?" and "Where are you from?" Then you talk a little bit about yourself. And even if you know that person, there are common lines you use all the time, right? These lines you use all the time in your conversations are your scripts. These are your most commonly used questions, answers, and phrases. Targeting these expressions in your studies will help you be able to handle a lot of everyday conversations. So take some time to examine what you talk about most, or what you're interested in talking about. Next, where to find scripts for speaking. Luckily, we have hundreds of scripts that you can use. With our language learning program, you get the line-by-line scripts for all of our lessons. In fact, lessons like the top 25 questions you must know, the 3-minute lessons, and survival phrases are specifically designed to help you master the most commonly used questions, answers, and phrases. For example, the top 25 questions you must know focuses on the 25 most common questions you'll hear in a conversation. This includes basic questions like, "Where are you from?" "What's your name?" and "How old are you?" As a learner of another language, these are the questions you'll hear almost every time you meet someone new, and you'll use them every day. It goes like this. You hear the question, then we break down its meaning and teach you how to respond. That way, you'll be ready to speak right after the lesson. You can listen to these lessons and read along with the lesson notes. With our Dialog Study tool, you'll get line-by-line scripts of the conversation. So you can review each line as many times as you want. You can listen to the audio, read the script, and the translation. You can also do this with our 3-minute and survival phrases lessons. In these lessons, we give you line-by-line scripts for how to introduce yourself, how to make conversation, or even order food at a restaurant. If you're a Premium or Premium Plus member, you get the Dialog Tool and line-by-line scripts for all of these lessons. Starting to speak in your target language might be scary, but this simple hack will help jumpstart your conversations. So if you're ready to speak better, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share this video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Do you want to have access to tons of language lessons, but you don't want to have to buy more textbooks? In this video, you'll learn 6 ways you can get language lessons for free. This video will cover ways to get our audio and video lessons on a regular basis, so you can work on improving your language skills. You can use these anywhere, anytime. All right, let's take a look at how to get access. First, right on our website. New lessons come out every single week. Mondays, Tuesdays, and video lessons on Fridays. Access them all in the Lessons drop-down menu on the site. Click on Newest Lessons. If you're on the go, you're going to work, driving, or running errands, you can easily learn with your mobile device. And that brings us to our next tip. Second, get lessons on the Innovative Language app. If you're an iPhone, iPad, or Android user, learn on the go with the Innovative Language 101 app. Download it for free. After you download the app, you can keep up with all the latest lessons. There is a Newest Lessons icon right on the home screen, and it gives you instant access to your free lessons anywhere, anytime. Just look for Innovative Language 101 on the App Store or Google Play. The third way is the Apple TV app. You can learn on the big screen. Turn on your TV and access all of your audio and video lessons. You can learn at home, keep the lessons playing, and immerse yourself all day long with the Innovative Language 101 app. Look for it on the Apple TV App Store. Now, this one is useful for only Apple TV subscribers, but if you're not an Apple TV subscriber, don't worry. The fourth way, get lessons with our iTunes feed. iTunes can download your lessons automatically and have them saved forever. You get every single lesson as it comes out. You'll never miss one. They're saved in your iTunes. Simply search for us on iTunes and subscribe. Fifth is the Daily Dose of Language app. This is for the iPhone, iPad, and Android. With this, you get bite-sized lessons sent to your device every day. Each day, you get a notification that your daily dose of language is here. Doing the lesson takes just a minute. These aren't our full-sized audio and video lessons, but these 1-minute lessons will help you build a habit of learning daily. Find the Daily Dose of Language app on the App Store or Google Play. The sixth way is with our brand new Alexa skill. If you own an Amazon Echo, Dot, or Show, or are planning to get one, you'll want the Daily Dose by Innovative Language. Find it in the Amazon Skill Store. With it, you get new audio lessons and vocab lessons every day across all 34 languages. If you're ready to start learning a new language, these 6 tips can help you get started learning with our language learning program. Just pick which way works best for you and get started learning today. There are so many ways to start learning for free. Just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Giving Directions Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to tell a taxi driver where to go in your target language? You'll be able to. With this PDF cheat sheet, you'll learn must-know words and phrases for giving directions. Second, the Most Common Verbs PDF ebook. You'll learn over 90 common verbs with this bonus PDF picture ebook. Download and review on any device. Third, how to talk about what you do in your free time. Learn how to say video games, fishing, and much more. You'll pick up over 25 words for leisure activities with this vocab bonus. Fourth, how to learn from home, learning strategies. Want to learn the language from the comfort of your own home? This 1-minute lesson will give you all the best tactics for learning languages. Fifth, the top 35 adjectives for personalities. Can you describe your personality? This next bonus will teach you the 35 must-know adjectives for personalities, so you can talk about yourself in your target language. Sixth, free language learning audiobooks. Want free access to our huge library of beginner-level audiobooks? Then click the link below. Save the audiobooks to your device and listen and learn. They're yours to keep forever. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get up to 45% off our 6-month challenge sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Hi everyone, welcome back to ItalianPod101.com. My name is Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. And in this video we're going to talk about how to start a conversation. Come iniziare una conversazione. Come iniziare, how to start, una conversazione, a conversation. Basically conversation starters. And as in English, we also say to break the ice, and that's rompere il ghiaccio. Rompere, to break, il ghiaccio, the ice. To break the ice, we can say, the basic one is, hi, how are you? Ciao, come stai? Ciao, come va? How is it going? Come stai? Come va? Now, this is tricky because it can end badly, meaning bene, tu? I'm fine, and you? Yeah, me too. And that's it? Bene, tu? Anche io. But no, we want to keep going, right? So what you have to say is, bene, oggi ho fatto, I'm fine. Today I did. Oggi ho fatto, and then you say what happened. Oggi ho fatto sport con gli amici. Today I played sports with my friends. And then the other part can say, oh really, che sport? Quale sport? Which sport do you play? Right? Another thing that you can ask, still in general, is cosa mi racconti? Cosa mi racconti? And this is a pretty open question, so it can be anything from the other part. You're not asking anything specific. They're free to tell you what they want. Here too, if they say niente di che, not much, nothing really, niente di che, or nulla di nuovo, nothing new, no news, then it's up to you to keep the conversation going and tell something about what you did or what happened to you. But let's see some phrases that you can use in different scenarios. For example, let's assume you're at a party and you want to talk to someone. You can start by saying, Ti piace questa canzone? Do you like this song? Ti piace questa canzone? Or in general, ti piace questa musica? Do you like this music? And then, depending if it's yes or no, you can pretend that that's also your opinion and just keep going, right? So, for example, if the other one says no, then you can ask, quale genere ti piace? Which genre do you like? Which kind of music do you like? Quale genere di musica ti piace? O cosa ascolti di solito? What do you usually listen to? Cosa ascolti, to listen, di solito, usually. Solitamente. It's another way to say di solito. Solitamente. Cosa ascolti solitamente? Moving on, let's assume you're at a bar, a pub, or anyway, you're somewhere where you can drink something, and even better, maybe the other one is drinking something already. You can ask, cosa stai bevendo? What are you drinking? Cosa stai bevendo? Be careful, because if you ask cosa bevi, what do you drink? Cosa bevi? That can be, if they have the glass in their hand already, that can be what are you drinking, but also what are you going to drink? Cosa bevi? What can I get you, basically? So I would say cosa stai bevendo? What are you drinking? Also, because cosa bevi could be a bit in general, like what do you drink, usually? What can you drink? So yeah, cosa stai bevendo? Or cosa mi consigli? What do you recommend me? Maybe you're in line waiting for your turn to order a drink, so you can ask cosa mi consigli? What do you recommend me? Cosa, what, me, to me, consigli, recommend. And then if you want to be the one who recommends something instead, you can say io ti consiglio, I recommend you, io ti consiglio questo cocktail, this cocktail. And then you say the name, Malibu Cola for me. If, for example, you're at the gym, you can ask, fai altri sport? Do you play other sports? Fai, we use the verb to do, fare. Fai altri sport? Fai altri sport? Do you play other sports? Or, quante volte a settimana ti alleni? How often, how many times in a week do you train? Quante volte a settimana? How many times in a week a settimana? Ti alleni? Do you train? Possiamo allenarci insieme? Can we train together? Possiamo allenarci insieme? Together? In case the person you're talking to or that you're gonna talk to is a common friend, then maybe you can ask how do they know your friend? Come conosci Luca? Come? How? Conosci? Do you know Luca? Come conosci Luca? And likewise, you can ask other things as well, right? For example, how do you know about this party? Come conosci questo evento? How do you know about this event? Come conosci questa festa? Come conosci questo evento? Come conosci, how do you know? And then it can be a person or a thing, or a language even. Come conosci l'inglese? How do you know English? If we're talking about someone of the neighborhood, del vicinato, then, for example, you're in the elevator or something, you can ask, conosci, again, do you know, un buon ristorante, a good restaurant? Conosci un buon ristorante qua vicino? Do you know a nice restaurant here nearby? Or conosci un buon supermercato? Let's assume you just moved to the neighborhood. Conosci un buon supermercato? Do you know a nice supermarket? Buon in this case can also mean convenient, as in cheap. So buon always saves you. You just have to decide what to ask for. Conosci una buona palestra? Do you know a nice gym? If it's someone that you know from your office or that you work with together, maybe you can ask, che programmi hai per il weekend? What are your programs for the weekend? Che programmi? What programs? Hai, do you have? Per il weekend? For the weekend? Cosa fai nel weekend? What are you doing during the weekend? Cosa fai nel weekend? No matter the situation or the place, something that always helps can be a compliment. So pick something out from the outfit of the person that you want to talk to and say, che bella maglia, che belle scarpe, che bei pantaloni. You can choose, right? Che bella maglia, what a nice shirt. Che belle scarpe, nice shoes. Che bei pantaloni, trousers. Che bella borsa, what a nice bag. Dove l'hai comprata? Dove? Where? L'hai comprata? Did you buy it? Where did you buy it? Dove l'hai comprata? And from there, you can go on. But of course, only if you really like something, right? Because you don't want to be completely fake. So maybe something else that you can ask, since recently everyone is on their phones, is about apps that you have been using recently. Hai qualche app divertente sul telefono? Do you have some interesting, funny, divertente or interessante sul telefono? Do you have some interesting, funny apps on the phone? Hai qualche app interessante sul telefono? Or che app usi di più ultimamente? Che app usi di più ultimamente? Which application are you using more recently? Quale app usi di più, more, the most, recently, recentemente, or ultimamente, lately? Che app usi di più recentemente? And that could be a really long conversation if the other person is into technology, for example. And this is about situations that can happen anytime. But my personal tip is to focus on the season and on celebrations that are coming. For example, if it's summer, dove sei stato quest'estate? Where have you been this summer? Dove sei stato quest'estate? This summer. Quest'estate. It would be questa estate, but two vowels together. Dove sei stato quest'estate? It doesn't really mean, what have you been up to? I haven't seen you recently. It just asks if you went somewhere for the summer. So the other person could tell you about what they did, or non sono andato in vacanza. I didn't go on vacation. I didn't have a break. And then you can talk about why, what happened, how's the work going, etc. In autumn, do you like pumpkin? Ti piace la zucca? Ti piace, do you like, la zucca? The pumpkin. Ti piace la zucca? For winter, hai già comprato i regali di Natale? Hai già comprato? Have you already bought i regali, presents, di Natale, for Christmas? Have you already bought Christmas presents? Hai già comprato i regali di Natale? And in spring, let's say, sei allergico al polline? Tu sei allergico al polline? Are you allergic to pollen? I hope these phrases can be helpful to attaccare un bottone with someone. Literally, it means to attach, to sew, to put a button to its place, right? Attaccare un bottone to someone con qualcuno. Attaccare un bottone con qualcuno. It's a way of saying an idiomatic expression that means to start talking to someone, to approach someone. So let me know in the comments which one is your best way to attaccare un bottone. And I'm not talking about sewing skills. So yeah, let me know if you have any particular phrase that you would like to know. I hope this video was useful. Thank you for watching. Remember to like and subscribe. And if you haven't done it yet, you can sign up for your free lifetime account on ItalianPod101.com in order to improve your Italian even more. I'll see you soon. Bye bye! Hello everyone, welcome back to ItalianPod101.com. My name is Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. And in this video we're going to talk about demonstratives. Dimostrativi. Dimostrativi. Actually both adjectives and pronouns, so aggettivi e pronomi. Adjectives, aggettivi e pronomi, pronouns. Demonstratives, dimostrativi. As in English, they're used to indicate, to show something, depending on where the object is compared to the speaker, right? So for example, this, that. In Italian, you indicate something that is close to you with questo, questo. Remember that as other adjectives as well, in Italian, questo changes depending on the name that follows. So questo is just male and singular. For example, questo libro è molto interessante. Questo libro, this book, is molto interessante. Very interesting. Questo libro. Libro is male and singular, and that's why questo stays like that. Questo libro. You see, it ends with the same vowel. If, for example, I'm talking about a skirt, which in Italian is female and singular, gonna, gonna. Ho comprato questa gonna con I saldi. Ho comprato, I bought, questa gonna, this skirt, questa gonna, con I saldi, on sale. Puoi aiutarmi con questi esercizi? Sono troppo difficili. Puoi aiutarmi con questi esercizi? Sono troppo difficili. Puoi aiutarmi? Can you help me? Con questi esercizi, with these exercises, plural, in Italian, plural and male, questi, questi, esercizi, sono troppo difficili. They're too difficult. Sono troppo difficili. Mi piacciono molto queste scarpe. Mi piacciono molto queste scarpe. Queste scarpe. Plural and female, queste. Queste. I really like these shoes. Queste scarpe. So I'm talking about something that I have either really close to me, like to my person, or something really close in time. So for example, I can say questa settimana, this week, settimana is female and singular, questa settimana sono molto impegnata. I'm really busy. Sono molto impegnata. Questa settimana, so the one that is going on, the closest to me. It doesn't have to be something short, right? It can be something long as well. For example, quest'anno, this year, quest'anno, voglio andare al mare. I want to go to the sea. Quest'anno voglio andare al mare. So, questo, to indicate something that is the closest to you, either in the space or in time. Questo, questa, questi, or queste. While if we are talking about something that is far from you, that it's not near you, then we use that, which in Italian translates into quello, quello, quello. Quello zaino è mio. That bag, that backpack, is mine. Quello zaino. In this case, as the article, it depends on the word that follows. So quello or quel, quel, like with the determinative article, il or lo. Let's revise briefly. You use il basically with any consonant, while lo with z or s plus any other consonant, like lo scoglio, the cliff, so that would be quello scoglio, while il cane, quel cane, okay? While you don't have to worry when there is a vowel at the beginning of the word, because in that case it's just l apostrophe, l apostrofo, and with quel the same, quell'albero, that tree, quell'albero, quel apostrophe albero. Of course, it also applies to the plural form. Quegli occhiali sono da sole. Quegli occhiali, those glasses are sunglasses. Quegli occhiali sono da sole. Quegli occhiali, because you would say gli occhiali if it was just an article, while quei gatti, because you would say I gatti if it was just the article, not gli gatti, okay? Quei gatti sono di mio zio. Those cats are my uncle's. Quei gatti. Not so much to think about when we're talking about a female noun, because there's only quella and quelle. Quella ragazza, that girl. Non conosco quella ragazza. I don't know that girl. Non conosco. I don't know quella ragazza, that girl. Ma sembra simpatica. But she looks funny. But she looks nice. Ma sembra simpatica. Guarda quelle case laggiù. Look, those houses over there. Sono molto belle. Guarda quelle case laggiù. Sono molto belle. They're really beautiful. Quelle case. Here too, as before, you can also use the same demonstrative adjective for time. For example, quell'anno, that year, quell'anno. Sono, you see the apostrophe here, quell'anno, sono andato in vacanza a Londra. That year I went to London on holiday. Quell'anno sono andato in vacanza on holiday a Londra, to London. Of course, as I said in the beginning, you can use these words, queste parole, these words, as pronouns as well. So when they replace the name altogether. For example, questa penna non scrive. This pen doesn't work, doesn't write. Questa penna non scrive. Dammi quella. Give me that. Give me that. Dammi quella. Of course, I could say dammi quella penna if I wanted to, but I can just say dammi quella. And in that case, that word, quella, the demonstrative article, becomes a pronoun because it replaces the whole word penna, the whole object, basically. Quel vestito non mi stava bene. Ecco perché ho preso questo. Quel vestito non mi stava bene. Ecco perché ho preso questo. That dress didn't suit me. Quel vestito, that dress, non mi stava bene. Didn't suit me. Ecco perché, that's why, ho preso questo. I got this one. That's why I got this one. Ecco perché ho preso questo. As shown in the examples, please notice that in Italian you don't have to translate one as in this one. Questo, I got this one instead, ho preso questo. You don't have to add anything after questo or quello, but if you really want to, and sometimes you can hear that as well, especially when we're talking, you can say questo qua, so this one here, questo qua, while quello laggiù, quello over there, or quello là, quello there. It's just a way to emphasize the fact that it's quello, that one, and not this one, okay? Questo qua, quello là. Quale macchina ti piace? Which car do you like? Quale macchina ti piace? Questa. This one. Questa. And that's enough. Or you can say questa qua. This one over here. This one here. Usually we say that when we're comparing things. So for example, I would say questa qua è molto bella. This one here is really beautiful. Mentre quella là, while that one there, non mi piace. I don't like. I don't like the one over there. Questa qua and quella là. In that case, it's more common for us to use qua and la, but in general, you don't have to. You just need one word. We're lazy. The last thing that I want to teach you is that sometimes in some grammar books, you can find the word codesto, codesto, and that's also a demonstrative adjective or pronoun that was used really a long time ago, basically. And okay, sometimes in like written texts or like official text as a lawyer or something, you can still find it, but we don't really use that anymore. Still, I just thought it may be better for you to know in case it pops up somewhere. And it refers to an object that is closer to the listener than to the speaker, okay? Since it doesn't really make sense to examine every time which one is closer, that's why we don't use it anymore. But I want you to know that it exists, okay? So let me know what you thought about questa lezione, about this lesson, questa lezione. Thank you for watching, and remember, if you haven't done it yet, you can sign up for your free lifetime account on ItalianPod101.com in order to learn Italian in the fastest, easiest, and most fun way possible. I'll see you soon. Bye bye. Ciao ciao. Hi everyone, welcome back to ItalianPod101.com. My name is Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. And in this video we're going to talk about means of transport. Mezzi di trasporto. Mezzi di trasporto. First of all, let's briefly revise some verbs that we use when we talk about transportation. For example, andare, to go, andare, to go. Usare, usare, to use, usare. Viaggiare, viaggiare, to travel. And to take, prendere, prendere, to take, prendere. I wanted you to remember those because every time that we talk about transportations, there are actually many ways to say that you're using something, that you're traveling with something, or that you're taking something, that you're going by something, as in English, in Italian as well. And those verbs that we just saw together are really common. So let's try to use all of them. For example, per andare in ufficio, to go to the office. Per andare in ufficio, per andare, to go, to the office, in ufficio. Prendo la metropolitana. Prendo, I take, la metropolitana, the subway. Metropolitana. Metropolitana. Subway. Sometimes, almost always actually, you will hear just metro. 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 It comes from metropolitana, it's just a shorter way to say that, right? Per andare in ufficio, prendo la metropolitana. To go to the office, I take the subway. Or I could say, vado in ufficio con la metropolitana. I go to the office by subway. Con la metropolitana. Or, per andare in ufficio, uso la metropolitana. Uso, I use. Uso the subway. Okay? Of course, you could also say, per andare in ufficio viaggio in metropolitana. I travel by subway. But travel, viaggiare, has more the idea of a longer journey, or that you're actually going somewhere to stay there a bit, as in days. Oh, hopefully you're not staying days at your office. So I would use travel, viaggiare, when I'm actually talking about going somewhere. It would be a longer ride. For example, viaggio spesso in aereo. I often travel by plane. Viaggio spesso in aereo. Aereo, plane. You could also say con l'aereo or in aereo. Aereo, plane. Perché è molto veloce. Because it's really fast. Perché è molto veloce. Non mi piace viaggiare in treno. I don't like traveling by train. Non mi piace viaggiare in treno. Treno is train. Perché è noioso. Because it's boring. Perché è noioso. And talking about train, treno, I also want you to know the word station, stazione. Stazione. Prendo il treno almeno 2 volte al mese Prendo il treno, I take the train, at least, almeno, 2 volte, twice, al mese, a month, dalla stazione di Milano, from Milano Station. Prendo il treno almeno 2 volte al mese dalla stazione di Milano. I take the train at least twice a month from Milano Station. Another verb that you actually have to know, even though I hope you don't need it, it's perdere, perdere. I know that it literally means to lose, like you lost something, but it also means to miss, like you missed the train. Ho perso il treno. Ho perso il treno. I missed the train. Perdere. Ho perso il pullman. Ho perso l'autobus. Pullman and autobus both mean bus. A che ora parte il pullman? What time does the bus leave? A che ora parte? What time does the bus leave? Parte. A che ora parte il pullman? Okay? While if I say è appena passato, it just passed, it means that, for example, when you're waiting at the stop, which by the way is not stazione, like for the train, but stop is fermata, fermata. So if you're waiting at the fermata and you want to know when the bus comes, when is the bus coming, you say a che ora passa il pullman? A che ora passa? What time does the bus come, as in passes? It passes through. Hopefully it will not just pass, it will stop at your stop. But yeah, we use the verb passare, to pass, passare. So now that you have all the verbs that you can use with means of transport, let's see some more of them, some more vocabulary, right? For example, taxi, it's easy. Per favore, chiama un taxi. Please call a taxi. Per favore, please, chiama, call a taxi. Chiama un taxi. Macchina, macchina, car. You could also say auto, auto, or automobile. In fact, auto is just a shorter version of automobile, but it's common to say macchina as well. Dov'è la mia macchina? Where's my car? I always ask that because I always forget where I put that at the parcheggio. Parcheggio. Parking, right? Then we have bici. Bici comes from bicicletta, bicicletta, which is the bike. Vado in bici al parco. I go to the park by bike. Bici. While motorbike is moto. Moto. Because it is motocicletta, as in English. Motorbike, motocicletta, while bicicletta is just bici. If you don't have a proper motorbike, then maybe you have a scooter, scooter, or motorino, motorino, a small motorbike, basically. It's cute. Motorino, motorino. Maybe you're traveling by boat, barca, barca. Sto male sulla barca. I feel sick on a boat. Sto male, not well, sick, su una barca, sulla barca, on the boat, on a boat, barca, barca. Or maybe you have a van, furgone, furgone. Sul furgone possono stare 3 persone. 3 people can ride a van. Sul furgone possono stare 3 persone. Now, it is not actually a mean of transport, but what you need to know is how to say by foot, on foot, right? Of course, you can just say camminare, walk, mi piace camminare, I like to walk, or vado, for example, in ufficio, I go to the office, a piedi, by foot, on foot, a piedi. While for the rest of words you use con and the article, con la metropolitana, con la macchina, or you just say in, because you're inside that object, as in metropolitana, in macchina. With by foot, you can only say a piedi. You cannot say in piedi, because it means that you're standing. You cannot say con I piedi, with the foot, okay? That's the only one that doesn't require an article. A piedi, just the preposition, a piedi. Vado a fare la spesa, I go groceries, vado a fare la spesa a piedi, by foot, by walking. Vuoi un passaggio? Do you want a ride, a lift? Passaggio? No, grazie. No, thank you. Voglio camminare, I want to walk. Voglio camminare. Sì, volentieri. Yes, please. Gladly. Sì, volentieri. Volentieri. That being said, qual è il vostro mezzo di trasporto preferito? Which is your favorite mean of transport? Qual è il vostro mezzo di trasporto preferito? Io direi, I would say, io direi la macchina, the car, if I don't have to drive. Se non guido io. If I'm not driving myself. Se, if, non guido io. If I'm not driving. I'm the laziest one, I know. Thank you for watching. Remember to like and subscribe if you haven't. And if you want to learn even more Italian, just click the link in the description, download our PDF lessons, and learn essential phrases for your everyday life. I'll see you soon. Ci vediamo presto. Bye bye. Ciao ciao. Hello everyone, welcome back to ItalianPod101.com. My name is Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. And in this video we're gonna talk about ifs. Se. Periodo ipotetico. Periodo ipotetico. Se. Se. As in English, in Italian as well, this pattern is made by two parts, a sentence and a consequence, right? Easily said, if you go to the supermarket, could you buy me some milk? Se vai al supermercato, puoi comprarmi del latte? Se vai, if you go, al supermercato, to the supermarket, puoi comprarmi del latte? Could you buy me some milk? So till here everything may seem simple, but the problem is that we have three types of periodo ipotetico, so hypothetical phrases. Some may also say four, because then you can mix them, but let's say three for now and let's check them together. Il periodo ipotetico zero, so the hypothetical phrase zero is the most simple one, and in this case you can think of if, of se, as in when. So when this happens, then that happens as well. For example, se mangi troppo, ingrassi. If you eat too much, se mangi troppo, present tense, ingrassi. You will get fat. You get fat. Present and present tense. Easy. Se non studi tutti I giorni, if you don't study every day, se non studi tutti I giorni, è difficile imparare una lingua. It's hard to learn a language. È difficile imparare una lingua. And this is not even included in the three types, right? Because this is type 0. It's just present tense for both parts, and it's linear. If this happens, then this also happens, right? And we're not even talking about possibilities there. It's just reality. A equals B. While when we talk about periodo ipotetico 1, we're talking about a possibility that may come true if something else happens. It's not that it happens 100%, but it's most likely to happen. For example, se piove, non uscirò. If it rains, I won't go out. Se piove, non uscirò. If it rains, I won't go out. It's my choice, but I'm saying that if this happens, then I won't do that. I could do that, okay, because it's not impossible for me to do that. I decide not to do that. Se piove, non uscirò. Same goes for se non parti immediatamente. If you don't leave immediately, se non parti immediatamente, perderai il treno. You will miss the train. Perderai il treno. It's not 100% sure, but it's most likely to happen, right? And it's a real possibility. Se non parti subito, se non parti immediatamente, if you don't leave immediately, you will miss the train. Perderai il treno. Present and future. You could also use only future as well. Se otterrò quel lavoro, se otterrò quel lavoro, if I'll obtain, if I'll get that job, festeggeremo insieme al ristorante. We'll celebrate together at the restaurant. Se otterrò quel lavoro, festeggeremo insieme al ristorante. Future and future. Il periodo ipotetico 2 talks about something that it's not impossible in your life in general, but it's not possible at the moment. It's something that, based on facts, it's not a reality. It could be. It's a possibility. Se parlassi italiano, lavorerei in Italia. Se parlassi italiano, lavorerei in Italia. If I spoke Italian, I would work in Italy. Se parlassi is the nightmare tense of Italian, okay? It's what everyone finds the most difficult. Subjunctive, subjunctive. Il congiuntivo. Se parlassi italiano, lavorerei in Italia. If I spoke Italian, I would work in Italy. Lavorerei is just conditional, condizionale. So here the problem is that you have to study il congiuntivo and then use it. There is no other way around it. You have to study il congiuntivo, subjunctive, okay? In case you've never heard of it, I'll just tell you the most used ones. So essere and avere. Essere, to be. Actually, il congiuntivo starts with che, and that's how you recognize it. But in this case, we're using if, so se. Se io fossi. Se io fossi. If I were. Se io fossi sportivo, giocherei a basket. If I were sporty, if I were a sport type of person, giocherei a basket. I would play basketball. Se io fossi. Se tu fossi. Se lui fosse. Se noi fossimo. Se voi foste. Se loro fossero. Okay? Same goes for avere, to have. Se io avessi tanti soldi. Se io avessi tanti soldi. If I had a lot of money. Girerei il mondo. Girerei il mondo. I'd go around the world. Girerei il mondo. Se io avessi tanti soldi. If I had a lot of money. Se tu avessi. Se lui avesse. Se noi avessimo. Se voi aveste. Se loro avessero. This is il congiuntivo. So il periodo ipotetico numero 2 tells us that if this thing happened, then this would also happen. Se io avessi, farei. If I had, I'd do. The last one, il periodo ipotetico numero 3, tells us the same thing as type number 2, but in the past. So it's something that can't be changed anymore, and it goes the same, so with subjunctive, congiuntivo, and conditional, condizionale, but in past tense. If this thing had happened, then this would also have happened, or would be happening right now. Se avessi studiato di più, avrei passato l'esame. Se avessi studiato, the past. Avessi, congiuntivo of avere, studiato, past. Se avessi studiato di più, if I had studied more, se avessi studiato di più, avrei passato l'esame. I would have passed the exam. Avrei passato l'esame. Se fossi stato sportivo, using the same example as before it was, so type number 2 was se fossi sportivo, giocherei a basket. If I were a sport kind of person, I would play basketball. Okay, it's not completely impossible, but it's not possible based on the facts that I have right now. Okay, type number 3 tells us that it's impossible. For example, maybe I'm saying this when I'm super old and I cannot play any sports anymore. I could say se fossi stato sportivo. Se fossi stato sportivo. so in the past. If I had been a sport kind of person, a sport type person, avrei giocato a basket. So not giocherei, conditional present, but avrei giocato, in the past. Avrei giocato a basket. Se avessi avuto tanti soldi, if I had had a lot of money, not if I just had money, se avessi soldi, but se avessi avuto tanti soldi, avrei girato il mondo. I would have traveled the world. Or you could also say, se avessi avuto tanti soldi, if I had had a lot of money, now, adesso, starei girando il mondo. Right now, I would have been traveling around the world. Girando instead of girato. Avrei girato, starei girando. Since I told you what's the congiuntivo for essere and avere, I also want to tell you the past for. So, se fossi becomes se fossi stato or avuto. Se fossi stato, se avessi avuto. Se loro avessero avuto un bambino, if they had had a kid, se loro avessero avuto un bambino, avrebbero capito, they would have understood, avrebbero capito cosa dicevano i genitori, what the parents said. Se loro avessero avuto un bambino, avrebbero capito. Type number 3, while type number 2 would be, try to think about it with me, se avessero un bambino, and that's it, because it's not in the past, it could still happen, se avessero un bambino, capirebbero cosa dicono i genitori. They would understand what the parents say. And that's it for rules. I know it's really hard, and believe me or not, a lot of Italians don't even know how to use that. Especially nowadays, a lot of people make a lot of mistakes. In particular, the most common one, which is the one that I want you to pay attention to, is that they use the past simple. Se avevo instead of se avessi. Or se facessi, se facevo. Okay? Because it's easier, of course, but it's also very, very wrong. So my tip would be, of course, study il congiuntivo, study subjunctive, but if you don't remember it, or if you are not really sure, if you're confused, just keep it simple, okay? Use type 0 or type 1, and just know that il congiuntivo exists, so that when you hear that, you know what people are talking about. So you know that if they say avessero, and you may not know how to use this tense, you know that they're talking about something that didn't happen, and it's only an if phrase, okay? That's my tip. Just get used to listen to congiuntivo and understand when people are not talking about something real. Se avete domande, scrivete nei commenti. If you have questions, write in the comments. Also, if you haven't done it yet, remember to sign up for your free lifetime account on ItalianPod101.com. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you soon. Ciao, ciao. Bye bye.
Welcome to Can Do Italian by ItalianPod101.com.
Ciao a tutti, sono Felice Angelini. Hi everyone, I am Felice Angelini. In this lesson, you'll learn how to introduce yourself in Italian.
This is Mark Lee, and he's on a plane to Italy. Paolo Parisi, a passenger sitting next to him, introduces himself by saying, "Hello, I'm Paolo Parisi. Nice to meet you."
Buongiorno, sono Paolo Parisi, piacere.
Listen to the conversation and focus on Mark's response. Ready?
Buongiorno, sono Paolo Parisi, piacere.
Piacere, sono Mark Lee.
Once more, with the English translation.
Buongiorno, sono Paolo Parisi, piacere.
Hello, I'm Paolo Parisi. Nice to meet you.
Piacere, sono Mark Lee.
Nice to meet you. I'm Mark Lee.
Let's take a closer look at Mark's response.
Do you remember how Mark Lee introduces himself? Nice to meet you. I'm Mark Lee.
Piacere, sono Mark Lee.
First is the expression,
Piacere.
meaning a pleasure.
Piacere. Piacere. Piacere.
Is actually a shortened version of,
Piacere di conoscerla.
meaning it's a pleasure to meet you.
Piacere di conoscerla.
Both Mark and Paolo use the short form
Piacere.
in their introductions. This shortened version can be used in many contexts and is appropriate for both formal and informal situations. Do you remember how Mark says, I'm Mark Lee?
Sono Mark Lee.
First is,
Sono.
I am.
Sono. Sono.
Note,
Sono.
is a shortened form of,
Io sono.
in Italian,
Io.
I is usually omitted as it can be understood from context.
Sono.
Is from the verb,
Essere.
meaning to be.
Essere.
Next is the name,
Mark Lee.
Mark Lee.
Mark Lee. Mark Lee.
Together, it's,
Sono Mark Lee.
I'm Mark Lee.
Sono Mark Lee.
The pattern is,
Sono. Name.
I'm name.
Sono. Name.
To use this pattern, simply replace the name placeholder with your name. Imagine you're Karen Lee. In Italian,
Karen Lee. Karen Lee. Karen Lee.
say, I'm Karen Lee. Ready?
Sono Karen Lee.
I'm Karen Lee.
Sono Karen Lee.
Let's look at some more examples. Listen and repeat, or speak along with the native speakers.
Piacere, sono Paolo Parisi. Piacere, sono Paolo Parisi.
Piacere, sono Mark Lee. Piacere, sono Mark Lee.
Piacere, sono Karen Lee. Piacere, sono Karen Lee.
Piacere, sono Felice Angelini. Piacere, sono Felice Angelini.
Piacere, mi chiamo Rosa Romano. Piacere, mi chiamo Rosa Romano.
Did you notice how the last speaker uses a different pattern?
She says,
Mi chiamo Rosa Romano.
My name is Rosa Romano.
Mi chiamo Rosa Romano.
This pattern uses the phrase,
Mi chiamo.
which literally means, I myself call, but translates as, my name is.
Mi chiamo. Mi chiamo.
First is,
Mi.
meaning me.
Mi. Mi.
After this is,
Chiamo.
meaning I call.
Chiamo. Chiamo.
Note,
Chiamo.
is the shortened form of,
Io chiamo.
in Italian,
Io.
I is usually omitted.
Chiamo.
is from the verb
chiamare,
to call.
chiamare.
Next is the name,
Rosa Romano,
Rosa Romano.
Rosa Romano, Rosa Romano.
All together,
Mi chiamo Rosa Romano.
literally, myself I call Rosa Romano, but it translates as my name is Rosa Romano.
Mi chiamo Rosa Romano.
The pattern is
Mi chiamo, name.
my name is name.
Mi chiamo, name.
You should be aware of this pattern, but for this lesson, we'll use the pattern
Sono, name.
I'm name.
Sono, name.
Let's review the key vocabulary.
Buongiorno.
Hello,
Buongiorno. Buongiorno.
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say, "Nice to meet you"? Piacere. Piacere. And the Italian pronunciation of Mark Lee's name? Mark Lee. Mark Lee. Do you remember how Mark Lee says, "I'm Mark Lee"? Sono Mark Lee. Sono Mark Lee. And do you remember how Mark Lee says, "Nice to meet you, I'm Mark Lee"?
Piacere, sono Mark Lee.
Piacere, sono Mark Lee. Do you remember how Paolo Parisi says, "Hello"? Buongiorno. Buongiorno. Do you remember how Paolo Parisi says, "Hello, I'm Paolo Parisi. Nice to meet you"?
Buongiorno, sono Paolo Parisi, piacere.
Buongiorno, sono Paolo Parisi. Piacere.
let's practice. Imagine you're Karen Lee.
Karen Lee.
Respond to Paolo Parisi's self-introduction. Ready?
Buongiorno, sono Paolo Parisi, piacere.
Piacere, sono Karen Lee.
Listen again and repeat.
Piacere, sono Karen Lee. Piacere, sono Karen Lee.
Let's try another. Imagine you're Rosa Romano.
Rosa Romano.
Ready?
Buongiorno, sono Paolo Parisi, piacere.
Piacere, sono Rosa Romano.
Listen again and repeat.
Piacere, sono Rosa Romano. Piacere, sono Rosa Romano.
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Felice Angelini.
Felice Angelini.
Ready?
Buongiorno, sono Paolo Parisi, piacere.
Piacere, sono Felice Angelini.
Listen again and repeat.
Piacere, sono Felice Angelini. Piacere, sono Felice Angelini.
In casual situations, you can also use this pattern with just your first name. For example, in the case of Karen Lee, you can simply say, Sono Karen. I'm Karen. Sono Karen. This is the end of this lesson.
Remember, these can-do lessons are about learning practical language skills. What's next? Show us what you can do. When you're ready, take your assessment. You can take it again and again, so try anytime you like. Our teachers will assess it and give you your results.
Well done! Now you know how to introduce yourself in Italian. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson.
Welcome to Can Do Italian by ItalianPod101.com.
Ciao a tutti, sono Felice Angelini. Hi everyone, I'm Felice Angelini.
In this lesson, you learn how to tell someone where are you from in Italian.
This is Mark Lee, and he's on a plane to Italy. Paolo Parisi, a passenger sitting next to him, asks, "Where are you from?"
Di dov'è?
Listen to the conversation and focus on Mark's response. Note the speakers in this conversation use formal Italian. Ready?
Di dov'è?
Sono di New York.
Once more with the English translation.
Di dov'è?
Where are you from?
Sono di New York.
I am from New York.
Let's take a closer look at the conversation.
Do you remember how Paolo Parisi asks, "Where are you from?"
Di dov'è?
First is
Di,
meaning from in this context.
di. Di,
Next is
dov'è?
a formal phrase which translates as, "Where are you?"
Dov'è?
First is
Dove?
where.
Dove? Dove?
Next is
È,
you are when using formal Italian.
è. È,
Note
è.
is a shortened form of
Lei è.
you are. In Italian,
Lei.
you, when using formal Italian, can be omitted when it is understood from context.
È.
Is from the verb
Essere.
meaning to be.
Essere. Dove?
Is contracted with
È.
to form.
Dov'è?
Altogether,
Di dov'è?
where are you from?
Di dov'è?
Remember this question. You'll hear it again later in this lesson.
Now, let's take a closer look at the response.
Do you remember how Mark Lee says, "I am from New York"?
Sono di New York.
First is
Sono.
I am.
Sono. Sono.
Note, in this sentence,
Sono.
is a shortened form of
Io sono.
I am. In Italian,
Io.
I is usually omitted as it's understood from context.
Sono.
Is from the verb,
Essere.
meaning to be.
Essere.
Next is
Di.
from in this context.
Di.
Last is the city,
New York.
New York.
New York. New York.
Altogether,
Sono di New York.
I am from New York.
Sono di New York.
The pattern is
Sono di city name.
I am from city name.
Sono di city name.
Note this pattern works only with the names of cities, villages, or towns. To use this pattern, simply replace the city name placeholder with the name of your hometown city. Imagine you're from Sydney. In Italian,
Sydney. Sydney. Sydney.
say, I am from Sydney. Ready?
Sono di Sydney.
I am from Sydney.
Sono di Sydney.
Let's look at some examples. Listen and repeat, or speak along with the native speakers.
Sono di New York. Sono di New York.
Sono di Bologna. Sono di Bologna.
Sono di Seattle. Sono di Seattle.
Sono di Londra. Sono di Londra.
Sono di Roma. Sono di Roma.
Sono australiana. Sono australiana.
Did you notice how the last speaker uses a different pattern?
Sono australiana.
I am Australian.
Sono australiana.
Instead of
Di.
plus the city name placeholder, she uses an adjective for her nationality. This pattern is
Sono nationality.
I am nationality.
Sono nationality.
In Mia Martin's case, she uses a feminine adjective
Australiana.
to describe herself.
Sono australiana.
In the case of a male speaker from Australia, he would use a masculine adjective
Australiano.
to describe himself.
Sono australiano.
I'm Australian.
Sono australiano.
You can use this response to answer the question.
Di dov'è?
You should be aware of this pattern, but for this lesson, we'll use the pattern
Sono di city name.
I am from city name.
Sono di city name.
Let's review the key vocabulary.
Bologna.
Bologna,
Bologna. Bologna. Seattle.
Seattle,
Seattle. Seattle. Londra.
London,
Londra. Londra. Roma.
Rome,
Roma. Roma.
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say New York? New York. New York. And how to say from? Di. Di. Do you remember how Mark says, I am from New York? Sono di New York. Sono di New York. Do you remember the formal way to say, where are you? Dov'è? Dov'è? And do you remember how Paolo Parisi asks, where are you from? Di dov'è? Di dov'è? Do you remember how to say London? Londra. Londra. And how to say Seattle? Seattle. Seattle. Do you remember how to say Rome? Roma. Roma.
Let's practice. Imagine you're Jack Jones from London. Respond to Paolo Parisi's question. Ready?
Di dov'è? Sono di Londra.
Listen again and repeat.
Sono di Londra. Sono di Londra.
Let's try another. Imagine you're Emma Esposito from Seattle. Ready?
Di dov'è?
Sono di Seattle.
Listen again and repeat.
Sono di Seattle. Sono di Seattle.
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Felice Angelini from Rome. Ready?
Di dov'è?
Sono di Roma.
Listen again and repeat.
Sono di Roma. Sono di Roma.
This is the end of this lesson.
Remember, these can-do lessons are about learning practical language skills. What's next? Show us what you can do. When you're ready, take your assessment. You can take it again and again, so try anytime you like. Our teachers will assess it and give you your results.
Well done! Now you know how to talk about where you're from in Italian. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson.
This is Mark Lee, and he's on a plane to Italy. He asks the passenger sitting next to him, Paolo Parisi, "Are you a student?"
È studente?
Listen to the conversation and focus on Paolo's response. Note, the speakers in this conversation use formal Italian. Ready?
È studente?
No, non sono studente. Sono investitore.
Once more with the English translation.
È studente?
Are you a student?
No, non sono studente. Sono investitore.
No, I'm not a student. I'm an investor.
Let's take a closer look at the conversation.
Do you remember how Mark asks, "Are you a student?"
È studente?
First is
È.
you are when using formal Italian.
È. È.
Note,
È.
is a shortened form of
Lei è.
you are. In Italian,
Lei.
you, when using formal Italian, can be omitted when it is understood from context.
È.
Is from the verb,
Essere.
meaning to be.
Essere.
Next is
Studente.
student.
Studente. Studente.
In Italian, all nouns have grammatical gender and are either singular or plural.
Studente.
Is masculine singular. Altogether,
È studente?
are you a student?
È studente?
Now, let's take a closer look at the response.
Do you remember how Paolo says, "No, I'm not a student. I'm an investor"?
No, non sono studente. Sono investitore.
First is the expression,
No.
meaning no.
No. No.
It answers Mark's yes or no question, "Are you a student?"
È studente?
After this, Paolo specifies that he's not a student.
Non sono studente.
I'm not a student.
Non sono studente.
First is
Non.
not.
Non. Non.
Next is
Sono.
I am.
Sono. Sono.
Note, here
Sono.
is a shortened form of
Io sono.
I am. In Italian,
Io.
I is usually omitted as it's understood from context.
Sono.
Is from the verb,
Essere.
meaning to be.
Essere.
Together, it's
Non sono.
literally not I am, but it translates as I'm not.
Non sono.
Next is
Studente.
student.
Studente.
Altogether,
Non sono studente.
I'm not a student.
Non sono studente.
Paolo then tells Mark his actual occupation.
Sono investitore.
I'm an investor.
Sono investitore.
First,
Sono.
I am.
Sono.
Next is
Investitore.
investor.
Investitore. Investitore.
The word
Investitore.
is masculine singular. Together,
Sono investitore.
I'm an investor.
Sono investitore.
Altogether,
No, non sono studente. Sono investitore.
no, I'm not a student. I'm an investor.
No, non sono studente. Sono investitore.
The pattern is
No, non sono
Occupation.
Sono.
Actual occupation. No, I'm not occupation. I'm actual occupation.
No, non sono.
Occupation.
Sono.
Actual occupation. Imagine you're Emma Esposito, a student. The word for a female student is
Studentessa. Studentessa. Studentessa.
Paolo Parisi asks you if you're a teacher.
Insegnante. Insegnante. Insegnante.
Say, no, I'm not a teacher. I'm a student. Ready?
No, non sono insegnante. Sono studentessa.
No, I'm not a teacher. I'm a student.
No, non sono insegnante. Sono studentessa.
In Italian, some occupations have the same word for both genders. For example,
Insegnante. Insegnante. Insegnante.
however, much of the time, words will differ depending on gender. In general, nouns that end in O tend to be masculine, while nouns that end in A tend to be feminine. Let's look at some more examples. Listen and repeat, or speak along with the native speakers.
No, non sono studente. Sono investitore. No, non sono studente. Sono investitore.
No, non sono insegnante. Sono studentessa. No, non sono insegnante. Sono studentessa.
No, non sono insegnante. Sono ingegnere. No, non sono insegnante. Sono ingegnere.
No, non sono infermiera. Sono medico. No, non sono infermiera. Sono medico.
No, non sono studente, sono insegnante. No, non sono studente, sono insegnante.
No, sono barista. No, sono barista.
Did you notice how the last speaker omits part of the response?
No, sono barista.
No, I'm a barista.
No, sono barista.
When directly responding to someone's question, it's often possible to omit part of the response. Here, by simply answering
No,
no, there's no need to say,
non sono studentessa.
I'm not a student. This pattern is
No, sono.
actual occupation. No, I'm actual occupation.
No, sono.
Actual occupation. You should be aware of this, but for this lesson, we'll use the pattern
No, non sono.
occupation,
Sono.
actual occupation. No, I'm not occupation. I'm actual occupation.
No, non sono.
Occupation,
Sono.
actual occupation. Let's review the key vocabulary. Student,
Studente. Studente. Studentessa. Studentessa. Insegnante.
teacher,
Insegnante. Insegnante. Ingegnere.
engineer,
Ingegnere. Ingegnere.
Nurse.
Infermiere. Infermiere. Infermiera. Infermiera. Medico.
Doctor.
Medico. Medico. Barista.
Barista.
Barista. Barista.
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how Paolo says investor? Investitore. Investitore. And how Paolo says, I'm an investor. Sono investitore. Sono investitore. Do you remember how Paolo says student? Studente. Studente. And how to say not? Non. Non. Do you remember how Paolo says, I'm not a student? Non sono studente. Non sono studente. Do you remember how Paolo Parisi says, I'm not a student, I'm an investor?
Non sono studente, sono investitore.
Non sono studente, sono investitore. Do you remember how Mark Lee asks, are you a student? Remember, Mark uses formal Italian.
È studente?
È studente? Do you remember the word for a female student? Studentessa. Studentessa. And the word for teacher. Insegnante. Insegnante. Do you remember the word for engineer? Ingegnere. Ingegnere.
Let's practice. Imagine you're Mark Lee and you're an engineer. Respond to Paolo's question. Ready?
È insegnante?
No, non sono insegnante, sono ingegnere.
Listen again and repeat.
No, non sono insegnante, sono ingegnere. No, non sono insegnante, sono ingegnere.
Let's try another. Imagine you're Felice Angelini and you're a teacher. Ready?
È studente?
No, non sono studente, sono insegnante.
Listen again and repeat.
No, non sono studente, sono insegnante. No, non sono studente, sono insegnante.
Let's try one more. Now imagine you're Emma Esposito and you're a student. Ready?
È insegnante.
No, non sono insegnante, sono studentessa.
Listen again and repeat.
No, non sono insegnante, sono studentessa. No, non sono insegnante, sono studentessa.
This is the end of this lesson.
Remember, these can-do lessons are about learning practical language skills. What's next? Show us what you can do. When you're ready, take your assessment. You can take it again and again, so try anytime you like. Our teachers will assess it and give you your results.
Well done! Now you know how to talk about your occupation in Italian. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is the first step in your language learning journey that will guarantee your success. If you have trouble sticking with your language learning goals, it's probably because you're skipping one specific step. It's the step you need to take before you even start any learning. And doing it will help you stick with the language, not get overwhelmed, and reach your language goals. So today you'll learn 1. What solo language learners need to succeed, and 2. How to do self-assessment and set yourself up for success. But first, listen up. Here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Giving Directions Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to tell a taxi driver where to go in your target language? You'll be able to. With this PDF cheat sheet, you'll learn must-know words and phrases for giving directions. Second, the Most Common Verbs PDF ebook. You'll learn over 90 common verbs with this bonus PDF picture ebook. Download and review on any device. Third, how to talk about what you do in your free time. Learn how to say video games, fishing, and much more. You'll pick up over 25 words for leisure activities with this vocab bonus. Fourth, how to learn from home, learning strategies. Want to learn the language from the comfort of your home? This 1-minute lesson will give you all the best tactics for learning languages. Fifth, the top 35 adjectives for personalities. Can you describe your personality? This next bonus teaches you the 35 must-know adjectives for personalities, so you can talk about yourself in your target language. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. The first step in your language learning journey that will guarantee your success. Here's a question for you. When you want to learn a language, how do you usually get started with that goal? You might say the inspiration comes first, and that motivates you to start. Then you get a textbook or an app and go from there, right? That's a pretty standard answer, but how does that tend to work out? Most people end up falling off a week or a month later. Why do you think that happens? Leave a comment with why you think people tend to lose inspiration quickly. More often than not, it happens because you pick a goal, a learning routine, or a resource that overwhelms you and just isn't right for you. Here's a typical example. Let's say you work an 8-hour day and you want to try to start learning. Most people would try to squeeze in learning for 1 or 2 hours at night, or you could try and wake up an hour early. And usually that doesn't work out because you're trying to do things that you're not used to. Wake up earlier and study earlier. It doesn't fit your current lifestyle. So what should you do differently? Well, let's take an example from language schools. Before you start learning, language schools force you to take an assessment test on the first day. Why? So that they make sure the language lessons fit your level and put you in the proper class. The goal of an assessment test is to find out where you are and meet you there. That's something most solo learners don't do. And the problem is, if you're a solo learner, no one assesses you. And you yourself don't know what routine works best for you, how much time you can set aside, and how much studying you can comfortably do. We all imagine we can do an hour a day, but realistically speaking, it'll be a lot less than that. So that's where self-assessment comes in. Before you start learning a language, or do any goal for that matter, it's important to know where you are in life, what your daily schedule is like, when you're busy and when you're free. So you can set your expectations, know how much time you can put in, and so you can start learning at a pace that works for you. Now, how do you actually assess yourself? There are 3 assessments you can do. 1, a life assessment. 2, a routine assessment. And 3, language assessment. Language assessment will only be helpful if you already have some experience. If you're brand new, you won't need this. First, life assessment. Here, the goal is to see how the language will fit into your life and how you generally deal with goals. As in, if you succeeded with a goal before, what helped you succeed? You could take that and apply it here. If you failed before, find out why so you can avoid it this time. So you'll need to answer the following questions. Why are you learning this language? How will it help your life? What current connections do you have to this language? For example, listening to music, watching TV, you have a relative, you have neighbors or friends that speak it. What have you been doing so far to learn? Have you learned languages before? Have you failed any goals before? How or why? Have you succeeded with any goals before? How or why? Write these questions out and answer them. Next, the routine assessment. Write out your daily routine for a whole week. For example, wake up at 7 a.m., breakfast at 8 a.m., commute to work at 8:30 a.m., arrive at work at 9:30 a.m., lunch at 1 p.m., and so on. Do this for every day of the week. The goal here is to see what your daily routine is like, so you know when you're free, when you're busy, and where you can fit in language learning. That way, if you're super busy on Mondays and 5 minutes is all you can do, then that's good enough. You won't feel bad about doing only 5 minutes. If you see that you spend 30 minutes on commuting, add language learning on top of that existing routine. If you take walks or go for a jog, play an audio lesson there. Or even if you're cooking at a certain time, play an audio lesson in the background. Remember, look for an existing routine that you already stick with, like commuting, and where you can multitask. Don't try to create new routines. For example, waking up at 7 a.m. to learn will set you up for failure. If you usually wake up at 8 a.m., waking up at 7 a.m. will be even harder. And then, actually trying to learn a language at 7 a.m. makes it even harder. This is where new learners start having trouble. You're trying to do 2 things at once, trying to learn the language and trying to stick to a new routine. 1 is hard enough. Trying to do 2 can overwhelm you. So piggyback off of your existing routines first, so you can build momentum. And finally, there's language assessment. If you're an absolute beginner, you won't need much of an assessment. Just start with our absolute beginner recommended learning pathway. But if you have experience and want to assess yourself, there are 2 things you can do. First, if you're a Premium Plus user, then you're asked to do an assessment test when you join, but you can always request it again from your teacher. And second, if you're a Premium user, check our recommended pathways. We assign these pathways, level 1 to level 5, based on your learning level, from absolute beginner to advanced. At the start of each pathway, there's a diagnostic test. You can take that to assess yourself. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about when routines grow stale, how to learn more language with a new routine. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! What's your reason for learning language? Is it a personal goal, a hobby, or do you have dreams of moving to a country where it's spoken? In this video, you'll learn why your reason is crucial for motivation and for your success in language learning. We'll look at the top 10 reasons for learning a language from language learners just like you. What's your number 1 reason for learning a language? Whatever your reason is, whether big or small, knowing it or knowing your why is crucial for success and motivation. Number 1. I love the culture and the people who speak the language. This is a popular answer. Learning a language can be a great way to learn more about the culture and open up new ways to experience it. Number 2, I want to understand my favorite songs, movies, and TV shows. That's right. Songs, movies, and shows are great ways to immerse yourself in the language. If you're spending your time learning and also immersing yourself, you'll learn faster. Number 3, it's a beautiful language. Sometimes the answer is as simple as that. You have a genuine interest in the language itself. Number 4, my family comes from a place where the language is spoken. This can be popular for students who have moved to a new country and might want to connect to their home country's culture. Learning a language lets them learn things about their heritage and communicate with people who can teach them more about their cultural history. If your grandmother speaks a different language from you, it can be pretty hard to connect. So a lot of people want to learn a language to connect to family members as well. Number 5, I want to speak to my partner's family in their language. Similar to the reason above, perhaps you want to speak to your partner's parents or grandparents, but they don't speak your language. Not only can learning their native language let you connect with them on a more personal level, but it's also likely to impress them. Number 6, I'm learning the language to impress someone. We have many students say that they want to learn a new language to impress someone in their life. This could be a teacher, a parent, a friend, or even someone they admire and look up to. It always feels good to accomplish something and have other people recognize and be proud of your achievement. And you see this very often in language learning. When you learn a new phrase or can make a longer conversation, the people around you are bound to be impressed. Number 7, a love of traveling. There's no surprise here. Many people want to learn a new language to be able to travel more. Because you can see new places and learn about different cultures, traveling is a popular hobby for many people. And what better way to connect with the people that you meet on your travels than by being able to speak with them in their native language? We have a lot of students who just want to learn some basic conversations to help them on their trips, but even this can help you day to day. Number 8, I want to live in a country that speaks the language. After traveling around, someone might discover a country that really appeals to them, and they might decide they want to move there. But their language skills could use some work. Or maybe for a job or family reason, someone has to move to a new country. Not knowing the language can really make adjusting to a new home and even a new culture much more difficult. We have a lot of students who want to learn a language to help them when they move. Number 9, I just love learning languages. This is popular for people whose hobby is learning other languages. They fall in love with the process of actually studying and being able to speak in a new language. It's a huge feeling of accomplishment. Number 10, I want to open my mind and become more international. It's so important to expand your horizons and learn about more than your own culture. People around the world live their lives in different ways, and it's good to learn about them and how they interact. You never know what you could learn by opening your ears and mind to new things. Whatever your reason might be for learning a new language, as long as it keeps you motivated, it's a good one. Learning a new language is not an easy journey. It's one filled with lots of ups and downs. So keep in mind your reason and motivation for learning, whether it's so you can move to a new country or connect with a grandparent, and let it push you towards success. And if you're ready to achieve your language goals, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to know how to improve your listening and speaking skills, be able to save conversations, listen to them as many times as you want, and learn hundreds of practical everyday conversations? Well, there is an easy way to do this. In this video, we'll go over how to speak more using the dialogue track. So, what is the dialogue track? The dialogue track is an audio track with just the conversation from the lesson. It's only about 10 to 30 seconds long. Let's say you're looking at a 5-minute lesson about ordering food at a restaurant. First, you hear a conversation. Then our teachers explain every grammar rule and translate every word, so you know what it all means. That's where the dialogue track comes in. It gives you just the conversation. Here's what makes the dialogue track so powerful. First, you can quickly review the conversation without re-listening to the lesson. The dialogue track is just 10 to 30 seconds long, so it won't take you very long to cover both new and old information. This makes it perfect for a quick review of what you've just learned, and it helps keep it fresh in your brain. Second, you'll remember the conversations easier. Listen on repeat, like you would with a song, and the words, phrases, and grammar rules will stick better. And the more you come back to re-listen, the better it will all stick. Third, you'll speak more of your target language. So if you have 10, 20, or 100 dialogue tracks like that, then you have 10, 20, or 100 conversations that you'll know inside out and that you can use in real life. For example, conversations like catching up with friends, ordering at a restaurant, talking about your family, introducing yourself, and much, much more. Fourth, you improve your listening skills and can immerse yourself in the language. So imagine you've finished 20 lessons and you've downloaded 20 dialogue tracks to your phone. That's 20 conversations. You can create a playlist and play those 20 tracks and get used to the language and immerse yourself. To recap what we just learned, here's what you do to make the most of the dialogue tracks. First, after you finish a lesson, download the dialogue track. Save it to your computer or phone so you can listen to it on repeat whenever possible. Just replace 3 to 15 minutes of music listening for some language review. Next, if you've finished 20 lessons, you should have 20 dialogue tracks. Use those to create a playlist of these dialogue tracks so that you can listen to all kinds of conversations. And finally, try shadowing the conversations that you hear. This will become super easy once you've heard the conversation enough times. But if you're still struggling with a word or two, go back to the lesson and check the line-by-line breakdown of the conversation to find the words you need to practice. Boost your speaking skills with the dialogue track and check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to power up your language? You can do this by using practical lessons that you can use in everyday life. In this video, you'll find out what it takes to power up your language right now. Imagine you're speaking a language without stopping to think. You have all the words and grammar to express what you want to say, and they're all flowing out of you as if you were a native speaker. That's when language becomes powerful. So how do you power up your language skills like that? Books and software alone won't help, but actual practical daily conversation lessons will. Native speakers that explain the conversation and teach you how to respond will power your language up. And so will these tools to help you master vocabulary and pronunciation quickly. First, power up your language with Premium. This includes hundreds of audio and video lessons that will get you speaking. And you should know that we publish new lessons weekly. So on top of the current lesson library, there are even more lessons that you can learn along the way. And whatever your learning level is, we start you off with a lesson that's right for you. You can track your progress and see how much you've mastered with our site dashboard. Seeing your progress really helps you power up your language skills. It's really motivating to know that you're actually speaking and understanding a language that you couldn't before. Next, use the lesson notes. You don't get just the lessons. You also get detailed notes with each and every lesson. Meaning you get the complete lesson in writing and can easily follow along while you study. Plus, we've just recently upgraded them. The notes are brand new, easier to read, and work on any device, browser, or reader. Last, we have our premium study tools. As a premium member, you have unlimited website access, which means you also unlock our premium study tools. You'll get access to our 2,000-word core vocabulary list. These words are the most commonly used in everyday conversation, and they're essential to your conversational fluency. And you'll master them fast with our smart flashcard system and the word bank. You can perfect your pronunciation by reading from line-by-line transcripts. This means you'll have access to all the must-know words, and you'll be able to practice them with the correct pronunciation. Don't let your language learning slow down. If you're running low on motivation, power up your language learning with Premium. Get all of our premium tools for studying. Just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to make consistent language breakthroughs? Here's how you do it with our advanced language learning system. In this video, you'll learn about 4 simple steps to make breakthroughs with our lessons. First, by breakthrough, we mean finally understanding and speaking language that you simply couldn't before. You finally break through. So if you're stuck at a beginner level or just aren't making much progress, this is for you. Here are 4 simple steps, but the first one is the most important one. Step 1. Accept that you need new lessons, new real-life conversations, new words, and new phrases. So you're hearing something new and improving your language skills. Repeating phrases you already know won't help you move forward. That's a mistake most learners make. They stick to what they already know. But if you could start understanding more language in minutes and start making consistent breakthroughs, would you? Well, here's how you break through with our learning system. Remember, you need to have a source of new lessons and new conversations to expose yourself to language you don't yet know. So if you're listening to our new lessons, which we publish weekly on top of our existing lesson library, you're good to go. If not, start right now. These lessons get you speaking and understanding language in minutes. Here's how. Visit the site, choose a new series or learning level that you haven't done already, and start with the first lesson. Step 2. Listen to a new lesson and expose yourself to real-life conversations. Now, you might not understand it at first, but in time you will. All the real-life conversations you hear in lessons are broken down, explained, and translated right after by our instructors. Plus, you can also read along with lesson notes so you never miss a word. So now you can actually understand the entire conversation. As a listener, you'll get exposed to brand new conversations and start understanding real-life conversations. So what's the next step? Step 3. You'll need to start speaking and repeating what you hear. That's the best way to start speaking any language. Do it from day 1. With our voice recorder available inside the lessons, you can listen to each line of the conversation and then repeat and record yourself to see how close you are to a native speaker. Finally, step 4. In case you missed anything, you can review with vocab lists, quizzes, and the line-by-line feature. The line-by-line breaks down the conversation, so you can hear and read each line again and again. So even if you can't catch something the first time, you can review what you heard and be able to hear it on the next listen. But remember, the most important step is the first one. You must jump into new lessons and new conversations in order to make a language breakthrough. To make your language breakthrough, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Going to the Movies Conversation Cheat Sheet. With this new cheat sheet, you'll learn to say phrases like, does this have subtitles? When does the movie start? And much more. Second, the How to Talk About Your Feelings PDF ebook. You'll learn over 90 words and phrases for feelings with this bonus PDF picture ebook. Download and review it on any device. Third, 30 must-know opposite adjectives. Learn how to say young and old, hot and cold, and much more. You'll pick up over 30 words with this vocab bonus. Fourth, can you talk about people's appearances? With this quick 1-minute lesson, you'll learn to describe others with words like tall, short, muscular, and much more. Fifth, want the language learning app that actually gets you speaking? Download Innovative Language 101 for free for the Android, iPhone, and iPad. You'll unlock hundreds of bite-sized audio and video lessons made by real teachers and start speaking in minutes. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get up to 45% off our 6-month challenge sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Want to speak real Italian from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at ItalianPod101.com.
Hello everyone, welcome back to ItalianPod101.com. My name is Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. And in this video we're gonna learn cooking verbs in Italian. If you wanna try to cook real Italian recipes, then keep watching, because thanks to this video you will learn the basic verbs to cook in Italian. Verbi per cucinare. Verbi per cucinare. Cooking verbs. How do you like cooking? Personally, I like eating. Mi piace mangiare. I like eating. And cooking, cucinare, cucinare, is okay, I guess. Ti piace cucinare? Do you like cooking? Ti piace cucinare? Or cosa cucini stasera? What do you cook tonight? What are you cooking tonight? Cosa cucini stasera? Another verb that often is used as cucinare, so to cook, is cuocere. 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 Io cuocio, tu cuoci. I know it can be tricky, but this is used to say that you're actually cooking, as in frying, baking, boiling, something. So you're making it from raw to cooked. Cuocere. Cuocere. It could be in the oven or on the fry pan, it doesn't matter. Cuocere means that something will be then ready to be eaten. Okay? In fact, on recipes, which by the way is ricette, ricette, you will often see cuocere in forno per 20 minuti. For example, cuocere in forno per 20 minuti. Cuocere, cook, in forno, in the oven, for 20 minutes. Per 20 minuti. Of course, you could just say bake for 20 minutes, but cuocere in forno is also something that we say a lot, because it specifies how you have to cook it. Come cuoci il pollo? How do you cook the chicken? Come cuoci il pollo? Lo faccio al forno. I'll bake it. Or lo faccio fritto. I'll fry it. This is also something important. We often say fare, fare, as in to do, to make, even when we're talking about cooking. For example, fare una torta, to bake a cake. Literally to make, to do a cake, but it means to bake a cake. Fare una torta. Facciamo una torta per il tuo compleanno. Let's bake a cake for your birthday. While if you literally want to say let's bake, we have different verbs, okay? Because infornare, infornare, in forno. Forno means oven, so infornare means to put inside the oven, literally. Infornare la torta, while sfornare, sfornare, s plus fornare, which is not actually a verb, but sfornare means to take out the oven. Sfornare. So we don't actually have the verb to bake. As I said, we use cuocere in forno, in the oven, but infornare to put in the oven and sfornare to take it out, okay? For example, you can say pane appena sfornato. Pane appena sfornato. Freshly baked bread. Pane appena, just, sfornato. It was just taken out the oven, literally. Leaving the oven aside, we can say friggere, friggere, to fry, friggere, friggere le patate in olio bollente. Fry the potatoes in boiling oil. Friggere le patate in olio bollente. Oil is olio, boiling is bollente. And this word comes from the verb bollire, bollire, to boil. Bollire. L'acqua bolle. The water is boiling. The water boils. L'acqua bolle. Quando l'acqua bolle, when the water boils, puoi buttare la pasta. Be careful to this sentence. Quando l'acqua bolle, puoi buttare la pasta. This is something that a native speaker would say, because we say to throw the pasta inside the water. Of course, it doesn't mean that you have to throw it away. La butti, so you put it inside the pot, in the water. You just add it. Aggiungere la pasta. Aggiungere, to add. Quando l'acqua bolle, when water boils, aggiungi la pasta. Add the pasta. Butta la pasta. Throw the pasta inside, of course. Something that you can do when you have the pasta inside the pot is girare, to steer. Girare, girare. So girare la pasta, but not only. Girare spesso il risotto. Girare spesso il risotto per non farlo attaccare alla pentola. Girare spesso il risotto, steer the risotto often, per non farlo attaccare alla pentola, so that it doesn't stick to the pot. Attaccare, stick. It means that it's burning, basically, right? Bruciare, bruciare. Girare spesso il risotto, steer the risotto often, per non farlo bruciare, in order not to burn it. Per non farlo bruciare, or attaccare alla pentola, which has the same risk in the end. Back to pasta and not to risotto. Once it's cooked, so it's soft enough, you want to scolare la pasta. Scolare la pasta. So to drain the water, right? Scolare, to drain. Another verb that you can see when they tell you to add ingredients is mischiare. Mischiare. Mischiare tutti gli ingredienti. Mix all the ingredients. Mischiare. In order to do so, you may have to tagliare gli ingredienti. Tagliare. Tagliare, to cut. Tagliare a cubetti gli zucchini, for example. To cut zucchini into cubes. So to dice zucchini in this case. Tagliare a cubetti. Cubetti is little cubes. Or you may have to sbucciare, sbucciare le mele. For example, if you're making an apple pie. Sbucciare le mele. Buccia, buccia is the peel, so the skin of the apple in this case. So when you sbucci something, you are taking the peel off. Sbucciare le mele, peel the apples, e scaldare il forno, and heat the oven. This is often together, right? So while you peel the apples, you can have your oven getting to the temperature that you need, right? Sbucciare le mele e scaldare il forno. You could also have to sminuzzare, 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 to chop or to mince. We don't really have a different verb for vegetables or meat. Everything is together. Sminuzzare la carne e aggiungerla alle verdure tagliate a cubetti. You see here we use a lot of the verbs that we just saw, just in one phrase. Sminuzzare la carne, mince the meat, e aggiungerla, and add it, alle verdure, to the vegetables, tagliate a cubetti, to the already cut into cubes, vegetables. Sminuzzare la carne e aggiungerla alle verdure tagliate a cubetti. Once you've done all of this, so you're almost ready to eat, actually even before this, don't forget to salare il cibo, to put salt on the food. Salare il cibo. Ricordati di salare l'acqua della pasta. Remember to put salt into pasta's water, because you put that before, right? Ricordati di salare l'acqua della pasta. When it's not only about salt, you can say condire. Condire. It means both to season and to dress, as in il condimento della pasta, so it's the pasta's dressing. Come condiamo la pasta? What do we put with pasta? What do we eat with pasta? What do we season pasta with? What do we dress pasta with? Or seasoning. Condire l'insalata. So you put oil and salt and maybe vinegar or pepper, lemon, I don't know what you like, but condire something is to add the spices or anyway, salt and pepper. Something else that you can see a lot with these verbs is quanto basta, which in recipes is always shortened as in Q and B. Quanto basta? It means that there are not specific portions or grams to use, but you decide. So it's until it suffices, until it's enough. Quanto basta? Aggiungere sale, quanto basta? Add enough salt. Add salt until it's enough. Quanto basta? These were the most common verbs used while cooking in Italian, so please let me know in the comments if you were able to read and maybe also make something out of an Italian recipe. Also, don't forget that if you want to have real Italian conversations, you just have to click the link in the description, download our PDF lessons, and learn Italian in the easiest, fastest, and most fun way possible. Thank you for watching. I'll see you soon. Ciao, ciao. Bye-bye.
Want to speak real Italian from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at ItalianPod101.com.
Hi everyone, welcome back to ItalianPod101.com. My name is Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. And in this video, I'm gonna talk to you about 10 popular songs in Italy. 10 canzoni famose in Italia. 10 canzoni famose in Italia. Of course, it's really hard to choose just some songs to talk about because there are so many, and I'm sure you know even more than me. But the followings are just some examples of some famous songs. They're not in a specific order because I didn't want to bore you with the history of Italian music. It's just in general, and we're gonna translate together some of their lyrics. Let's start with Azzurro, Azzurro, from Adriano Celentano. Adriano Celentano. Azzurro means light blue, and even though it's quite old, I also used to study it at school because it's really bright and there are many words that also kids can learn. And a phrase from this is E allora, and then E allora, io quasi quasi prendo il treno e vengo da te. Prendo il treno e vengo da te means I take the train and come to you. I take the train, prendo il treno e vengo da te, and I come to you. Quasi quasi, it's a really funny expression that I like a lot, so that's what I wanted to talk about. Quasi means almost, right? So quasi quasi put together means that I'm about to. I'm thinking of doing this thing. I'm almost doing it. You just have to repeat the word. Quasi quasi. I could also say quasi quasi mangio una pizza. Maybe I'll eat a pizza. I'm about to eat a pizza. I'm thinking about eating a pizza. Number 2, we have Gianna Nannini. Gianna Nannini. I know this is a really hard name, but that's also why I picked this, so you can try and learn. Gianna Nannini. Sei nell'anima. Sei nell'anima is the title. This is a song from 2006. Sei nell'anima means you are in my soul. Literally, you are in the soul because there's no mia, but we know that she's talking about herself. So, sei nell'anima, tu sei nella mia anima. You're in my soul. And a really popular part of the refrain is quanta tenerezza, quanta tenerezza, non fa più paura, non fa più paura. And then it goes again, sei nell'anima. Quanta tenerezza means how much tenderness, sweetness, kindness. Quanta tenerezza. It doesn't frighten anymore. Non fa più paura. Fare paura, to frighten. Number 3, numero 3, from Luciano Ligabue. Luciano Ligabue. Certe notti. Certe notti. Some nights. Some nights. Certe notti. This is a song from 1995, and a really popular phrase is certe notti o sei sveglio o non sarai sveglio mai. O sei sveglio o non sarai sveglio mai. Some nights you're either awake or you'll never wake up. Certe notti o sei sveglio, either you're awake, o non sarai sveglio mai. You'll never wake up. you'll never be awakened. Also, I want you to focus on the fact that sometimes some sounds are hard to say, like sei sveglio, when they're combined together. So it's really helpful to listen to songs like this. Number 4, Vasco Rossi with Una vita spericolata. Una vita spericolata, a reckless life. Una vita, life, spericolata, reckless, where pericolo is danger. So spericolata is something that doesn't have to do with danger, reckless. Voglio una vita maleducata. Voglio, una vita maleducata, a rude life. Di quelle vite fatte così. One of those lives made like this. Una di quelle vite fatte così. Of course, you would have to read the whole lyrics if you want to know what he's talking about and where he's going. So I recommend you to do that as well. Number 5 from Renato Zero. Renato Zero. Zero as in 0, the number. Il triangolo no. This is a very funny song, especially if you look at the video. If you watch the video, you will see that he has, I would say, original costumes. And you have to think that this came out in 1979. So it was a real shock for most of the audience. So yeah, go check out the video. Il triangolo no. So not a triangle, basically. And probably the most recognizable part of this song is Lui chi è? Lui chi è? Who is he? Come mai l'hai portato con te? Come mai, which means why. Come mai l'hai portato con te? Why did you bring him with you? Il suo ruolo, his role. Mi spieghi? Can you tell me? Qual è? So can you tell me what is his role? What is he doing here? Lui chi è? Come mai l'hai portato con te? Il suo ruolo? Mi spieghi qual è? Another really energetic song is by Raffaella Carrà. Raffaella Carrà. And it's called Tanti auguri. Tanti auguri. Which is what you say for a birthday, for example. It's like many wishes, congratulations. This has an interesting topic. In fact, she talks about making love. You also want to think about the year this came out, which was 1978. And this goes like, come è bello fare l'amore da Trieste in giù. How great, how beautiful it is to make love from Trieste down. Da Trieste in giù. So starting from Trieste, which is really north of Italy. So in the whole country, basically. Come è bello far l'amore, io son pronta e tu. How great it is, how beautiful it is to make love. I'm ready, io sono pronta, e tu, and you. And then the refrain and the whole song basically just says tanti auguri. So many wishes. As number 7, we have another love song, but different genre and kind. This is from Eros Ramazzotti. Eros Ramazzotti. Più bella cosa. More beautiful thing. The most beautiful thing. Better thing. Più bella cosa. It came out in 1996 and it says più bella cosa non c'è. Più bella cosa di te. Unica come sei. Più bella cosa non c'è. There is no better thing. Più bella cosa, better thing, most beautiful thing. Non c'è, there is no, there is none. There is no better thing. Più bella cosa di te, better than you, more beautiful than you. Unica come sei, unique as you are. Unica come sei. Of course, he was talking about his lover. Too bad they divorced in the end. She's also famous in Italy and there was gossip around this. You can check that too. Speaking of pain caused by love, we have Tiziano Ferro. Tiziano Ferro, where ferro means iron. Tiziano Ferro with Sere Nere. Sere, nights. Nere, black, dark, dark nights. It goes like perché fa male, male, because it hurts. Male da morire, like dying pain, senza te, without you, because it hurts. It hurts really badly to be without you, basically. Perché fa male, then he repeats male. Male da morire, morire is like to die, so almost like dying, senza te, without you. Number 9, another girl. She's known just by her name, Elisa. Elisa. A modo tuo. A modo tuo. Your way, in your way. A modo tuo, andrai a modo tuo. Cadrai e ti alzerai, sempre a modo tuo. You'll walk and you'll fall, ti alzerai, sempre a modo tuo. You'll get up, always your way. Now, for number 10, in case all these songs are too easy for you and you really want to give it a try and you want to learn some slang and hear someone speaking really, really, really fast, then this may be for you, because this is a rapper. He's called Caparezza, Caparezza, and his most famous song is Fuori dal tunnel, Fuori dal tunnel, outside the tunnel. This is from 2003 and it has really many slang words inside, so it could be hard to explain just in a few seconds. So I just selected a phrase that has food in it, so it's easier to remember. It says faccia a faccia, face to face, faccia a faccia, con una focaccia, with a focaccia, con una focaccia, altro che l'auto pasto. Altro che l'auto pasto. So l'auto pasto is a gorgeous meal, something really huge with a lot of food, like a buffet. Altro che means anything then. So anything then a gorgeous meal. In fact, he is face to face with a focaccia. Faccia a faccia con una focaccia. Altro che l'auto pasto. So those were the 10 selected songs. I invite you to check them out and try to listen to them and learn some words from them. I hope you enjoyed. And if you want to learn even more Real Italian Daily Conversation, just click the link in the description, download our PDF lessons, and learn Italian in the most fun way possible. I'll see you soon. Thank you for watching. Bye bye. Ciao ciao.
Ciao a tutti, sono Felice Angelini. Hi everyone, I'm Felice Angelini.
In this lesson, you learn how to give your phone number.
This is Mark Lee, and he's at City Hall registering his address. The civil servant who is helping him says, "Your phone number, please."
Il suo numero di telefono, per favore.
Listen to the conversation and focus on the response. Note, the civil servant in this conversation uses formal Italian. Ready?
Il suo numero di telefono, per favore.
Il mio numero di telefono è 123 45 67 890.
Once more with the English translation.
Il suo numero di telefono, per favore.
Your phone number, please.
Il mio numero di telefono è 123 45 67 890.
My phone number is 123 45 67 890.
Let's take a closer look at the conversation.
Do you remember how the civil servant says, "Your phone number, please"?
Il suo numero di telefono, per favore.
Let's start with
Numero di telefono.
meaning phone number.
Numero di telefono.
This starts with
Numero.
number.
Numero. Numero.
In Italian, all nouns have grammatical gender and are either singular or plural.
Numero.
is masculine and singular, a fact that will determine the form of other words in the sentence. Next is
Di.
of in this context.
Di. Di.
Last is
Telefono.
phone.
Telefono. Telefono.
Note,
Telefono.
translates as telephone or phone. We'll use the abbreviated version, phone, as this will include various kinds of phones, including mobile phones, landlines, and so forth. Together, it's
Numero di telefono.
This literally means number of phone or phone's number, but it translates as phone number.
Numero di telefono.
Before this is
Il suo.
meaning your in this formal context.
Il suo.
Note,
Suo.
fundamentally means his, hers, or its, but it's also a formal way to say your when speaking to someone directly using formal Italian.
Suo. Suo.
Now, you might be more familiar with
Tuo.
an informal word for your, as in
Il tuo numero di telefono.
your phone number. As this is a city office setting, the formal form
Suo.
is more appropriate. Because
Numero.
is masculine singular,
Suo.
is masculine singular to agree with it. Before
Suo.
is the article.
Il.
Think of it like the in English.
Il. Il. Il.
Is also masculine singular to agree with.
Numero.
Note, in this sentence, the article
Il.
does not have a corresponding English translation. In Italian, possessive adjectives like
Mio.
my,
Tuo.
your,
Suo.
the formal word for your, and so forth, often pair with an article like the
Il.
in.
Il suo.
Together, it's
Il suo.
a formal phrase for your.
Il suo.
Altogether,
Il suo numero di telefono.
your phone number.
Il suo numero di telefono.
Last is the expression
Per favore.
meaning please.
Per favore. Per favore.
Altogether, it's
Il suo numero di telefono, per favore.
your phone number, please.
Il suo numero di telefono, per favore.
Remember this request. You'll hear it again later.
Let's take a closer look at the response.
Do you remember how Mark says, my phone number is 123-4567-890.
Il mio numero di telefono è 123 45 67 890.
Do you remember how to say phone number?
Numero di telefono.
Phone number.
Numero di telefono.
Before this is the phrase
Il mio.
my.
Il mio. Mio.
Means my.
Mio. Mio.
In this sentence,
Mio.
is masculine singular to agree with.
Numero.
Before this is the article.
Il.
Think of it like the in English.
Il. Il.
Is also masculine singular to agree with.
Numero.
In this sentence, the article
Il.
does not have a corresponding English translation. Together, it's
Il mio.
my.
Il mio.
Altogether, it's
Il mio numero di telefono.
My phone number.
Il mio numero di telefono.
Next is
È.
is, as in, my phone number is.
È. È. È.
Is from the verb,
Essere.
meaning to be.
Essere.
Together, it's
Il mio numero di telefono è.
my phone number is.
Il mio numero di telefono è
Next is Mark's phone number.
123 45 67 890. 123 45 67 890.
Note how Mark says his phone number. When giving your phone number in Italian, say each digit separately. After each group of digits, include a short pause in place of the hyphen. For example,
123 45 67 890.
altogether, it's
Il mio numero di telefono è 123 45 67 890.
my phone number is 123 45 67 890.
Il mio numero di telefono è 123 45 67 890.
The pattern is
Il mio numero di telefono è phone number.
my phone number is phone number.
Il mio numero di telefono è phone number.
To use this pattern, simply replace the phone number placeholder with your phone number. Imagine your phone number is 111 22 22 444.
1 1 1 2 2 2 2 4 4 4 111 22 22 444.
Say, my phone number is 111 22 22 444. Ready?
Il mio numero di telefono è 111 22 22 444.
My phone number is 111 22 22 444.
Il mio numero di telefono è 111 22 22 444.
Let's look at some examples. Listen and repeat, or speak along with the native speakers.
Il mio numero di telefono è 123 45 67 890.
Il mio numero di telefono è 111 22 22 444.
Il mio numero di telefono è 111 33 33 555.
Il mio numero di telefono è 098 76 54 321.
999 00 00 111. Did you notice how I omitted il mio numero di telefono è? Nove 999 00 00 111.
999 00 00 111. When directly responding to a request, it's often possible to omit part of the response. Here, by simply giving your phone number, there's no need to say,
Il mio numero di telefono è.
my phone number is. The pattern is phone number. You should be aware of this shortcut, but for this lesson, we'll use the pattern.
Il mio numero di telefono è. Phone number.
My phone number is phone number.
Il mio numero di telefono è. Phone number.
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say phone? Telefono. Telefono. And how to say number? Numero. Numero. Do you remember how to say phone number? Numero di telefono. Numero di telefono. And how to say my phone number? Il mio numero di telefono. Il mio numero di telefono. Do you remember how to say my phone number is? Il mio numero di telefono è. Il mio numero di telefono è. Do you remember how Mark says my phone number is 12345678990?
Il mio numero di telefono è 123 45 67 890.
Il mio numero di telefono è 123 45 67 890. Do you remember the formal way to say your phone number? Il suo numero di telefono. Il suo numero di telefono. And how to say please. Per favore. Per favore. Do you remember how the civil servant says, your phone number, please?
Il suo numero di telefono, per favore.
Il suo numero di telefono, per favore.
Let's practice. Imagine you're Karen Lee, and your phone number is
111 66 44 555.
Respond to the civil servant's request. Ready?
Il suo numero di telefono, per favore.
Il mio numero di telefono è 1 1 1 6 6 4 4 5 5 5.
Listen again and repeat.
Il mio numero di telefono è 1 1 1 6 6 4 4 5 5 5. Il mio numero di telefono è 1, 1, 1, 6, 6, 4, 4, 5, 5, 5.
Let's try another. Imagine you're Ben Lee and your phone number is
999 55 00 111.
Ready?
Il suo numero di telefono, per favore.
Il mio numero di telefono è 999 55 00 111.
Listen again and repeat.
Il mio numero di telefono è 999 55 00 111. Il mio numero di telefono è 999 55 00 111.
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Federica Fontana and your phone number is
111 33 33 555.
Ready?
Il suo numero di telefono, per favore.
Il mio numero di telefono è 111 33 33 555.
Listen again and repeat.
Il mio numero di telefono è 111 33 33 555. Il mio numero di telefono è 111 33 33 555.
Ciao a tutti, sono Felice Angelini. Hi everyone, I'm Felice Angelini. In this lesson, you learn how to talk about your family.
This is Ben Lee, and he's at a coffee shop with his classmate, Federica Fontana. Ben is showing her some pictures. She points to one of them and asks, "Is this your family?"
Questa è la tua famiglia?
Listen to the conversation and focus on the response. Ready?
Questa è la tua famiglia?
Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mia sorella e io.
Once more with the English translation.
Questa è la tua famiglia?
Is this your family?
Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mia sorella e io.
Yes, this is my family. My father, my mother, my sister, and me.
Let's take a closer look at the conversation.
Do you remember how Federica asks, "Is this your family?"
Questa è la tua famiglia?
Let's start with the word
Famiglia.
family.
Famiglia. Famiglia.
In Italian, all nouns have grammatical gender and are either singular or plural.
Famiglia.
Is feminine and singular a fact which will determine the form of other words in the sentence? Before
Famiglia.
is
La tua.
a phrase meaning your,
La tua. Tua.
means your.
Tua. tua, tua,
is feminine and singular to agree with.
famiglia,
Before
tua,
is the article.
la,
Think of it like the in English.
la, la, la,
Is also feminine and singular to agree with.
famiglia,
Note, in this sentence, the article
la,
does not have a corresponding English translation. In Italian, possessive adjectives like
mia,
my,
tua,
your, and so forth often pair with an article like the
la,
in.
la tua,
Together, it's
la tua,
a phrase for your.
la tua,
Altogether,
la tua famiglia,
your family.
la tua famiglia,
Moving to the start of the sentence,
questa,
this.
questa, questa,
Note,
questa,
is feminine and singular to agree with.
famiglia,
Next is
è,
is, as in this is.
è, è, è,
Is from the verb
essere,
meaning to be.
essere,
Altogether, it's.
questa è la tua famiglia?
This literally means, this is your family? But it translates as, is this your family?
Questa è la tua famiglia?
Note the rising intonation of the sentence to mark that it's a question.
Questa è la tua famiglia?
Remember this question. You'll hear it again later.
Let's take a closer look at the response.
Do you remember how Ben says, yes, this is my family, my father, my mother, my sister, and me?
Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mia sorella e io.
This starts with the expression
Sì,
meaning yes.
sì, sì.
It answers Federica's yes or no question. Is this your family?
Questa è la tua famiglia?
After this, Ben points to the picture and says,
Questa è la mia famiglia.
let's start with the word
Famiglia,
family.
famiglia,
Do you remember the gender and number of
famiglia,
feminine and singular? Before this, it's
la mia,
a phrase meaning my,
la mia, mia,
my.
mia, mia, mia,
Is feminine and singular to agree with.
famiglia,
Before
mia,
is the article.
la,
Think of it like the in English.
la,
Is also feminine and singular to agree with.
famiglia,
Again, in this case, the article
la,
does not have a corresponding English translation. Together, it's
la mia,
a phrase for my.
la mia,
Altogether,
la mia famiglia,
translates as my family.
la mia famiglia.
Moving to the start of the sentence,
Questa,
this.
questa,
Note,
questa,
is in the feminine singular form to agree with.
famiglia,
Next is
è,
is.
è.
Altogether, it's
Questa è la mia famiglia.
this is my family.
Questa è la mia famiglia.
After this is
Mio padre.
My father.
Mio padre. Padre.
Father.
Padre. Padre. Mio.
My
Mio. Mio.
is masculine and singular to agree with
Padre. Mio padre.
next is
Mia madre.
my mother.
Mia madre. Madre.
Mother.
Madre. Madre. Mia.
My
Mia.
is feminine and singular to agree with
Madre. Mia madre.
after this is
Mia sorella.
my sister.
Mia sorella. Sorella.
Sister.
Sorella. Sorella. Mia.
My
Mia.
is feminine and singular to agree with
Sorella. Mia sorella.
next is
E.
and.
E. E.
And last is
Io.
which translates as me in this context.
Io. Io.
Altogether,
Questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mia sorella e io.
this is my family, my father, my mother, my sister, and me.
Questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mia sorella e io.
The pattern is
Questa è la mia famiglia. Family member. Family member. Family member. E io.
this is my family, family member, family member, family member, and me. To use this pattern, simply replace the family member placeholders with the appropriate word for my and members of your family. Remember that the word for my will be
Mio.
when your family member is male and
Mia.
when the family member is female. Imagine your family members are your father, your mother, your brother, and you.
Fratello.
Is brother.
Fratello. Fratello. Fratello.
Is masculine and singular. Therefore, my brother is
Mio fratello. Mio fratello.
say, this is my family, my father, my mother, my brother, and me. Ready?
Questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mio fratello e io.
This is my family, my father, my mother, my brother, and me.
Questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mio fratello e io.
In Italian, possessive adjectives like tua, your, are preceded by definite articles like la in la tua famiglia, your family. However, there is an exception. When talking about singular family members, don't use the definite article. For example, mia madre, my mother, and mio padre, my father.
Let's look at some more examples of people talking about their own families. Listen and repeat, or speak along with the native speakers.
Questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mia sorella e io. Questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mia sorella e io.
Questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mio fratello e io. Questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mio fratello e io.
Questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mia sorella e io. Questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mia sorella e io.
Questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mia sorella, mio fratello e io. Questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mia sorella, mio fratello e io.
Questa è la mia famiglia, i miei genitori, mia sorella e io. Questa è la mia famiglia, i miei genitori, mia sorella e io. Did you notice how I replaced mio padre, mia madre with i miei genitori? I miei genitori, mia sorella e io.
My parents, my sister, and me. The phrase
I miei genitori.
means my parents.
I miei genitori.
Remember, in Italian, all nouns have grammatical gender and are either singular or plural.
Genitori.
Is masculine and plural, a fact which will determine the form of other words in the sentence.
Genitori.
Parents.
Genitori. Genitori.
Before this is the phrase
I miei.
meaning my,
I miei. Miei.
my.
Miei. Miei. Miei.
Is masculine and plural to agree with.
Genitori.
Before
Miei.
is the article.
I.
Think of it like the in English.
I. I. I.
Is also masculine and plural to agree with.
Genitori.
Note, the article
I.
does not have a corresponding English translation.
Questa è la mia famiglia. I miei genitori, mia sorella e io.
This is my family, my parents, my sister, and me. You should be aware of the plural form, but we'll use singular nouns in this lesson.
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say yes? Sì. Sì. And how to say family? Famiglia. Famiglia. Do you remember how to say my family? Don't forget the article. La mia famiglia. La mia famiglia. And how to say is è. È. Do you remember how Ben says, "This is my family"? Questa è la mia famiglia. Questa è la mia famiglia. Do you remember how to say father? Padre. Padre. And how to say my father? Mio padre. Mio padre. Do you remember how to say mother? Madre. Madre. And how to say my mother? Mia madre. Mia madre. Do you remember how to say sister? Sorella. Sorella. And how to say my sister? Mia sorella. Mia sorella. Do you remember how to say and? E. E. And how to say me? Io. Io. Do you remember how Ben says, "Yes, this is my family, my father, my mother, my sister, and me"?
Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mia sorella e io.
Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mia sorella e io. Do you remember how to say your family? Don't forget the article. La tua famiglia. La tua famiglia. And do you remember how Federica asks, "Is this your family?"
Questa è la tua famiglia?
Questa è la tua famiglia? Do you remember how to say brother? Fratello. Fratello. And how to say my brother? Mio fratello. Mio fratello.
Let's practice. Imagine you're Sasha, Ben's younger sister. Respond to your friend's question referring to the photo. Don't forget to include the word for yes at the beginning of your response. Ready?
Questa è la tua famiglia?
Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mio fratello e io.
Listen again and repeat.
Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mio fratello e io. Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mio fratello e io.
Let's try another. Imagine you're Ben's classmate, Alessandro Amato. You have a father, mother, and sister. Ready?
Questa è la tua famiglia?
Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mia sorella e io.
Listen again and repeat.
Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mia sorella e io. Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mia sorella e io.
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Ben's classmate, Federica Fontana. You have a father, mother, sister, and brother. Ready?
Questa è la tua famiglia?
Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mia sorella, mio fratello e io.
Listen again and repeat.
Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mia sorella, mio fratello e io. Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio padre, mia madre, mia sorella, mio fratello e io.
Ciao a tutti, sono Felice Angelini. Hi everyone, I'm Felice Angelini. In this lesson, you learn how to talk about your family from a parent's perspective.
This is Karen Lee, and she's studying with her Italian teacher, Rosa Romano. Rosa notices a picture on her computer and asks, "Is this your family?"
Questa è la sua famiglia?
Listen to the conversation and focus on the response. Note, Rosa uses formal Italian. Ready?
Questa è la sua famiglia?
Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio marito, mio figlio, mia figlia e io.
Once more with the English translation.
Questa è la sua famiglia?
Is this your family?
Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio marito, mio figlio, mia figlia e io.
Yes, this is my family. My husband, my son, my daughter, and me.
Let's take a closer look at the conversation.
Do you remember how Rosa asks, "Is this your family?"
Questa è la sua famiglia?
Let's start with the word
Famiglia.
family.
Famiglia. Famiglia.
In Italian, all nouns have grammatical gender and are either singular or plural.
Famiglia.
Is feminine and singular, a fact that determines the form of other words in the sentence. Before this is
La sua.
meaning your in this formal context.
La sua.
Note,
Sua.
fundamentally means his, hers, or its, but it's also a formal way to say your when speaking to someone directly using formal Italian.
Sua. Sua.
Now, you might be more familiar with
Tua.
an informal word for your, as in
La tua famiglia.
your family, informal. As this is a conversation between two adults that don't know each other very well, the formal form
Sua.
is more appropriate.
Sua.
Is feminine and singular to agree with.
Famiglia.
Before
Sua.
is the article.
La.
Think of it like the in English.
La. La. La.
Is also feminine and singular to agree with.
Famiglia.
Note, in this sentence, the article
La.
does not have a corresponding English translation.
In Italian, possessive adjectives like
mia,
my,
tua,
your,
sua,
the formal word for your, and so forth, often pair with an article, like the
la,
in.
la sua,
Together, it's
la sua,
a formal phrase for your in this context.
la sua,
Altogether,
la sua famiglia,
translates as your family.
la sua famiglia,
Moving to the start of the sentence,
questa,
this.
questa, questa,
Note
questa,
is in the feminine singular form to agree with.
famiglia,
Next is
è,
is, as in this is.
è, è, è,
Is from the verb,
essere,
meaning to be.
essere.
Altogether, it's
Questa è la sua famiglia?
this literally means this is your family, but it translates as is this your family?
Questa è la sua famiglia?
Note the rising intonation of the sentence to indicate that it's a question.
Questa è la sua famiglia?
Remember this question. You'll hear it again later.
Let's take a closer look at the response.
Do you remember how Karen says, yes, this is my family, my husband, my son, my daughter, and me?
Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio marito, mio figlio, mia figlia e io.
This starts with
Sì,
meaning yes.
sì, sì.
It answers Rosa's yes or no question. Is this your family?
Questa è la sua famiglia?
After this, Karen points to the picture and says,
Questa è la mia famiglia.
let's start with the word
Famiglia,
family.
famiglia,
Do you remember the gender and number of
famiglia,
feminine and singular? Before this, it's
la mia,
a phrase meaning my,
la mia, mia,
my.
mia, mia,
In this sentence,
mia,
is feminine and singular to agree with.
famiglia,
Before
mia,
is the article.
la,
Think of it like the in English.
la, la,
Is also feminine singular to agree with.
famiglia,
Again, in this case, the article
la,
does not have a corresponding English translation. Together, it's
la mia,
a phrase for my.
la mia,
Altogether,
la mia famiglia,
translates as my family.
la mia famiglia.
Moving to the start of the sentence,
Questa,
this.
questa,
Note
questa,
is in the feminine singular form to agree with.
famiglia,
Next is
è,
is.
è.
Altogether, it's
Questa è la mia famiglia.
this is my family.
Questa è la mia famiglia.
After this is
Mio marito,
my husband,
mio marito, marito,
husband.
marito, marito, mio,
My
mio, mio,
is masculine and singular to agree with.
marito, mio marito,
Next,
mio figlio,
my son,
mio figlio, figlio,
son.
Figlio. Figlio. Mio.
My
Mio.
is masculine and singular to agree with.
Figlio. Mio figlio.
After this is
Mia figlia.
my daughter,
Mia figlia. Figlia.
daughter,
Figlia. Figlia. Mia.
my
Mia. Mia.
is feminine and singular to agree with.
Figlia. Mia figlia.
Next is
E.
and.
E. E.
And last is
Io.
which translates as me in this context.
Io. Io.
Altogether,
Questa è la mia famiglia. Mio marito, mio figlio, mia figlia e io.
this is my family, my husband, my son, my daughter, and me.
Questa è la mia famiglia. Mio marito, mio figlio, mia figlia e io.
The pattern is
Questa è la mia famiglia. Family member, family member, family member e io.
this is my family, family member, family member, family member, and me. To use this pattern, simply replace the family member placeholders with the appropriate word for my and members of your family. Remember that the word for my will be
Mio.
when your family member is male and
Mia.
when the family member is female. Imagine your family members are your wife, your son, your daughter, and you.
Moglie.
Is wife.
Moglie. Moglie.
This is a feminine noun. Therefore, my wife is
Mia moglie. Mia moglie.
say, this is my family, my wife, my son, my daughter, and me. Ready?
Questa è la mia famiglia. Mia moglie, mio figlio, mia figlia e io.
This is my family, my wife, my son, my daughter, and me.
Questa è la mia famiglia. Mia moglie, mio figlio, mia figlia e io.
In Italian, possessive adjectives like mia, your are preceded by definite articles like la in la mia famiglia, my family. However, there is an exception. When talking about singular family members, don't use the definite article. For example, mia moglie, my wife, and mio marito, my husband.
Let's look at some more examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
Questa è la mia famiglia. Mio marito, mio figlio, mia figlia e io. Questa è la mia famiglia. Mio marito, mio figlio, mia figlia e io.
Questa è la mia famiglia. Mia moglie, mio figlio, mia figlia e io. Questa è la mia famiglia. Mia moglie, mio figlio, mia figlia e io.
Questa è la mia famiglia. Mia moglie, mia figlia e io. Questa è la mia famiglia. Mia moglie, mia figlia e io.
Questa è la mia famiglia, mio marito, mio figlio e io. Questa è la mia famiglia, mio marito, mio figlio e io.
Questa è la mia famiglia, mio marito, i miei figli e io. Questa è la mia famiglia, mio marito, i miei figli e io.
Did you notice the phrase the last speaker uses when she points out her sons?
Mio marito, i miei figli e io.
My husband, my sons, and me.
I miei figli.
Translates as my sons in this case.
I miei figli. I miei figli.
Remember, in Italian, all nouns have grammatical gender and are either singular or plural.
Figli.
Is masculine and plural, a fact that determines the form of other words in the sentence. Let's start with
Figli.
children.
Figli. Figli. Figli.
Is the plural form of
Figlio.
son.
Figlio.
Note,
Figli.
can refer to a group of sons or a mixed group including at least one son and one daughter. However, it cannot be used when it is a group of only daughters. In that case, you would use the word
Figlie.
Before this is the phrase
I miei.
meaning my.
I miei. Miei.
My.
Miei. Miei. Miei.
Is masculine and plural to agree with.
Figli.
Before
Miei.
is the article
I.
Think of it like the in English.
I. I.
Note, the article
I.
does not have a corresponding English translation. If you're talking about daughters, you can say
Le mie figlie.
my daughters.
Le mie figlie.
You should be aware of the plural form, but we'll use singular nouns in this lesson.
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say yes? Sì. Sì. And how to say family? Famiglia. Famiglia. Do you remember how to say my family? Don't forget the article. La mia famiglia. La mia famiglia. And how to say is? È. È. And do you remember how Karen says, "This is my family"? Questa è la mia famiglia. Questa è la mia famiglia. Do you remember how to say husband? Marito. Marito. And how to say my husband? Mio marito. Mio marito. Do you remember how to say son? Figlio. Figlio. And how to say my son? Mio figlio. Mio figlio. Do you remember how to say daughter? Figlia. Figlia. And how to say my daughter? Mia figlia. Mia figlia. Do you remember how to say and? E. E. And how to say me? Io. Io. Do you remember how Karen says, yes, this is my family, my husband, my son, my daughter, and me?
Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio marito, mio figlio, mia figlia e io.
Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio marito, mio figlio, mia figlia e io. Do you remember the formal way to say your family? Don't forget the article. La sua famiglia. La sua famiglia. And do you remember how Rosa asks, is this your family?
Questa è la sua famiglia?
Questa è la sua famiglia? Do you remember how to say wife? Moglie. Moglie. And how to say my wife? Mia moglie. Mia moglie.
Let's practice. Imagine you're Mark's colleague, Matteo Marino. You have a wife and a daughter. Respond to Mark's question referring to the photo. Don't forget to include the word for yes at the beginning of your response. Ready?
Questa è la tua famiglia?
Sì, questa è la mia famiglia, mia moglie, mia figlia e io.
Listen again and repeat.
Sì, questa è la mia famiglia, mia moglie, mia figlia e io. Sì, questa è la mia famiglia, mia moglie, mia figlia e io.
Let's try another. Imagine you're Mark's boss, Patrizia Palmieri. You have a husband, daughter, and son. Ready?
Questa è la sua famiglia?
Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio marito, mia figlia, mio figlio e io.
Listen again and repeat.
Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio marito, mia figlia, mio figlio e io. Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio marito, mia figlia, mio figlio e io.
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Mark's friend, Marina Monti. You have a husband and a son. Ready?
Questa è la tua famiglia?
Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio marito, mio figlio e io.
Listen again and repeat.
Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio marito, mio figlio e io. Sì, questa è la mia famiglia. Mio marito, mio figlio e io.
Did you notice how Mark uses la tua famiglia when asking about his friends and colleagues' families? Questa è la tua famiglia? Is this your family? In less formal situations, like speaking with a friend or close colleague, the less formal tua is more appropriate. Tua, your, tua, tua. Note, tua is feminine and singular to agree with famiglia. Ciao a tutti, sono Felice Angelini. Hi everyone, I'm Felice Angelini. In this lesson, you learn how to greet someone at different times of the day.
This is Rosa Romano, the Lee family's Italian teacher. Her schedule for the day is Mark Lee at 9 a.m., Karen Lee at 12 p.m., Ben Lee at 6 p.m. Listen to the greeting exchange between the three pairs. Pay attention to the time of day.
Buongiorno, signora Romano.
Buongiorno, signor Lee.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Buonasera.
Buonasera, Ben.
Once more with the English translation.
Buongiorno, signora Romano.
Good morning, Miss Romano.
Buongiorno, signor Lee.
Good morning, Mr. Lee.
Buongiorno.
Good afternoon.
Buongiorno.
Good afternoon.
Buonasera.
Good evening.
Buonasera, Ben.
Good evening, Ben.
Let's take a closer look at each of these expressions.
In the first conversation, do you remember how Mark says, Good morning, Miss Romano?
Buongiorno, signora Romano.
First is,
Buongiorno.
which literally means good day, but translates as good morning in this context.
Buongiorno. Buongiorno.
Note,
Buongiorno.
is a flexible greeting that can be used to mean good morning, good afternoon, or even just hello. You can use it all day until the evening. Next is
Signora.
Ms.
Signora. Signora.
This is an honorific used for women. Finally, the teacher's family name. Romano.
Romano. Romano. Romano.
Together,
Signora Romano.
Miss Romano.
Signora Romano.
Altogether,
Buongiorno, signora Romano.
good morning, Miss Romano.
Buongiorno, signora Romano.
When including a person's name in a greeting, it's more common to say the person's name after the greeting. Note, using a person's family name in a greeting may come across as more formal. Do you remember the teacher's response? Good morning, Mr. Lee.
Buongiorno, signor Lee.
First is
Buongiorno.
good morning in this context.
Buongiorno.
Next,
Signor.
Mr.
Signor. Signor.
This is an honorific used for men.
Signor.
Is actually a shortened version of
Signore.
Mr. Before family names, it's common to drop the
E.
Finally, Mark's family name, Lee, pronounced in Italian.
Lee. Lee.
Lee. Altogether, it's
Buongiorno, signor Lee.
good morning, Mr. Lee.
Buongiorno, signor Lee.
Note, this exchange is formal. In the second conversation, which takes place at noon, do you remember how Karen says, good afternoon? Hint, it's the same greeting as the one used in the morning.
Buongiorno.
Note that Karen's greeting is slightly less formal, as she doesn't say the teacher's name.
Buongiorno.
Good afternoon.
Buongiorno.
The teacher's response is the same.
Buongiorno.
This can translate as hello or good afternoon.
Buongiorno.
Is a common way to greet people during the day. You can use it in both formal and less formal situations. In the third conversation, which takes place in the evening at 6 p.m., do you remember how Ben says, good evening?
Buonasera.
Buonasera.
Literally, good evening.
Buonasera.
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 Is a common way to greet people during the evening and at night, in both formal and less formal situations. Do you remember the teacher's response? Good evening, Ben.
Buonasera, Ben.
Buonasera.
Good evening.
Buonasera.
Next is Ben's name pronounced in Italian.
Ben. Ben. Ben.
Together, it's
Buonasera, Ben.
good evening, Ben.
Buonasera, Ben.
Note that the teacher addresses Ben by his first name as he's younger. This makes the greeting sound more informal.
In Italian, there is an expression for good afternoon. Buon pomeriggio. Buon, good, and pomeriggio, afternoon. Buon pomeriggio. Good afternoon. Buon pomeriggio. You can use this greeting if you really want to bring attention to the fact that it's the afternoon. Otherwise, you can simply say buongiorno from the morning to the early evening. Let's look at the greetings once more. Listen and repeat, or speak along with me. Buongiorno. Buongiorno. Buonasera. Buonasera. Buongiorno, signora Romano. Buongiorno, signora Romano. Ciao. Ciao. Did you notice the last greeting? Ciao.
Ciao.
Hi.
Ciao. Ciao.
In informal situations, you can just use the greeting
Ciao.
hi at any time of the day.
Ciao.
Is the most common greeting in Italian. However, it's only suitable for informal situations, such as when greeting friends or relatives. It translates as hi or hello, but it can also mean goodbye. Because of this, you can use
Ciao.
both as a meeting and parting greeting.
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how Mark says, "Good morning"?
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno. And how Karen says, "Good afternoon"?
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno. Do you remember how to say good evening? Buonasera. Buonasera. Do you remember how Mark addresses Miss Romano? Signora Romano. Signora Romano.
Let's practice. Imagine you're Ben Lee and you're attending your morning class. Respond by saying, "Good morning." Ready?
Buongiorno, Ben.
Buongiorno.
Listen again and repeat.
Buongiorno. Buongiorno.
Let's try another. Imagine you're Mark Lee and you're attending your afternoon class. Respond by saying, "Good afternoon, Miss Romano." Ready?
Buongiorno, signor Lee.
Buongiorno, signora Romano.
Listen again and repeat.
Buongiorno, signora Romano. Buongiorno, signora Romano.
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Karen Lee and you meet your neighbor in the evening. Respond by saying, "Good evening." Ready?
Buonasera.
Buonasera.
Listen again and repeat.
Buonasera. Buonasera.
Elicottero. Helicopter. Elicottero. Elicottero. Helicopter. Guarda, un elicottero. Look, a helicopter. Guarda, un elicottero. Nero. Black. Nero. Nero. Black. Avevo un gatto nero. I had a black cat. Avevo un gatto nero. Marrone. Brown. Marrone. Marrone. Brown. Vorrei una sciarpa marrone. I'd like a brown scarf. Vorrei una sciarpa marrone. Grigio. Gray. Grigio. Grigio. Gray. Il cielo è grigio. The sky is gray. Il cielo è grigio. Riposarsi. Rest. Riposarsi. Riposarsi. Rest. Mi riposerò per un'ora. I'll rest for an hour. Mi riposerò per un'ora. Sentire. Hear. Sentire. Sentire. Hear. Quando studio, odio sentire rumori. I hate hearing noises when I study. Quando studio, odio sentire rumori. Volere. Want. Volere. Volere. Want. Oggi voglio provare qualcosa di diverso. I want to try something different today. Oggi voglio provare qualcosa di diverso. Disgustoso. Disgusting. Disgustoso. Disgustoso. Disgusting. L'uomo sta mangiando uno spuntino disgustoso. The man is eating a disgusting snack. L'uomo sta mangiando uno spuntino disgustoso. 11. 11. 11. 11. 11. Sono già le 11? It's already 11? Sono già le 11? 12. 12. 12. 12. 12. Ci sono 12 mesi in un anno. There are 12 months in a year. Ci sono 12 mesi in un anno. 13. 13. 13. 13. 13. 13 è un numero primo. 13 is a prime number. 13 è un numero primo. Email. email, 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 email. Adesso scrivo un'email. Now I write an email. Adesso scrivo un'email. Telefono cellulare. Cellular phone. Telefono cellulare. Telefono cellulare. Cellular phone. I telefoni cellulari qui sono proibiti. Cellular phones are prohibited here. I telefoni cellulari qui sono proibiti. Messaggio di testo. Text message. Messaggio di testo. Messaggio di testo. Text message. Lei mi ha contattato con un messaggio di testo. She contacted me via text message. Lei mi ha contattato con un messaggio di testo. Bocca. Mouth. Bocca. Bocca. Mouth. Mio fratello ha una bocca grandissima. My brother has a very big mouth. Mio fratello ha una bocca grandissima. Guancia. Cheek. Guancia. Guancia. Cheek. Le sue guance sono molto rosse. Her cheeks are very red. Le sue guance sono molto rosse. Naso. Nose. Naso. Naso. Nose. Quel gatto ha un naso rosa. That cat has a pink nose. Quel gatto ha un naso rosa. Quaderno. Notebook. Quaderno. Quaderno. Notebook. Mi serve un quaderno nuovo. I need a new notebook. Mi serve un quaderno nuovo. Matita. Pencil. Matita. Matita. Pencil. Restituiscimi la mia matita. Give me back my pencil. Restituiscimi la mia matita. Gomma per cancellare. Eraser. Gomma per cancellare. Gomma per cancellare. Eraser. Posso usare la tua gomma per cancellare? Can I use your eraser? Posso usare la tua gomma per cancellare? Bianco. White. Bianco. Bianco. White. Preferisco il vino bianco. I prefer white wine. Preferisco il vino bianco. Rosso. Red. Rosso. Rosso. Red. Rosso è il colore dell'amore. Red is the color of love. Rosso è il colore dell'amore. Verde. Green. Verde. Verde. Green. Il verde ti sta bene. Green suits you. Il verde ti sta bene. Finire. Finish. Finire. Finire. Finish. Non ho potuto finire per mancanza di tempo. I couldn't finish due to lack of time. Non ho potuto finire per mancanza di tempo. Iniziare. Start. Iniziare. Iniziare. Start. Dovremmo iniziare a vedere altre persone. We should start seeing other people. Dovremmo iniziare a vedere altre persone. Diventare. Become. Diventare. Diventare. Become. Mi ci è voluto solo un anno per diventare fluente. It took me only 1 year to become fluent. Mi ci è voluto solo un anno per diventare fluente. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. La torre è alta 14 metri. The tower is 14 meters high. La torre è alta 14 metri. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. Ho letto 15 libri sull'Egitto. I have read 15 books about Egypt. Ho letto 15 libri sull'Egitto. 16. 16. 16. 16. Ho 16 paia di calzini. I have 16 pairs of socks. Ho 16 paia di calzini. Telefono. Telephone. Telefono. Telefono. Telephone. Il telefono non sta funzionando. The telephone isn't working. Il telefono non sta funzionando. Occhio. Eye. Occhio. Occhio. Eye. Mi è entrato qualcosa in un occhio. I have something in my eye. Mi è entrato qualcosa in un occhio. Denti. Teeth. Denti. Denti. Teeth. Mi fanno male i denti. My teeth ache. Mi fanno male i denti. Labbra. Lip. Labbra. Labbra. Lip. Le labbra di quella persona sono grosse. That person's lips are thick. Le labbra di quella persona sono grosse. Macchina fotocopiatrice. Copy machine. Macchina fotocopiatrice. Macchina fotocopiatrice. Copy machine. La macchina fotocopiatrice è rotta. The copy machine is broken. La macchina fotocopiatrice è rotta. Scrivania. Desk. Scrivania. Scrivania. Desk. Il capo ha comprato una scrivania marrone. The boss bought a brown desk. Il capo ha comprato una scrivania marrone, libro, book, libro, libro, book. Che libro è? What book is it? Che libro è? Penna, pen, penna, penna, pen. Mi puoi prestare la penna? Can you lend me the pen? Mi puoi prestare la penna? Ufficio postale. Post office. Ufficio postale. Ufficio postale. Post office. Ieri sono andata all'ufficio postale. Yesterday I went to the post office. Ieri sono andata all'ufficio postale. Biblioteca. Library. Biblioteca. Biblioteca. Library. La biblioteca era deserta. The library was empty. La biblioteca era deserta. Supermercato. Supermarket. Supermercato. Supermercato. Supermarket. Questo supermercato è molto economico. This supermarket is very cheap. Questo supermercato è molto economico.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is the first step in your language learning journey that will guarantee your success. If you have trouble sticking with your language learning goals, it's probably because you're skipping one specific step. It's the step you need to take before you even start any learning. And doing it will help you stick with the language, not get overwhelmed, and reach your language goals. So today you'll learn 1. What solo language learners need to succeed, and 2. How to do self-assessment and set yourself up for success. But first, listen up. Here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Giving Directions Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to tell a taxi driver where to go in your target language? You'll be able to. With this PDF cheat sheet, you'll learn must-know words and phrases for giving directions. Second, the Most Common Verbs PDF ebook. You'll learn over 90 common verbs with this bonus PDF picture ebook. Download and review on any device. Third, how to talk about what you do in your free time. Learn how to say video games, fishing, and much more. You'll pick up over 25 words for leisure activities with this vocab bonus. Fourth, how to learn from home, learning strategies. Want to learn the language from the comfort of your home? This 1-minute lesson will give you all the best tactics for learning languages. Fifth, the top 35 adjectives for personalities. Can you describe your personality? This next bonus teaches you the 35 must-know adjectives for personalities, so you can talk about yourself in your target language. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. The first step in your language learning journey that will guarantee your success. Here's a question for you. When you want to learn a language, how do you usually get started with that goal? You might say the inspiration comes first, and that motivates you to start. Then you get a textbook or an app and go from there, right? That's a pretty standard answer, but how does that tend to work out? Most people end up falling off a week or a month later. Why do you think that happens? Leave a comment with why you think people tend to lose inspiration quickly. More often than not, it happens because you pick a goal, a learning routine, or a resource that overwhelms you and just isn't right for you. Here's a typical example. Let's say you work an 8-hour day and you want to try to start learning. Most people would try to squeeze in learning for 1 or 2 hours at night, or you could try and wake up an hour early. And usually that doesn't work out because you're trying to do things that you're not used to. Wake up earlier and study earlier. It doesn't fit your current lifestyle. So what should you do differently? Well, let's take an example from language schools. Before you start learning, language schools force you to take an assessment test on the first day. Why? So that they make sure the language lessons fit your level and put you in the proper class. The goal of an assessment test is to find out where you are and meet you there. That's something most solo learners don't do. And the problem is, if you're a solo learner, no one assesses you. And you yourself don't know what routine works best for you, how much time you can set aside, and how much studying you can comfortably do. We all imagine we can do an hour a day, but realistically speaking, it'll be a lot less than that. So that's where self-assessment comes in. Before you start learning a language, or do any goal for that matter, it's important to know where you are in life, what your daily schedule is like, when you're busy and when you're free. So you can set your expectations, know how much time you can put in, and so you can start learning at a pace that works for you. Now, how do you actually assess yourself? There are 3 assessments you can do. 1, a life assessment. 2, a routine assessment. And 3, language assessment. Language assessment will only be helpful if you already have some experience. If you're brand new, you won't need this. First, life assessment. Here, the goal is to see how the language will fit into your life and how you generally deal with goals. As in, if you succeeded with a goal before, what helped you succeed? You could take that and apply it here. If you failed before, find out why so you can avoid it this time. So you'll need to answer the following questions. Why are you learning this language? How will it help your life? What current connections do you have to this language? For example, listening to music, watching TV, you have a relative, you have neighbors or friends that speak it. What have you been doing so far to learn? Have you learned languages before? Have you failed any goals before? How or why? Have you succeeded with any goals before? How or why? Write these questions out and answer them. Next, the routine assessment. Write out your daily routine for a whole week. For example, wake up at 7 a.m., breakfast at 8 a.m., commute to work at 8:30 a.m., arrive at work at 9:30 a.m., lunch at 1 p.m., and so on. Do this for every day of the week. The goal here is to see what your daily routine is like, so you know when you're free, when you're busy, and where you can fit in language learning. That way, if you're super busy on Mondays and 5 minutes is all you can do, then that's good enough. You won't feel bad about doing only 5 minutes. If you see that you spend 30 minutes on commuting, add language learning on top of that existing routine. If you take walks or go for a jog, play an audio lesson there. Or even if you're cooking at a certain time, play an audio lesson in the background. Remember, look for an existing routine that you already stick with, like commuting, and where you can multitask. Don't try to create new routines. For example, waking up at 7 a.m. to learn will set you up for failure. If you usually wake up at 8 a.m., waking up at 7 a.m. will be even harder. And then, actually trying to learn a language at 7 a.m. makes it even harder. This is where new learners start having trouble. You're trying to do 2 things at once, trying to learn the language and trying to stick to a new routine. 1 is hard enough. Trying to do 2 can overwhelm you. So piggyback off of your existing routines first, so you can build momentum. And finally, there's language assessment. If you're an absolute beginner, you won't need much of an assessment. Just start with our absolute beginner recommended learning pathway. But if you have experience and want to assess yourself, there are 2 things you can do. First, if you're a Premium Plus user, then you're asked to do an assessment test when you join, but you can always request it again from your teacher. And second, if you're a Premium user, check our recommended pathways. We assign these pathways, level 1 to level 5, based on your learning level, from absolute beginner to advanced. At the start of each pathway, there's a diagnostic test. You can take that to assess yourself. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about when routines grow stale, how to learn more language with a new routine. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! What are some surefire ways to stay motivated when you're learning a language? In this video, we're going to talk about 10 surefire ways to stay motivated and stay on track. All right, we asked our Premium and Premium Plus members for their tested techniques. You'll find out what worked for them. Number 1, you must see your progress. In other words, you have to see it to believe it. There's nothing better than seeing your results firsthand. It's like seeing muscles in the mirror after working out. How do you do this with language? In order to see it, you have to start measuring it first. And you can do that with the dashboard on our website. With the dashboard, you can see how many lessons and how much of the language you've mastered so far. So review the progress you've made with the dashboard on the site. Number 2, use the Daily Dose of Language app. With this, you get free daily mini lessons, but that's not all. This app keeps you on track because it actually sends you daily reminders. If you need that extra push or reminder, this app does it for you. And the Daily Dose lessons are quick and easy. They take just 1 minute of your time. Number 3, learn with somebody better than you. A tutor, a friend, and you can even learn with your own teacher with a Premium Plus subscription. Simply having someone better than you by your side is enough to help you improve and motivate you. It's like having a coach. Number 4, set a small, measurable goal. For example, finish 10 lessons in 1 week, or learn 20 words in a week. Most people give up because they have a vague goal, like I want to be fluent, that they don't know how to reach. But if you aim small and make it measurable, you'll have a much better chance of reaching it. Your goal is to learn 20 words, and you know 17 already. Because you know how close you are, you're more motivated to close the gap and reach your goal. Number 5, watch movies and shows in your target language. First of all, we recommend this because it's fun. But more importantly, when you understand what you hear, it's a clear sign of progress, and you'll feel good about it. Number 6, listen to music in your target language. Music is enjoyable, and if you make it part of your routine, you're giving yourself a nice break in between lessons. But you're still immersing yourself in the language. So if you enjoy this routine, you're more likely to stay motivated. Number 7, do the lessons that you enjoy. Just like with music, if you enjoy our audio and video lessons, then stick with them. If you have any favorite lessons, remember you can always download them to your device and review them as much as you want. They're yours to keep. Number 8, understand that language learning is a marathon. Learning a new language is not a sprint. Most people think they can study for hours and suddenly get better. But when they realize that it takes time, this can hurt their motivation. So understand that it's a marathon. Remember that it's better to study for a few minutes every day than pulling a 5-hour cram session that will burn you out. Number 9, keep the big goal in mind. Imagine yourself being fluent. Small, measurable goals are definitely important. But when you just don't feel like learning, which is completely natural, by the way, remember the big goal. Having the big picture in mind will remind you of what's important and put you back on track. Number 10, invest in the language. Make a commitment. Whether you buy a book or a subscription, enroll in a class, or join a study group, by investing and making a commitment, you're much more likely to go through with it. You've paid for it, so you value it more. You want to make sure you get your money's worth. Plus, other people expect you to show up. This can be extremely helpful when working towards your language goals. And that's it. There are so many ways to keep yourself motivated. Do you have a favorite way? Leave us a comment and let us know. So, to make sure you stay motivated in your studies, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to speak and understand more of your target language? You'll need to know more words and phrases to really make new conversations and ultimately connections. In this video, you'll discover 6 ways to master new words and phrases fast. Number 1. Use our free vocabulary lists. Here's what makes this study tool so powerful. This is your free library of vocab and phrase lessons. You can learn words and phrases for current events like Halloween or New Year's. There are also many useful topics, like the top 10 ways to say hello, conversational phrases, and more. In other words, you learn phrases that you wouldn't normally find in textbooks. And if you want to learn extra fast, you can use the slideshow tool. Just tap on or click on View Slideshow, then sit back and review the words and phrases. Find the vocabulary lists in the vocabulary drop-down menu on the site. And yes, these vocab lists are free for all users. Number 2. Take the audio and video lessons. One of the best ways to learn new words is through conversations. You get to hear how the words are used. So in every lesson dialogue, you'll come across some words you don't know. But don't worry, because our teachers translate everything. So when you hear the conversation again at the end of the lesson, you'll know them all. Number 3. Learn with our 2,000 most common words list. Here's a question for you. How many words do you think you need for conversational fluency? 3,000? 5,000? Actually, language experts say you need only about 1,500 to reach conversational fluency. And with this study tool, the 2,000 most common words list, you get the words you need for conversational fluency right up front. That's what makes this study tool so powerful. It's all here for you. And they're broken down into simple categories, such as adjectives, nouns, verbs, food, drinks, numbers, and months. Now, 2,000 is quite a lot to learn. Do you have to learn it all? Well, you don't have to learn it all at once. You can go category by category. You can also start with the top 100 words, then move on to the top 200, 300, and so on until you get to 2,000. So if you're an absolute beginner, you can start with the top 100 words. Once you've mastered those, you can move on to the next category. You can also use other study tools to learn these words faster, right? Such as number 4, study with spaced repetition flashcards. Now, we're not talking about paper flashcards. We're talking about the smart flashcards that you can find in our premium study tools. Picture this. Think of these as a teacher inside of your computer who quizzes you and sorts the words for you. So words that you struggle with, you'll be quizzed on more and more, and words that you know, you'll see less and less. So they display the words as needed, so you never forget them. In every session, they'll refresh your memory on the words you learned last time and introduce new ones. That's exactly how our smart flashcards work. And because you get drilled on the words you struggle with, you have no choice but to master them and improve. You have no choice but to succeed. You can also study the words from your lessons and vocab lists with the very same flashcard tool. Number 5, create printable word lists with the Word Bank. The Word Bank is a study tool that lets you save words and phrases from lessons and vocab lists. Think of it as your extended brain. If you come across a new word that you want to review later, you can save it to the Word Bank. But the Word Bank also lets you print out your word lists. So click on the printer-friendly option inside Word Bank and print out your collection of words. You can use that sheet for writing practice. Number 6, use the words. After you learn a new word, using it right away is crucial to remembering it. So when you're done with a lesson or a vocab list, leave a comment. Make up a sample sentence and post it in the comment section. Write it down in a notebook. Or shadow it, meaning listen to the audio pronunciation and say it out loud. You should do this because it's the actual practice that gets you to remember it. So say it, write it, listen to it again. Doing this will help lock the words into your memory. So if you want to take advantage of any of these tools for yourself, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Are you studying a language but starting to lose motivation? In this video, we're going to talk about the halfway point and how to keep going with language learning. After 6 months to a year of studying a language, you might be feeling like you're losing a little bit of steam. Maybe you started out strong and now you're feeling a bit low. Maybe you aren't seeing the results you wanted, or you think your efforts aren't paying off. But the reason for that might not have anything to do with your studies. It might be more an issue about your reviewing and your goal setting. 1. Why you should review your past language goals. When you set goals, do you ever go back to review your progress? It can be a reminder of how far you've come and help you keep your motivation up. Let's say you started learning a language and you've been at it for a few months. In month 1, you're excited and motivated. In month 2, you're still going at it, but maybe the motivation is not as strong, and you want to make sure that you don't fall off, unfortunately, as most people do. So you work hard to keep at it. By month 3, you're kind of on autopilot and learning with whatever has been working for you. That sounds like a good place to be, cruising on autopilot. Well, it may seem like a good place to be, but the problem is by month 4, 5, or 6, if you've been coasting along for too long and haven't had any significant improvements, you may start wondering if you're actually learning or if you'll ever master the language. You might start losing motivation, and worse, you might even quit. If you're learning by yourself, it's hard, and if you're not tracking your progress, by month 4 or 5, you might realize that the textbook you've been using isn't helping you increase your fluency. You might think you're going nowhere. So the reason to review is to check your progress. Maybe you can speak none of your target language in month 1, but at the end of month 3, you can speak 3 minutes. So that's some progress. And if you're at 8 minutes now, for example, then you can definitely say that you've improved since the start. It's good for motivation, just knowing that you got a return on your time investment. So reviewing is good for progress and motivation. Also, it's natural to lose motivation with anything you're trying to learn or do. So it's something you need to keep up, something you need to keep in mind. What do you do when your motivation dips? You can stop, take some time to review and reflect. Is your motivation dipping? Are you studying less? Do you feel like you're not making progress? And if you say yes to these questions, then you can work on boosting your motivation to help you keep going. How do you boost your motivation? Well, do you remember anchor points? Anchor points are things that connect you or anchor you to your goal, such as a language class or a program. It could even be relatives or friends who speak the language, TV shows in that language you like, or an upcoming trip to the target country. All of these things, in one way or another, keep you anchored to your language learning goal. So if you're watching a TV show in your target language, then it's natural for you to want to understand it better, and your desire to learn goes up. If you're taking language classes where a teacher expects homework from you, that's another connection to the language. So you do the homework, you attend classes, you learn more. Ultimately, if you want to boost your motivation and keep going, you should get more anchor points. But how do you do that? Let's jump into the second part. 2. How to review your progress and maintain motivation. How do you review your progress? First, you always set small, measurable goals and always track results. The study resource you're using can be used for your review as well. It's easy to get demotivated and think that you have learned nothing. But if you're using a textbook, for example, you can set a number of pages, and that can be a really good motivator, something to reach for. Making sure you're getting through and then testing yourself on material is a little harder if you're not actually using your textbook, though. So make sure that you actually stick to the plan you set for yourself. Again, the tool you're using is not so important, but just make sure whatever you use, you measure it and track your progress. Reviewing is as simple as looking at your past goals and results. You can also do it the old school way and look through your notebooks, see how much you've written out. In fact, we have something called the Dean's Date with our Premium Plus plan, where our Premium Plus users send in all of the work they've completed with their teacher. The writings, the recordings, the assignments, and you can see it all, everything that you've done. Then you can see your actual results of your 3 months of work. Everything you've accomplished is in one place. Do you ever run out of motivation? Of course you do occasionally, and it's natural for everyone's motivation to dip after some time. Then if you lose motivation, how do you keep going? Just as we talked about earlier, add more anchor points, more connections to the language, whether that means enrolling in in-person classes at a real language school, planning trips, or signing up for a test. Those anchor points help you stay motivated. Your main ones need to be things that will keep you interested in your target language or the people in your life connected to it. These are the things that will keep you motivated. But it's also important to remember, whether you're struggling or you're progressing rapidly, that you have to keep your learning adaptive. As humans, we are adaptive. We adapt to environments, and this is the same thing. Your language learning path has to adapt as you progress. If you're progressing faster, there's a way to adapt. If you're progressing slower, there's also a way to adapt. 3. How you can keep going past the halfway point. If you've been studying the language for a few months, it's normal to start losing steam. If you're not losing steam and you're progressing, then great job, and maybe you can share some of your tips with us, because it's one of the hardest things ever to stay motivated long term. If you are starting to lose steam, remember that this happens with any goal. It can happen to anyone at any time, so you need to learn how to adapt to it. By being aware that these dips are natural and that they happen, you can expect them. So when one does come around, you'll know how to boost your motivation and know how to keep yourself going. Here's what you do when a dip does come around. 1. Review your learning progress. If you've been setting small, measurable goals every month, then this won't be a problem. The goal here is to see how far you've come, and this will help you maintain motivation. If you can see that you learned 50 words in January, 50 in February, 100 in March, and so on, then you have measurable progress, and this lets you know that you're improving, even when you don't feel like you are. Second, if you're a Premium Plus student, you can also participate in the Dean State and submit your work on the deadline. Be sure to ask your Premium Plus teacher about it. Third, if you're a Premium or Premium Plus user, you can also check your dashboard and see how many flashcards you've studied and how many lessons you've completed. We track your progress for you. But of course, it's best to set goals like learn 50 words or speak 1 minute of conversation, because completing a lesson may not mean that you've mastered everything inside. So if you've not been setting goals and tracking them, now is the time to start. Otherwise, do you know how much of the language you can speak? Or how many words you've learned? If you don't know, then you'll feel like you're floating around and not learning anything. So be sure to set small, measurable monthly goals. Fourth, create more anchor points to boost your motivation. Anchor points are connections to the language that keep you anchored to the language and your goal. It could be friends or relatives who speak the language, TV shows in that language you like, an upcoming trip to the target country, language classes, or language programs. All of these things, in one way or another, keep you anchored to your language learning goal. So if you started learning a language because your relative speaks it, that motivation may not last forever. It may help you in month 1 or month 2, but by month 4, 5, or 6, your motivation might wear off. But you can decide to enroll in a class or start watching a TV show in that language. That will give you some new reasons to keep going to the language. In a way, you give yourself more reasons to learn. A lot of the time, the reasons why we start something are not often the reasons why we continue them. So don't be afraid to adjust your motivations as you go along. If you've reached a language milestone and are starting to feel a little less motivated, just take a look at these tips. Thorough review, setting anchor points, and reviewing your study methods will all help you keep going in your studies. For more strategies on how to keep studying, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Getting Sick Conversation Cheat Sheet. Are you able to describe your symptoms in your target language? If not, download our new conversation sheet and learn must-know words and phrases for the doctor. Second, the Language Learning Starter Pack PDF ebook. If you're new to the language, do you know what words to learn first? With this ebook, you'll get over 70 basic words and phrases that beginners need to know. Start with these words first. Download it right now. Third, can you talk about economics in your target language? Learn how to say profit, demand, taxes, and much more with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, 30 must-know opposite nouns. Learn how to say day and night, question and answer, and much more. You'll pick up over 30 words with this vocab bonus. Fifth, free audiobooks for our members only. If you're not a member yet, sign up for a free lifetime account and unlock our huge library of language learning audiobooks. Save them to your device and listen and learn. They're yours to keep forever. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get 35% off Premium or Premium Plus with the Power Up sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the lesson description below. Download them right now before they expire. Hi everyone, I'm Alicia. Welcome to Conversational Phrases. We've found that the best way to learn a language is to speak it from day one. And the best way to start speaking is to learn phrases that you'll use in real conversations. In this lesson, you'll learn conversational phrases to use when talking on the phone. After watching this video, you'll be able to ask for someone on the phone and to put someone on hold. And if you want to learn more vocabulary, phrases, and example sentences you can use in real-life situations, click the link in the description to download your Making a Phone Call PDF cheat sheet for free. Now, let's take a look at some conversational phrases.
Listen to the dialogue.
Pronto, vorrei parlare con la persona responsabile.
Sì, solo un momento.
Once more with the English translation.
Pronto, vorrei parlare con la persona responsabile.
Hello, I'd like to speak with the person in charge.
Sì, solo un momento.
Okay, just a moment. First of all, you'll need to learn how to say hello on the phone. That's
Pronto. Pronto.
Then you'll need to learn how to say, I'd like to speak with person. The pattern is
Vorrei parlare con.
person. For example, hello, I'd like to speak with the person in charge.
Pronto. Vorrei parlare con la persona responsabile. Pronto, vorrei parlare con la persona responsabile.
Now, how do you answer this question?
Sì, solo un momento.
Okay, just a moment. Listen to it again.
Sì, solo un momento. Sì, solo un momento.
Here are a few more phrases you can use with the same pattern to talk on the phone. The person in charge.
La persona responsabile. La persona responsabile.
A sales representative.
Un rappresentante delle vendite. Un rappresentante delle vendite.
The manager.
Il dirigente. Il dirigente.
Customer service.
Il servizio clienti. Il servizio clienti.
Let's look at some examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
Vorrei parlare con un rappresentante delle vendite.
Sì, solo un momento.
Vorrei parlare con il dirigente.
Sì, solo un momento.
Vorrei parlare con il servizio clienti.
Sì, solo un momento.
Okay, now it's your turn. Do you remember how to say, I'd like to speak with person?
Vorrei parlare con.
Person. And how do you answer it?
Sì, solo un momento.
Imagine you want to talk to a sales representative. Do you remember how to say a sales representative?
Un rappresentante delle vendite. Un rappresentante delle vendite.
Say, I'd like to speak with a sales representative.
Vorrei parlare con un rappresentante delle vendite.
Now say you want to talk to a sales representative and answer it.
Vorrei parlare con un rappresentante delle vendite.
Sì, solo un momento.
Now, imagine you want to talk to the manager. Do you remember how to say the manager?
Il dirigente. Il dirigente.
Say, I'd like to speak with the manager.
Vorrei parlare con il dirigente.
Now say you want to talk to the manager and answer it.
Vorrei parlare con il dirigente.
Sì, solo un momento.
Now imagine you want to talk to customer service. Do you remember how to say customer service?
Il servizio clienti. Il servizio clienti.
Say, I'd like to speak with customer service.
Vorrei parlare con il servizio clienti.
Now say you want to talk to customer service and answer it.
Vorrei parlare con il servizio clienti.
Sì, solo un momento.
Hello everyone, welcome back to ItalianPod101.com. My name is Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. And in this video we're gonna talk about 10 popular shows in Italy. 10 show popolari in Italia. 10 show popolari in Italia. These shows also became part of daily conversation, so keep watching to learn what to say and to feel like a real Italian native speaker. First of all, we have Don Matteo. Don Matteo. This series has been going on for more than 20 years by now. It started in 2000, and the protagonist is Terence Hill. So the actor that was very well known for his westerns movie with Bud Spencer. But in this case, he's a priest. Yes, you heard me, a priest. And he goes around with his bicycle, with his bike, basically sticking his nose in what happens in the city. He becomes friend with the carabinieri, so the local, police officers in Italy. And there are cases, and case by case, he conquered Italians' heart, basically. There aren't really quotes of something that he always says, but since he's both a detective and a priest, he always says something wise. For example, alcune volte è più difficile trovare le cose che non sono nascoste. Sometimes it's harder, alcune volte, sometimes, è più difficile, more difficult, trovare le cose, to find things, that are not hidden, che non sono nascoste. Number 2, as you can think already by now, detectives are really popular. In fact, we have Il commissario Montalbano. Il commissario Montalbano. Montalbano is the protagonist of a series of books, actually, written by Camilleri. This has been going on since 1999. It's set in Sicily, so it may be hard for some foreign to listen to because there are a lot of parts in dialect, but it's also a funny thing to do, to listen to, and to understand the culture more. Here, let me give you an example. He kind of makes people laugh, but not because he's funny, just for the things he says. For example, I pensieri sono I peggiori nemici della pancia. I pensieri thoughts sono I peggiori nemici, are the worst enemies della pancia, of your stomach, of your tummies. So thoughts are tummy's worst enemy. I pensieri sono I peggiori nemici della pancia. Now, I cannot say it with the Sicilian accent because I don't know how to do that, but I found it written and I'm gonna write it here and try to read that with you. It goes like I pensieri sono I peggiori nemici della panza. You're probably better than me at this, but yeah, have fun trying. Number 3, we have Ulisse, il piacere della scoperta. Ulisse, as you know, the famous character, il piacere, the pleasure, della scoperta, of discovery. This also started in 2000, in year 2000. Not only, but historic documentaries in particular is what made it super famous. And not only, actually. The thing is, the host was Alberto Angela, a kind of old man, wise, and a teacher, a professor. He knew a lot of things. After him came his son, who also became a sex symbol in Italy because he knows so much, he's so knowledgeable, his way of talking too is really calming. He also wrote a book which is called Una giornata nell'antica Roma, a day in ancient Rome, una giornata nell'antica Roma. Number 4, like in the rest of the world, I believe, in Italy as well, reality shows are really popular. Il Grande Fratello, the Big Brother. Il Grande Fratello. This too has been going on for 20 years already, and you all know that it's about people closed in a house and they have to interact and live their lives. Not really, they just have to survive inside the house, right? What became really famous of this is the phrase sei stato nominato. You've been named, you've been appointed, you've been nominated. Sei stato nominato. It first started off with normal people, let's say people that no one knew about, but nowadays it's a VIP, Big Brother. Il Grande Fratello VIP. That's how we say that in Italian. Another popular show is L'Isola dei Famosi, so the island of famous people, again with famous people, with VIPs. L'Isola dei Famosi is based on the format of Celebrity Survival and it started in 2003. Number 6, another show, but different from a reality. It's called Quattro Ristoranti, 4 restaurants, and it started in 2015, so it's pretty recent and new. Its host is Alessandro Borghese. He's a chef and he goes around the cities of Italy visiting 4 restaurants with their owners as well. So they all go to different restaurants and try to eat there. At the end of the episode, one of them wins and they win some money, and they win based on 4 criteria, which are the menu, the service, the location, and the check. So menu, servizio, service, location, as it is, we'll use the same word in Italian as well, and il conto, the check, il conto. It's interesting because the ones who vote are the same that go to eat there. So it's kind of like closer to the public. In fact, the fun fact is that he also has a restaurant, Alessandro Borghese, where you can go and eat. I went there personally, and at the end they give you the very same form where you have to vote for menu, servizio, location, and conto. So yeah, this is a pretty new and really popular show. Cooking is a big topic on Italian television, everywhere in the world probably, but especially in Italy. So not only we have 4 restaurants, but also Bake Off Italia, Dolci in Forno, sweets in the oven, Dolci in Forno, where participants have like challenges and they have to cook and bake, basically, because it's called Bake Off, of course. And yeah, at the end, one wins and gets the money and popularity, basically, to open his own pastry shop. And in this show, there are many people that are famous for other shows as well, like Benedetta Parodi and Il Boss del Cioccolato, so chocolate's boss. Moving on from food, there's Ciao Darwin. Ciao Darwin. Hi Darwin. So this is also a show with challenges for participants and with talks where they can basically argue about topics. In fact, this is about trying to figuring out where the man is going, as in a species, with the social dynamics and the cultural thing, everything that is going on. So you always have two teams against each other, like for example, men and women, or like football players and intellectuals. So, you know, like they look for controversy, which is kind of fun because it's portrayed in a fun way, especially because its host, Paolo Bonolis. Paolo Bonolis is a really ironic and funny figure that I recommend you to follow. He also has other formats, like for example, Avanti un altro. The next one, bring the next one, Avanti un altro. And the subtitle for Ciao Darwin is Siamo tutti matti. We are all crazy. Siamo tutti matti. Number 9, we have C'è posta per te. C'è posta per te. There is mail for you. This has also been going on for 20 years by now. The host is Maria De Filippi. Maria De Filippi. And you can see that she tries to bring families together, or like back together if they fought or something, or couples, or like old friends. So basically there is a postman who goes to someone that really doesn't expect anything happening. They give them the mail and they're like, this person is looking for you. Do you want to come and see her or him and then talk about what happened? Or there is a person looking for you. If you want to find out who it is, just come to us. And yeah, then they discover who it is and what happened, and there are stories and everything. But the thing is, in between them, there is a big envelope. And what I have to say is accetto la busta. So I accept the envelope, both when the postman goes and invites them, or when they're at the studio and they want to see the other person. So accetto la busta. I accept the envelope. Or rifiuto la busta. I refuse, rifiuto la busta. A lot of drama going on. Now that I've talked to you about all these shows and that you may be interested in them, I want to talk to you, last but not least, about Boris. Boris, which is a series that portrays Italian series. Now, basically it shows everything that goes on backstage, but in a really satirical way, like ironic. It's kind of everything that goes on off air, fuori onda. Off air is fuori onda. So the protagonist is the assistant and he has to deal with actors' dramas or like nepotism and all this kind of stuff. So it really gives you an idea. I mean, don't take everything literally because it's kind of extreme, but it's funny and it shows you what's going on. A symbolic quote from this is the chef, like the boss, saying to him, ricorda in Italia, remember in Italy, c'è la regola delle 3G. Remember in Italy there is the rule, c'è la regola delle 3G, of the 3 Gs. Giusta telefonata, right phone call. Giusto momento, right moment. Giusta persona, right person. Of course, the G doesn't really make sense because giusta is always the same word, right? But this is also the style of the series.
With these can-do videos, you'll see real-life situations where you have to introduce yourself, talk about your family, or give your contact information. So, by the end, you can do them yourself in Italian. This video is a small portion of our can-do course. To get the full course, including translations, grammar tools, and assessment tests, click the link in the description.
Welcome to Can Do Italian by ItalianPod101.com.
Ciao a tutti, sono Felice Angelini. Hi everyone, I'm Felice Angelini. In this lesson, you will learn how to use parting greetings.
This is Karen Lee, and she's talking with her former homestay mother, Chiara Lombardi. As Karen says goodbye, her children join her in saying goodnight. Focus on the way each person says goodbye.
A presto.
Buonanotte.
Buonanotte.
Ci vediamo, ciao.
Once more with the English translation.
A presto.
See you soon.
Buonanotte.
Good night.
Buonanotte.
Good night.
Ci vediamo, ciao.
See you. Bye.
Wondering how you can master these conversations even faster? Here's how. 1. Read along. You get the lesson conversation and translations inside our Dialog Tool so that you see each word as you hear it and understand it all. 2. Practice speaking. By shadowing what you hear, you can also record and compare yourself with native speakers with our voice recording tools. And 3. Take our assessment tests and see how much you remember. These tools are part of our Can-Do course. Just click the link in the description to get them.
Let's take a closer look at each of these expressions.
First, do you remember how Karen says, "See you soon"?
A presto.
This starts with the preposition
a,
which means something like until in this context.
a,
Next is
presto,
soon.
presto, presto,
Together
a presto,
means something like until soon, but translates as see you soon.
A presto.
Note,
a presto,
is a shortened form of longer phrases, most commonly
arrivederci a presto,
see you soon.
a presto,
Is fairly informal, which indicates a close relationship between Karen and Chiara Lombardi, her former homestay mother. Do you remember how Sasha says good night?
Buonanotte.
Good night.
buonanotte, buonanotte,
Literally means good night.
buonanotte,
Buonanotte.
Both Sasha and Ben use this expression when saying goodnight to Chiara. You use
buonanotte,
good night when you don't plan on seeing someone again that night, and often when someone is about to go to bed. It's like saying, have a good night's sleep. Do you remember how Chiara says, see you, bye?
Ci vediamo, ciao.
See you, bye.
ci vediamo, ciao,
First is,
ci vediamo,
see you.
ci vediamo,
This starts with,
ci,
which means something like each other.
ci, ci,
After this is,
vediamo,
we shall see.
vediamo, vediamo, vediamo,
Is from the verb
vedere,
meaning to see.
vedere,
Together
ci vediamo,
literally means each other we shall see, but translates as see you. Note,
ci vediamo,
is an informal parting greeting, and you should avoid it in formal situations. Next is,
ciao,
which translates as bye in this context.
Ciao. Ciao.
Remember,
Ciao.
can be used as a parting greeting, meaning bye, as well as a greeting meaning hi. Altogether,
Ci vediamo. Ciao.
see you, bye.
Ci vediamo, ciao.
This sentence is informal. Chiara uses this to say goodbye to everyone. She's the most senior person in the conversation, and she uses informal language to sound friendly.
Let's look at the parting greetings once more. Listen and repeat, or speak along with me. A presto. A presto. Buonanotte. Buonanotte. Ci vediamo. Ci vediamo. Ciao. Ciao. Notte. Notte. Arrivederci. Arrivederci. Did you notice the last parting phrase I used? Arrivederci.
Wondering how you can master these conversations even faster? Here's how. 1. Read along. You get the lesson conversation and translations inside our Dialog Tool so that you see each word as you hear it and understand it all. 2. Practice speaking. By shadowing what you hear, you can also record and compare yourself with native speakers with our voice recording tools. And 3. Take our assessment tests and see how much you remember. These tools are part of our Can-Do course. Just click the link in the description to get them.
Arrivederci.
Goodbye.
Arrivederci. Arrivederci.
You can use this greeting when you're sure you'll meet the other person again.
Arrivederci.
Let's review the key words.
Notte.
Night, as in good night.
Notte. Notte.
This is a shortened form of
Buonanotte.
good night.
Buonanotte.
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say "see you soon"? A presto. A presto. And how to say good night? Buonanotte. Buonanotte. Do you remember how to say see you? Ci vediamo. Ci vediamo. And how to say bye? Ciao. Ciao. Do you remember how to say see you, bye? Ci vediamo, ciao. Ci vediamo, ciao.
Let's practice. Imagine you're Mark Lee and you're talking with Chiara. Respond by saying good night. Ready?
Ci vediamo, ciao.
Buonanotte.
Listen again and repeat.
Buonanotte. Buonanotte.
Let's try another. Imagine you're Sasha Lee
and you're finishing class. Respond by saying, bye. Ready?
Ciao.
Ciao.
Listen again and repeat.
Ciao. Ciao.
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Ben Lee and you're finishing coffee with your college friend, Federica. Respond by saying, see you.
A presto.
Ci vediamo.
Listen again and repeat.
Ci vediamo. Ci vediamo.
With these can-do videos, you'll see real-life situations where you have to introduce yourself, talk about your family, or give your contact information. So, by the end, you can do them yourself in Italian. This video is a small portion of our can-do course. To get the full course, including translations, grammar tools, and assessment tests, click the link in the description.
Welcome to Can Do Italian by ItalianPod101.com.
Ciao a tutti, sono Felice Angelini. Hi everyone, I'm Felice Angelini. In this lesson, you learn essential social expressions, such as thank you.
This is Ben Lee, and he's on the train. A fellow passenger drops his wallet as he exits the train. Ben picks up the wallet and chases after the man. He calls to the man by saying, "Excuse me."
Scusi.
Listen to the following 3 short dialogues between Ben and the man.
Scusi.
Sì.
Ben hands the man the wallet.
Grazie.
Prego.
Ben turns to board the train, but the door is shut.
Scusi.
Non c'è problema.
Once more with the English translation.
Scusi.
Excuse me.
Sì.
Yes. Ben hands the man the wallet.
Grazie.
Thank you.
Prego.
You're welcome. Ben turns to board the train, but the door is shut.
Scusi.
I'm sorry.
Non c'è problema.
It's no problem.
Wondering how you can master these conversations even faster? Here's how. 1. Read along. You get the lesson conversation and translations inside our Dialog Tool so that you see each word as you hear it and understand it all. 2. Practice speaking. By shadowing what you hear, you can also record and compare yourself with native speakers with our voice recording tools. And 3. Take our assessment tests and see how much you remember. These tools are part of our Can Do course. Just click the link in the description to get them.
Let's take a closer look at these 3 conversations.
First, do you remember how Ben Lee says, "Excuse me"?
Scusi.
In this context,
Scusi.
is used to get someone's attention and translates as "excuse me."
Scusi.
Scusi.
This is a formal expression. Ben uses it because he's speaking with someone he doesn't know. Note, this expression can also be used as a mild apology, but here Ben uses it to get the attention of the person he's chasing after. Remember this expression. You'll use it later in the lesson. Do you remember how the passenger acknowledges Ben by saying, "Yes"?
Sì?
Yes?
Sì?
Sì?
The second part of the conversation takes place after Ben returns the passenger's wallet. Do you remember how the passenger says, "Thank you"?
Grazie.
Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you.
Grazie.
Grazie.
To add more emphasis to your appreciation, you could say,
Grazie mille.
literally, thanks 1,000, but it translates as thanks a lot.
Grazie mille.
This is an idiomatic expression used throughout all of Italy. Note,
Mille grazie.
1,000 thanks is a less frequently used variation, meaning the same thing. Do you remember how Ben says, "You're welcome"?
Prego.
You're welcome.
Prego. Prego. Prego.
Is from the verb
Pregare.
meaning to pray.
Prego.
You're welcome is the most common translation, but this is a versatile phrase that can be used in multiple situations with many translations, so you'll come into contact with it a lot. After the train doors shut and Ben misses his train, do you remember how the passenger apologizes to Ben by saying, "I'm sorry"?
Scusi.
I'm sorry. In this context,
Scusi.
I'm sorry.
Scusi.
The passenger feels responsible for Ben missing his train and is apologizing. So here,
Scusi.
means I'm sorry, while in the first dialogue,
Scusi.
means excuse me, as Ben is trying to get the passenger's attention. The meaning of
Scusi.
depends on context. Do you remember how Ben replies, "It's no problem"?
Non c'è problema.
This starts with
Non.
which means not.
Non. Non.
Next is
C'è.
which means there is.
C'è. C'è. C'è.
Is the contracted form of
Ci è. Ci.
there.
Ci. È.
Is.
È.
Dropping the vowel sound from
Ci.
makes the phrase
C'è.
easier to pronounce. Last is
Problema.
problem.
Problema. Problema.
Altogether,
Non c'è problema.
literally means not there is problem, but it translates as it's no problem or no problem.
Non c'è problema.
This is a common phrase used to express that things are all right.
Scusa is the informal form of scusi. Scusa. Excuse me. Scusa. Scusa. Scusa is used in informal situations, such as when speaking with people of similar age and social status. They are both imperative forms of the verb scusare, which means to excuse or to forgive. Let's look at the expressions once more. Listen and repeat, or speak along. Pay attention to the body language. Scusi. Scusi. Sì? Sì? Grazie. Grazie. Prego. Prego. Scusi. Scusi. Non c'è problema. Non c'è problema. Scusa, Scusa.
Wondering how you can master these conversations even faster? Here's how. 1. Read along. You get the lesson conversation and translations inside our Dialog Tool so that you see each word as you hear it and understand it all. 2. Practice speaking. By shadowing what you hear, you can also record and compare yourself with native speakers with our voice recording tools. And 3. Take our assessment tests and see how much you remember. These tools are part of our Can-Do course. Just click the link in the description to get them.
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how Ben Lee says, "Excuse me"?
Scusi.
Scusi. And how the passenger says, "Yes"?
Sì?
Sì? Do you remember how to say "thank you"? Grazie. Grazie. And how to say "you are welcome"? Prego. Prego. Do you remember how the passenger says, "I'm sorry"?
Scusi.
Scusi. And how Ben says, "It's no problem"?
Non c'è problema.
Non c'è problema.
Let's practice. Imagine you're Karen Lee, and you receive a popular Italian candy from your Italian teacher. Say, "Thank you." Ready?
Grazie.
Prego.
Listen again and repeat.
Grazie. Grazie.
Let's try another. Imagine you're Mark Lee and a passenger bumps into you. Respond by saying, "It's no problem." Ready?
Scusi.
Non c'è problema.
Listen again and repeat.
Non c'è problema. Non c'è problema.
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Mark Lee and you see a man drop his wallet. Get his attention. Ready?
Scusi.
Sì?
Listen again and repeat.
Scusi. Scusi.
With these Can-Do videos, you'll see real-life situations where you have to introduce yourself, talk about your family, or give your contact information. So, by the end, you can do them yourself in Italian. This video is a small portion of our Can-Do course. To get the full course, including translations, grammar tools, and assessment tests, click the link in the description.
Welcome to Can Do Italian by ItalianPod101.com.
Ciao a tutti, sono Felice Angelini. Hi everyone, I'm Felice Angelini. In this lesson, you learn how to ask about someone's well-being.
This is Mark Lee, and he's in the office break room. He greets Matteo Marino, a colleague, and asks, "How are you?"
Come stai?
Listen to the conversation and focus on the question.
Ready?
Come stai?
Sto bene, grazie.
Once more with the English translation.
Come stai?
How are you?
Sto bene, grazie.
I'm well, thank you.
Wondering how you can master these conversations even faster? Here's how. 1. Read along. You get the lesson conversation and translations inside our Dialog Tool so that you see each word as you hear it and understand it all. 2. Practice speaking. By shadowing what you hear, you can also record and compare yourself with native speakers with our voice recording tools. And 3. Take our assessment tests and see how much you remember. These tools are part of our Can-Do course. Just click the link in the description to get them.
Let's take a closer look at the conversation.
First, do you remember how Mark asks, "How are you?"
Come stai?
First is
Come?
how.
Come? Come?
Next is
Stai?
you are.
Stai? Stai?
Note,
Stai?
is a shortened form of
Tu stai?
you are. In Italian,
Tu.
you is usually omitted as it's understood from context.
Stai?
Is from the verb
Stare?
meaning to be.
Stare?
Altogether, it's
Come stai?
how are you?
Come stai?
Note the rising intonation to mark that it's a question.
Come stai?
Let's take a closer look at the response.
Do you remember how Matteo says, "I'm well, thank you"?
Sto bene, grazie.
I'm well, thank you.
Sto bene, grazie.
First is
Sto.
I am.
Sto. Sto.
Note,
Sto.
is a shortened form of
Io sto.
I am. In Italian,
Io.
I is often omitted when it's understood.
Sto.
Is from the verb
Stare.
meaning to be in this context.
Stare.
Next is
Bene.
well.
Bene. Bene.
Together, it's
Sto bene.
I'm well.
Sto bene.
Note,
Sto bene.
may translate as I'm well, I'm fine, I'm good, I'm okay, etc. But we'll use I'm well for this lesson. Next is
Grazie.
meaning thank you.
Grazie. Grazie.
Altogether, it's
Sto bene, grazie.
I'm well, thank you.
Sto bene, grazie.
Note the question
Come stai?
is for informal situations. For formal situations, simply replace
Stai.
with
Sta.
the formal form of you are.
Come sta?
How are you? For formal situations.
Come sta?
Remember this variation. You'll see it again later.
In Italian, there are two verbs that translate as to be, stare and essere. When talking about well-being, use stare. When responding to come stai? How are you? Always use the verb stare, as in sto bene. I'm fine.
Let's look at some more examples. Listen and repeat, or speak along with the native speakers.
Come stai?
Sto bene, grazie.
Come stai?
Sto bene, grazie. Come stai?
Sto abbastanza bene, grazie.
Come stai?
Sto abbastanza bene, grazie.
Come sta?
Sto bene, grazie.
Come sta?
Sto bene, grazie.
Come stai?
Sto benissimo. Grazie.
Come stai?
Sto benissimo. Grazie.
Come stai?
Bene, e tu?
Come stai?
Bene, e tu? Did you notice how I added the phrase e tu?
Wondering how you can master these conversations even faster? Here's how. 1. Read along. You get the lesson conversation and translations inside our Dialog Tool, so that you see each word as you hear it, and understand it all. 2. Practice speaking. By shadowing what you hear, you can also record and compare yourself with native speakers with our voice recording tools. And 3. Take our assessment tests and see how much you remember. These tools are part of our Can-Do course. Just click the link in the description to get them.
Bene, e tu?
I'm well. And you? First is
Bene,
well.
bene,
Here
bene.
is the shortened form of
Sto bene.
I'm well. Next is
E tu?
and you?
E tu?
First is
E.
and.
E. E.
Next is
Tu.
an informal word meaning you.
Tu. Tu.
Together, it's
E tu?
meaning and you?
E tu?
You can use this phrase to reciprocate the question when someone asks you about your well-being. For example, if someone says,
Come stai?
you can respond with,
Bene. E tu?
first respond to the question, then inquire about the other person's well-being with,
E tu?
and you? Note, as
Tu.
you is informal, this expression is appropriate for informal situations. Remember this pattern.
Bene. E tu?
You'll see it again later. Let's review the key vocabulary.
Abbastanza bene.
Pretty good.
Abbastanza bene. Abbastanza bene. Benissimo.
Great.
Benissimo. Benissimo.
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say how? Come? Come? And how Mark Lee asks, how are you?
Come stai?
Come stai? Do you remember how to say well? Bene. Bene.
and how to say I'm well. Sto bene. Sto bene. Do you remember how to say thank you? Grazie. Grazie. Do you remember how Matteo says, I'm well, thank you?
Sto bene, grazie.
Sto bene, grazie. Do you remember how to say, and you? E tu? E tu? And how to say, pretty good. Abbastanza bene. Abbastanza bene.
Let's practice. Imagine you're Matteo, Mark's colleague. Ask how Mark is doing using informal Italian. Ready?
Come stai?
Sto abbastanza bene, grazie.
Listen again and repeat.
Come stai? Come stai?
Let's try another. Imagine you're Karen's teacher, Rosa Romano, and you're starting class. Ask about Karen's well-being using formal Italian. Ready?
Come sta?
Sto bene, grazie.
Listen again and repeat.
Come sta? Come sta?
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Sasha and you meet your friend at school. Respond by saying, well, and you? Ready?
Come stai?
Bene. E tu?
Listen again and repeat.
Bene. E tu? Bene. E tu?
Aiutare. Help. Aiutare. Aiutare. Help. Ti posso aiutare? Can I help you? Ti posso aiutare? Imparare. Learn. Imparare. Imparare. Learn. Vorrei tanto imparare il latino. I'd really like to learn Latin. Vorrei tanto imparare il latino. Muovere. Move. Muovere. Muovere. Move. Puoi muovere le tue gambe? Can you move your legs? Puoi muovere le tue gambe? 17. 17. 17. 17. 17. La mia ragazza ha 17 paia di scarpe differenti. My girl has 17 different pairs of shoes. La mia ragazza ha 17 paia di scarpe differenti. 18. 18. 18. 18. 18. Ci vediamo alle 18:30 circa. I'll see you around 18:30. Ci vediamo alle 18:30 circa. 19. 19. 19. 19. 19. Il treno partirà alle 19:12. The train will leave at 19:12. Il treno partirà alle 19:12. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. Ho mangiato 20 caramelle. I ate 20 candies. Ho mangiato 20 caramelle. Collo. Neck. Collo. Collo. Neck. C'è uno strano nodulo sul mio collo. There is a strange lump on my neck. C'è uno strano nodulo sul mio collo. Faccia. Face. Faccia. Faccia. Face. Almeno mi sono lavato la faccia. At least I saved my face. Almeno mi sono salvato la faccia. Orecchio. Ear. Orecchio. Orecchio. Ear. Mi fa male un orecchio. My ear is hurting. Mi fa male un orecchio. Capelli. Hair. Capelli. Capelli. Hair. Non mi piacciono i capelli lunghi. I don't like long hair. Non mi piacciono i capelli lunghi. Montagna. Mountain. Montagna. Montagna. Mountain. Ti piacciono le montagne? Do you like mountains? Ti piacciono le montagne? Spiaggia. Beach. Spiaggia. Spiaggia. Beach. Faccio molte passeggiate sulla spiaggia. I take many walks at the beach. Faccio molte passeggiate sulla spiaggia. Foresta pluviale. Rainforest. Foresta pluviale. foresta pluviale. Rainforest. La foresta amazzonica è molto ampia. The Amazon rainforest is very large. La foresta amazzonica è molto ampia. Isola. Island. Isola. Isola. Island. Vado in vacanza su un'isola greca. I go on holiday on a Greek island. Vado in vacanza su un'isola greca. Dizionario. Dictionary. Dizionario. Dizionario. Dictionary. Ho lasciato il dizionario nell'aula. I left the dictionary in the classroom. Ho lasciato il dizionario nell'aula. Blu. 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 Mi piace abbinare il viola con il blu. I like to match purple with blue. Mi piace abbinare il viola con il blu. Giallo. Yellow. Giallo. Giallo. Yellow. L'ape sta impollinando il fiore giallo. The bee is pollinating the yellow flower. L'ape sta impollinando il fiore giallo. Arancione. Orange. Arancione. Arancione. Orange. L'arancione è un colore molto allegro. Orange is a very happy color. L'arancione è un colore molto allegro. Colore. Color. Colore. Colore. Color. Il nero è il colore del lutto. Black is the color of mourning. Il nero è il colore del lutto. Noioso. Boring. Noioso. Noioso. Boring. Questo talk show è troppo noioso. This talk show is too boring. Questo talk show è troppo noioso. Entusiasmante. Exciting. Entusiasmante. Entusiasmante. Exciting. Ho visto un film entusiasmante. I saw an exciting movie. Ho visto un film entusiasmante. Importante. Important. Importante. Importante. Important. Per me tu sei importante. You are important to me. Per me tu sei importante. Carta di credito. Credit card. Carta di credito. Carta di credito. Credit card. La mia carta di credito è stata sospesa. My credit card has been suspended. La mia carta di credito è stata sospesa. Chiave. Chi. Chiave. Chiave. Chi. Quale chiave dovrei usare? Which key should I use? Quale chiave dovrei usare? Patente di guida. Driver's license. Patente di guida. Patente di guida. Driver's license. Ho dovuto rinnovare la mia patente di guida recentemente. Recently, I had to renew my driver's license. Ho dovuto rinnovare la mia patente di guida recentemente. Foresta. Forest. Foresta. Foresta. Forest. Il gigante ha distrutto la foresta. The giant has destroyed the forest. Il gigante ha distrutto la foresta. Fiume. River. Fiume. Fiume. River. Il fiume Arno sfocia nel Mar Tirreno. The Arno River flows into the Tyrrhenian Sea. Il fiume Arno sfocia nel Mar Tirreno. Oceano. Ocean. Oceano. Oceano. Ocean. Ogni anno andiamo a fare immersioni nell'oceano. Every year we go to dive into the ocean. Ogni anno andiamo a fare immersioni nell'oceano. Lago. Lake. Lago. Lago. Lake. Un ippopotamo è uscito dal lago. A hippo came out of the lake. Un ippopotamo è uscito dal lago. Documento. Document. Documento. Documento. Document. Quel documento è molto importante. That document is very important. Quel documento è molto importante. Computer. 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 Accendo il mio computer. I turn on my computer. Accendo il mio computer. Fax. Fax machine. Fax. Fax. Fax machine. Hai un fax? Do you have a fax machine? Hai un fax? Stampante. Printer. Stampante. Stampante. Printer. La stampante è nuova. The printer is new. La stampante è nuova. Portamine. Mechanical pencil. Portamine. Portamine. Mechanical pencil. Dove hai comprato questo portamine? Where did you buy this mechanical pencil? Dove hai comprato questo portamine? Righello. Ruler. Righello. Righello. Ruler. Devo ammetterlo, non so usare bene il righello. I have to admit it. I cannot really use the ruler. Devo ammetterlo. Non so usare bene il righello. Evidenziatore. Marker. Evidenziatore. Evidenziatore. Marker. L'inchiostro dell'evidenziatore sta finendo. The marker is running low on ink. L'inchiostro dell'evidenziatore sta finendo. Banca. Bank. Banca. Banca. Bank. La banca non mi fa credito. The bank doesn't finance me. La banca non mi fa credito. Mini market. Convenience store. Mini market. Mini market. Convenience store. Lavoro part-time in un mini market. I work part-time at a convenience store. Lavoro part-time in un mini market. Ospedale. Hospital. Ospedale. Ospedale. Hospital. Sto cercando un ospedale. I'm looking for a hospital. Sto cercando un ospedale. Portafoglio. Wallet. Portafoglio. Portafoglio. Wallet. Ho $100 nel mio portafoglio. I have $100 in my wallet. Ho $100 nel mio portafoglio. Borsetta. Purse. Borsetta. Borsetta. Purse. Ieri ho perso la borsetta. Yesterday I lost my purse. Ieri ho perso la borsetta. Ordinare. Order. Ordinare. Ordinare. Order. Per favore, non ordinare cose che non ti servono. Please, don't order stuff that you don't need. Per favore, non ordinare cose che non ti servono. Campo. Field. Campo. Campo. Field. Il cavallo sta correndo nel campo. The horse is running in the field. Il cavallo sta correndo nel campo. Deserto. Desert. Deserto. Deserto. Desert. Il sole sta riscaldando il caldo deserto. The sun is heating the hot desert. Il sole sta riscaldando il caldo deserto. Capo. Boss. Capo. Capo. Boss. Il tuo capo è vecchio. Your boss is old. Il tuo capo è vecchio. Ufficio. Office. Ufficio. Ufficio. Office. Arrivi sempre tardi in ufficio. You always arrive late at the office. Arrivi sempre tardi in ufficio. Collega. Coworker. Collega. Collega. Coworker. Sono d'accordo con il mio collega. I agree with my coworker. Sono d'accordo con il mio collega. Incontro. Meeting. Incontro. Incontro. Meeting. Domani ho un incontro di lavoro. Tomorrow I have a business meeting. Domani ho un incontro di lavoro. Stazione di polizia. Police station. Stazione di polizia. Stazione di polizia. Police station. Non sono mai entrato in una stazione di polizia. I have never been in a police station. Non sono mai entrato in una stazione di polizia. Farmacia. Pharmacy. Farmacia. Farmacia. Pharmacy. Durante la notte una farmacia è sempre aperta. During the night, a pharmacy is always open. Durante la notte una farmacia è sempre aperta. Panetteria. Bakery. Panetteria. Panetteria. Bakery. Lavoro in una panetteria. I work in a bakery. Lavoro in una panetteria. Cinema. Movie theater. Cinema. Cinema. Movie theater. Domenica vado al cinema. I'm going to the movie theater on Sunday. Domenica vado al cinema. Negoziazione. Negotiation. Negoziazione. Negoziazione. Negotiation. Preferiamo una negoziazione amichevole. We prefer friendly negotiation. Preferiamo una negoziazione amichevole. Contratto. Contract. Contratto. Contratto. Contract. Abbiamo un contratto con la casa discografica. We have a contract with the record company. Abbiamo un contratto con la casa discografica. Affari. Business. Affari. Affari. Business. Nel 2008 gli affari sono diminuiti sensibilmente. In 2008, business has sensibly diminished. Nel 2008 gli affari sono diminuiti sensibilmente. Accordo. Deal. Accordo. Accordo. Deal. Abbiamo un accordo. We have a deal. Abbiamo un accordo. Impegnato. Busy. Impegnato. Impegnato. Busy. Domani sarò impegnato tutto il pomeriggio. Tomorrow I will be busy all afternoon. Domani sarò impegnato tutto il pomeriggio. Serio. Serious. Serio. Serio. Serious. Questo è un problema serio. This is a serious problem. Questo è un problema serio. Stanco. Tired. Stanco. Stanco. Tired. Oggi sono davvero stanco. I'm very tired today. Oggi sono davvero stanco. Superiore. Superior. Superiore. Superiore. Superior. Il mio superiore è molto calmo. My superior is very calm. Il mio superiore è molto calmo. Compagnia. Company. Compagnia. Compagnia. Company. Non lavoro più in questa compagnia. I don't work in this company anymore. Non lavoro più in questa compagnia. Salario. Salary. Salario. Salario. Salary. Quali sono le tue richieste salariali? What are your salary requirements? Quali sono le tue richieste salariali? Radio. 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 Ho comprato una nuova radio. I bought a new radio. Ho comprato una nuova radio. Televisione. Television. Televisione. Televisione. Television. La televisione non funziona. The television isn't working. La televisione non funziona. Internet. 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 Internet è uno strumento potente. Internet is a powerful tool. Internet è uno strumento potente. Giornale. Newspaper. Giornale. Giornale. Newspaper. Mi piace leggere il giornale. I like reading the newspaper. Mi piace leggere il giornale. Canale di informazione. News channel.
Canale di informazione. Canale di informazione. News channel. La sera accendo i canali di informazione. I turn on the news channel in the evening. La sera accendo i canali di informazione. Strumento musicale. Musical instrument. Strumento musicale. Strumento musicale. Musical instrument. Che strumento musicale è? What musical instrument is it? Che strumento musicale è? Dipinto. Painting. Dipinto. Dipinto. Painting. Ci sono molti dipinti nel museo. There are many paintings in the museum. Ci sono molti dipinti nel museo. Teatro. Theater. Teatro. Teatro. Theater. Lo spettacolo è stato un successo. Il teatro era gremito. The show was a success. The theater was full. Lo spettacolo è stato un successo. Il teatro era gremito. Musical. 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 Ho i biglietti per un musical. I got tickets to a musical. Ho i biglietti per un musical. Opera. 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 I biglietti dell'opera sono tutti prenotati. The opera tickets are all booked. I biglietti dell'opera sono tutti prenotati. Relax. 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 Relax, amico, sullo skate sei forte. Relax, buddy, you are cool on the skateboard. Relax, amico, sullo skate sei forte. Lavagna bianca. Whiteboard. Lavagna bianca. Lavagna bianca. Whiteboard. La lavagna bianca è essenziale per le mie presentazioni. The whiteboard is essential in my presentations. La lavagna bianca è essenziale per le mie presentazioni. Lavagna. Blackboard. Lavagna. Lavagna. Blackboard. L'insegnante scrive sulla lavagna. The teacher writes on the blackboard. L'insegnante scrive sulla lavagna. Esame. Test. Esame. Esame. Test. Sono ansiosa per l'esame. I am anxious for the test. Sono ansiosa per l'esame. Libro di testo. Textbook. Libro di testo. Libro di testo. Textbook. Ho dimenticato il mio libro di testo. I forgot my textbook. Ho dimenticato il mio libro di testo. Davanti. Front. Davanti. Davanti. Front. C'è sempre coda davanti a quel negozio. There is always a queue in front of the shop. C'è sempre coda davanti a quel negozio. Impiego. Job. Impiego. Impiego. Job. Mio fratello ha un buon impiego come direttore di banca. My brother has a good job as a bank manager. Mio fratello ha un buon impiego come direttore di banca. Presidente. President. Presidente. Presidente. President. È stato addirittura convocato il presidente. Even the president has been convened. È stato addirittura convocato il presidente. Industria. Industry. Industria. Industria. Industry. Le industrie hanno bisogno di ridurre i loro sprechi. Industries need to reduce their waste. Le industrie hanno bisogno di ridurre i loro sprechi. Cintura. Belt.
cintura, cintura, belt. Io non uso mai la cintura. I never use a belt. Io non uso mai la cintura. Moneta, coin, moneta, moneta, coin. Io non ho monete. I don't have coins. Io non ho monete. Soldi, money, soldi, soldi, money. Spendo sempre troppi soldi. I always spend too much money. Spendo sempre troppi soldi. Bancomat, debit card, bancomat, bancomat, debit card. Ho perso il mio bancomat e sono dovuta andare dalla polizia. I lost my debit card and I had to go to the police. Ho perso il mio bancomat e sono dovuta andare dalla polizia. Bolletta, bill, bolletta, bolletta, bill. È arrivata la bolletta del gas. The gas bill has arrived. È arrivata la bolletta del gas. Fotografia, photography, fotografia, fotografia, photography. La fotografia è il mio hobby. Photography is my hobby. La fotografia è il mio hobby. Togliere, take off, togliere, togliere, take off. Posso togliere la giacca? Can I take off my jacket? Posso togliere la giacca? Camera da letto, bedroom, camera da letto, camera da letto, bedroom. Condivido la camera da letto con mia sorella. I share a bedroom with my sister. Condivido la camera da letto con mia sorella. Cucina, kitchen, cucina, cucina, kitchen.
Hai una cucina carina. You have a pretty kitchen. Hai una cucina carina. Bagno. Bathroom. Bagno. Bagno. Bathroom. Il bagno è molto pulito. The bathroom is very clean. Il bagno è molto pulito. Laurea. Graduation. Laurea. Laurea. Graduation. Alla mia festa di laurea c'era un sacco di gente. At my graduation party there were a lot of people. Alla mia festa di laurea c'era un sacco di gente. Promozione. Promotion. Promozione. Promozione. Promotion. Finalmente ho avuto una promozione. At last I had a promotion. Finalmente ho avuto una promozione. Anniversario. Anniversary. Anniversario. Anniversario. Anniversary. Tanti auguri per il vostro anniversario. Best wishes for your anniversary. Tanti auguri per il vostro anniversario. Funerale. Funeral. Funerale. Funerale. Funeral. È sgarbato andare a un funerale in rosso. It is impolite to go to a funeral in red. È sgarbato andare a un funerale in rosso. Matrimonio. Wedding. Matrimonio. Matrimonio. Wedding. È stato un bel matrimonio. It was a nice wedding. È stato un bel matrimonio. Spiegare. Explain. Spiegare. Spiegare. Explain. Non è facile da spiegare. It's not easy to explain. Non è facile da spiegare. Retro. Back. Retro. Retro. back. Sul retro della nostra casa abbiamo un giardino. At the back of our house we have a garden. Sul retro della nostra casa abbiamo un giardino. Est. East. Est. Est. East. Il sole sorge a est. The sun rises in the east. Il sole sorge a est.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is the power of textbooks and digital detox. In this digital age where we're all using apps and smartphones to learn languages, you might not think of a textbook as the first resource to turn to, right? But if you're avoiding textbooks, then you're missing out on some powerful language learning benefits. So today you'll learn why textbooks are still a powerful resource in the digital age, why some, but not all, digital resources might hurt your ability to learn, and how to do a digital detox and learn off-screen with our program. And we're giving away a brand new conversation cheat sheet, so keep watching. But first, here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Getting Sick Conversation Cheat Sheet. Are you able to describe your symptoms in your target language? If not, download our new conversation sheet and learn must-know words and phrases for the doctor. Second, the Language Learning Starter Pack PDF ebook. If you're new to the language, do you know what words to learn first? With this ebook, you'll get over 70 basic words and phrases that beginners need to know. Start with these words first. Download it right now. Third, can you talk about economics in your target language? Learn how to say profit, demand, taxes, and much more with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, 30 must-know opposite nouns. Learn how to say day and night, question and answer, and much more. You'll pick up more than 30 words with this vocab bonus. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. The power of textbooks and digital detox. You probably have some language learning apps on your phone, right? But do you have any textbooks? Let us know in the comment section. Digital resources like apps and physical resources like books have their pros and cons. But if you're learning with digital resources only, you might be missing out on some benefits that come with physical resources. What are they? First, a digital detox. This is a basic one. A textbook gives you a break from the screen. You're not sitting in front of so much blue light all day, which can have an impact on your sleep. That's just for your overall health. Second, the ability to focus and improve your focus. Here's a question for you. How long is your attention span? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? The thing is, attention and the ability to focus are crucial for learning and succeeding with any goal in life. But if you're learning on a device, you'll get pop-ups and notifications. If you're on YouTube, well, the algorithm will have you watching cat videos soon enough. These things are designed to keep you jumping from one thing to the next, and all of this hurts your attention span and your ability to learn. With a book, it's much easier to focus, and consistently learning with one can help improve your focus. Third, if the book has a really good story to follow, it makes it more fun to learn. This may not be something you can find in every textbook, but you can find it in textbook resources like bilingual storybooks. Fourth, you get a clear path to follow. Textbooks give you a linear path from page 1 to 100. You know where to go next, how far you are from the end, and what you have left to learn. With an app, you'll be forever swiping and not really knowing if you're getting anywhere. Fifth, Textbooks have gone through academic rigor, meaning they've been made by teachers or checked by teachers. So you're learning the correct forms, the correct language, and you can rely on it to be accurate. If you Google for blogs about phrases to learn, there's a chance the information is not completely accurate. Sixth, textbook lessons are curated and organized so that what you learn on page 1 helps you understand page 2, and so on. It builds you up and teaches you crucial language skills that beginners need to know, like how to introduce yourself first, then how to grow that conversation. As an added bonus, you can write in them. What about the downsides of textbooks? There are a few. The content gets old fast. Language always changes. There's new slang. So that's where digital lessons do well. Also, books can get boring and overwhelming. An approach you can consider for a textbook is to put in a certain amount of time, say 20 or 30 minutes a day, and then walk away, so you're not overwhelmed. But by providing a digital detox, allowing us a framework for focus, offering reduced distractions, being easy to follow and accurate, textbooks are powerful in a digital world. So, should you go for digital detox and get a textbook? If you can handle a bit of change to your routine, then why not? If you're worried about learning the same thing from 2 sources, don't worry. Learning something like a grammar rule from multiple angles will only help you understand it better and reinforce your memory. A book will give you a clear direction of where to go, what to learn, and challenge your mind in ways that digital lessons might not. So, how do you do a digital detox and learn with our program? First, you can print out our extensive reading books. Extensive reading is a learning tactic where you read books that are appropriate for your level, and the goal is quantity over quality. You should read a lot and skip over the words you don't know. To access these, just visit the lesson library to find our extensive reading books. Second, download our PDF lesson notes and print them out. The lesson notes give you the lesson in writing, the dialogue, the vocab, grammar explanations, sample sentences, and cultural insights. Find the lesson notes in every one of your lessons. Third, use our printable visual flashcards. With these, you'll learn over 1,500 of the most common words. If you want the link to the visual flashcards, just leave a comment and we'll reply with it. Fourth, you can also use our printable conversation cheat sheets. With these, you'll learn words and phrases for the most common conversation topics. If you want the link to our collection of cheat sheets, again, leave a comment and we'll reply with it. Remember, the ultimate goal here is to go for a digital detox, challenge your brain in a new way, and try new resources. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about how to start conversations, talking points for language learners. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way, and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! Have you ever started learning a language but just couldn't continue? Why does this happen? And what do successful language learners do differently? In this video, we're going to talk about why you should put your language learning on autopilot. We asked you, and the #1 reason people don't continue is time. Either you don't make the time for learning or you're just too busy. But a lot of the time, this is caused by the resources you're using. If you've downloaded 5 language apps and bought 2 books, you'll get overwhelmed about where to start and what to do next. So what do successful language learners do? Successful learners don't overwhelm themselves thinking, what should I do today? They put their learning on autopilot. Imagine this. Let's say you have a favorite TV show. A new episode comes out every Tuesday. So you know what you're doing on Tuesday night. You don't have to think about it. You don't need a reminder. It's automatic. Every Tuesday, you watch an episode. You make it into a habit. Now, how do we apply that to language learning? First, habits. If you have a habit of learning, then you're already on autopilot. So, set a small, measurable monthly goal with a deadline, like learn 100 words or do 30 lessons by the end of the month. Once you know your goal, you can backtrack. So, for example, divide 100 words by 30 days in a month, and you get 3.33. So you should learn about 3 words a day. Now you know what to do. 3 words a day. There's no confusion. Do those 3 words and you're done. You don't need to think about what you should be doing because you already know what you're doing. It becomes a habit. The second way to stay on autopilot is with language textbooks. This is basically just because books are sequential. You just follow the pages from 1 until the end. You don't have to think about where to go next, so it's easy to stay on track with what you need to do. Third, the word of the day. Every day, you get a new word in your email inbox automatically. You don't have to think about it. Simply check your email, learn a word, and you're done. The fourth way is with our progress tracking tools. They spoon-feed you lessons one by one. So let's say you finished lesson 1, where you learned greetings, then you automatically load up lesson 2, where you learn a basic conversation that uses the greetings you learned in lesson 1. Then you have lesson 3 and 4, and so on. You don't have to worry about what to do next because our dashboard will keep you on track. It'll even build upon what you learned in your previous lessons, so you won't forget it. The point is to put your learning on autopilot. You need something that guides you from A to B to C, whether it's your own habits or a book that takes you from 1 to 100 or a learning program that feeds you lessons. So take one of these tips and apply it today. So, to put your learning on autopilot, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share this video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Are you focused on active language learning or passive language learning? And which is the best way to learn? In this video, you'll learn the difference between active and passive learning and some methods for each. Do you know the difference between active and passive learning? You'll find out the differences between these two. First, the difference between active and passive learning. Here's the difference. Active learning means you're actively engaging with learning material and focusing on it. For example, you're reading in your target language, you're looking up words, you're translating, you're memorizing phrases, or you're speaking out loud. So you're focused on what you're learning and you're really into it. Now, passive learning is different. It requires less concentration. It's usually done when you're doing something else. For example, doing chores, driving to work, or taking the train. You could be listening to an audio lesson or watching a video lesson. But the difference is you're not focused on picking apart every word. You're just passively taking the language in. What about you? How do you usually learn? Do you have a lot of active practice? A lot of passive practice? Do you have a combination? Let us know in the comments. Second, how you can learn both ways with our lessons. If you do a lot of passive learning, say because you're always on the go, then here are 4 simple tactics you can apply right now. 1. Press play on a lesson and just listen or watch, just like you would with YouTube. So if you're at home with your computer on, press play on a lesson and take it in. 2. Now, if you're outside, if you're going to the store or commuting, you can learn with our free Innovative Language 101 app for the Android, iPhone, and iPad. Again, open a lesson, press play, and that's it. If you want to passively review words and phrases, then check out the Vocabulary Slideshow tool. This premium study tool is available on every lesson and vocab list. Just press play, and with every slide, you'll get the word, the audio pronunciation, the translation, and sample sentences. You can even put the slideshow on loop and immerse yourself that way. And third, if you have an Amazon Echo device, then you can immerse yourself with daily audio lessons, or you can learn with the quick word of the day. You can just play a lesson and keep it in the background while you're at home. Just look for Daily Dose by Innovative Language on the Amazon Skill Store and download it for free. Now, if you're looking for some active learning practice and you have some time to concentrate, here are 5 tactics you can use right now. Number 1. Listen or watch a lesson and read along with the translations. You'll get complete translations in the lesson notes and the line-by-line dialogue. This will make your reading and listening skills skyrocket. The best part is you'll understand every single word. The translations are right in front of you. Number 2, repeat the lesson dialogue as you hear it. This is called shadowing, and it will boost your speaking skills. Just repeat the lines that you hear until you can speak with confidence. To make it even easier, you can also get the lines in the Dialog Study tool and in the lesson notes, so you can read them out loud as you hear them in the lesson. Number 3, record yourself with our voice recorder in the Dialog Study tool to perfect your pronunciation and see how close you are to a native speaker. Number 4, if you want to boost your vocabulary, study words with our smart flashcards. They sort the words for you, so you get the harder words more often until you master them, and the easy ones show up now and then to refresh your memory. And number 5, ask questions and practice. Leave a comment in the comment section. If you're a Premium Plus user, you get your very own teacher, and you can ask them to review and correct your writing and speaking. You can also ask for learning advice and get all of your questions answered. Both are great ways to learn, but which one is best? Well, that depends on you. If you have some quiet time to focus, active learning is best. But if you're on the train and you're multitasking, then passive learning is the better option. Whichever you choose, you can apply both with our language learning program. So, to test out active and passive learning, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Every language learner wants to speak with confidence, without struggling, and without stopping to think of words. So how do you do this? In this video, you'll learn 5 tactics to perfect your speaking. Above all, every learner wants to speak in their target language with confidence. We've run survey after survey, year after year, and the results are the same. Listening, reading, and writing are all important, but people want to improve their speaking the most. So how do you perfect your speaking skills? First, shadow the dialogues you hear in the lessons. What is shadowing? It's a learning technique where you mimic native speakers. In other words, you listen and then you repeat what they say. This is a fast and easy way to start practicing speaking. You can do this with any one of our audio or video lessons. And even easier, if you have access to the dialogue section, you can read along out loud as you listen. So shadow as much as possible to perfect your speaking and try harder lessons to take yourself to the next level. Second, read the dialogue out loud. We just mentioned this in tip 1, but this tactic deserves its own special mention. Reading out loud is another easy way to practice your speaking. Simply read the lesson dialogue that's available in the dialogue section, the lesson notes, or the lesson transcript. By reading out loud, you're practicing your speaking skills. And here's a trick. If you can get yourself to read faster, you'll be able to speak faster too. Natives tend to speak quickly, and if you can too, that's a sign that you're improving. Third, record yourself speaking to perfect your pronunciation. If you're a Premium or Premium Plus member, look for the voice recorder in the dialogue section. With this tool, you can record yourself and compare your speaking to a native speaker. This is powerful because you instantly hear the difference between your speech and the authentic native pronunciation. And then you can easily perfect your speaking and pronunciation. If you don't have a premium account, record yourself with your smartphone. And while you can't really compare, you can spot where you struggle or stutter. This tactic is used by professional speakers, public speakers, just about anyone that has to give a presentation. Fourth, if you're a Premium Plus member, record yourself and send it to your Premium Plus teacher for feedback. Here, you're getting instant feedback from a native speaker. They'll point out your mistakes, they'll tell you what to improve and how, and record themselves and work with you until you reach perfection. That's the power of having a native speaker give you feedback. So what do people usually record? Here's an easy one. Record a 1-paragraph self-intro. In fact, we ask all of our new members to do this. Give your name, your age, where you're from, why you're learning, and that's it. It's a great way to get started. Our more advanced students talk about their day. They send 3 recordings, in the morning, in the afternoon, and at night. For example, I woke up at 7 a.m. and brushed my teeth. I got ready for work. My train was a little late, and so on. This can dramatically improve your speaking because you're practicing conversations that people have all the time. The 5th way to perfect your speaking, Premium Plus assignments. With this feature, you get weekly assignments based on your needs and goals, whether they're reading, writing, listening, or speaking. If you want to improve your speaking, your Premium Plus teacher will send you speaking assignments non-stop every week and provide you with constant feedback. This is all part of your personalized learning experience. So take advantage of our tools and put these tactics to use. And remember, if you want to master your language with our complete language learning program, now's your chance. So to test out these tips and start speaking now, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Renting an Apartment Conversation Cheat Sheet. Learn how to say, how much is the rent? How many bedrooms are there? And much more with this new PDF cheat sheet. Second, printable visual flashcards that'll improve your vocabulary. Want to speak more of the language? You'll need to learn more words. And with our new printable visual flashcards, you'll easily master over 1,500 words. Just download and print these flashcards out. Third, the top 50 marine animals and fish. How well do you know animal names in your target language? With this lesson, you'll learn how to say shark, whale, dolphin, and much more. Fourth, how to talk about your day in 20 phrases. If you can't talk about your day yet, this 1-minute lesson will get you speaking. You'll learn 20 must-know phrases, from talking about waking up and brushing your teeth to dinner and going to sleep. Fifth, looking for a new language learning app? With the Innovative 101 app, you learn language fast and start speaking in minutes because the audio and video lessons are just 3 to 15 minutes long. Learning is that easy. Download Innovative 101 for free for the Android, iPhone, and iPad. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get 35% off Basic, Premium, or Premium Plus with the summer sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the lesson description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Everyone, welcome back to ItalianPod101.com. My name is Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. And in this video, we're gonna talk about negation in Italian. La negazione. La negazione. The first thing that you need to know is that in Italian we use the word non, N-O-N, as not. So it makes a sentence or a question a negative one. Non goes in front, so before the verb. Let's say, io vado alla festa stasera. I'm going to the party tonight. Io non vado alla festa stasera. I'm not going to the party tonight. Io non vado alla festa stasera. While for a question it could be hai le chiavi? Hai le chiavi? Do you have your keys? Do you have your keys? Hai le chiavi? Non hai le chiavi? Tu non hai le chiavi? Let's assume you are looking for them into your bag and they ask you, non hai le chiavi? Don't you have your keys? Non hai le chiavi? So you see again before the verb. In between the subject, because in this case it would have been tu, non hai le chiavi, and the verb. But be careful, because if there are other particles or words, such as mi, ti, ci, lo, la, so pronouns or even indirect objects, anything, then no goes in front of them. It's easier if we just look at examples, but let's say mi piace la pizza. I like pizza. Mi piace la pizza becomes non mi piace la pizza. So not mi non piace, but non mi piace la pizza. Think that particle and verb always have to go together, so non goes before the verb, which in this case comes with a particle. Non mi piace la pizza. This sentence, it's not even possible, but grammarly speaking, it works. Non mi piace la pizza. Or, hai visto Mario ieri? Did you see Mario yesterday? Did you meet up with Mario yesterday? Hai visto Mario ieri? Sì, l'ho visto. Yes, I've seen him. No, non l'ho visto. No, I haven't seen him. Non l'ho visto. So non before the particle. Till here, everything is simple. I hope so, at least. Even though in English it's a big no-no, in Italian the double negative, it's completely fine. In the end, if there is 1, 2, or 3, it doesn't matter. It's always a negative sentence. Let's look at examples together. Non sono mai stata a Mosca. Non, in this case, is a negative word, right? But also mai, because mai means never. Non sono mai stata a Mosca means I've never been to Moscow. I've never been to Moscow. Non sono mai stata a Mosca. Non sono stata a Mosca also works just fine. Sono mai stata a Mosca though doesn't work, so you always have to have non, and then sometimes another word may come in together with that, like non ho ancora visto quel film. Non ancora. Non ho ancora visto quel film. I haven't seen that movie yet. Non ancora together means yet. Non ho ancora visto quel film. I haven't seen that movie yet. Hai già fatto I compiti? Have you done your homeworks already? Hai già fatto I compiti? No, non ancora. No, not yet. Non ancora. Non voglio né leggere né guardare la TV. Here, the 3 words I was talking about. Non voglio, I don't want to. Né leggere, né guardare la TV. I don't want to read or watch television. Neither read, neither watch television, basically. So, I don't want this and that all together. Non voglio né leggere né guardare la TV. I probably just want to sleep. Voglio solo dormire. Non ho più voglia. Non and più. Non ho più voglia. I'm not in the mood anymore. Non ho più fame. I'm not hungry anymore. Non più. Non sono più stanca. I'm not tired anymore. Because I slept instead of watching TV. So, yeah, remember that there are words that may come together with non. And also, I want to teach you some expressions that don't have the word non inside, but just no. No. For example, if you put no at the end of the sentence and you use that as a question, it means, right? Si fa così, no? That's how you do it, right? Si fa così, no? Or sometimes, instead of repeating the sentence, you can just say or no, like, are you coming or not? Vieni o no? In this case, too, it's not non, but just no. Vieni o no? While if you want to repeat the verb, then it's non. Vieni o non vieni? Are you coming or are you not coming? Are you coming or not? Vieni o no? Another example when you use no instead of non is when you express your opinion, your belief. So, for example, io penso di no. Io credo di no. Of course, you could just say non credo or non penso. Let's say, pensi di venire alla festa stasera? Do you think you're gonna come to the party tonight? Pensi di venire alla festa stasera? Penso di no. I don't think so. While, again, if you want to repeat the verb, penso di non venire. Penso di no. Credo di no. Or you could say spero di sì. I hope so. Spero di no. You could also say that, technically speaking, but I don't see you saying that. So this was all you need to know to use negation form in Italian. But please let me know se non hai capito. If you didn't understand, let me know. Se non hai capito. Hai capito o no? Did you understand or not? Hai capito o no? I hope you did. But if you have any questions, just write it down below. Also, please remember to like and subscribe. And if you still haven't done it yet, you can sign up for your free lifetime account on ItalianPod101.com in order to learn Italian in the fastest, easiest, and most fun way possible. Thank you for watching. I'll see you soon. Ciao, ciao. Bye bye.
Want to speed up your language learning? Take your very first lesson with us. You'll start speaking in minutes and master real conversations. Sign up for your free lifetime account. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Can Do Italian by ItalianPod101.com.
Ciao a tutti, sono Felice Angelini. Hi everyone, I'm Felice Angelini. In this lesson, you learn how to make small talk about the weather.
This is Karen Lee. She sees her neighbor, Anna Mancini, and starts a conversation by saying, "How hot?"
Che caldo.
Listen to the conversation and focus on Karen's comment. Ready?
Che caldo.
Sì, oggi fa caldo.
Once more with the English translation.
Che caldo.
How hot?
Sì, oggi fa caldo.
Yes, it's hot today.
Wondering how you can master these conversations even faster? Here's how. 1. Read along. You get the lesson conversation and translations inside our Dialog Tool so that you see each word as you hear it and understand it all. 2. Practice speaking. By shadowing what you hear, you can also record and compare yourself with native speakers with our voice recording tools. And 3. Take our assessment tests and see how much you remember. These tools are part of our Can Do course. Just click the link in the description to get them.
Let's take a closer look at the conversation.
Do you remember how Karen says, "How hot?"
Che caldo.
First is
Che,
what?
che, che,
After this is
caldo,
meaning heat in this context.
caldo, caldo,
Together, it's
che caldo,
literally what heat, but translates as how hot.
che caldo.
This forms an exclamation, and it's meant to elicit a response from the listener. Karen is expecting her neighbor to respond after she says,
Che caldo.
"How hot?"
Che caldo.
Let's take a closer look at the response.
Do you remember how the neighbor says, "Yes, it's hot today"?
Sì, oggi fa caldo.
First is
Sì,
meaning yes.
sì, sì.
Next is
Oggi,
today.
oggi, oggi.
After this,
Fa caldo,
translating as it's hot,
fa caldo. Caldo,
means heat.
caldo, caldo. Fa,
Is from the verb
fare,
meaning to make.
fare.
Here
Fa,
doesn't have this meaning. Instead, it is expressing an ongoing weather condition. In this case,
caldo.
heat. Together,
Fa caldo,
it's hot.
fa caldo.
Altogether,
Sì, oggi fa caldo.
yes, it's hot today.
Sì, oggi fa caldo.
The pattern is
Che weather condition.
How? Weather condition.
Che weather condition.
To use this pattern, simply follow
Che.
with a noun. In this lesson, you'll learn words and phrases related to the weather. Imagine it's cold.
Freddo.
Cold.
Freddo. Freddo.
Say, how cold? Ready?
Che freddo!
How cold?
Che freddo!
Using this verbal exclamation to talk about the weather is meant to elicit a response from the listener or listeners. It's a way to start a conversation with an Italian speaker. Finding and creating speaking opportunities is an important skill, and probably more important than sharing practical observations about the weather.
Let's look at some more examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
Che caldo! Che caldo!
Che freddo! Che freddo! Che afa! Che afa!
Che brutto tempo! Che brutto tempo!
Che bel tempo! Che bel tempo! Did you notice how the last two speakers, Mark and I, used slightly longer phrases?
Wondering how you can master these conversations even faster? Here's how. 1. Read along. You get the lesson conversation and translations inside our Dialog Tool, so that you see each word as you hear it, and understand it all. 2. Practice speaking. By shadowing what you hear, you can also record and compare yourself with native speakers with our voice recording tools. And 3. Take our assessment tests and see how much you remember. These tools are part of our Can-Do course. Just click the link in the description to get them.
Che brutto tempo!
What bad weather!
Che brutto tempo!
Che bel tempo!
What beautiful weather!
Che bel tempo!
Note here,
Che.
translates as what. The pattern is
Che. Phrase.
what phrase.
Che. Phrase.
To use this pattern, simply follow
Che.
with a phrase. In the first example,
Che brutto tempo!
what bad weather!
Che brutto tempo! Che.
Plus
Brutto tempo. Brutto.
bad.
Brutto. Brutto. Tempo.
Weather.
Tempo. Tempo.
Together
Brutto tempo.
is bad weather.
Brutto tempo.
Altogether,
Che brutto tempo.
what bad weather!
Che brutto tempo. Che bel tempo.
What beautiful weather!
Che bel tempo. Bel.
Beautiful.
Bel. Bel.
Let's review the key vocabulary.
Freddo.
Cold.
Freddo. Freddo. Afa.
Humidity.
Afa. Afa. Brutto tempo.
Bad weather.
Brutto tempo. Brutto tempo. Bel tempo.
Beautiful weather.
Bel tempo. Bel tempo.
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say hit? Caldo. Caldo. And do you remember how Karen Lee says, how hot?
Che caldo!
Che caldo! Do you remember how to say yes? Sì. Sì. And how to say today? Oggi. Oggi. Do you remember how to say it's hot? Fa caldo. Fa caldo. Do you remember how Hannah Mancini says, yes, it's hot today?
Sì, oggi fa caldo.
Sì, oggi fa caldo. Do you remember how to say cold? Freddo. Freddo. And how to say beautiful weather? Bel tempo. Bel tempo. Do you remember how to say bad weather? Brutto tempo. Brutto tempo.
Let's practice. Imagine you're Anna, Karen's neighbor. Comment to Karen on how cold it is. Ready?
Che freddo!
Sì, oggi fa freddo.
Listen again and repeat.
Che freddo! Che freddo!
Let's try another. Imagine you're Ben Lee. Comment to your classmate on how bad the weather is. Ready?
Che brutto tempo.
Sì, oggi fa brutto tempo.
Listen again and repeat.
Che brutto tempo. Che brutto tempo.
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Mark Lee. Comment to your neighbor on how beautiful the weather is. Ready?
Che bel tempo.
Sì, oggi fa bel tempo.
Listen again and repeat.
Che bel tempo. Che bel tempo.
This is the end of this lesson.
Now, here's what you can do to cement this conversation in your head. Review the conversation with our Dialog Tool and lesson transcripts. Study the key words and phrases with our spaced repetition flashcards. Review the key grammar and cultural tips inside the lesson notes. And test yourself with our assessment tests. So click the link in the description right now and sign up for your free lifetime account to access our Can-Do course.
Now you know how to give an opinion about the weather in Italian. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson. Fuori. Outside. Fuori. Fuori. Outside. Oggi fuori fa molto freddo. Today is very cold outside. Oggi fuori fa molto freddo. Dentro. Inside. Dentro. Dentro. Inside. Andiamo dentro la chiesa. Let's go inside the church. Andiamo dentro la chiesa. Sinistra. Left. Sinistra. Sinistra. Left. A quell'angolo gira a sinistra. At that corner, turn left. A quell'angolo gira a sinistra. Destra. Right. Destra. Destra. Right. E a destra, passata la rotonda. It's on the right, going over the roundabout. È a destra, passata la rotonda. Primo. First. Primo. Primo. First. Cosa c'è per primo? What's there for first course? Cosa c'è per primo? Secondo. Second. Secondo. Secondo. Second. Scendi al secondo piano. Go down to the second floor. Scendi al secondo piano. Terzo. Third. Terzo. Terzo. Third. La nascita del mio terzo nipotino mi ha reso molto felice. The birth of my third nephew made me so happy. La nascita del mio terzo nipotino mi ha reso molto felice. Sapone. Soap. Sapone. Sapone.
Soap. Ho finito il sapone. I finished the soap. Ho finito il sapone. Spazzolino. Toothbrush. Spazzolino. Spazzolino. Toothbrush. Ho dimenticato il mio spazzolino. I forgot my toothbrush. Ho dimenticato il mio spazzolino. Dentifricio. Toothpaste. Dentifricio. Dentifricio. Toothpaste. Abbiamo finito il dentifricio. We are out of toothpaste. Abbiamo finito il dentifricio. Shampoo. 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 Oggi ho comprato un nuovo shampoo. I bought a new shampoo today. Oggi ho comprato un nuovo shampoo. Informazione. Information. Informazione. Informazione. Information. Grazie dell'informazione. Thank you for the information. Grazie dell'informazione. Contadino. Farmer. Contadino. Contadino. Farmer. Mio nonno era un contadino. My grandfather was a farmer. Mio nonno era un contadino. Segretaria. Secretary. Segretaria. Segretaria. Secretary. Dovresti prendere una segretaria. You should get a secretary. Dovresti prendere una segretaria. Banchiere. Banker. Banchiere. Banchiere. Banker. Mio fratello è un banchiere. My brother is a banker. Mio fratello è un banchiere. Scrittore. Writer. Scrittore. Scrittore. Writer. Lavoro come dentista, ma veramente vorrei essere uno scrittore. I work as a dentist, but I really want to be a writer. Lavoro come dentista, ma veramente vorrei essere Uno scrittore. Provare. Try. Provare. Provare. Try. Posso provare questi pantaloni? Can I try on these pants? Posso provare questi pantaloni? Misurare. Measure. Misurare. Misurare. Measure. Il sarto misura la stoffa. The tailor measures the fabric. Il sarto misura la stoffa. Tenere. Keep. Tenere. Tenere. Keep. È meglio tenere la spazzatura fuori casa. It is better to keep the garbage out of the house. È meglio tenere la spazzatura fuori casa. Aspettare. Wait. Aspettare. Aspettare. Wait. Non fate aspettare gli ospiti. Don't make the guests wait. Non fate aspettare gli ospiti.
Buongiorno! Hi everyone, I'm Felice Angelini. Ciao a tutti, sono Felice Angelini. Welcome to the Italian whiteboard lesson. In this lesson, we learn how to make a small talk about the weather in Italian. Are you ready? So, let's get started. First, imagine two neighbors meet in the elevator, and one of them comments. Che caldo! Sì, oggi fa caldo. One more time. Che caldo! Che caldo! Che caldo! Insieme. Che caldo! Che caldo means how hot. The second person. Sì, oggi fa caldo. Sì, oggi fa caldo. Sì, oggi fa caldo. That means, yes, it's hot today. Okay, one more time. The first person. Che caldo! Che caldo! Che caldo! Che caldo means how hot. Che caldo! And the second person. Sì, oggi fa caldo. Sì, oggi fa caldo. Sì, oggi fa caldo. That means, yes, it's hot today. Okay, let's try
some different examples, but with different weather condition. For example, che freddo! Or che afa! Or che vento! Or che pioggia! Or che neve! Did you notice? I always use the same pattern. Oh, this one. Che weather condition. Che weather condition. Intonation is like exclamation, but this depends on the situation. Okay, let's try to use this pattern together. So, do you remember this situation? Freddo. Freddo means cold. Cold. So in this case, I want to say, che freddo. Okay, or another example. Do you remember this pattern? Oh. This word, pioggia. Pioggia. Pioggia means rain. So in this case, che pioggia. Okay, one more time. In this case, afa. Afa. Afa means muggy. Muggy weather. So in this case, che afa. Che afa. Okay, the last example. This one, do you remember this word? Means wind. Wind, sorry. No. Okay, again. The last example. Oh, this one. Vento. Vento. Vento means wind. So in this case, che vento. Che vento. Well, but this pattern only for weather condition? No. I think that this pattern is very, very useful in another situation. I want to talk about a different situation. For example, a good situation, not only, bad weather. For example, it's my birthday, and this special day, my darling gave me a very, very special present. For me, it's a great surprise. In this case, I want to use this word in Italian. It's a very important word. This one. Tesoro. Tesoro. Tesoro means treasure. Treasure. But, in this situation, when I receive this special present, I want to say to my darling, you are so kind, so Okay, let's try to use the pattern. And together. Oh wow! Che tesoro! Okay, it's working. Oppure, or one more example. In this example, I think something about not good situation. I worked very, very hard, so hard. And maybe today is Saturday night. For me, it's not a party, unfortunately, but you know, I feel like this. Oh, in this case, I have this word, Italian word, sure. Do you know? It's a long word. Oh, sorry. Maybe not only on Saturday, right now. This word. Stanchezza. Stanchezza. Stanchezza means tiredness, weariness. So when I meet a friend on Saturday night and he say me, "Oh Felice, come stai? How are you, Felice?" My response is the pattern. Che stanchezza. Che stanchezza. Do you remember how to say hot? Caldo. Caldo. Do you remember how to say how hot? Che caldo. Che caldo. Do you remember how to say cold? Freddo. Freddo. And how to say muggy weather? Afa. Afa. Do you remember how to say rain? Pioggia. Pioggia. And how to say wind? Vento. Vento. Well, great job. In this lesson you learned how to make a small talk about weather condition, but not only weather. Okay, so if you master this word, this one, remember, maybe you can talk about the weather with Italian friends. No problem. And okay, thank you for watching and see you on ItalianPod101.com. So, grazie, a presto, ciao.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is how to start conversations, talking points for language learners. How do you start a conversation in a language that you're learning? Believe it or not, it's actually very easy to do. And in this lesson, we'll give you tips and resources to get you speaking more of your target language. You'll discover 1. Talking points for language learners, 2. The top 5 ways to start a conversation, and 3. Resources to help you master these talking points. But first, here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Renting an Apartment Conversation Cheat Sheet. Learn how to say, how much is the rent? How many bedrooms are there? And much more with this new PDF cheat sheet. Second, visual flashcards that'll improve your vocabulary. Want to speak more of the target language? You'll need to learn more words. And with our new printable visual flashcards, you'll easily master over 1,500 words. Just download and print these visual flashcards out. Third, the top 50 marine animals and fish. How well do you know animal names in your target language? With this quick lesson, you'll learn how to say shark, whale, dolphin, and much more. Fourth, how to talk about your day in 20 phrases. If you can't talk about your day yet, this 1-minute lesson will get you speaking. You'll learn 20 must-know phrases, from talking about waking up and brushing your teeth to dinner and going to sleep. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. How to start conversations. Talking points for language learners. Starting a conversation can be intimidating for most people, even in their own native language. So it's understandable if you feel even more intimidated starting a conversation in another language. But if you do want to speak more of your target language and get more practice, that's exactly what you'll need to do. Have conversations with native speakers. Part 1. Talking points for language learners. The good news is starting a conversation in another language is much easier because 1. Native speakers will realize that you're learning and will go easy on you. And 2. You don't know enough of the language to worry about saying something clever, and that's totally fine. So you can easily start with basic phrases. So, how exactly do you start a conversation? You'll need something called a talking point. A talking point is simply a topic or a thing to talk about. For example, weather's a very common talking point. You can say, "Nice weather today," to someone and start a conversation from that. And after that, you can ask them where they're from or talk about the city, like, "Wow, this is a great city," which is another basic talking point. And now you have a conversation going, all from a simple talking point and a simple comment about the weather. So, what are some common talking points? Let's get into part 2. Part 2, the top 5 ways to start a conversation. Again, a good thing about having conversations in another language is that it's okay and natural to focus on simple topics for a while. So, here are 5 easy ways to start conversations in your target language. And if you're already learning with our language program, then you've already learned some of these within your first few lessons. 1. Introduce yourself in your target language. Sometimes, starting a conversation or continuing one is as simple as introducing yourself. You can also use this if you've started with a different topic, like the weather. Then it makes sense to say, "By the way, my name is..." You'll learn how to introduce yourself in the very first lesson of our program. 2. The weather. People talk about the weather all over the world, so you should learn weather phrases in your target language. Just saying, "It's really nice today," is enough to start a conversation. If you want to talk about the weather, check out our Can Talk About Weather learning pathway. This series of lessons teaches you how to talk about the weather in your target language. 3. Compliments. Compliments are a great way to start a conversation. You can compliment something about their city, their country, or something about their culture. 4. Ask for help. So, for example, you can ask for directions about the price of something and let the conversation go from there. These are very basic phrases that you learn in our survival phrases lessons. And 5, learn phrases for transactions, like getting a room at a hotel or telling the taxi driver where to go. These are very easy ways to start a dialogue, and you can easily move into other topics. Again, you learn all of these with our survival phrases lessons. Of course, these are not the only talking points or icebreakers you can use. If you can think of more, go ahead and use them. Which one would you use? Leave us a comment. Now, how do you actually learn the language around these talking points? Part 3. Resources to help you master these talking points. First, take our lessons. If you haven't yet signed up for a free lifetime account to our learning program, you can do so now. In every lesson, you learn a basic conversation, like the weather, introducing yourself, asking for directions, and more. And this gives you all the lines you'll need to start and continue a conversation in real life. And if you want to find lessons related to a specific talking point, like the weather, you can find them in our lesson library. Second, use our conversation PDF cheat sheets. These cheat sheets are a quick summary of our actual lessons and give you the must-know phrases and vocabulary for topics like family, weather, travel, getting directions, and much more. Third, come up with a list of phrases and questions you'd want to use in a conversation, and then ask your Premium Plus teacher for translations. Or use an online translation tool, although that may not always be perfect. Either way, you'll have lines that you can use to start conversations. Fourth, use our free vocabulary and phrase lists. There, you'll find hundreds of vocabulary and phrase lists across all kinds of topics: holidays, common phrases, phrases for weather, phrases for restaurants, and much more. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about the 7 skills you'll need for language mastery. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way, and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! You're learning a language, but here's a question. Do you actually remember what you've learned? Or do you forget everything a day later? If you're forgetting everything and not making any real progress, it might be because you're missing a crucial part of the learning process, the actual practice and assessment. For that, you'll want the assessments inside our learning program. And in this video, you'll discover 1. How to access the assessments and start practicing. 2. How you'll learn faster and remember everything. And 3. How you can get your language assessed by native teachers. Let's jump in. 1. How to access the assessments and start practicing. First, what are assessments? These are multiple choice and teacher-graded exercises that test you on what you've learned so far and give you a chance to practice your language so that you don't forget what you learn. If you're learning with our language program, then you automatically get an assessment after every couple of lessons. This is to make sure you're practicing and retaining the language. If you haven't tried the study tool yet, sign up for a free lifetime account and get access right now. You'll find the assessments inside our recommended learning pathway. 2. How you'll learn faster and remember everything. So after you've completed a few lessons, you'll get a quick multiple-choice assessment that tests you on all the words and grammar rules you learned. Answer the questions the best you can, and you'll get instant results showing you what you got right and wrong. That way, you'll know if you've remembered anything, and you'll know what your weak points are. But there's more. Just by taking these assessments, you're improving your memory. That's because you're using a science-backed learning method called active recall. Active recall is where you try to recall or remember without looking at the answer, and in doing so, you strengthen your memory. Plus, you get to practice and use the language that you've learned, instead of letting it fade away from your memory. 3. How you can get your language assessed by native teachers. You also get hand-graded assessment exercises on speaking and writing, which are graded by our team of native teachers. With these assessments, you can submit a recording of yourself speaking or submit a piece of writing, and our teachers will assess your skills and give you feedback. Getting feedback from a native is one of the fastest ways to improve your language skills. Remember, you'll find our assessment exercises peppered throughout our recommended learning pathway. So, if you want to start learning the language with our learning program and make sure you remember everything with these assessments, sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to learn and speak more of your target language? You'll need to learn more words, and you can do that with printable visual flashcards. So here's how you can learn over 1,500 words easily with a free printable resource that boosts your retention, keeps you focused on one word at a time, and makes learning fun. In this video, you'll discover 1. How to get our printable visual flashcards for free. 2. How you'll learn words and phrases even faster. And 3. 5 ways to learn with the flashcards. First, what are visual flashcards? Visual flashcards are our printable flashcards that teach you 1,500 words across 60 topics. All words come with images and translations for easy retention, and they're an easy way for beginners to boost their vocabulary. So, how do you get them? How to get our printable visual flashcards for free. Just click the link and sign up for a free lifetime account to our learning program. Our learning program teaches you the language through audio and video lessons, study tools, and one-on-one access to a teacher. These visual flashcards are a free supplemental resource for anyone interested in learning. Once you've signed up, check your email to confirm your account and download the free visual flashcards. Then, print out the PDF files, cut out the cards, and start learning. How you'll learn words and phrases even faster. Learning words can be difficult. If you're learning on your phone or computer, you have tons of notifications and distractions competing for your attention. You can also overwhelm yourself by learning too many words at once and forgetting them all. So, how can you learn faster? Our visual flashcards are a physical resource, which means there are no distractions, and they're right in front of you, unlike an app that's buried somewhere in your phone, so you can easily start learning. You get one word per card, so you can focus on one word at a time. No distractions, no giant word lists, just one word at a time, which takes a second to learn. All cards include the word in the target language, the translation, and a picture to help the meaning stick better. And you can easily run through the cards and test yourself until you remember each and every word. With visual flashcards, you learn 1,500 of the most common words, which means you don't waste time learning words that aren't useful for beginners. 5 ways to learn with the flashcards. Once you've downloaded and printed the flashcards, how do you learn? 1. Set aside 5 to 10 minutes and pick out 20 cards. Spend the first half reviewing the cards and the second half testing yourself on the meanings. 2. For the words that you struggle with, keep them in a separate pile. That way, you can focus on just the hard words and skip the ones you know. 3. Since the words are separated across 60 topics, you can focus on one topic at a time and keep at it until you're done with all 60 topics. 4. Place the cards on the objects they represent around your home. Or 5. Turn it into a game with your friends. Have them quiz you on the words. Pick which way works best for you and learn with our visual flashcards. So, if you want to boost your vocabulary and speak more of your target language, download our visual flashcards for free right now. Just click the link and sign up for a free lifetime account to our learning program. Since you're learning the language, do you also learn while you're on the go, like on the way to work or on a walk? Do you put small blocks of time to productive use? If not, here's how. In this video, you'll discover how to learn a language anywhere, anytime with our free app. Second, you'll find out how to learn 2 times faster with study tools. Third, how to test your language skills. Fourth, how to learn with your own teacher. And fifth, how to get free bonus language lessons just for watching this video. So let's jump in. 1. How to learn a language in minutes, anywhere you are. First, download our innovative 101 app for your iPhone, iPad, or Android. Just click the link in the description to download it and sign up for your free lifetime account. Once you're in, we give you one clear pathway of lessons to follow. Just press play on a lesson and you'll absorb a practical conversation. You'll also learn all of the words and grammar rules in minutes. Yes, in minutes, because lessons are just a few minutes long, which means you can easily learn the language while you're commuting to work, going to the store, or while out on a walk. You can put that time to productive use. 2. How to learn 2 times faster with study tools. If you're a serious learner and want to succeed with the language, check out our study tools to help you master words, grammar rules, and conversations even faster. Just scroll down in the lesson to access the tools. You can understand the conversation in full with the line-by-line audio and the translations. Review the key lesson vocabulary with the vocab list. And master the grammar with our in-depth lesson notes. 3. How to test and practice your language skills. You also get assessments after every few lessons to test you on what you've learned and give you the chance to practice the language. You'll find assessments peppered throughout the learning pathway, and they'll only take a few minutes to complete, which means you can easily do them while you're out and about. You get results instantly so that you know what you've mastered and what your weak points are. 4. How to learn with your own teacher on the go. If you're a Premium Plus member, you can also learn with your own teacher. Just visit My Teacher inside the app. There, you can interact with your teacher, practice writing, ask questions about the language, send audio and video recordings of yourself speaking the language, and get corrections and feedback. All of this through the app. 5. How to get free bonus language lessons. Since you've watched this far, here's a free bonus that many users don't know about. We release 3 to 5 new lessons a week, every week, non-stop, and they're free for 3 weeks before going into our lesson library, which means you can learn the language for free and get new lessons every week with our innovative 101 app. How? Just open up the menu inside the app and tap on Newest Lessons to unlock them. So if you're not yet learning a language while you're on the go, here's your chance to turn those small blocks of time into something productive. Download the innovative 101 app for your iPhone, iPad, or Android. Just click the link in the description. Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Using Transportation Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to get around in your target language? You can learn how. This new cheat sheet teaches you must-know vocabulary and phrases, like where can I buy a ticket? How much is the train pass? And much more. Second, the Ultimate Guide to Beginner Language ebook. Want a free way to boost your vocabulary? With this new PDF ebook, you'll master over 500 beginner words and phrases, more than enough to start speaking the language with confidence. Third, can you talk about holiday accommodations in your target language? Learn how to say hotel, guest house, inn, and much more with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, most common ways to say sorry. Do you know all the ways to apologize in your target language? This 1-minute lesson will get them in your head, guaranteed. Fifth, free language learning audiobooks for anyone who sees this video. If you watch this far, then here's a free bonus. We're giving all of our users free access to our huge library of language learning audiobooks. Save them to your device and listen and learn. They're yours to keep forever. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get 40% off Premium or Premium Plus with the Epic sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Buongiorno! Ciao a tutti! Sono Felice Angelini. Hi everyone, I am Felice Angelini. Welcome to the Italian whiteboard lesson. In this lesson, you'll learn the basic vocabulary for talking about the weather, in particular when we talk about weather conditions. Okay, let's get started. We have two kinds of words, nouns or adjectives. I'd like to start with nouns. The first is neve, neve, neve. Put attention on the accent E, the first E. Neve is a female noun, and neve means snow. Pay attention to this pronunciation, ve. Ve is like Venezia, Venice, ve. Maybe we can find it in another word. Okay, the next is pioggia, pioggia, pioggia. The accent on O. And pay attention to this double consonant sound. Is a little strong. Ja, pioggia. Pioggia is a female noun, like neve, and means rain. Okay, then vento, vento, vento. Vento, the accent is on E, vento. Did you notice? Yeah, the same ve,
Vento. Vento is a masculine noun, and the meaning is wind. The next, sole. 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 The accent is on O. Sole is a masculine noun. You remember the song Sole? Sole means sun. Then cielo, cielo, cielo. Cielo, the accent is on the E. E, attenzione, attention. Italian E. Cielo. And cielo is a masculine noun. Cielos means sky. And I want your attention because we have two vowels. In this case, don't consider I, Italian I vowels, only E. So put together C and I, like c'è, c'è. And the word is cielo. Then nebbia, nebbia, nebbia. The accent is on E. But pay attention to this double consonant, like pioggia, già. In this case, double B. Bia, nebbia. Nebbia is a female noun, and the meaning is fog. The last one, temporale, temporale, temporale. The accent is on A. Temporale. Temporale is a masculine noun, and the meaning is thunderstorm. Well, we can continue now from adjectives, but did you notice I missed one word? Was this one. Sereno, sereno, sereno. Because this word is an adjective and is used in combination with cielo. Sereno. The accent is in, ciao. Again, sorry. Maybe you can realize that I write it, but okay. Well, now we can continue with adjective, but did you notice I missed one word? This one. Sereno, sereno, sereno. Because this word is an adjective, and in this case is used in combination with cielo. Cielo, sereno. And sereno, I have to put the accent on the second E. Sereno. Sereno means clear, serene. So, in combination, cielo sereno means clear sky. Okay, and do you remember cielo is masculine noun? So, in this case, we have to put masculine form in the adjective. Sereno. Cielo sereno. Okay, let's check another adjectives. Are you ready? The first is nuvoloso, nuvoloso, nuvoloso. The accent is on the second O. Nuvoloso. And this is the masculine form. So if you check the feminine form, you can realize that we have a different vowel at the end of the word. The accent is the same on the O, second O, and is nuvolosa, nuvolosa, nuvolosa. So for masculine, nuvoloso. For feminine, nuvolosa. What's the meaning? The meaning is cloudy. Next one, instabile, instabile, instabile. The accent is on A, instabile. And in this case, did you notice, for the feminine form, we have the same word, with the same pronunciation, instabile. So we can realize that we have in Italian two kinds of adjective, like this, nuvoloso, nuvolosa, or like this, instabile, instabile. One more adjective, this one, soleggiato, soleggiato, or the feminine form, soleggiata, soleggiata, soleggiata. The accent is on A. And this kind of adjective is similar to nuvoloso, nuvolosa. The meaning of soleggiato, soleggiata is sunny. Okay, we finished this section about adjectives, but I have another point very important when we talk about these words. You can realize that in an adjective sometimes we have a noun. For example, in this word, soleggiato, sole, we have this word, sole. And it's very good for understand the context and the meaning of the word. And in another case, for example, nuvoloso, there is one word, one noun. This is the masculine, but I prefer the feminine. Nuvola, nuvola, that means cloud, cloud. So cloud, nuvolo, nuvola, nuvoloso. It's very similar to soleggiato. And then sometimes an adjective that is very close to English, for example, instabile, unstable. Well, we have nouns, we have adjectives, so we are ready to talk about weather condition. So imagine this situation. I talk about weather situation with Nana, my digital assistant, and I say in Italian, Nana, com'è il tempo oggi? And Nana reply, neve di mattina, pioggia di pomeriggio. Okay, let's check one more time this dialogue. The question, my question. Nana, com'è il tempo oggi? One more time. Nana, com'è il tempo oggi? That's mean, Nana, how's the weather today? Now, let's check the question. First in Italian. Nana, com'è il tempo oggi? Nana is the name of my digital assistant. So, Nana, Nana. Then the question. Com'è? 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 The accent is on the E. E is the verb. And com is come. Is the question, the word for the question. In English is house. Com'è? Then il tempo. Two words, il tempo. That means the weather. At the end of the phrase, oggi. That means today. Pay attention to the accent. Nana, com'è il tempo oggi? Nana, com'è il tempo oggi? That means, Nana, how's the weather today? Okay, this is clear. Then, the answer. Neve di mattina, pioggia di pomeriggio. The first word, neve, snow. Di mattina, two words. That means in the morning, in the morning. In English, 3 words, in Italian, 2 words. The accent is here. Neve di mattina. Then, pioggia di pomeriggio. You remember, pioggia is rain. Di pomeriggio, in Italian, 2 words, means in the afternoon. In English, 3 words. The accent is pioggia o di pomeriggio, pomeriggio on the first E. One more again. Neve di mattina, pioggia di pomeriggio. Snow in the morning, rain in the afternoon. So this is the dialogue. In this case we use 2 words, neve and pioggia. So I want to try another example, maybe change this weather condition. For example, pioggia and cielo sereno. Pioggia di mattina, cielo sereno di pomeriggio. Rain in the morning, clear sky in the afternoon. Or make another example, but this time not using only nouns. I want to use adjectives. For example, cielo sereno and instabile. So, in this case, the example is cielo sereno di mattina, instabile di pomeriggio. Clear sky in the morning, unstable in the afternoon. Did you notice in these two examples we have the same patterns? First, we talk about weather conditions, so first weather condition. For example, a noun or an adjective. And then, when, di mattina or di pomeriggio. So we can put together and say, in this case, I replied, like Nana. Well, did you notice in this example we have the same pattern? Noun, noun, and adjective. Noun, adjective, and adjective. So, if you put the noun on the adjective for talking about weather condition, then we can end with di mattina and di pomeriggio. We can use this pattern, it's very, very useful in this situation. So, you can use this pattern with this noun and this adjective. So, I have two tips for you. The first one is, well, we need to remember the pronunciation and the meaning of this word, this noun and this adjective. So, repeat many times. Maybe it's the best practice to remember. And the second one is pay attention to the word's order. For example, when I said cielo sereno, we have this order in this situation when we talk about weather condition. First, the noun, cielo, and then the adjective. So not the opposite order. In this way, noun and adjectives. This is the best way to sounds Italian word like canzone and maschile, maschile, masculine and masculine in the same way. Do you remember how to say morning? Mattina. Mattina. And how to say snow? Neve. Neve. Do you remember how to say snow in the morning? Neve di mattina. Neve di mattina. Do you remember how to say afternoon? Pomeriggio. Pomeriggio. And how to say rain? Pioggia. Pioggia. Do you remember how to say rain in the afternoon? Pioggia di pomeriggio. Pioggia di pomeriggio. Do you remember how to say wind? Vento. Vento. And how to say sun? Sole. Sole. Do you remember how to say clear sky? Cielo sereno. Cielo sereno. And do you remember how to say fog? Nebbia. Nebbia. Do you remember how to say thunderstorm? temporale, temporale, and how to say cloudy. Nuvoloso, nuvoloso. Do you remember how to say unstable? Instabile, instabile. And how to say sunny? Soleggiato, soleggiato. So, this is the end of the lesson. Thank you very much for watching. I'm Felice and I'll see you on ItalianPod101.com. Arrivederci. See you.
Hi guys, welcome back to ItalianPod101.com. My name is Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. And in this video we're gonna talk about math vocabulary. Vocabolario matematico. Vocabolario matematico. I know some of you may not like mathematics, because that's me as well, but it could be a nice exercise to learn some Italian. So, let's look together at the most common vocabulary used to talk about matematica. Matematica. In Italian, it's female. La matematica. Let's start with the easiest one. Più. Più. So, plus. When we use più, plus, we're doing an addizione. Addition. Addizione. Addition. I know it may sound like there are two Z. It's not true, it's just one. Addizione. So for example, 2 più 2 uguale 4. 2 più 2 uguale 4. As you may imagine, equals is uguale. Uguale in Italian. So 2 plus 2 equals 4. 2 and 2 is 4. You also can say in Italian 2 più 2 fa 4. Fa 4. The verb fare, third person singular, 2 più 2 fa 4. So 2 plus 2 makes, literally, 4. 2 più 2 fa 4. And here we're adding, right? That's called sommare. Sommare. Think about it as making the sum. So, sommare. Fare la somma. Make the sum. Sommare or fare la somma. On the contrary, when you do a subtraction, fai una sottrazione. 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 To do this, use meno, meno, minus, right? Meno, 4 meno 2 fa 2. 4 minus 2 is 2. Makes 2 in Italian. 4 meno 2 uguale 2. In this case, you're subtracting, right? In Italian, the verb is sottrarre. 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 It can also be used not in mathematics, as you know, like I'm taking this from you. Io sottraggo questo a te, for example. 10 per 10 fa 100. 10 per 10 fa 100. 10 times 10 equals 100. So, per is used to moltiplicare, 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 to multiply, right? Fare una moltiplicazione. Fare una moltiplicazione. Do you remember in school when you used to learn tables? So for example, 5 times tables. That's called tabellina. 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 Where chart in Italian is tabella. So tabellina is a small chart, not meaning that it's small, but it's just like, for example, la tabellina del 5, 5 times table. La tabellina del, and then you add the number. Thanks to la tabellina, you also know that 10 diviso 2 fa 5. 10 diviso 2 fa 5. 10 divided by 2 is 5. Divided by, diviso, and then you just add the number. You don't need a preposition there. Dividere, dividere, to divide. Dividere. And those were the four most important operazioni, so operations that you do in maths. But there's more. Radice quadrata is square root. Radice quadrata. Frazione, fraction. You would read this as 1 fratto 3. 1 fratto 3. Something else that you may need is odd numbers. So numeri dispari. If you take this away, you get numeri pari, which is even numbers. 2, 4, 6, 8 e 10 sono numeri pari. While 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 sono numeri dispari. So we also revised numbers from 1 to 10, in case you forgot some. If you have a decimal number, you call it numero decimale. Numero decimale. For example, 0,2, 0,2, 0 literally, 0,2 è un numero decimale. It's a decimal number. È un numero decimale. Of course, we could go on for a long time, but I'm not good with maths, so I'd stop here. And as last thing, I would just teach you how to say to calculate in general. So, calcolare, fare un calcolo, to make a calculus, to find the solution. Fare un calcolo. Il risultato is the result, while soluzione is the solution to a problem, for example, or just to the calcolo that we were just talking about. I'm really curious to know how many of you like mathematics. I can't wait to make the percentuale out of your answers. So leave a comment letting me know if you like matematica or not. If you want to learn even more Italian and have real conversations with native speaker, remember to click the link in the description, download our PDF lessons with all the essential Italian that you need to know for your everyday life. Thank you for watching, I'll see you soon. Bye bye. Ciao ciao.
Ciao a tutti, sono Felice Angelini. Hi everyone, I'm Felice Angelini. In this lesson, you'll learn how to talk about the weather in Italian.
This is Karen Lee, and she's in sunny Rome. She's on a long-distance call with Chiara Lombardi, her former homestay mother. Chiara asks, how's the weather?
Com'è il tempo?
Listen to the conversation and focus on the response. Ready?
Com'è il tempo?
C'è il sole.
Once more with the English translation.
Com'è il tempo?
How's the weather?
C'è il sole.
It's sunny.
Let's take a closer look at the conversation.
Do you remember how Chiara asks, how's the weather?
Com'è il tempo?
First is
Com'è?
which translates as how's.
Com'è? Com'è?
This consists of two parts. The first is
Come?
how.
Come? Come?
Next is
È.
is.
È. È. È.
Is from the verb
Essere.
To be.
Essere. Come.
Is contracted with
È.
to form.
Com'è.
Next is
Il tempo.
the weather.
Il tempo.
Let's start with
Tempo.
weather.
Tempo. Tempo.
In Italian, all nouns have grammatical gender and are either singular or plural.
Tempo.
Is masculine and singular, a fact which will determine the form of the other words in the sentence. Before
Tempo.
is the article.
Il.
Think of it like the in English.
Il. Il. Il.
Is also masculine and singular to agree with.
Tempo.
Together,
Il tempo.
the weather.
Il tempo.
Altogether, it's
Com'è il tempo?
how's the weather?
Com'è il tempo?
Let's take a closer look at the response.
Do you remember how Karen says, it's sunny?
C'è il sole.
This starts with
C'è.
there is.
C'è. C'è. C'è.
Is the contracted form of
Ci è. Ci.
there.
Ci. Ci.
Next is
È.
is.
È. È.
Is from the verb
Essere.
to be.
Ci.
Is contracted with
È.
to form.
C'è.
Note,
C'è.
there is used to talk about the presence or existence of something. It's not used to describe things. Last is
Il sole.
the sun.
Il sole.
Let's start with
Sole.
sun.
Sole. Sole. Sole.
Is masculine and singular. Before
Sole.
is the article
Il.
the.
Il. Il.
Is masculine and singular to agree with.
Sole.
Together,
Il sole.
the sun.
Il sole.
Altogether, it's
C'è il sole.
this literally means there is the sun, but it translates as it's sunny.
C'è il sole.
The pattern is
C'è. Weather condition.
it's weather condition.
C'è. Weather condition.
When talking about the weather, there is also another pattern used.
È. Weather adjective.
It is weather adjective.
È. Weather adjective. È.
Is from the verb
Essere.
to be. To use this pattern, simply follow
È.
with an adjective that describes local weather conditions. Let's try this new pattern. Imagine it's cloudy.
Nuvoloso.
Cloudy.
Nuvoloso. Nuvoloso.
Say, it's cloudy. Ready?
È nuvoloso.
It's cloudy.
È nuvoloso.
When talking about the weather, it's common to use impersonal verbs in Italian. Impersonal verbs are verbs without a fully stated subject and which are conjugated in the third person singular. For example, it's snowing in Italian is nevica. Nevica, literally, it snows, is from the verb nevicare, to snow. This is the third person singular form of the verb. Nevica. Nevica. Pay attention. You will see another example of this pattern shortly.
Let's look at some more examples. Listen and repeat, or speak along with the native speakers.
C'è il sole. C'è il sole.
È nuvoloso. È nuvoloso.
C'è bel tempo. C'è bel tempo.
È umido. È umido.
Piove. Piove. Did you notice how I used a single word instead of a phrase? Piove.
It's raining.
Piove.
This literally means rains, but it translates as it's raining.
Piove. Piove. Piove.
Is from the verb
Piovere.
to rain.
Piovere.
The pattern is impersonal verb referring to the weather. Do you remember how to say it's snowing?
Nevica.
It's snowing.
Nevica.
Let's review the key words.
Nuvoloso.
Cloudy,
Nuvoloso. Nuvoloso. Bel tempo.
nice weather,
Bel tempo. Bel tempo. Umido.
humid,
Umido. Umido. Piove.
it's raining,
Piove. Piove.
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say sun? Sole. Sole. And how to say the sun? Il sole. Il sole. Do you remember how Karen Lee says, it's sunny?
C'è il sole.
C'è il sole. Do you remember how to say weather? Tempo. Tempo. And how to say the weather? Il tempo. Il tempo. Do you remember how Chiara asks, how's the weather?
Com'è il tempo?
Com'è il tempo? Do you remember how to say, it's raining? Piove. Piove. And how to say cloudy? Nuvoloso.
nuvoloso. Do you remember how to say nice weather? Bel tempo. Bel tempo.
Let's practice. Imagine you're Karen Lee, and you're in Rome, where the weather is beautiful. Ready?
Com'è il tempo?
C'è bel tempo.
Listen again and repeat.
C'è bel tempo. C'è bel tempo.
Let's try another. Imagine you're Chiara, and it's raining in Catania. Ready?
Com'è il tempo?
Piove.
Listen again and repeat.
Piove. Piove.
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Mark's friend, Paolo Parisi, and you're in cloudy Milan. Ready?
Com'è il tempo?
È nuvoloso.
Listen again and repeat.
È nuvoloso. È nuvoloso.
Bollitore. Kettle. Bollitore. Bollitore. Kettle. Ho comprato un bollitore nuovo. I bought a new kettle. Ho comprato un bollitore nuovo. Pentola. Pot. Pentola. Pentola. Pot. Questa pentola è fatta di ghisa. This pot is made in cast iron. Questa pentola è fatta di ghisa. Rana. Frog. Rana. Rana. Frog. La rana è sul ceppo. The frog is on the log. La rana è sul ceppo. Piccione. Pigeon. Piccione. Piccione. Pigeon. Non dare da mangiare ai piccioni. Don't feed the pigeons. Non dare da mangiare ai piccioni. Guida. Guidebook. Guida. Guida. Guidebook. Una guida darà informazioni utili per il viaggio. A guidebook will give you helpful information for your trip. Una guida darà informazioni utili per il viaggio. Entrata. Entrance. Entrata. Entrata. Entrance. C'è un serpente all'entrata. There is a snake within the entrance. C'è un serpente all'entrata. Guida turistica. Tour guide. Guida turistica. Guida turistica. Tour guide. Incontri la guida turistica all'entrata dell'hotel. Meet your tour guide at the entrance to the hotel. Incontri la guida turistica all'entrata dell'hotel. Prenotazione. Reservation. Prenotazione. Prenotazione. Reservation. Pronto? Ho bisogno di fare una prenotazione. Hello, I need to make a reservation. Pronto? Ho bisogno di fare una prenotazione. Passaporto. Passport. Passaporto. Passaporto. Passport. Il mio passaporto è scaduto. My passport expired. Il mio passaporto è scaduto. Informatica. Computer science. Informatica. Informatica. Computer science. Molte persone studiano informatica. Many people study computer science. Molte persone studiano informatica. Matematica. Math. Matematica. Matematica. Math. La mia materia preferita a scuola è la matematica. My favorite subject in school is math. La mia materia preferita a scuola è la matematica. Sentirsi. Feel. Sentirsi. Sentirsi. Feel. Mi sento bene. I feel good. Mi sento bene. Disegnare. Draw. Disegnare. Disegnare. Draw. Sei molto brava a disegnare. You are very good at drawing. Sei molto brava a disegnare. Piano. Plan. Piano. Piano. Plan. Va bene, faremo un nuovo piano. All right, we'll make a new plan. Va bene, faremo un nuovo piano. Vendita. Sale. Vendita. Vendita. Sale. Per il Natale Gli smartphone sono in vendita a buon prezzo. For Christmas, smartphones are on sale at a cheap price. Per il Natale, gli smartphone sono in vendita a buon prezzo. Shopping, 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 shopping. Lo shopping diventa frenetico durante i saldi. Shopping gets hectic during sales. Lo shopping diventa frenetico durante i saldi. Quarto. Fourth. Quarto. Quarto. Fourth. Quant'è un quarto di 20? What is 1/4 of 20? Quant'è un quarto di 20? Quinto. Fifth. Quinto. Quinto. Fifth. Ho un appartamento nuovo al quinto piano. I have a new apartment on the 5th floor. Ho un appartamento nuovo al quinto piano. Sesto. Sixth. Sesto. Sesto. Sixth. Ho ricevuto vestiti da scuola per il mio sesto compleanno. I received school clothes for my 6th birthday. Ho ricevuto vestiti da scuola per il mio sesto compleanno. Settimo. Seventh. Settimo. Settimo. Seventh. Il settimo giorno del settimo mese lunare è il San Valentino cinese. The 7th day of the 7th lunar month is Chinese Valentine's Day. Il settimo giorno del settimo mese lunare è il San Valentino cinese. Balsamo. Conditioner. Balsamo. Balsamo. Conditioner. Un buon balsamo toglierà i nodi dai vostri capelli. A good conditioner will take the tangles out of your hair. Un buon balsamo toglierà i nodi dai vostri capelli. Deodorante. Deodorant. Deodorante. Deodorante. Deodorant. Metti il deodorante dopo esserti lavato per evitare di puzzare. Put on deodorant after washing to avoid bad odor. Metti il deodorante dopo esserti lavato per evitare di puzzare. Sapone liquido. Liquid soap. Sapone liquido. Sapone liquido. Liquid soap. Il sapone liquido è di fianco al rubinetto. The liquid soap is next to the faucet. Il sapone liquido è di fianco al rubinetto. Anatra. Duck. Anatra. Anatra. Duck. Lo starnazzare dell'anatra fa l'eco. A duck's quack echoes. Lo starnazzare dell'anatra fa l'eco. Corvo. Crow. Corvo. Corvo. Crow. Il corvo nero sta cercando qualcosa da mangiare. The black crow is looking for something to eat. Il corvo nero sta cercando qualcosa da mangiare. Scarafaggio. Cockroach. Scarafaggio. Scarafaggio. Cockroach. Uno scarafaggio ha 6 zampe, ali ed antenne. A cockroach has 6 legs, wings and antennae. Uno scarafaggio ha 6 zampe, ali ed antenne. Zanzara. Moschito. Zanzara. Zanzara. Moschito. Nelle paludi ci sono sempre un sacco di zanzare. There are always a lot of mosquitoes at the swamps. Nelle paludi ci sono sempre un sacco di zanzare. Operaio edile. Construction worker. Operaio edile. Operaio edile. Construction worker. Si può guadagnare uno stipendio alto come operaio edile, ma è un lavoro veramente duro. You can earn a high salary as a construction worker, but it's really hard work. Si può guadagnare uno stipendio alto come operaio edile, ma è un lavoro veramente duro. Casalinga. Homemaker. Casalinga. Casalinga. Homemaker. Chi lavora più duramente dappertutto è la casalinga. The hardest worker anywhere is the homemaker. Chi lavora più duramente dappertutto è la casalinga. Ghiaccio. Ice. Ghiaccio. Ghiaccio. Ice. Vuoi del ghiaccio nel tuo drink? Do you want some ice in your drink? Vuoi del ghiaccio nel tuo drink? Storia. History. Storia. Storia. History. La storia è interessante. History is interesting. La storia è interessante. Geografia. Geography. Geografia. Geografia. Geography. Ornella insegnava geografia. Ornella used to teach geography. Ornella insegnava geografia. Negozio. Store. Negozio. Negozio. Store. Devo aprire il negozio alle 8 del mattino. I have to open the store at 8 o'clock a.m. Devo aprire il negozio alle 8 del mattino. Mercato. Market. Mercato. Mercato. Market. Compriamo la frutta e la verdura al mercato locale. We buy all fruits and vegetables at the local market. Compriamo la frutta e la verdura al mercato locale. Prezzo. Price. Prezzo. Prezzo. Price. Ho trattato sul prezzo. I negotiated the price. Ho trattato sul prezzo. Tagliando. Coupon. Tagliando. Tagliando. Coupon. Ho un tagliando per il 50% di sconto, quindi mangiamola. I have a coupon for 50% off, so let's eat there. Ho un tagliando per il 50% di sconto, quindi mangiamo la. Corsia. Aisle. Corsia. Corsia. Aisle. I piselli li puoi trovare nella corsia dello scatolame. You can find the peas in the canned goods aisle. I piselli li puoi trovare nella corsia dello scatolame. Borsa. Bag. Borsa. Borsa. Bag. Quanto hai pagato quella borsa? How much did you pay for that bag? Quanto hai pagato quella borsa? Fotografia. Photograph. Fotografia. Fotografia. Photograph. Questa fotografia non sembra bella. This photograph doesn't look good. Questa fotografia non sembra bella. Soda. 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 La soda contiene molto zucchero. Soda contains a lot of sugar. La soda contiene molto zucchero. Nono. Ninth. Nono. Nono. Ninth. Il Ramadan è il nono mese dell'anno musulmano. Ramadan is the 9th month of the Muslim year. Il Ramadan è il nono mese dell'anno musulmano. Decimo. Tenth. Decimo. Decimo. Tenth. Finalmente ho raggiunto il mio obiettivo al 10° tentativo. I finally made a goal on my 10th attempt. Finalmente ho raggiunto il mio obiettivo al 10° tentativo. Ottavo. Eighth. Ottavo. Ottavo. Eighth. Mi è stata regalata una nuova bicicletta per il mio 8° compleanno. I was given a new bicycle for my 8th birthday. Mi è stata regalata una nuova bicicletta per il mio 8° compleanno. Rasoio. Shaving razor. Rasoio. Rasoio. Shaving razor. Rasoio usa e getta. Disposable shaving razor. Rasoio usa e getta. Salvietta. Washcloth. Salvietta. Salvietta. Washcloth. Il ragazzo si sta lavando la sua faccia con una salvietta. The boy is washing his face with a washcloth. Il ragazzo si sta lavando la sua faccia con una salvietta. Asciugamano. Towel. Asciugamano. asciugamano. Towel. Questo asciugamano è troppo piccolo per me. This towel is too small for me. Questo asciugamano è troppo piccolo per me. Cucchiaio. Spoon. Cucchiaio. Cucchiaio. Spoon. Mangio la zuppa con il cucchiaio. I eat the soup with the spoon. Mangio la zuppa con il cucchiaio. Forchetta. Fork. Forchetta. Forchetta. Fork. I cinesi non usano la forchetta. Chinese people don't use forks. I cinesi non usano la forchetta. Coltello. Knife. Coltello. Coltello. Knife. Attento, quel coltello è molto affilato. Be careful, that knife is very sharp. Attento, quel coltello è molto affilato. Piatto. Plate. Piatto. Piatto. Plate. C'è un piatto sul tavolo. There's a plate on the table. C'è un piatto sul tavolo. Ape. B. Ape. Ape. B. L'ape sta impollinando il fiore giallo. The bee is pollinating the yellow flower. L'ape sta impollinando il fiore giallo. Formica. Ant. Formica. Formica. Ant. Le formiche stanno trasportando cibo. The ants are carrying food. Le formiche stanno trasportando cibo. Serpente. Snake. Serpente. Serpente. Snake. C'è un serpente all'entrata. There is a snake within the entrance. C'è un serpente all'entrata. Latte. Milk. Latte. Latte. Milk. Adoro il cioccolato al latte. I love milk chocolate. Adoro il cioccolato al latte. Designer. 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 La mia ragazza è una designer. My girlfriend is a designer. La mia ragazza è una designer. Artista. Artist. Artista. Artista. Artist. Queste sono alcune opere inedite dell'artista. There are some unpublished works of the artist. Queste sono alcune opere inedite dell'artista. Soldato. Soldier. Soldato. Soldato. Soldier. I soldati hanno protetto la loro nazione. Soldiers protected their nation. I soldati hanno protetto la loro nazione. Imprenditore. Entrepreneur. Imprenditore. Imprenditore. Entrepreneur. L'imprenditore fa una presentazione nell'ufficio. The entrepreneur makes a presentation in the office. L'imprenditore fa una presentazione nell'ufficio. Storie brevi. Short story. Storie brevi. Storie brevi. Short story. Leggo solo storie brevi. I only read short stories. Leggo solo storie brevi. Cartella. Folder. Cartella. Cartella. Folder. Metto i documenti in una cartella. I put the documents in a folder. Metto i documenti in una cartella. Padella. Frying pan. Padella. Padella. Frying pan. Mi puoi dare la padella rossa? Can you give me the red frying pan? Mi puoi dare la padella rossa? Tagliere. Cutting board. Tagliere. Tagliere. Cutting board. Usa il tagliere per tagliare le patate. Use the cutting board to cut potatoes. Usa il tagliere per tagliare le patate. Lavello. Sink. Lavello. Lavello. Sink. Il lavello è pieno di piatti. The sink is full of plates. Il lavello è pieno di piatti. Ciotola. Bowl. Ciotola. Ciotola. Bowl. Anna usa sempre la stessa ciotola. Anna always uses the same bowl. Anna usa sempre la stessa ciotola. Uscita. Exit. Uscita. Uscita. Exit. Sto ancora cercando l'uscita. I'm still looking for the exit. Sto ancora cercando l'uscita. Mappa. Map. Mappa. Mappa. Map. Avete una mappa di questa zona? Do you have a map of this area? Avete una mappa di questa zona? Valigia. Suitcase. Valigia. Valigia. Suitcase. Chiudi la valigia. Close the suitcase. Chiudi la valigia. Turista. Tourist. Turista. Turista. Tourist. Se sei un turista e vuoi visitare l'Italia, vai in Sicilia. If you are a tourist and want to visit Italy, go to Sicily. Se sei un turista e vuoi visitare l'Italia, va in Sicilia. Politica. Politics. Politica. Politica. Politics. Luca parla sempre di politica. Luca always talks about politics. Luca parla sempre di politica. Biologia. Biology. Biologia. Biologia. Biology. L'anno scorso ho preso brutti voti in biologia. Last year I got bad grades in biology. L'anno scorso ho preso brutti voti in biologia. Chimica. Chemistry. Chimica. Chimica. Chemistry. Francesco ha studiato chimica. Francesco studied chemistry. Francesco ha studiato chimica. Fisica. Physics. Fisica. Fisica. Physics. Conosco le basi della fisica. I know the basics of physics. Conosco le basi della fisica. Economia. Economics. Economia. Economia. Economics. L'economia è un'ottima formazione per molti campi. Economics is a good background for many fields. L'economia è un'ottima formazione per molti campi. Mettere. Put. Mettere. Mettere. Put. Puoi mettere la borsa sul tavolo. You can put your bag on the table. Puoi mettere la tua borsa sul tavolo. Ricordare. Remember. Ricordare. Ricordare. Remember. Prova a ricordare dove eri la sera di domenica scorsa. Try to remember where you were last Sunday night. Prova a ricordare dov'eri la sera di domenica scorsa. Tenere. Hold. Tenere. Tenere. Hold. Tenere un pallone blu. Hold a blue balloon. Tenere un pallone blu. Carrello della spesa. Shopping cart. Carrello della spesa. Carrello della spesa. Shopping cart. Il carrello della spesa è vuoto. The shopping cart is empty. Il carrello della spesa è vuoto. Busta di plastica. Plastic bag. Busta di plastica. Busta di plastica. Plastic bag. L'uomo sta portando una busta di plastica piena di spesa. The man is carrying a plastic bag full of groceries. L'uomo sta portando una busta di plastica piena di spesa. Commedia. Comedy. Commedia. Commedia. Comedy. Stanno guardando una commedia e ridendo. They are watching a comedy and laughing. Stanno guardando una commedia e ridendo. Romanzo. Novel. Romanzo. romanzo. Novel. Ho scritto il mio primo romanzo. I wrote my first novel. Ho scritto il mio primo romanzo.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is, are you focusing on only one skill? The 7 skills you'll need for language mastery. Are you the type of language learner that focuses on only one skill, like only speaking or only doing translation exercises? Then you may eventually realize that your language isn't progressing as fast as you'd like. So in today's episode, you'll learn 1. Why most language learners plateau, 2. The 7 skills you'll need for language mastery, and 3. How to practice the 7 skills with our program. But first, here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Using Transportation Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to get around in your target language? You'll be able to. This new cheat sheet teaches you the must-know vocabulary and phrases, like where can I buy a ticket, how much is the train pass, and much more. Second, the Ultimate Guide to Beginner Language Ebook. Want a free way to boost your vocabulary? With this new PDF ebook, you'll master over 500 beginner words and phrases, more than enough to start speaking the language with confidence. Third, can you talk about holiday accommodations in your target language? Learn how to say hotel, guest house, inn, and much more with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, most common ways to say sorry. Do you know all the ways to apologize in your target language? This 1-minute lesson will get them in your head, guaranteed. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. Are you focusing on only one skill? The 7 skills you'll need for language mastery. Part 1. Why most language learners plateau. If you observe other language learners, you'll notice that many learners just want to speak and understand the language, and as a result, they focus only on speaking and nothing else. Then you have learners who like to start with reading, so they spend most of their time there. And then there are learners who do translation games and spend most of their time there. All of these are good ways to approach a language, but what happens is learners that focus on speaking seem to speak well, but if you go outside of a topic they've practiced, they'll start struggling. Learners that spend most of their time reading are only good at reading and then wonder why they can't speak. And learners that have been playing translation games are good at translating, but don't understand real-life speech. The point is, you'll be unbalanced. If you focus on one skill and skip out on the rest, you'll never become truly fluent, or you'll be able to speak on a few topics you know about, but that's it. But that's not enough for conversational fluency. So, if you want to avoid this trap and become truly fluent, you should focus on 7 language skills: speaking, listening, reading, writing, grammar, vocabulary, and culture. Part 2. The 7 skills you'll need for language mastery. Now, someone might ask, what's the point of reading if I just want to speak the language? The fact is, all skills complement and improve one another. For example, if you're practicing reading, you naturally pick up new words and grammar rules along the way, which will help you with speaking, because if you want to speak more, you'll need to know more words and grammar rules. Also, reading out loud can help with speaking. If you're learning grammar, this will help you with speaking, listening, reading, and writing, because you'll need to be able to speak and use those grammar rules, understand them in written information and in speech, and use it in writing. With writing, again, you're reinforcing words and grammar rules that you'll also need for listening, speaking, and reading. With listening, there can be speaking involved if you shadow what you hear. You can also pick up words and reinforce grammar points as you listen. Then you can use those same words and grammar rules later on, during speaking practice. All skills feed into each other. And with culture? With culture, you need things to talk about with native speakers, and culture is a great topic. Plus, in certain languages and cultures, you'll need to speak more politely to people who are older or more senior to you, so this involves learning vocabulary and grammar. There's also one more bonus to practicing all 7 language skills. Learning all 7 skills will actually help you learn the language much faster. Mixing up skills like this is called interleaving. Interleaving is a proven learning tactic where you use different forms of practice to master something. For example, if you're learning vocabulary, you can read it, then say it, write it out, study with flashcards, listen to a native speaker say it. And doing so will help you remember better, instead of just reading the word 5 times and hoping it sticks. It probably won't. So, let's recap. You should focus on the 7 skills of language learning because 1, you avoid being imbalanced, 2, all of these skills feed into each other and improve your overall language, and 3, it'll help you learn faster. Part 3, how you practice the 7 skills with our program. Now, if you want to take your language to the next level, you'll need to incorporate all 7 skills in your study routine: speaking, reading, writing, listening, vocab, grammar, and culture. So, here's how you can practice each skill with our learning program. One of the most unique things about our program is that you can actually practice all 7 skills with it. First, for speaking, shadow the conversations in our lesson dialogues. And if that's too hard, read the dialogues out loud and go slowly, at your own pace. Use our voice recording tool to practice saying each line of the conversation. And you can send recordings of yourself to your Premium Plus teacher. For listening, simply take our lessons and listen to the conversations. You can also download the dialogue tracks and review the conversations without the translations. Also, be sure to take our listening comprehension lessons. For reading, listen to the audio and follow along with the lesson notes or transcript so that you don't miss a single word. You can also practice reading with our extensive reading books. For writing, write out the lesson dialogues and write out the words, phrases, and grammar rules that you come across. You can also try and create your own sample sentences, and you can send them to your Premium Plus teacher for corrections. For grammar, you'll come across grammar rules in our lessons. Write the rules down, try and create your own sentences, and keep taking the lessons and keep on reading. For vocabulary, use our spaced repetition flashcards to master the words. And of course, write them down in a notebook, say them out loud, and save them in the word bank so you can come back to them to review later. And for culture, take our lessons. You'll pick up culture tips along the way. Check out our culture class lessons as well. You can do 1 skill a day, or you can also try all of them in one study session. Listen to the lesson. Repeat what you hear for speaking practice. Write out the dialogue. Review the vocabulary with the slideshow. Practice the grammar rules and note down the cultural tips. Or focus on 2 skills a day. Pair up listening and speaking. The next day, do reading and writing. And then vocabulary and grammar. And then culture. And again, you can study all 7 of these skills with our program. So if you haven't done so yet, be sure to click the link below and sign up for a free lifetime account. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about how to write 1,000 words of your target language in 5 minutes a day with the Daily Dose Diary. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way, and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! One of the best ways to learn a language is with a native speaker. But what if you can't afford to take a class? Or what if you're too busy to learn on someone else's schedule? That's why with our program, you get access to your own teacher with a study tool called My Teacher. So you can learn with your own teacher at your own pace, anywhere, anytime. How does My Teacher work? You'll discover more in just a second. But first, to get access to our learning program and your very own teacher, click the link in the description and sign up for a Premium Plus account right now. What is My Teacher? My Teacher is a messenger tool that gives you access to your very own on-site teacher. You'll find it in the bottom right corner of your screen. And if you're on the app, just tap on the My Teacher icon at the bottom. So, how do you take advantage of this powerful language tool? 1. Get your language assessed. With language schools, you take a level check test on the first day, and the same thing happens here. The moment you become a Premium Plus member, you'll take an assessment test so that your teacher can determine your level, understand your weak points, and design a personalized learning plan. You'll find the link to the test inside My Teacher. Once you're done with the test, 2. Interact with your teacher, ask questions, and get feedback. Getting feedback and corrections is one of the fastest ways to improve. So open My Teacher and start interacting with your teacher. The first thing we ask you to do is to send a self-introduction in your target language as a way to get started. And if you're not sure how, just ask your teacher. You can also ask them language questions, send your writing, practice conversations, and they'll also send you feedback and corrections. You can do this all at your own pace on any device. You can also 3. Send recordings of yourself speaking the language. Just record yourself and send an audio file or video over, and get feedback from your teacher on your accent, pronunciation, and how to express yourself naturally, like a native speaker. You can also take a picture of your writing for feedback. 4. Improve your language skills non-stop with weekly assignments. Your teacher will also send you weekly assignments to test you on what you've learned and improve your language skills. Assignments cover speaking, listening, reading, and writing. So if you want to learn with your very own teacher at your own pace, then click the link in the description to sign up now and become a Premium Plus plan member today. You unlock our complete learning program, plus your very own teacher. Click the link in the description to sign up now. Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Going to the Airport Conversation Cheat Sheet. With this new cheat sheet, you'll learn words and phrases like "Here's my passport," "boarding pass," and much more. Download it for free on the inside. Second, the Slang Words and Phrases PDF ebook. Do you know any slang in your target language? If not, download this free ebook and master all the must-know slang across 10 chapters. Third, 30 romance and love-related words and phrases. You'll learn words and phrases like date, flirt, and breakup with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, can you talk about Halloween in your target language? With this quick 1-minute lesson, you'll learn must-know Halloween words like vampire, trick-or-treat, and more. Fifth, want the language learning app that actually gets you speaking? Download Innovative Language 101 for free for the Android, iPhone, and iPad. You'll unlock hundreds of bite-sized audio and video lessons made by real teachers and start speaking in minutes. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get a big 35% off Premium or Premium Plus with the Monster Sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the lesson description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Want to speak real Italian from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at ItalianPod101.com.
Hello everyone, welcome back to ItalianPod101.com. My name is Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. Mi chiamo Daisy. And in this video, I'm gonna give you the tools to learn Italian by yourself with your Italian grammar book. So keep watching and learn with me grammar terms in Italian. Termini grammaticali. Termini grammaticali. This is going to be really convenient when you try to learn Italian from an Italian grammar book. So maybe you can buy some for kids, or maybe you want to step up and learn advanced grammar, or maybe you're living in Italy and you just have those, right? So let's start with analyzing some elements of the phrase. Frase, in Italian, frase. La frase è formata da più elementi. The phrase is formed by many elements. La frase è formata da più elementi. More than one, literally, da più elementi. Starting with the one that you find first, we have soggetto, soggetto, subject, soggetto, which sometimes is just called sostantivo, sostantivo. It could be a common noun, so nome comune, or a proper noun, meaning a person's name, right? Nome proprio, nome proprio. For example, ragazza, ragazza, girl, is just a common noun, while désiré, désiré, me, Daisy, it's a proper noun, personal noun. Linked to the noun, we have pronome, pronome. So if nome means name, right? Pronome means in place of the name. Pronome. In fact, we could say il pronome sostituisce il nome. Il pronome, pronouns, or the pronoun, sostituisce il nome. Substitutes the name. Replaces the name. After the subject comes the verb, verbo, il verbo, verbo, which sometimes is also called predicato. Predicato. There are some things that you need to learn about the verb, right? The most important of which is la coniugazione del verbo. Coniugazione del verbo. Coniugazione. Verb conjunction. So you know, if I'm saying, for example, fare, that's the infinitive form, la forma infinita del verbo. Infinito, fare. While if I say io faccio, I do, that's the coniugazione del verbo alla prima persona, first person. Prima persona, which is io, me, I, do, io faccio. Congiunzione del verbo. You also have to think about il modo del verbo. Il modo del verbo. So the verb's mood. For example, indicativo. Indicativo. Indicative one, io faccio, as I just said. But imperative one, imperativo. Imperativo would be when you give orders, right? Modo imperativo. Or modo indicativo. Then you also add the tempo of the verb, il tempo del verbo. Il tempo del verbo, which could be the present tense, for example, tempo presente, or the past form, tempo passato, tempo passato, or futuro, future tense. I know the verb is the most complicated one. For example, you may find an exercise telling you coniuga il verbo tra parentesi all'indicativo presente. Coniuga il verbo tra parentesi all'indicativo presente. Coniuga, so conjugate, put, il verbo tra parentesi, the verb in the brackets, all'indicativo presente, to the present indicative tense. So for example, if you see io, brackets, fare la torta, io faccio la torta. It's important that you get to understand what the exercises ask you, right? The verb could also be attivo, so active, in the active form, verbo attivo, or verbo passivo, passivo, the passive form, like il gatto mangia il topo, the cat eats the mouse, forma attiva, active form, il gatto mangia il topo, while il topo è mangiato dal gatto is the passive form. So the mouse is eaten by the cat, right? Moving on, we have avverbio, avverbio, so the adverb. L'avverbio è un modificatore semantico. This is what you find in books. L'avverbio è un modificatore semantico. The adverbs are semantic modifiers. Modificatore, modifier, semantico. semantico. Aggettivo, adjective, aggettivo. Gli aggettivi attribuiscono qualità al nome. Gli aggettivi attribuiscono qualità al nome. Adjectives attribute, give qualities to the name. Gli aggettivi, adjectives, attribuiscono, attribute, qualità, qualities, al nome, to the name, to the noun. Then we have the object, l'oggetto, l'oggetto della frase, the object of the phrase, l'oggetto della frase. Something that is particular of Italian language is l'articolo, the article, articolo, articolo. L'articolo cambia in base al genere della parola. The article changes depending, the article cambia, the article changes, in base, depending, al genere della parola, to the word's genre. The article changes depending to the word's genre. Genere, genere is another important term, because in Italian we have genere femminile, feminine form, or genere maschile, the masculine form. Preposizione, preposition. We have preposizione semplice, simple preposition, or preposizione articolata, articulated one. So it's a preposition and the article together, right? Preposizione articolata. In school, we remember those with just like a phrase, and it goes like di, a, da, in, con, su, per, tra, fra. It's not even a phrase, it's just like you put everything together and you remember it in this order. So you know all the simple prepositions. Di, a, da, in, con, su, per, tra, fra sono preposizioni semplici. Those are simple prepositions. Di, a, da, in, con, su, per, tra, fra. Try to say this many times, and even before you go to bed, just so that you can remember all Italian simple prepositions. Lastly, I also want to touch on punctuation, la punteggiatura. Punteggiatura. This word itself already suggests the first word, which is punto, punto, the dot, punto, full stop, punto. Alla fine della frase, at the end of the phrase, c'è il punto. At the end of the phrase, there is the full stop. At the end of the phrase, there is a dot. Punto. Virgola. Virgola is comma. Punto esclamativo. Punto esclamativo. Exclamation mark. Punto esclamativo. Or punto interrogativo. Punto interrogativo. Question mark. Question mark. Punto interrogativo. Then, when you put the three little dots, is tre puntini, right? So we just repeat the word. We say puntini, puntini, puntini. Not punto, 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 which is dot, 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 literally, but little dots, little dots, little dots. Puntini, puntini, puntini. Italian, a fascinating language, I know. Apostrofo, apostrophe, apostrofo. And if you noticed, I already said this, but brackets, so caps, is parentesi, parentesi. So, I hope those terms will help you learning Italian with Italian grammar books, but the easiest, most fun and fastest way to learn Italian is to click the link in the description, download our PDF lessons, and sign up for your free lifetime account on ItalianPod101.com. Thanks for watching, remember to like and subscribe, and I'll see you soon. Bye bye. Ciao, ciao.
Want to speed up your language learning? Take your very first lesson with us. You'll start speaking in minutes and master real conversations. Sign up for your free lifetime account. Just click the link in the description.
Want to speak real Italian from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at ItalianPod101.com.
Hello everyone, welcome back to ItalianPod101.com. My name is Daisy, mi chiamo Daisy, and in this video we're going to talk about possessive pronouns. pronomi possessivi. Pronomi possessivi. Pronomi possessivi have the same form of adjectives, so aggettivi possessivi. So let's revise them first, okay? As in English, they depend on the owner of the object that we're talking about, but in Italian, the word changes its ending depending on the number and the genre of the object. So you don't just have to pick my, so mio, but you also have to think about the ending, meaning if the following noun is feminine, then it will be mia. So for example, il mio libro, my book, where book is masculine and singular, mio. If it's feminine and singular, mia, la mia borsa, for example. If it's plural and masculine, then miei, I miei gatti, my cats, or le mie scarpe, mie scarpe, so plural and feminine, okay? Same goes for all of them, so for each person, if we have mio and mia, we also have tuo and tua, so your, tuoi and tue, your but plural, like your keys, le tue chiavi, le tue chiavi. Same goes for suo, sua, suoi, and sue, referring to her or his. His parents, I suoi genitori. Her parents as well, I suoi genitori. Her sister, sua sorella, same as his sister, still sua sorella. So sua goes for both her and his, but again, like for the rest of them, you have to think about the number and the genre as well. Our, nostro, nostra, il nostro cane, our dog, la nostra casa, our house. I nostri cani, our dogs, le nostre case, our houses. For plural you, vostro, vostra, il vostro giardino, your garden, la vostra macchina, your car, i vostri giardini, your gardens, le vostre macchine, your cars. Now, I have a good news for you. When we're talking about their, we just have one word, doesn't matter what follows, and it's always loro. Il loro giardino, their garden, il loro cane, their dog, la loro macchina, their car, but also the plural form, i loro cani, le loro macchine. So, mio, tuo, suo, nostro, vostro, loro, with all the forms that change depending on the following words, okay? Now, that being said, what changes between an adjective and a pronoun, so un aggettivo e un pronome, is the position and the way you're using it, of course, right? Because the pronoun, so il pronome, sostituisce il nome, replaces the noun. So I won't say twice the same thing. For example, dov'è la tua borsa? Where is your bag? Dov'è la tua borsa? La mia borsa è sul tavolo. If I'm just asking, for example, a friend, where's your bag? Mine is on the table. Where's yours? Right? Dov'è la tua borsa? La mia borsa è sul tavolo. So you use the pronoun when you don't want to repeat the noun, right? So I could say, dov'è la tua borsa? La mia è sul tavolo. La mia è sul tavolo. Mine is on the table. So you see here, I'm not repeating the noun, la mia, only, and that's it. In fact, what is important for you in order to use a pronoun and to recognize it is the usage of the article. Because the article, l'articolo, is always present when you're using a pronoun. For example, I could say, tua sorella è giovane. Tua sorella è giovane. Your sister is young. La mia la mia è più vecchia. Is older. Mine is older. La mia è più vecchia. So you see here I could have said the word sorella, sister again. Tua sorella è giovane. Mia sorella è più vecchia. And in that case I wouldn't use the article. But if I use the pronoun, then I have to use the article. This is the most important rule for pronouns. Let's see some other examples together. I nostri insegnanti sono molto qualificati. Our teachers are very qualified. I nostri insegnanti sono molto qualificati. Ma i vostri sembrano molto divertenti. But yours seem very funny. Ma i vostri insegnanti, of course, but here I'm not saying that, so I'm using a pronoun instead, sembrano molto divertenti. Yours seem very funny. Qual è il tuo colore preferito? What's your favorite color? Qual è il tuo colore preferito? Il mio è il blu. Mine is blue. Il mio colore preferito è il blu. But I just say il mio è il blu. Sometimes pronouns can be at the end of a phrase as well. For example, la vostra opinione, your opinion è interessante quanto la loro. La vostra opinione è interessante quanto la loro. Your opinion, la vostra opinione, it's as interesting as, è interessante quanto, la loro. Theirs, la loro. La, because opinione is singular and female, la loro. Maria ha pulito la sua stanza. Maria cleaned her bedroom, la sua stanza. Da quanto tempo non pulisci la tua? How long has it been since you cleaned yours? Da quanto tempo non pulisci la tua? So those were the rules to use possessive pronouns. The only thing that you actually have to do is to learn them by heart, meaning that you have to remember that the word itself changes depending on the following objects, or in this case, on the object that the pronoun replaces. Let me know in the comments if you have any doubts. Remember to like and subscribe. And if you still haven't done it yet, you can sign up on ItalianPod101.com for your free lifetime account and learn Italian in the easiest, fastest, and most fun way possible. Thank you for watching. I'll see you soon. Bye bye. Ciao, ciao.
Want to speed up your language learning? Take your very first lesson with us. You'll start speaking in minutes and master real conversations. Sign up for your free lifetime account. Just click the link in the description.
Ciao a tutti, sono Felice Angelini. Hi everyone, I'm Felice Angelini. In this lesson, you'll learn how to ask for clarification.
This is Sasha Lee, and she meets her neighbor, Giuseppe Mancini, for the first time in the lobby of their building. Giuseppe introduces himself by saying, "Nice to meet you. I'm Giuseppe."
Piacere, sono Giuseppe.
Sasha can't catch his name and asks for clarification. Listen to the conversation and focus on Sasha's request. Ready?
Piacere, sono Giuseppe.
Scusa, puoi ripetere?
Sono Giuseppe.
Once more with the English translation.
Piacere, sono Giuseppe.
Nice to meet you. I'm Giuseppe.
Scusa, puoi ripetere?
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
Sono Giuseppe.
I'm Giuseppe.
Let's take a closer look at the conversation.
Do you remember how Giuseppe introduces himself? Nice to meet you. I'm Giuseppe.
Piacere, sono Giuseppe.
First is
Piacere.
meaning a pleasure.
Piacere. Piacere. Piacere.
Is actually a shortened form of
Piacere di conoscerla.
meaning it's a pleasure to meet you.
Piacere di conoscerla.
Giuseppe uses the shortened version
Piacere.
in his introduction. This version can be used in many contexts and is appropriate for both informal and formal situations. Next is
Sono Giuseppe.
I'm Giuseppe. First is
Sono.
I am.
Sono. Sono.
Note here
Sono.
is a shortened form of
Io sono.
I am. In Italian,
Io.
I is usually omitted as it's understood.
Sono.
Is from the verb
Essere.
to be.
Essere.
Next is the name Giuseppe.
Giuseppe. Giuseppe.
Note, Giuseppe only uses his given name. Sasha and Giuseppe are young adults in an informal situation, so he only uses his given name. Together, it's
Sono Giuseppe.
I'm Giuseppe.
Sono Giuseppe.
Altogether, it's
Piacere, sono Giuseppe.
nice to meet you. I'm Giuseppe.
Piacere, sono Giuseppe.
Sasha can't catch his name. Do you remember how she asks, "Excuse me, can you repeat that?"
Scusa, puoi ripetere?
First is,
Scusa.
excuse me.
Scusa. Scusa.
Note,
Scusa.
is the informal form of excuse me.
Scusa.
In this conversation, Giuseppe and Sasha are of similar age, so the informal
Scusa.
is more natural.
Scusi.
Excuse me is the formal form. Next is
Puoi.
you can.
Puoi. Puoi.
Note, you is understood from the context.
Puoi.
Is from the verb
Potere.
to be able.
Potere.
Next is
Ripetere.
repeat.
Ripetere. Ripetere. Ripetere.
Is a verb meaning to repeat in its infinitive form. Together,
Puoi ripetere.
literally means you can repeat, but in this context, it translates as can you repeat?
Puoi ripetere.
Altogether,
Scusa, puoi ripetere?
literally, excuse me, you can repeat, but translates as excuse me, can you repeat that?
Scusa, puoi ripetere?
Note, that is added to the translation so that the English sounds more natural, but there is no corresponding word in the Italian question. Finally, do you remember how Giuseppe says, I'm Giuseppe? Hint, you've heard it before.
Sono Giuseppe.
I'm Giuseppe.
Sono Giuseppe.
In this lesson, you learned how to ask for clarification in an informal situation.
Scusa, puoi ripetere?
Excuse me, can you repeat that? To ask for clarification in a formal situation,
Scusi, può ripetere?
excuse me, can you repeat that?
Scusi, può ripetere?
Note the two changes in the formal form. First,
Scusi.
Replaces
Scusa. Scusi.
excuse me, formal form.
Scusi. Scusi.
Second,
Può.
replaces
Puoi. Può.
you can when using formal Italian.
Può. Può. Può.
Is the third person singular form of the verb
Potere.
to be able. The third person singular is used for formal situations when addressing a single person.
Let's look at the expressions once more. Listen and repeat. Scusa. Scusa. Puoi ripetere? Puoi ripetere? Scusa, puoi ripetere? Scusa, puoi ripetere? Scusi. Scusi. Può ripetere? Può ripetere? Scusi, può ripetere? Scusi, può ripetere? Non ho capito. Non ho capito. Puoi parlare più lentamente? Puoi parlare più lentamente? Did you notice the new phrases I used? Non ho capito.
I didn't understand.
Non ho capito.
Literally
Non ho capito.
means not I have understood, but it translates as I didn't understand.
Non ho capito.
Next is,
Puoi parlare più lentamente?
can you speak more slowly?
Puoi parlare più lentamente?
First is,
Puoi.
you can.
Puoi. Puoi.
Next is,
Parlare.
speak.
Parlare. Parlare.
After this is,
Più.
more.
Più. Più.
Finally,
Lentamente.
slowly.
Lentamente. Lentamente.
Altogether,
Puoi parlare più lentamente?
can you speak more slowly?
Puoi parlare più lentamente?
Let's review the key vocabulary.
Parlare.
Speak.
Parlare. Parlare. Più.
More.
Più. Più. Lentamente.
Slowly.
Lentamente. Lentamente.
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember the informal way to say "excuse me"? Scusa. Scusa. And how to say repeat? Ripetere. Ripetere. Do you remember how Sasha asks, "Excuse me, can you repeat that?" Remember, she uses informal Italian.
Scusa, puoi ripetere?
Scusa, puoi ripetere? Do you remember how to say nice to meet you? Piacere. Piacere. And do you remember how Giuseppe says, nice to meet you, I'm Giuseppe?
Piacere, sono Giuseppe.
Piacere, sono Giuseppe. Do you remember how to say speak? Parlare. Parlare. And how to say more? Più. Più. Do you remember how to say slowly? Lentamente. Lentamente. And how to say, can you speak more slowly? Puoi parlare più lentamente? Puoi parlare più lentamente?
Let's practice. Imagine you're Ben Lee. Giuseppe introduces himself, but you can't catch his name. Ask him to repeat it using informal Italian. Ready?
Piacere, sono Giuseppe.
Scusa, puoi ripetere?
Listen again and repeat.
Scusa, puoi ripetere? Scusa, puoi ripetere?
Let's try another. Imagine you're Giuseppe. Karen Lee introduces herself, but you can't catch her name. Use formal Italian. Ready?
Piacere, sono Karen.
Scusi, può ripetere?
Listen again and repeat.
Scusi, può ripetere? Scusi, può ripetere?
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Giuseppe. Ask Sasha Lee to speak more slowly. Ready?
Piacere, sono Sasha.
Scusa, puoi parlare più lentamente?
Listen again and repeat.
Scusa, puoi parlare più lentamente? Scusa, puoi parlare più lentamente?
Cacao. Cocoa. Cacao. Cacao. Cocoa. Una calda tazza di cacao è confortevole in una fredda notte d'inverno. A warm cup of cocoa is comforting on a cold winter night. Una calda tazza di cacao è confortevole in una fredda notte d'inverno. Bevanda analcolica. Soft drink. Bevanda analcolica. Bevanda analcolica. Soft drink. Le bevande analcoliche non contengono alcol e di solito sono gassate e servite fredde. Soft drinks don't contain alcohol and are usually carbonated and served cold. Le bevande analcoliche non contengono alcol e di solito sono gassate e servite fredde. Succo, juice, succo, succo, juice. Il succo di pesca è un succo di frutta popolare tra i bambini italiani. Peach juice is a popular fruit juice among Italian children. Il succo di pesca è un succo di frutta popolare tra i bambini italiani. Scaffale. Bookshelf. Scaffale. Scaffale. Bookshelf. Sullo scaffale ci sono molti libri. On the bookshelf there are many books. Sullo scaffale ci sono molti libri. Letto. Bed. Letto. Letto. Bed. È ora di andare a letto. It's time to go to bed. È ora di andare a letto. Specchio. Mirror. Specchio. Specchio. Mirror. Hai rotto lo specchio. You broke the mirror. Hai rotto lo specchio. Cassettiera. Dresser. Cassettiera. Cassettiera. Dresser. A casa mia non ho una cassettiera. In my house I don't have a dresser. A casa mia non ho una cassettiera. Spazzare. Sweep. Spazzare. Spazzare. Sweep. Dopo mangiato, il pavimento è pieno di briciole di pane e bisogna spazzare. After eating, the floor is full of crumbs, so we need to sweep. Dopo mangiato, il pavimento è pieno di briciole di pane e bisogna spazzare. Mettere via. Put away. Mettere via. Mettere via. Put away. Metto via i piatti. I put away the dishes. Metto via i piatti. Passare il mocio. Mop. Passare il mocio. Passare il mocio. Mop. Odio passare il mocio. I hate mopping. Odio passare il mocio. Cameriera. Waitress. Cameriera. cameriera. Waitress. Quella cameriera è molto gentile. That waitress is very nice. Quella cameriera è molto gentile. Fahrenheit. 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 La sua temperatura corporea era molto al di sopra dei normali 98,6 gradi Fahrenheit. His body temperature was far above the normal 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. La sua temperatura corporea era molto al di sopra dei normali 98,6 gradi Fahrenheit. Temperatura. Temperature. Temperatura. Temperatura. Temperature. La temperatura sta aumentando. Temperature is increasing. La temperatura sta aumentando. Umido. Humid. Umido. Umido. Humid. In questo paese il clima è umido. In this country, the climate is humid. In questo paese il clima è umido. Ventoso. Windy. Ventoso. Ventoso. Windy. Domani sarà freddo e ventoso, quindi indossa una sciarpa. Tomorrow will be cold and windy, so wear a scarf. Domani sarà freddo e ventoso, quindi indossa una sciarpa. Parco giochi. Playground. Parco giochi. Parco giochi. Playground. Al parco giochi c'è sempre la fila per le altalene e lo scivolo. At the playground there is always a line for the swings and slides. Al parco giochi c'è sempre la fila per le altalene e lo scivolo. Piscina. Pool. Piscina. Piscina. Pool. Dov'è la piscina? Where is the swimming pool? Dov'è la piscina? Tennis. 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 Giochiamo a tennis? Shall we play tennis? Giochiamo a tennis. Pallacanestro. Basketball. Pallacanestro. Pallacanestro. Basketball. Ho giocato a pallacanestro per un anno quando ero bambina. When I was a child, I played basketball for 1 year. Ho giocato a pallacanestro per un anno quando ero una bambina. Litro. Liter. Litro. Litro. Liter. Quanto costa un litro di benzina? How much is a liter of gas? Quanto costa un litro di benzina? Riso. Rice. Riso. Riso. Rice. Devi mantecare il riso. You have to whip the rice. Devi mantecare il riso. Pane. Bread. Pane. Pane. Bread. Hai comprato il pane? Did you buy the bread? Hai comprato il pane? Uovo. Egg. Uovo. Uovo. Egg. La grandezza di un uovo di struzzo è notevole. The size of an ostrich egg is remarkable. La grandezza di un uovo di struzzo è notevole. Tagliolino. Noodle. Tagliolino. Tagliolino. Noodle. I tagliolini istantanei sono un pasto leggero popolare. Instant noodles are a popular light meal. I tagliolini istantanei sono un pasto leggero popolare. Sveglia. Alarm clock. Sveglia. Sveglia. Alarm clock. La sveglia è puntata alle 5 del mattino. The alarm clock is set for 5 a.m. La sveglia è puntata alle 5 del mattino. Porta. Door. Porta. Porta. Door. Ha chiuso la porta. He closed the door. Ha chiuso la porta. Telecomando. Remote control. Telecomando. Telecomando. Remote control. Dimmi come usare il telecomando. Tell me how to use the remote control. Dimmi come usare il telecomando. Strofinare. Wipe. Strofinare. Strofinare. Wipe. Non dimenticare di strofinare il pavimento. Don't forget to wipe the floor. Non dimenticare di strofinare il pavimento. Menù. Menu. Menù. 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 Posso avere il menù, per favore? May I have the menu, please? Posso avere il menù, per favore? Rivista. Magazine. Rivista. Rivista. Magazine. Ho un abbonamento per questa rivista. I have a subscription for this magazine. Ho un abbonamento per questa rivista. Audiolibro. Audiobook. Audiolibro. Audiolibro. Audiobook. Ascolto gli audiolibri mentre vado al lavoro. I listen to audiobooks during my commute to work. Ascolto gli audiolibri mentre vado al lavoro. Videogioco. Videogame. Videogioco. Videogioco. Videogame. Luca si è fissato con un nuovo videogioco. Luca got obsessed by a new video game. Luca si è fissato con un nuovo videogioco. Economico. Cheap. Economico. Economico. Cheap. Questo posto è molto economico. This place is very cheap. Questo posto è molto economico. Caro. Expensive. Caro. Caro. Expensive. È molto caro. It's very expensive. È molto caro. Gentile. Kind. Gentile. Gentile. Kind. Dare dei fiori ad una donna anziana è un gesto gentile. Giving the elderly woman flowers is a kind act. Dare dei fiori ad una donna anziana è un gesto gentile. Spaventoso. Scary. Spaventoso. Spaventoso. Scary. Penso che quel film non fosse spaventoso per niente. I think that movie wasn't scary at all. Penso che quel film non fosse spaventoso per niente. Rilassante. Relaxing. Rilassante. Rilassante. Relaxing. La musica è rilassante. Music is relaxing. La musica è rilassante. Libra. Pound. Libra. Libra. Pound. Una libra è pari a 16 once. 1 pound is 60 ounces. Una libra è pari a 16 once. Miglio. Mile. Miglio. Miglio. Mile. Un miglio è all'incirca 1,6 km. 1 mile is roughly 1.6 km. Un miglio è all'incirca 1,6 chilometri. Piede. Foot. Piede. Piede. Foot. Ci sono 12 pollici in un piede. There are 12 inches in a foot. Ci sono 12 pollici in un piede. Malattia. Illness. Malattia. Malattia. Illness. Sono già passati 2 mesi e si sta ancora riprendendo dalla sua grave malattia. It's been 2 months already and she's still recovering from her serious illness. Sono già passati 2 mesi e si sta ancora riprendendo dalla sua grave malattia. Raffreddore. Cold. Raffreddore. Raffreddore. Cold. Ho comprato le medicine per il raffreddore. I bought cold medicine. Ho comprato le medicine per il raffreddore. Ferita. Injury. Ferita. Ferita. Injury. La ragazza ha una piccola ferita. The girl has a minor injury. La ragazza ha una piccola ferita. Medicina. Medicine. Medicina. Medicina. Medicine. Assicurati di bere un bicchiere d'acqua con la tua medicina. Make sure to drink a glass of water with your medicine. Assicurati di bere un bicchiere d'acqua con la tua medicina. Dolore. Pain. Dolore. Dolore. Pain. Ho un dolore al palato. My palate is in pain. Ho un dolore al palato. Febbre. Fever. Febbre. Febbre. Fever. L'infezione porta alla febbre. Infection leads to fever. L'infezione porta la febbre. Finestra. Window. Finestra. Finestra. Window. Fa troppo caldo. Puoi aprire la finestra? It's too hot. Can you open the window? Fa troppo caldo. Puoi aprire la finestra? Alcol. Alcohol. Alcol. Alcol. Alcohol. Mia madre non beve alcol. My mother doesn't drink alcohol. Mia madre non beve alcol. Pasto, meal. Pasto, pasto, meal. Di solito alla sera faccio un pasto leggero. In the evening I usually have a light meal. Di solito alla sera faccio un pasto leggero. Nebbia, fog. Nebbia, nebbia, fog. La nebbia è molto pericolosa per gli aeroplani. Fog is very dangerous for airplanes. La nebbia è molto pericolosa per gli aeroplani. Grandine, hail. Grandine, grandine, hail. Sta cadendo, grandine. Hail is falling. Sta cadendo, grandine. Temporale, thunderstorm. Temporale, temporale. Thunderstorm. Un temporale si sta avvicinando. A thunderstorm is approaching. Un temporale si sta avvicinando. Acquario, aquarium. Acquario, acquario, aquarium. Per favore, portami all'acquario di Genova. Please, bring me to Genoa's aquarium. Per favore, portami all'acquario di Genova. Calcio, soccer. Calcio, calcio, soccer. È divertente giocare a calcio. It's fun to play soccer. È divertente giocare a calcio. Zoo, 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 zoo. L'elefantino sta giocando con la terra nello zoo. The baby elephant is playing with dirt in a zoo. L'elefantino sta giocando con la terra nello zoo. Tariffa, fare. Tariffa, tariffa, fare. Quant'è la tariffa dell'autobus? How much is the bus fare? Quant'è la tariffa dell'autobus? Fermata dell'autobus. Bus stop. Fermata dell'autobus. Fermata dell'autobus. Bus stop. Incontriamoci alla fermata dell'autobus. Let's meet at the bus stop. Incontriamoci alla fermata dell'autobus. Grammo. Gram. Grammo. Grammo. Gram. La mela pesa 157 grammi. The apple weighs 157 grams. La mela pesa 157 grammi. Metro. Meter. Metro. Metro. Meter. Ci sono 100 centimetri in un metro. There are 100 centimeters in a meter. Ci sono 100 centimetri in un metro. Chilometro. Chilometer. Chilometro. Chilometro. Chilometer. Lui ha camminato 10 chilometri. He walked 10 kilometers. Lui ha camminato 10 chilometri. Mal di testa. Headache. Mal di testa. Mal di testa. Headache. Ho mal di testa. I have a headache. Ho mal di testa. Diarrea. Diarrhea. Diarrea. Diarrea. Diarrhea. Questa medicina fermerà la diarrea. This medicine will stop the diarrhea. Questa medicina fermerà la diarrea. Sintomo. Symptom. Sintomo. Sintomo. Symptom. Ho avuto questo sintomo per 3 mesi e non so ancora che cos'è. I had this symptom for 3 months and I still don't know what it is. Ho avuto questo sintomo per 3 mesi e non so ancora che cos'è. Mal di stomaco. Stomachache. Mal di stomaco. Mal di stomaco. Stomachache. Ieri ho avuto un brutto mal di stomaco. Yesterday I had a bad stomachache. Ieri ho avuto un brutto mal di stomaco. Pulito. Clean. Pulito. Pulito. Clean. Hai pulito la tua stanza? Did you clean your room? Hai pulito la tua stanza? Asciugare. Dry. Asciugare. Asciugare. Dry. Per prima cosa, asciuga i tuoi capelli. Dry your hair first. Per prima cosa, asciuga i tuoi capelli. Polvere. Dust. Polvere. Polvere. Dust. Sono allergico alla polvere. I am allergic to dust. Sono allergico alla polvere. Passare l'aspirapolvere. Vacuum. Passare l'aspirapolvere. Passare l'aspirapolvere. Vacuum. Devo passare l'aspirapolvere nel corridoio prima che arrivino gli ospiti. I have to vacuum the hallway before the guests come. Devo passare l'aspirapolvere nel corridoio prima che arrivino gli ospiti. Incrocio. Intersection. Incrocio. Incrocio. Intersection. Svolta all'incrocio tra Main Street e First Avenue. Turn at the intersection of Main Street and First Avenue. Svolta all'incrocio tra Main Street e First Avenue. Autostrada. Highway. Autostrada. Autostrada. Highway. Oggi c'è molto traffico sull'autostrada. Today there is a lot of traffic on the highway. Oggi c'è molto traffico sull'autostrada. Strada. Road. Strada. Strada. Road. Questa strada non è sicura. This road is not safe. Questa strada non è sicura. Via. Street. Via. Via. Street. Corso Campi è la via più famosa di Cremona. Corso Campi is the most famous street in Cremona. Corso Campi è la via più famosa di Cremona. Interessante. Interesting. Interessante. Interessante. Interesting. È un'idea interessante quella che hai presentato in riunione. That's an interesting idea you presented at the meeting. È un'idea interessante quella che hai presentato in riunione. Cattivo. Mean. Cattivo. Cattivo. Mean. Alcune persone sono semplicemente cattive e non vogliono che gli altri siano felici. Some people are just mean and don't want others to be happy. Alcune persone sono semplicemente cattive e non vogliono che gli altri siano felici. Annoiato. Bored. Annoiato. Annoiato. Bored. Oggi a scuola mi sono annoiato da morire. Today at school I got bored to death. Oggi a scuola mi sono annoiato da morire. 700. 700. 700. 700. 700. Gli orsi polari possono pesare fino a 700 kg. Polar bears can weigh up to 700 kg. Gli orsi polari possono pesare fino a 700 kg. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. Il campo è di 800 ettari. The field is 800 hectares. Il campo è di 800 ettari. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. Questi stivali costano 200 euro. These boots cost 200 euros. Questi stivali costano 200 euro. 300. 300. 300. 300. 300. Questa scuola ha 300 studenti. This school has 300 students. Questa scuola ha 300 studenti. 600. 600. 600. 600. 600. 6% fa 600. 6 times 100 equals 600. 6% fa 600. Portare fuori. Take out. Portare fuori. Portare fuori. Take out. Puoi portare la spazzatura fuori, per favore? Can you take out the trash, please? Puoi portare la spazzatura fuori, per favore? Cameriere. Waiter. Cameriere. Cameriere. Waiter. Non riesco a vedere il cameriere. Dov'è? I can't see the waiter. Where is he? Non riesco a vedere il cameriere. Dov'è? Previsioni del tempo. Weather report. Previsioni del tempo. Previsioni del tempo. Weather report. Controlla le previsioni del tempo prima di uscire in barca. Check the weather report before going sailing. Controlla le previsioni del tempo prima di uscire in barca. Celsius. 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 1 grado Celsius corrisponde a 33,8 gradi Fahrenheit. 1 degree Celsius corresponds to 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit. 1 grado Celsius corrisponde a 33,8 gradi Fahrenheit. Programma televisivo. TV show. Programma televisivo. Programma televisivo. TV show. Il suo programma televisivo preferito è in onda stasera. Her favorite TV show is on tonight. Il suo programma televisivo preferito è in onda stasera. Jogging. 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 Ti va di fare jogging domani mattina? Do you feel like jogging tomorrow morning? Ti va di fare jogging domani mattina? Fast food. Fast food. Fast food. Fast food. Fast food. Hamburger e patatine sono considerati fast food. Burgers and fries are considered fast food. Hamburger e patatine sono considerati fast food. Parco. Park. Parco. Parco. Park. Parco Sempione è a Milano. Sempione Park is in Milan. Parco Sempione è a Milano. Semaforo. Traffic light. Semaforo. Semaforo. Traffic light. Attento, il semaforo era rosso. Watch out, the traffic light was red. Attento, Il semaforo era rosso. Segnale. Sign. Segnale. Segnale. Sign. Il segnale stradale dice Wall Street e Main Street. The street signs say Wall Street and Main Street. Il segnale stradale dice Wall Street e Main Street. Metropolitana. Subway. Metropolitana. Metropolitana. Subway. Puoi prendere l'autobus e la metropolitana con lo stesso biglietto. You can ride the bus and the subway with the same ticket. Puoi prendere l'autobus e la metropolitana con lo stesso biglietto. Stazione ferroviaria. Train station. Stazione ferroviaria. Stazione ferroviaria. Train station. Non riesco a trovare la stazione ferroviaria. I can't find the train station. Non riesco a trovare la stazione ferroviaria. 500. 500. 500. 500. 500. Lo stipendio è di 1.500 euro. The pay is 1,500 euros. Lo stipendio è di 1.500 euro. 999. 999. 999. 999. 999. Abbiamo comprato 999 sedie per l'evento. We bought 999 chairs for the event. Abbiamo comprato 999 sedie per l'evento. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. Il mio punteggio era di 101. My score was 101. Il mio punteggio era di 101. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. Un giro dello stadio è lungo 400 metri. One lap in the stadium is 400 meters long. Un giro dello stadio è lungo 400 metri. 900. 900. 900. 900. 900. Il cucchiaio antico aveva 900 anni. The antique spoon was 900 years old. Il cucchiaio antico aveva 900 anni. Pollice. Inch. Pollice. Pollice. Inch. Ho appena comprato un televisore a schermo piatto da 40 pollici. I just bought a 30-inch flat screen television. Ho appena comprato un televisore a schermo piatto da 40 pollici. Chilogrammo. Kilogram. Chilogrammo. Chilogrammo. Kilogram. Un chilogrammo è 1000 grammi. 1 kilogram is 1000 grams. Un chilogrammo è 1000 grammi. Centimetro. Centimeter. Centimetro. Centimetro. Centimeter. Ho bisogno di un materasso spesso 10 centimetri. I need a 10 centimeter thick mattress. Ho bisogno di un materasso spesso 10 centimetri.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is how to get a return on your language learning investment. Language learning is an investment, but what if you're learning but not seeing any returns or results? And do you even know if you're getting any results at all? In this episode, you'll discover 1. Why language learners fail to see results and why they fail. 2. Why you need to track your language learning sessions. And 3. How to track your results. But first, here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Going to the Airport Conversation Cheat Sheet. With this new cheat sheet, you'll learn words and phrases like here's my passport, boarding pass, and much more. Download it for free on the inside. Second, the Slang Words and Phrases PDF ebook. Do you know any slang in your target language? If not, download this free ebook and master all the must-know slang across 10 chapters. Third, 30 romance and love-related words and phrases. You'll learn words and phrases like date, flirt, and breakup with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, can you talk about Halloween in your target language? With this quick 1-minute lesson, you'll learn must-know Halloween words like vampire, trick-or-treat, and more. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. How to get a return on your language learning investment. Part 1. One of the biggest reasons why people fail. The first big reason people fail with language learning is because they set big, vague goals, like I want to be fluent. The problem with these goals is you don't know how you'll ever go from where you are now to achieving fluency. It's too vague of a goal. But the second big reason is lack of time. People fail with language learning because they don't put in the time. And language learning is a function of time. The more you put in, the better you get. You can also think of learning a language like a gym. You get out what you put in. If you buy a dumbbell and do nothing, nothing happens. It can do great things for you, but it won't work for you until you pick it up and curl it a few times. If you put in 1 hour a day, you get results. If you put in 10 minutes a day, you get results. But if you put in 0, you get 0 results. And you can't learn a language that way. So here's a question for you. How much time do you put into your language learning on a daily basis? Leave a comment. If you start putting in consistent time, you can also start expecting a return on your time. And this brings us to the second part. Part 2, why you need to track your language learning sessions. In the first part, we talked about just putting in enough time. That's the first important step to take. But where should you put in your time? For example, you can put in 10 minutes and use an app to do translation exercises. You can put in 10 minutes and read a textbook, or review a word list for 10 minutes. In all these examples, you can put in an equal amount of time, but the results you get will be different. And that's because different methods give you different results and benefits. Using an app may help you remember a few words. Reading a textbook can boost your vocabulary, grammar, and reading skills. And reviewing a word list will just help you with the words. So the second lesson is you need to know what kind of results you get. You need to measure the return on your time so that you can be confident that you're making progress. In the case of our audio and video lessons, 3 or 4 lessons will help you understand and speak roughly 1 minute of conversation, as well as learn all words and grammar rules inside. This is the return on our lessons. How is this possible? The dialogue tracks are about 20 seconds, and so 3 lessons, that's 3 conversations at 20 seconds apiece, which is 60 seconds or 1 minute of conversation. So if you know that 3 lessons get you to 1 minute of conversation, you can know what results to expect. If you do 20 lessons, you're at about 5 minutes of conversation. 40 lessons, that's around 10 minutes or so of conversation. That's the power of measuring the results. If you track your results, you know what to expect in the future, and you can hit your language learning goals. So how can you start measuring your return? Let's jump into the third part. Part 3, how to track your results and hit goals. If you're able to consistently put in time towards learning and maintaining your routine, then it's time to start tracking your time and effort. Why? At the basic level, language learning is simply putting in the time. You don't need a high IQ. You don't need to be talented at languages. You don't need the best possible app. You just need time. The more time you put in, the more results you get out. And aside from setting unrealistic goals, the other reason why people fail at languages is they just don't put in the time. So, how can you track your results? Let's look at 2 ways, an easy way and an advanced way of tracking your time and results. Let's start with the easy way first. Simply track the time you put in. So if you do a 10-minute audio lesson today and then spend 5 minutes with flashcards, note this as 15 minutes for the day and write down what you did. Then do the same thing tomorrow. That's it. The goal here is to track the time and your effort. You'll want to track it and actually have measurable proof of your work. And also, so you can review what you've been doing and see your progress. So if one day you realize you don't know enough words, or maybe you don't speak as much as you'd like, you can look at your notes and review your work. If you see that you've been just watching video lessons, you can spot the problem, which is you've done no actual vocab study or speaking practice. And now you can start doing it. Problem solved. You're on your way to fluency. Another way you can track your time and effort is with the dashboard on our site. So if you visit the dashboard, you can see the lessons you've completed, the number of flashcards reviewed, and hours studied. This is the second tactic, and it's an advanced one because not only do you need to track your time, you also need to track your results, which is a bit trickier. So how can you do that? With our conversational audio lessons, check the length of the dialogue track. If the dialogue track is about 20 seconds, then that's the amount of conversation you can expect to master. By the way, these tracks are anywhere from 10 to 40 seconds long. Now, if you're studying words with flashcards, take note of how many words you already know. So if you studied for 5 minutes and can easily remember 7 out of 10 words, then that's your return. If you know this, you know what to expect when you learn new words. You can expect to remember about 7 out of 10 with a 5-minute drill. Another thing you can do is boost that number to 10 out of 10. Next, if you're practicing your listening skills, try to gauge how much you understand. If you understood about 20% of a 3-minute conversational lesson, then that's your return for now. Again, by knowing this, you can now start asking questions like, what can I do to understand 50% of this conversation? Will doubling my time double my results as well? Will I understand 40%? Will reviewing this lesson for a few minutes a day, every day, work better than trying to memorize it all now? So then, you put these questions to the test and try them out. And because you know your return, you can see if it really works. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about how to boost your motivation and learn more by adding others to the mix. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! Want to perfect your pronunciation and speak like a native? The best way to do this is 1. Listen to a native speaker, 2. Repeat what they say, and 3. The most important part, compare yourself against their pronunciation. In fact, mimicking a native speaker like this, which is called shadowing, is a powerful way to master your speaking. And you can do this all with the voice recorder inside of our learning program. But first, if you don't yet have access to our program, sign up for a free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description. So, what makes the voice recorder so powerful? First, you can instantly spot the differences between yourself and the native speaker. How? The voice recorder records you and then compares your speaking to the native speaker. Just record and listen. Once you know what you need to change to sound perfect, you can adjust your speaking and your pitch until you match the native speaker. Second, you get to practice speaking the most common words and phrases. In other words, you won't be learning to say random words and phrases. Our lessons teach you practical, everyday conversations, like introducing yourself, ordering food at a restaurant, talking about where you're from, and more. The kind of conversations you'll have with native speakers. And our vocabulary lists teach you the must-know words and phrases for all kinds of topics, holidays, slang, the many ways to say hello, and more. So, how do you use the voice recorder? You'll find the voice recorder in our lessons and vocabulary lists. Just look for the microphone icon. With our lessons, scroll down to the dialogue section. The dialogue section is a line-by-line breakdown of the lesson conversation. Next to each line, click on the microphone icon to open the voice recorder for that line. First, listen to the native speaker's pronunciation. Then, click on the round record icon to record yourself. And finally, play the 2 tracks to compare. Successful learners practice one line 3 to 4 times to fully master the pronunciation. Now, if you're using our free vocabulary phrase lists, you'll find the microphone icon next to each word or phrase. Again, click on the icon to record and compare yourself to the native pronunciation. So, if you want to speak like a native with perfect pronunciation, take advantage of this voice recorder, which is available in every lesson and vocabulary list. But if you don't yet have access, sign up for a free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description to sign up. Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Making Movies Conversation Cheat Sheet. With this new cheat sheet, you'll learn words like actor, screenwriter, director, and much more. Download it for free on the inside. Second, the 400 Everyday Phrases for Beginners ebook. This bonus ebook will teach you over 400 words and phrases related to daily activities like waking up, making breakfast, going to work or school, and more. Third, can you talk about fishing in your target language? Learn how to say words like fishing rod, bait, and fishing net with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, must-know online shopping vocabulary. If you like shopping, then you'll want to be able to talk about it in your target language. With this 1-minute lesson, you'll learn must-know words like sale, add to cart, and much more. Fifth, free language learning audiobooks for anyone who sees this video. If you watch this far, then here's a free bonus. We're giving all of our users free access to our huge library of language learning audiobooks. Save them to your device and listen and learn. They're yours to keep forever. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get 51% off all basic, premium, and premium plus plans with our special Black Friday deal. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the lesson description below. Download them right now before they expire.
This is Ben Lee, and he's at a cafe doing a language exchange with his classmate, Federica Fontana. It's the Italian portion of the exchange, and he points at the textbook and asks, "How do you say book in Italian?"
Come si dice book in italiano?
Listen to the conversation and focus on the question. Ready?
Come si dice book in italiano?
Si dice libro.
Once more with the English translation.
Come si dice book in italiano?
How do you say book in Italian?
Si dice libro.
You say book.
Let's take a closer look at the conversation.
Do you remember how Ben asks, "How do you say book in Italian?"
Come si dice book in italiano?
The standard way to ask for the meaning of a word in Italian follows a simple pattern. First is
Come.
translating as how in this context.
Come. Come.
Next is
Si dice.
one says.
Si dice. Si.
One, roughly translating as one, as in one says.
Si. Si.
Next is the word
Dice.
says, as in one says.
Dice. Dice.
Is from the verb
Dire.
meaning to say.
Dire.
Together,
Come si dice.
literally, how one says, but translates as how does one say.
Come si dice.
After this is the English word book. Last is the phrase
In italiano.
meaning in Italian.
In italiano.
First is
In.
in.
In. In.
After this is
Italiano.
Italian, as in the Italian language.
Italiano. Italiano.
Note, when the context is clear, you may omit
In italiano.
altogether
Come si dice book in italiano?
means something like how one says book in Italian, but translates as how does one say book in Italian? And in more natural English, how do you say book in Italian? Note the rising intonation of the sentence to mark that it's a question.
Come si dice book in italiano?
Let's take a closer look at the response.
Do you remember how Federica says, "You say book"?
Si dice libro.
First is the phrase
Si dice.
which literally means one says, but translates here as you say.
Si dice.
After this is the answer to the question,
Libro.
book.
Libro. Libro.
All together.
Si dice libro.
Literally means one says book, but it translates as you say book.
Si dice libro.
The pattern is
Come si dice English word in italiano?
how do you say English word in Italian?
Come si dice English word in italiano?
To use this pattern, simply replace the English word placeholder with the word you want to know. Imagine you want to know the Italian word for pen. Ask, how do you say pen in Italian? Ready?
Come si dice pen in italiano?
How do you say pen in Italian?
Come si dice pen in italiano?
This lesson introduces a grammatically complex but commonly used pattern, the impersonal form with si. The si construction is used to express what people do in general, rather than point to a specific person. The pattern is si plus a verb in the third person. The example used in the lesson was si dice, one says. Let's quickly look at a few more examples. Si chiama, one calls, as in one calls it a book. Si mangia, one eats, as in one eats a lot at Christmas. Si dorme, one sleeps, as in one sleeps late on Saturday.
Let's look at some more examples. Listen and repeat, or speak along with the native speakers.
Come si dice book in italiano?
Si dice libro.
Come si dice book in italiano? Come si dice pen in italiano?
Si dice penna.
Come si dice pen in italiano? Come si dice bag?
Si dice borsa.
Come si dice bag? Come si dice pencil in italiano?
Si dice matita.
Come si dice pencil in italiano?
Come si chiama questo?
Si chiama libro.
Come si chiama questo? Did you notice how I used a different sentence pattern? Come si chiama questo?
What do you call this?
Come si chiama questo?
This literally means, what does one call this? But it translates as, what do you call this? To create this pattern, simply replace
Dice,
says with
chiama,
calls.
chiama, chiama.
After this, replace the English word with
Questo,
this.
questo, questo.
Recall,
In italiano.
in Italian, may be omitted if understood from context.
Come si chiama questo?
What do you call this?
Come si chiama questo?
This is a very useful pattern for using Italian to learn Italian. Do you remember the response, you call it a book?
Si chiama libro.
Again, simply replace
Dice,
says with
chiama,
calls.
chiama. Si chiama libro.
You call it a book.
Si chiama libro.
Let's review the key vocabulary.
Borsa.
Bag.
Borsa. Borsa. Penna.
Pen.
Penna. Penna. Matita.
Pencil.
Matita. Matita. Questo.
This.
Questo. Questo.
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say Italian? Italiano. Italiano. And how to say in Italian? In italiano. In italiano. Do you remember how to say how? Come. Come. Do you remember how Ben asks, how do you say book in Italian?
Come si dice book in italiano?
Come si dice book in italiano? Do you remember how to say book? Libro. Libro. And do you remember how Federica says, you say book?
Si dice libro.
Si dice libro. Do you remember how to say this? Questo. Questo. And how to say, what do you call this? Come si chiama questo? Come si chiama questo?
Let's practice. Imagine you're Karen Lee, and you're having a language exchange lunch with Alessia Marino. You point to the pen and ask, how do you say pen in Italian? Ready?
Come si dice pen in italiano?
Si dice penna.
Listen again and repeat.
Come si dice pen in italiano? Come si dice pen in italiano?
Now you want to know the word for bag. Omit in Italian. Ready?
Come si dice bag?
Si dice borsa.
Listen again and repeat.
Come si dice bag? Come si dice bag?
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Sasha Lee and you're studying with your classmate at school, Martina. You point at a pencil and ask, what do you call this? Ready?
Come si chiama questo?
Si chiama matita.
Listen again and repeat.
Come si chiama questo? Come si chiama questo?
Ristorante. Restaurant. Ristorante. Ristorante. Restaurant. Le donne stanno mangiando fuori al ristorante. The women are eating out at a restaurant. Le donne stanno mangiando fuori al ristorante. Bar. Caffè. Bar. Bar. Caffè. Dov'è il bar più vicino? Where is the closest caffè? Dov'è il bar più vicino? Caffetteria. Coffee shop. Caffetteria. Caffetteria. Coffee shop. Gli amici stanno insieme in una caffetteria. The friends are hanging out at a coffee shop. Gli amici stanno insieme in una caffetteria. Bar. 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 Carlo non si fa più vedere al bar da quando ha una nuova ragazza. Carlo doesn't show up at the bar since he got a new girlfriend. Carlo non si fa più vedere al bar da quando ha una nuova ragazza. Mobili. Furniture. Mobili. Mobili. Furniture. Abbiamo dovuto sostituire tutti i nostri mobili dopo l'incendio. We had to replace all of our furniture after the fire. Abbiamo dovuto sostituire tutti i nostri mobili dopo l'incendio. Erba. Grass. Erba. Erba. Grass. La pecora sta mangiando l'erba verde. The sheep is eating the green grass. La pecora sta mangiando l'erba verde. Terreno. Soil. Terreno. Terreno. Soil. Un terreno argilloso. A clayey soil. Un terreno argilloso. Fango. Dirt. Fango. Fango. Dirt. Il cucciolo d'elefante sta giocando con il fango in uno zoo. The baby elephant is playing with dirt in a zoo. Il cucciolo d'elefante sta giocando con il fango in uno zoo. Sasso. Rock. Sasso. Sasso. Rock. L'uomo con la veste sta lanciando un sasso. The man in the robe is throwing a rock. L'uomo con la veste sta lanciando un sasso. Albero. Tree. Albero. Albero. Tree. Il koala si sta tenendo all'albero. The koala bear is holding on to the tree. Il koala si sta tenendo all'albero. Taoismo. Taoism. Taoismo. Taoismo. Taoism. Il taoismo è conosciuto anche come daoismo. Taoism is also known as Daoism. Il taoismo è conosciuto anche come daoismo. Bibbia. Bible. Bibbia. Bibbia. Bible. La Bibbia è il libro più venduto nella storia della civiltà. The Bible is the best-selling book in the history of civilization. La Bibbia è il libro più venduto nella storia della civiltà. Corano. Koran. Corano. Corano. Koran. Il Corano è il testo sacro della religione musulmana. The Quran is the holy book of the Muslim religion. Il Corano è il testo sacro della religione musulmana. Prete. Priest. Prete. Prete. Priest. Lui ha ricevuto dei consigli da un prete. He got advice from a priest. Lui ha ricevuto dei consigli da un prete. Giudaismo. Judaism. Giudaismo. Giudaismo. Judaism. Il giudaismo è stato praticato per più di 3000 anni. Judaism has been practiced for over 3000 years. Il giudaismo è stato praticato per più di 3000 anni. 1000. 1000. 1000. 1000. 1000. Questa chiesa è stata costruita 1000 anni fa. This church was built 1000 years ago. Questa chiesa è stata costruita 1000 anni fa. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. Costa $2000. It costs $2,000. Costa $2000. 8000. 8,000. 8000. 8.000. 8,000. 8.000 persone vivono in quel paesino. 8,000 people live in that village. 8.000 persone vivono in quel paesino. 10.000. 10,000. 10.000. 10.000. 10,000. 10.000 soldati sono stati inviati sul luogo di battaglia. 10,000 soldiers were dispatched to the site of the battle. 10.000 soldati sono stati inviati sul luogo di battaglia. 4.000. 4,000. 4.000. 4.000. 4,000. Lo stadio è di 4.000 metri quadrati. The stadium is 4,000 square meters. Lo stadio è di 4.000 metri quadrati. Rosa. Rose. Rosa. Rosa. Rose. L'uomo sta per dare delle rose alla sua ragazza. The man is about to give roses to his girlfriend. L'uomo sta per dare delle rose alla sua ragazza. Fiore. Flower. Fiore. Fiore. Flower. Il ragazzo sta cogliendo i fiori gialli. The boy is picking yellow flowers. Il ragazzo sta cogliendo fiori gialli. Giglio. Lily. Giglio. Giglio. Lily. Guarda, c'è un giglio. Look, there's a lily. Guarda, c'è un giglio. Girasole. Sunflower. Girasole. Girasole. Sunflower. I girasoli crescono fino ad altezze di 8-12 piedi. Sunflowers grow to heights between 8 to 12 feet. I girasoli crescono fino ad altezze di 8-12 piedi. Dente di leone. Dandelion. Dente di leone. Dente di leone. Dandelion. I denti di leone si mangiano in zuppe e insalate in alcuni posti. Dandelions are eaten in soups and salads in some places. I denti di leone si mangiano in zuppe e insalate in alcuni posti. Viaggiare. Traveling. Viaggiare. Viaggiare. Traveling. L'hobby dell'uomo è viaggiare. The man's hobby is traveling. L'hobby dell'uomo è viaggiare. Esercitarsi. Exercising. Esercitarsi. Esercitarsi. Exercising. La donna si sta esercitando sul pavimento. The woman is exercising on the floor. La donna si sta esercitando sul pavimento. Allenamento. Workout. Allenamento. Allenamento. Workout. Un allenamento di 30 minuti ogni giorno può migliorare la tua salute. A 30 minutes workout every day can improve your health. Un allenamento di 30 minuti ogni giorno può migliorare la tua salute. Lettura. Reading. Lettura. Lettura. Reading. Espandi il tuo vocabolario con la lettura. Expand your vocabulary by reading. Espandi il tuo vocabolario con la lettura. Giocare a carte. Playing cards. Giocare a carte. Giocare a carte. Playing cards. Noi giochiamo spesso a carte nelle calde serate estive. We often play cards on a warm summer evening. Noi giochiamo spesso a carte nelle calde serate estive. Orecchino. Hearing. Orecchino. Orecchino. Hearing. Gli orecchini grandi sono di moda. Big earrings are fashionable. Gli orecchini grandi sono di moda. Collana. Necklace. Collana. Collana. Necklace. La collana che sta indossando ha delle belle gemme. The necklace you are wearing has beautiful gems. La collana che stai indossando ha delle belle gemme. Anello. Ring. Anello. Anello. Ring. La donna si sta mettendo un anello di diamanti all'anulare. The woman is putting a diamond ring on her ring finger. La donna si sta mettendo un anello di diamanti all'anulare. Boxer. Boxer shirts. Boxer. Boxer. Boxer shirts. I boxer sono un indumento intimo da uomo, che è disponibile in molte fantasie e tessuti. Boxer shirts are an undergarment for men which comes in many patterns and fabrics. I boxer sono un indumento intimo da uomo che è disponibile in molte fantasie e tessuti. Gonna, skirt, gonna, gonna, skirt. Sta indossando una gonna gialla. She's wearing a yellow skirt. Sta indossando una gonna gialla. Hamburger, 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 hamburger. Gli hamburger sono stati inventati in America. Hamburgers were invented in America. Gli hamburger sono stati inventati in America. Cheeseburger, 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 cheeseburger. Un cheeseburger è un hamburger con una fetta di formaggio. A cheeseburger is a hamburger with a slice of cheese. Un cheeseburger è un hamburger con una fetta di formaggio. Pizza, 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 pizza. La pizza è un piatto italiano, ma è un piatto popolare in tutto il mondo. Pizza is an Italian dish, but is a popular dish around the world. La pizza è un piatto italiano, ma è un piatto popolare in tutto il mondo. Hot dog, hot dog, hot dog, hot dog, hot dog. Io preferisco gli hot dog al barbecue. I prefer hot dogs at the barbecue. Io preferisco gli hot dog al barbecue. Mancia, tip, mancia, mancia, tip. Ho lasciato la mancia per la cameriera sul cuscino. I left a tip for the maid on the pillow. Ho lasciato la mancia per la cameriera sul cuscino. Campagna, country, campagna, campagna, country. Loro hanno una grande casa in campagna. They have a big house in the country. Loro hanno una grande casa in campagna. Paese, village, paese, paese, village. Sono cresciuto in un piccolo paese. I grew up in a small village. Sono cresciuto in un piccolo paese. Città. Town. Città. Città. Town. Voglio andare a fare una passeggiata in città. I want to go for a walk in town. Voglio andare a fare una passeggiata in città. Periferia. Suburb. Periferia. Periferia. Suburb. Ho traslocato in periferia l'anno scorso. I moved to the suburb last year. Ho traslocato in periferia l'anno scorso. Camera. Room. Camera. Camera. Room. Un portiere ha portato i nostri bagagli in camera. A porter carried our bags to her room. Un portiere ha portato i nostri bagagli in camera. Bruciatura. Burn. Bruciatura. Bruciatura. Burn. Si è versata l'acqua bollente sulla mano sinistra e ha una bruciatura di secondo grado. She spilled boiling water on her left hand and has a second-degree burn. Si è versata l'acqua bollente sulla mano sinistra e ha una bruciatura di secondo grado. Scacchi. Chess. Scacchi. Scacchi. Chess. Gli scacchi sono un gioco di strategia e concentrazione. Chess is a game of strategy and concentration. Gli scacchi sono un gioco di strategia e concentrazione. Lingua. Language. Lingua. Lingua. Language. Il coreano è la lingua ufficiale. Korean is the official language. Il coreano è la lingua ufficiale. Asciugare con il phon. Blow dry. Asciugare con il phon. Asciugare con il phon. Blow dry. Asciugo i miei capelli con il phon ogni mattina. I blow dry my hair every morning. Asciugo i miei capelli con il phon ogni mattina. Arti marziali. Martial arts. Arti marziali. Arti marziali. Martial arts. Il nostro istruttore di arti marziali ha praticato per 25 anni. Our martial arts instructor has practiced for 25 years. Il nostro istruttore di arti marziali ha praticato per 25 anni. Soddisfatto. Satisfied. Soddisfatto. Soddisfatto. Satisfied. L'uomo è soddisfatto. The man is satisfied. L'uomo è soddisfatto. Calmo. Calm. Calmo. Calmo. Calm. La donna è calma. The woman is calm. La donna è calma. Pettinare. Comb. Pettinare. Pettinare. Comb. I capelli ondulati sono molto difficili da pettinare. Wavy hair are so difficult to comb. I capelli ondulati sono molto difficili da pettinare. Fare i gargarismi. Gargle. Fare i gargarismi. Fare i gargarismi. Gargle. Faccio i gargarismi molte volte al giorno. I gargle several times a day. Faccio i gargarismi molte volte al giorno. Insoddisfatto. Dissatisfied. Insoddisfatto. Insoddisfatto. Dissatisfied. L'uomo è insoddisfatto del prodotto. The man is dissatisfied with the product. L'uomo è insoddisfatto del prodotto. 5.000. 5.000. 5.000. 5.000. 5.000. 5.000 persone stavano protestando in piazza. 5,000 people were protesting on the square. 5.000 persone stavano protestando in piazza. 3.000. 3,000. 3.000. 3.000. 3,000. In Perù esistono più di 3.000 tipi di patate. In Perù, more than 3,000 types of potatoes exist. In Perù esistono più di 3.000 tipi di patate. 6.000. 6,000. 6.000. 6.000. 6,000. Ci sono circa 6.000 isole in Grecia. There are around 6,000 islands in Greece. Ci sono circa 6.000 isole in Grecia. 7.000. 7,000. 7.000. 7.000. 7,000. Lei ha venduto 7.000 album. She sold 7,000 albums. Lei ha venduto 7.000 album. 9.000. 9,000. 9.000. 9.000. 9,000. 9.000 truppe si sono ritirate dal paese. 9,000 troops withdrew from the country. 9.000 truppe si sono ritirate dal paese. Proprietario. Landlord. Proprietario. Proprietario. Landlord. Il proprietario di casa di mio fratello non accetterà un assegno. My brother's landlord will not accept a check. Il proprietario di casa di mio fratello non accetterà un assegno. Dormitorio. Dormitory. Dormitorio. Dormitorio. Dormitory. Ho vissuto in un dormitorio per tutti e 4 gli anni dell'università. I lived in the dormitory for all 4 years of college. Ho vissuto in un dormitorio per tutti e 4 gli anni dell'università. Condominio. Apartment building. Condominio. Condominio. Apartment building. Ci sono 24 appartamenti in questo condominio. There are 24 apartments in this apartment building. Ci sono 24 appartamenti in questo condominio. Città. City. Città. Città. City. Città del Messico è la capitale e la città più popolata del Messico. Mexico City is the capital and most heavily populated city in Mexico. Città del Messico è la capitale e la città più popolata del Messico. Fattoria. Farm. Fattoria. Fattoria. Farm. Le capre stanno giocando nella fattoria. The goats are playing on the farm. Le capre stanno giocando nella fattoria. Tsunami. 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 Lo tsunami ha colpito la città. The tsunami hit the city. Lo tsunami ha colpito la città. Valanga. Avalanche. Valanga. Valanga. Avalanche. La valanga ha distrutto la stazione sciistica, ma fortunatamente nessuno si è fatto male. The avalanche destroyed the ski resort, but likely nobody was hurt. La valanga ha distrutto la stazione sciistica, ma fortunatamente nessuno si è fatto male. Fuoco. Fire. Fuoco. Fuoco. Fire. Il fuoco sta bruciando. The fire is burning. Il fuoco sta bruciando. Terremoto. earthquake, terremoto, terremoto, earthquake. Il terremoto sta scuotendo il terreno. The earthquake is shaking the ground. Il terremoto sta scuotendo il terreno. Tempesta di sabbia. Sandstorm. Tempesta di sabbia. Tempesta di sabbia. Sandstorm. La tempesta di sabbia si è abbattuta. The sandstorm has touched down. La tempesta di sabbia si è abbattuta. Guanto. Glove. Guanto. Guanto. Glove. I guanti non andavano bene per le sue mani. The gloves did not fit his hands. I guanti non andavano bene per le sue mani. Ombrello. Umbrella. Ombrello. Ombrello. Umbrella. Non ho l'ombrello e sta piovendo. I don't have an umbrella and it's raining. Non ho l'ombrello e sta piovendo. Cappello. Hat. Cappello. Cappello. Hat. Una sciarpa rossa starebbe bene con quel cappello. A red scarf would look nice with that hat. Una sciarpa rossa starebbe bene con quel cappello. A maniche lunghe. Long sleeved. A maniche lunghe. A maniche lunghe. Long sleeved. Le camicie a maniche lunghe vanno bene quando fa freddo. Long sleeved shirts are good for cold weather. Le camicie a maniche lunghe vanno bene quando fa freddo. A maniche corte. Short sleeved. A maniche corte. A maniche corte. Short sleeved. Le camicie a maniche corte vanno meglio quando fa caldo. Short sleeved shirts are better when it's warm. Le camicie a maniche corte vanno meglio quando fa caldo. Doloroso. Painful. Doloroso. Doloroso. Painful. L'uomo ha un mal di stomaco doloroso. The man has a painful stomachache. L'uomo ha un mal di stomaco doloroso. Timido. Shy. Timido. Timido. Shy. Sono timido. I am shy. Sono timido. Nervoso. Nervous. Nervoso. Nervoso. Nervous. Il nervoso uomo d'affari sta aspettando per un colloquio. The nervous businessman is waiting for the interview. Il nervoso uomo d'affari sta aspettando per un colloquio. Entusiasta. Excited. Entusiasta. Entusiasta. Excited. La ragazzina è entusiasta. The little girl is excited. La ragazzina è entusiasta. Imbarazzato. Embarrassed. Imbarazzato. Imbarazzato. Embarrassed. Sono così imbarazzato. I'm so embarrassed. Sono così imbarazzato.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is how to boost your motivation and learn more by adding others to the mix. If you're learning a language all by yourself, then you should know that there's a way to boost your chance of success, boost your motivation, your progress. It's simply by including other people in your language learning journey. And in today's episode, you'll discover 1. How adding a human dynamic boosts your motivation, and 2. How you can apply this tactic to your language learning. But first, here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Making Movies Conversation Cheat Sheet. With this new cheat sheet, you'll learn words like actor, screenwriter, director, and much more. Download it for free on the inside. Second, the 400 Everyday Phrases for Beginners ebook. This bonus ebook will teach you over 400 words and phrases related to daily activities like waking up, making breakfast, going to work or school, and more. Third, can you talk about fishing in your target language? Learn how to say words like fishing rod, bait, and fishing net with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, must know online shopping vocabulary. If you like shopping, then you'll want to be able to talk about it in your target language. With this 1-minute lesson, you'll learn must-know words like sale, add to cart, and much more. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. How to boost your motivation and learn more by adding others to the mix. Part 1. How adding a human dynamic boosts your motivation. So first, here's a question for you. How do you think most people start learning a language? Leave a comment. Most people start learning by themselves. They'll either watch YouTube videos like this, download an app, or if they're a little more serious, buy a textbook. But after the first week or month, most self-learners also end up falling off because of a lack of motivation. It's pretty hard to motivate yourself and keep yourself going. It's hard because you have to, 1, rely on yourself to motivate yourself, 2, do the learning, and 3, do the practice. All of this is a lot of work for one person. Sure, there's a small group of super self-motivated people out there that can do it and stick with it, but that's not the case for most of us. So then, if you want to boost your motivation and not have to rely on yourself, that's where you should start getting other people involved in your language learning journey. Just picture a graph where on the y-axis you have motivation, and on the x-axis you have the chance of success. So first you have self-study, and that's probably closest to lower motivation and probably a low chance of succeeding. As you move further to the right, where you start involving tutors or joining group classes, the higher your motivation and chance of success becomes. Does this mean motivation is lowest when you're on your own? Yes and no. There are people who are very motivated on their own, but motivation tends to come and go for many of us. And the last thing you want to do is rely on a feeling that may not always be there. But when you start including more personal connections, live interactions, maybe someone you speak with at a cafe, you have more reasons and more pressure to keep on going. For example, if you have a tutor that expects you to do homework and come prepared next time, if you have a language partner whom you want to impress, or if you're in a language class, you want to be better than other students. The point is, the more people you involve, the more anchor points and commitments you have to the language, and these boost your motivation. In psychology, this is called social facilitation, or the audience effect. When you're with other people, or when you think someone is watching you, you put a little pressure on yourself. And for many people, this can have a positive result. But if you're on your own, you wouldn't try so hard. So just to recap, a lot of us start learning on our own. And in the case of language learning, there will always be self-study involved. But if you want to take it to the next level, then you should follow that graph. The only issue is, the more you go up that graph, the more expensive it gets. It's very affordable to learn on your own. Once you start involving others, such as a teacher, it starts getting expensive. So it's up to you as the learner here. So, if you're interested in adding a human dynamic, what can you do? Part 2. How you can apply this to your language learning. 1. Give our Premium Plus plan a try and get access to your own teacher. You also get weekly assignments from your teacher, which adds a nice layer of accountability to your learning. 2. Enroll in an online class. And this is something we started offering for a few of our major languages: Japanese, English, Chinese, Italian, Korean, French, and Spanish. 3. Get an online or in-person tutor. Now, teachers and classes can be pricey, but there are other ways to learn with others. 4. Get a study buddy or join a learning community. Learning and competing with others will definitely have a positive impact on your motivation and language progress. 5. Simply talk with others about your language goals and your current progress. When you're surrounded by people talking about how much they've learned or what goals they hit or missed, you'll be more inspired to hit your own goals. 6. Track your progress and share it on your social media for others to see. For example, if you keep a daily planner, write in, "I did 3 lessons today," or "spent 30 minutes on learning a language," and share that. Once you start involving more people in your language journey, whether for learning or for practice, adding that extra human element will boost your productivity and motivation and help you reach your language goals. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about how to learn a new language in the new year. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! Since you're learning the language and coming across new words all the time, do you have trouble remembering new words? If you do, then there's a proven and powerful learning method that'll help you learn new words and phrases fast. Easily remember the tough words you struggle with and get you fluent sooner than later. In fact, all serious language learners use this learning method in one form or another. And the good news is, you can do this all with our flashcards inside of our learning program. But first, if you don't yet have access to our language learning program, sign up for a free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description to get your free lifetime account. Now, how do flashcards help you learn words and phrases faster? These flashcards use something called spaced repetition learning, which is a science-backed learning method that spaces out your learning over time and quizzes you on words at the right times so that you never forget them. Here's how the flashcards work. Once you start learning, they start tracking your progress and sort your cards for you. So the tough words that you struggle with, you'll see them more often in a study session. And the easy words that you get right, they'll start getting spaced out. You'll see them again in 2 days, then 5 days, then 13 days, and so on. At which point, these words will start going into your long-term memory, and you'll never forget them. Once you're done with a study session, that's it for the day. Your flashcards will remind you when to study again, so you never forget what you learned last time. So here's how you take advantage of this powerful study tool. Simply access flashcards in the Vocabulary drop-down menu on the site. Inside, you already have the 100 must-know words deck prepared for you. Just click on Study and Start Session to start learning. You'll see a flashcard with the word in the target language. Do you know the meaning? Click on Show Answer to confirm the meaning. Then, mark it as correct or incorrect. Based on your answer, the flashcards will start sorting and spacing out the words for you. Then, move on to the next card in the deck until you're done with the session. You can study with 3 modes. Recognition. Get the word in the target language and see if you know the meaning. Production. Get the meaning and see if you know it in the target language. Or listening. Hear the word or phrase and see if you know the meaning. Choose 1, 2, or all 3 modes of learning. You can create flashcard decks from key phrases presented in lessons, the 2000 core word list, words saved in your word bank, and our free vocab lists. Want to see how many words and phrases you've mastered? Visit My Stats for your daily, weekly, and monthly progress breakdown to see your personal study stats. So take advantage of the smart flashcards right now. The top 100 must-know words deck is already ready and waiting for you. But if you don't yet have access, sign up for a free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description to get your free lifetime account. If you want to learn your target language with our learning program, and if you're wondering which plan to choose, then today you'll discover how our premium plan helps you master the language with one clear learning pathway to follow, which makes sticking with learning easier than ever. Special lessons that get you speaking and understanding conversations in minutes from beginner to advanced, and over 15 study tools that will lock the language into your brain. But first, if you don't have access to our language learning program, sign up for a free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description to get your free lifetime account. Now, how does the premium plan help you learn a language faster? 1. You get one simple learning pathway of lessons to follow. If you've always felt that language learning is overwhelming because there's so much to do, reading, writing, speaking, listening, and vocabulary, and there's no clear path to take, well, you're not wrong. So that's exactly why you get one learning pathway with our program. The learning pathway is simply a pathway of lessons for you to take. Meaning you now have a clear path to follow, instead of wondering about how you should learn the language or what to do next. Just follow the pathway, take the lessons, and complete the assessments from Lesson 1 to 2 to 3, and from the absolute beginner level up to advanced. Now, let's talk about the lessons themselves. Second, you'll learn the language fast with audio and video lessons, which means you won't be reading walls of text here. Our audio and video lessons are easy to finish and allow you to absorb the language as you listen or watch. Plus, you get exposed to native speech, something you won't get in textbooks. So press play on a lesson. You'll learn a practical conversation, get every word and grammar rule explained by our teachers, and start speaking in minutes. All of this takes minutes because lessons are just a few minutes long, so you can learn fast and in small blocks of time, whether on your computer or with our app if you're on the go. The lessons alone are enough to get you speaking, but to make sure you practice and retain the language, you can use our study tools. Third, you get 15+ premium study tools that lock the language into your memory and help you learn faster. Here's a small taste of what you can do. You can practice speaking and perfect your pronunciation with the voice recorder. Reach conversational fluency with our 2000 most common words list. Master words and phrases fast with our spaced repetition flashcards. Read along with the lesson notes to help the grammar rules sink in faster. Understand everything instantly with the translations. Sharpen your listening skills with the line-by-line audio for each lesson. Immerse yourself in native conversations with the dialogue tracks. Test yourself on what you've learned with assessments, and much more. So if you want to learn your target language, and if you don't have access to our learning program, then sign up for a free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description to get your free lifetime account, and you'll get a free 7-day trial to our premium plan. Remember, here's what you can do to learn all of these words by heart. Drill these words with our spaced repetition flashcards, which will help cement these words into your long-term memory. Save them to the word bank, your personal vocabulary collection, where you can print out your own study sheets, or review the words with our looped vocabulary slideshow, and play it until you know all of the words. So click the link in the description right now and sign up for your free lifetime account to get these lessons and study tools.